Demon's Diary Chapter 161 to Chapter 216. Although he had not stared directly at the crystal wall for too long, he still saw the blurry figures that Marshal Aunt Zhong had mentioned. However, these figures had only appeared after he had fallen into the bewitching power of the crystal wall. This caused him to be unsure if these images had truly appeared on the crystal wall, or if they were just some hallucinations that were reflected in his mind. According to Marshal Aunt Zhong's words, these blurry shadows were in existence that seemed to be real yet not real, and seemed to be fake yet not fake. Some people had once comprehended a few things from these figures, but because they had sunk deep into it, they had wasted a night of comprehension. As for how they viewed it, it naturally depended on each person's own choice. However, this wall of shadows was indeed incomparably mysterious. Even with his mental strength, he was unable to stare at it for too long at a time. Otherwise, he would either really sink into an illusion or be unable to resist the corrosion and unknowingly fall asleep. Just now, he had used a great amount of willpower to break free. Lu Ming silently pondered for a while. After he felt that his mental strength had more or less recovered, he once again formed a one-handed technique and poured Fa Li into his eyes, staring at the crystal wall. Just like this, time slowly passed. After half the night had passed, Lu Ming did not know how many times he had tried. However, other than the blurry figures that he had seen at the beginning, he still did not have any other gains. As for these figures, he had once carefully studied them. However, they were hazy and could not be seen clearly. Moreover, he could not see any connection between them and the engravings on the stone walls around him. After staring at the wall of shadows so many times, his mental strength had been greatly depleted. Although he felt helpless, he was not truly depressed about it. After all, it was unknown how many barbarian ghost sect spirit masters had comprehended the wall of shadows here. However, there were not many who had gained anything. Those who had truly comprehended the entire cultivation method and secret technique were even fewer. For a spirit apostle like him to return empty-handed was a very normal thing. As Lu Ming felt like this, he did not force himself anymore. He stood up and walked a few laps around the crystal wall. If it were not for the fact that the boy had specifically warned that he was not allowed to touch this object and that he was also worried that there might be other restrictions placed on it, he really would have used his finger to poke this object to see if there would be any reaction. But in the end, he still shook his head and sat back on the praying mat. He closed his eyes and began to use the dark bone method to regulate his breathing. Since he had no fate with the walls of shadows, he didn't intend to force it. He might as well make use of this time to cultivate for a while longer. Immediately, wisps of black gas emerged from his body and turned into many tentacles that danced wildly around his body. As the activation of the dark bone method became faster and faster, more and more black gas surged out of his body, and the black tentacles also began to thicken. Lu Ming, who was currently cultivating with his eyes closed, did not notice that the originally calm blue crystal wall, the moment the black gas emerged from his body, it actually began to flicker slightly without a sound. At first, it was very slow, but as more and more black gas appeared on Lu Ming's body, the frequency of the flashing also began to increase. Finally, when the thickest tentacle on his body waved and the front end was only 10 feet away from the crystal wall, a blue light suddenly flashed from the crystal wall. A blue light suddenly flew out from within and with a flash, it collided with the black tentacle. With a flash of light, the front half of the tentacle trembled and actually disappeared into thin air. Following this, the blue light shook again and turned into a blue net that wrapped around Lu Ming like lightning. The instant the black tentacle disappeared, Lu Ming naturally opened his eyes in shock. In the end, he only felt a blue light flash in front of him. Under the flash of the blue light, the black gas and tentacles on the surface of his body all disappeared like melting ice. As the blue light swallowed a portion of the black gas, it became brighter and brighter. It was as if the black gas was a great supplement to the blue light. Seeing this, Lu Ming turned pale with fright. He wanted to change his mind and make a defensive move, but it was too late. When the last layer of black gas on his body disappeared in a flash, all of the blue light silently entered his body and quickly gathered in his spirit sea. It turned into a blue ball of light the size of a bean and quickly spun with a blur. At this time, Lu Ming only felt his body go numb. He could no longer control his Fa Li or his limbs. He could not even move his fingers. However, at the same time, a cold air appeared in his mind. Suddenly, a book with a black cover appeared. After a blur, it began to slowly open page by page. However, the words on it were very blurry. "I've triggered something on the wall of shadows, and it's the appearance of the entire cultivation method." Only then did Lu Ming understand what was going on. He was immediately surprised and overjoyed. He immediately stopped thinking about other things and only tried to read the contents of the book with all his might. However, no matter how much strength he used, the words on the book were still blurry and he could not clearly see what was written. "Not good, this situation seems to be because I don't have enough FA. No wonder the 16 martial ancestor left a message. Normally, only a spirit apostle would have the opportunity to observe the wall of shadows for a night after advancing to the liquid level." Lu Ming was extremely anxious in his heart and suddenly understood what was going on. Even so, he could not do anything about the situation in front of him. He watched as the book in his mind flipped to the last page. With a bang, it turned into dots of blue light and disappeared into thin air. At the same time, the blue ball of light in his spirit sea suddenly trembled and stopped spinning. Then, with a blur, it flew out of his body and shot back towards the crystal wall. Lu Ming could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. Just when he thought that he was going to miss an opportunity, his spirit sea suddenly felt boiling hot. A mysterious bubble actually appeared without any warning and faintly flashed with a faint crystal light. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt that everything around him suddenly became incomparably quiet. At the same time, everything became incomparably slow. The blue ball of light that was originally shooting back suddenly became slow like a snail. At the same time, in his eyes, the blue ball of light was astonishingly formed by countless miniature runes that had shrunk by who knew how many times. He could even clearly see every single blue rune. Such a strange situation naturally made Lu Ming extremely shocked. He wanted to blink his eyes or open his mouth to say something, but he suddenly found that his movements had similarly slowed down by who knows how many times. In a blink of an eye, his eyelids actually only closed for 10 to 20 seconds. This made him inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. After thinking quickly, he somewhat understood. This situation was obviously not that the surroundings had slowed down, but rather that his 5 senses had suddenly become countless times faster than normal. This was why such a strange scene appeared. At this time, after his divine sense swept out, he immediately discovered the mysterious bubble that was faintly flashing in his spirit sea. Only then did he truly come to a realization. Without a doubt, for such an inconceivable thing to happen, it was definitely this mysterious bubble's doing. He just didn't know why it would suddenly appear at this time. Just as Lu Ming's mind was filled with questions, the bubble in his spirit sea trembled slightly. Suddenly, densely packed silver threads flew out from it. With a flash, they all wrapped around the blue ball of light and forcefully pulled it back. Although the blue ball of light struggled with all its might like a living thing, it was obviously no match for the power of the silver threads. It was still slowly pulled back towards Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was watching dumbstruck, a loud buzzing sound came from within the wall of shadows. Following this, the crystal wall released a bright blue light, and a dozen or so other blue balls of light actually appeared from within. With a flash of light, they also spat out clumps of blue threads that wrapped around their companions that were being pulled. They actually forcefully pulled in the direction of the crystal wall. On the other side, the silver threads were still taut and didn't yield in the slightest. The blue ball of light that was being fought over shook intensely for a while, and actually became deadlocked in the air for a moment. However, Lu Ming only felt that his spirit sea had become a bit hotter. Following this, the mysterious bubble's crystal light slightly brightened and suddenly spat out even more silver threads. With a blur, these silver threads actually shot into the crystal wall and wrapped around the other dozen or so blue balls of light. Following this, the mysterious bubble spun on its own and actually pulled all of the balls of light out of the crystal wall, forcibly pulling them towards Lu Ming. It was obvious that the combined power of all of the balls of light was unable to contend against the power of the mysterious bubble. Just like that, they were actually pulled inch by inch in front of Lu Ming's body. Then, with a blur, they all entered Lu Ming's spirit sea and seemed to fuse into one. In the next moment, Lu Ming's head sank and his vision darkened. He actually appeared in a crystal room that was covered in blue light. Whether it was the surrounding walls, floor, or roof, they all seemed to be made of the same material as the wall of shadows. In the corners of the room, there were impressively many stone platforms. Every stone platform had a layer of blue light on it, and inside each platform were books of different styles. One of the books with a light black cover was the one that had appeared in his mind before. However, all of this was insignificant to the current Lu Ming. This was because in the center of the room, not more than 10 feet away from him, there was actually a green-robed Taoist who seemed to be around 30 years old standing there. This Taoist had a white face without a beard and carried a sheathless longsword on his back. He was currently looking at Lu Ming with an extremely strange gaze. "You are?" Lu Ming naturally swayed and took 2 steps back. He asked with great surprise, but at the same time, he unexpectedly felt that this green-robed Taoist gave him a rather familiar feeling, as if he had seen him somewhere before. "You are a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect? Why are you only at the spirit apostle stage?" The green-robed Taoist asked in reply. "That's right, I am indeed a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect." "Senior you are the 16th ancestor." Lu Ming replied slowly, but after thinking quickly for a while, he suddenly thought of a certain painting that was hung high up in the ancestral hall with a flash of inspiration. Although the portrait of the 16th martial ancestor was only a back view, it was almost identical to the Taoist in front of him. But how was this possible? The 16th martial ancestor was the founder of the barbarian ghost sect and had already passed away thousands of years ago. How could he suddenly appear in such a strange place? "You are quite smart to actually recognize me at a glance. However, I am not the 16th martial ancestor himself. I am only a sliver of his consciousness that he left behind before he died." Hearing what was said, the middle-aged Taoist's face showed a trace of astonishment, but he spoke with a smile. "So that's how it is. But calling Senior the 16th martial ancestor is not wrong. But where is this place? Could it be inside the walls of shadows?" Lu Ming came to a sudden realization and asked cautiously. "This place is not inside the walls of shadows. Instead, before the 16th martial ancestor died, he left behind a small portion of his mental strength to create a fake knowledge room for me to stay in. As for how you entered inside, I am also not clear. After all, I am only a sliver of 16 martial ancestors' consciousness. I have no way of knowing everything that happens outside. I only feel that a few disciples that I believe can inherit the 16 martial ancestors' inheritance appear nearby, so I give them some benefits. However, for a mere spirit apostle like you to be able to enter this place, this is too strange. Tell me what exactly happened outside." The middle-aged spirit apostle stared at Lu Ming with bright eyes as he slowly spoke. Hearing what was said, Lu Ming's heart thumped. He naturally could not tell the 16 martial ancestors' consciousness about the mysterious bubble, but it was also unlikely that he would be able to use some other excuse to get away with it. After all, he did not know a single thing about this knowledge room. "Junior," Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times. Just as he was about to say something perfunctory, the entire room suddenly trembled. The crystal walls in all directions simultaneously emitted a crisp bang-bang sound. Subsequently, numerous cracks appeared on the walls. It was as if the entire crystal house was about to shatter in the next moment. "Impossible, this knowledge room is actually about to collapse." Seeing this scene, the originally calm middle-aged Taoist immediately cried out in disbelief. "What, this place is about to collapse?" Hearing what was said, Lu Ming also jumped in fright. "How is this possible? It's actually the power of divine sense. Although this spiritual knowledge chamber wasn't formed from the entirety of my mental strength, it's sturdy enough that even a Jin Dan stage expert wouldn't be able to crush it with just his mental strength." The middle-aged Taoist stared at the threads of gray qi that were faintly seeping out from the cracks and his face turned pale. As for Lu Ming, his expression became extremely strange as he stared at the gray gas that seeped in. The aura this gray gas is giving off is so familiar. It seems to be the gray spatial aura created by the mysterious bubble. Could it be? Looks like I won't be able to escape this time. Fine, I've stayed here for thousands of years. Originally, the energy of the walls of shadows was about to be exhausted, and it wouldn't be long before it would cease to exist. Now, it's just a little earlier. However, since you were able to enter this place, it means that you are fated with me. Perhaps you can leave this place alive. I have something here for you. It's a sword spirit embryo that I spent half of my life trying to refine. Promise me, if you have the chance, you must deliver this item to my descendants in the Middle Sky continent. Remember, because this item was refined with my blood essence, only those who possess my bloodline can continue to refine and use it. My sect is located at the Taiqing Gate in the eastern part of the Middle Sky continent. As a reward, I'll teach you a set of secret flying sword techniques related to this sword spirit embryo. Remember, this set of secret flying sword techniques is considered a forbidden technique even in my sect. It must not be easily shown to others. After the middle-aged Taoist saw that the surrounding crystal walls were really breaking apart piece by piece, he instead calmed down. After quickly saying a few words to Lu Ming, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a faint yellow light sword. He then abruptly grabbed it and pressed it into Lu Ming's chest. He then waved at the golden ancient book on a stone platform in the corner with one hand. With a pu sound, the green light barrier on the stone platform shattered. The golden book immediately turned into a golden rainbow and shot forward. After a flash, it quietly stopped in front of Lu Ming and remained motionless. Lu Ming naturally subconsciously grabbed the golden ancient book. However, after a blur, it drilled into his palm and disappeared without a trace. He was startled at first, but he immediately thought of something and quickly said, "Senior, Junior is learning the dark bone method." "I don't know if the latter part of the method is here." "What? You're learning the dark bone method? No wonder that method flew out by itself just now. The dark bone method is an ancient ghost method that I accidentally obtained. Back then, I only obtained the first half of it. The latter part will depend on your own luck to find it. However, according to what I know, it seems that someone in the Middle Sky continent has already found traces of the latter part. Forget it, since it's like this, I'll also give this method to you. After you advance to the liquid level, you can directly change to this method." After a slight hesitation, the middle-aged Taoist sighed and said. He then waved his hand at the black ancient book on the other stone platform that Lu Ming had seen before. Immediately after the green light barrier shattered, the black ancient book also shot over. After a flash, it also disappeared into Lu Ming's body. The body of the middle-aged Taoist who did this became very blurry. It was as if taking out the ancient book from the light barrier was a huge burden to him. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally hurriedly thanked the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist waved his hand at Lu Ming. Just as he was about to say something, the surrounding crystal walls finally shattered inch by inch with a loud sound. Rolling gray gas immediately came from all directions and pressed towards the center like a huge wave, drowning the middle-aged Taoist and Lu Ming. Lu Ming only felt his heart suddenly jump. After his consciousness became blurry again, he discovered that he had once again appeared in front of the light blue wall of shadows. He was even forming a one-handed sign, as if he was going to change the sign into a defensive posture. This is, although he was already quite familiar with this kind of situation, he still couldn't help but wonder if everything that had just happened was just an illusion. His gaze swept over the wall of shadows, only to see that the wall was still covered in blue light. He couldn't see the slightest difference from before. After taking a deep breath, Lu Ming sunk his consciousness and looked inside his body. His expression immediately changed several times. He saw that the mysterious bubble was still faintly flickering within his spiritual sea. However, outside of the spiritual sea, there was an additional light yellow mini-sword. However, it seemed to be extremely afraid of the mysterious bubble. It only floated near the spiritual sea and didn't dare to approach the bubble in the slightest. Lu Ming suddenly closed his eyes and once again swept through his spiritual sea. Immediately, two light blue balls of light appeared out of thin air. Using his mental strength to touch them, the two balls of light spun and turned into two ancient books, one gold and one black. Great Symbol Sword Technique. Dragon Tiger Hell Technique. Although it was the first time that Lu Ming had heard of the names of these two cultivation techniques, it was obvious that they were no small matter. After a moment of joy, he immediately used his mental strength to point at the golden book and flipped through it page by page. At the same time, in another extremely secret room within the mountain valley, martial ancestor Yan, who was originally cultivating with his eyes closed, opened his eyes at an unknown time. At the same time, his face revealed a trace of doubt. He suddenly flipped his hand and a light blue formation plate suddenly appeared in his hand. After slapping it with one hand, layers upon layers of restrictions immediately appeared. Then, with a blur, it transformed into an image of Lu Ming quietly sitting cross-legged in front of the crystal wall. Martial ancestor Yan carefully looked at Lu Ming and the crystal wall in the image a few times before slapping it with one hand again. The blue formation plate once again returned to its original state. Strange, what was that sudden surge of blood just now? Could it be that I've been cultivating too hastily recently and my mental state is somewhat unstable? He muttered a few times before shaking his head and putting away the formation plate. He then closed his eyes and started to cultivate again. On the morning of the second day, when the boy punctually pushed open the stone door, Lu Ming, who was sitting in front of the crystal wall, also opened his eyes and immediately stood up. "Senior Bai, it's time. You must immediately leave the mountain valley." After the yellow-robed boy walked in, he spoke to Lu Ming with a smile. "Many thanks for the notification, Junior. I also feel that it's about time and also want to leave." Lu Ming also replied with a smile. "Oh, looking at Senior Bai's appearance, could it be that you had some gains from the walls of shadows?" Seeing this situation, the boy's eyes could not help but light up as he asked. "I did gain some gains, but I only solved a difficult problem that I've been thinking about. Moreover, I don't know if it's really effective. I'll have to go back and personally try it out to be sure." Lu Ming replied vaguely. It's already not bad that Senior was able to gain something. There are many martial uncles who entered for a night and still did not gain anything." The yellow-robed boy replied with a laugh. I also think so." Lu Ming also smiled faintly. Thus, in the remaining time, Lu Ming, under the guidance of the boy, walked out of the mountain valley. At this time, the boy returned to the mountain valley and once again came to the stone house. He walked around the walls of shadows a few times and boldly used his hand to directly examine it. After discovering that there were no problems, he shook his head and once again left the house. 2 days later, Lu Ming appeared in the large hall at the top of the Nine Infants Mountain. He stood with his hands crossed in front of Martial Aunt Zhong, Gui Ruchuan, and Zhu Qi. "Since you already have your own plans and must lead the sect for a few years, the three of us will not stop you. However, it is indeed a wise decision for you not to break through to the Spirit Master realm now. In this way, I believe that after a period of training, you will definitely have more hope of breaking through to the liquid level after a few years." Gui Ruchuan slowly said to Lu Ming. "This disciple also thinks so I don't plan on being impatient." Lu Ming respectfully replied. "However, Xianxia is an extremely dangerous place for you. Before you leave, I will give you 3 scarlet flame beads in case you meet any strong enemies in the future." Zhu Qilu said as he shook his sleeve and a small bottle flew out. After Lu Ming caught the small bottle, he was naturally happy and gave his thanks. Last time, the 3 scarlet flame beads had helped him heavily injure the half-dragon monster. With 3 more of these items, his confidence would increase by quite a bit. "Since your martial uncle Zhu has given me something, as your master, I can't let you leave empty-handed. How about this? I have a treasure that I bought at a high price in the past that can help people change their appearance. It should be very useful for your trip to Xianxia." Martial Aunt Zhong faintly smiled and took out a thin mask-like item from her bosom. She then handed it over to Lu Ming. "Thank you, master. This is..." Lu Ming respectfully received the item. However, after carefully examining it, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. I didn't think that Junior would give this 1000 illusion face to martial nephew Bai. This is a strange treasure. As long as you put it on your face and pour some Fali into it, you can change your appearance as you like. Moreover, your expression will be natural and you won't be able to see anything different from a normal person. The only downside is that this mask is a one-time use item that is worth thousands of spirit stones. Once it is used, it can only be used for 4 to 5 years. Seeing this, Gui Ruchuan said with a strange expression. "With this item, I can easily hide my identity." Hearing this, Lu Ming was overjoyed as he deeply bowed to Martial Aunt Zhong. "Since you are my disciple, as your master, I can't be too stingy. Senior Gui, Senior Zhu, and I have already given you gifts. You won't be so stingy as to not take out some benefits, right?" Martial Aunt Zhong glanced at the scholar and suddenly smiled as she spoke. Hee hee, even if Junior doesn't say it, as your martial uncle, I can't really not say anything. However, I believe that martial nephew Bai doesn't lack normal glyphs and practitioner weapons. How about this? I have a small technique called the bone-changing technique that I created myself. It can change one's bones within a certain range for a long time. If you combine it with the faces of 1,000 illusions, I believe that your ability to conceal your identity will be even more flawless. Are you willing to learn it? Gue Ruchuan smiled as he spoke to Lu Ming. Thank you for your generosity, martial uncle. This disciple is naturally willing to learn. When Lu Ming heard this, his heart was filled with joy and he bowed as he replied. Okay, this set of techniques is recorded on this page. After you memorize it, destroy it. Gue Ruchuan nodded his head and took out a light yellow page filled with words from his bosom. He handed it over. Lu Ming hurriedly stepped forward and took the page. In addition, this is a bottle of high-grade antidote pills. If you hadn't come across those rumored peerless poisons, I believe it would be enough to make you immune to all poisons. With a flip of his hand, Gue Ruchuan took out a small green bottle and threw it towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming respectfully received the small bottle and thanked him profusely. In the following time, Gue Ruchuan and Zhu Qi gave Lu Ming a few more instructions before leaving. In the blink of an eye, only Lu Ming and Martial Ant Zhong were left in the hall. Song Tian, earlier you said that you had something you wanted to tell me alone. What is it? Why did you only tell me when you were about to leave? Martial Ant Zhong asked Lu Ming with a serious expression when she saw Gue Ruchuan and Lu Ming leave. Actually, what disciple wanted to say is regarding disciple's identity and background. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Identity and background? What do you mean? When Martial Ant Zhong heard this, her face was naturally filled with surprise. Actually, I am not a disciple of the Bai clan. My real name is also not Bai Song Tian. My surname is Lu Ming. As for this matter, I will have to start from my birth. Lu Ming's expression was serious as he began to narrate his story. After a quarter of an hour, when Lu Ming flew down from the top of the mountain with a relaxed expression, Martial Ant Zhong, who was still sitting on the chair in the hall, had a bitter smile on her face. I really didn't think that this child would have such a complicated history. This matter can't be said to be big or small. It seems that as his master, I will have to throw away some face in order to turn this matter into a small one. Luckily, this child recently made a great contribution to the sect and was forced to leave the sect. I don't think those fellows will be able to hold on to this point and not let it go. The Taoist nun muttered to herself for a while before standing up and walking out of the hall. At this time, Lu Ming had already returned to his residence. After tidying up a bit, he floated away from Nine Infant Mountain. 6 hours later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a gray cloud. He was flying in the air 100 miles away from the barbarian ghost sect. At this time, he was holding a map in his hand and carefully examining it. After a while, he muttered to himself, to go to the Bai clan, I will have to take a long detour. However, as long as I can quickly resolve this matter, I can go to Uncle Qian's hometown and complete the task he asked me to do. After that, I can go to Xianxia. After saying this, Lu Ming put away the map and took out a compass-shaped item. After checking the directions, he nodded his head and put it away. Then, he took out the page of bone-changing method that Gue Ruchuan gave him and put it in front of him to comprehend. Aside from being able to change the length of one's bones, this method did not have any other effects. Thus, the method was not complicated. With Lu Ming's intelligence, within half a day, he had completely comprehended the entire method. Following this, he put away the page and formed a hand sign with both hands. According to the chant, he abruptly increased his Fa Li. Immediately, his spirit sea began to spin and a wave of heat immediately surged out from within and spread throughout his body. In the next moment, Lu Ming let out a low roar and a firecracker-like sound came from within his body. With a shake of his shoulders, his body suddenly grew by more than a head and his figure became quite tall and sturdy. Lu Ming stood up on the gray cloud and examined his body. Then, he moved his arms and legs. After feeling that there was nothing wrong with them, he formed another hand sign with his hands. After the same explosive sound came out, his body shrunk by a large amount and became somewhat skinny. Only then did a trace of happiness appear on his face. With a hand sign, his body returned to normal. Then, he took out the page and read it a few more times. Finally, he suddenly slapped it with both hands. With a pu sound, the page immediately turned into flying ash in the raging fire. Afterwards, he withdrew his consciousness and swept his spirit sea within his body. He saw that the mysterious bubble was astonishingly still faintly flashing within his spirit sea. Lu Ming's eyebrows slightly creased. Ever since this bubble had appeared a few days ago, it did not strangely disappear like before. It also did not show any signs of devouring Fa Li. Instead, it strangely flashed continuously within his spirit sea. This naturally caused him to feel very uneasy. When he returned from the valley to his residence, he naturally tried to use his Fa Li and mental strength to touch the bubble again. However, this time it did not have the slightest effect. Thinking back to that day when the 16 ancestors' mental strength had constructed his mental knowledge room, it had actually been devoured by the hazy gray space. His heart became even more bewildered. He really could not imagine the origin of this mysterious bubble and the hazy gray space that could even accomplish such a thing. However, he had not been able to figure it out over the past few years. Now, it was naturally even more difficult to figure it out in a short amount of time. Thus, Lu Ming shook his head and once again set his gaze on the small, light yellow sword that was quietly motionless within his spirit sea. After a few days of research, he had already figured out that this so-called sword spirit embryo was not a physical object. Instead, it was an existence that was like the amalgamation of some kind of energy. Moreover, just like what the 16 ancestor had said, he was simply unable to force it out or activate it. Fortunately, this thing did not seem to have any harmful effects on him. Naturally, he left it in his body for now. As for the two ancient books that Lu Ming had obtained, the Great Symbol Sword Technique and the Tiger Dragon Hell Method, he had also roughly glanced through them in a hurry. However, the empire recorded in them was too profound. It was not something that could be understood in a mere few days. However, the Great Symbol Sword Technique did record some kind of flying sword cultivation method. This was not false. As for the other book, the Tiger Dragon Hell Method, it seemed to be a very tyrannical body cultivation method. It was vaguely related to the Dark Bone Method and seemed to be able to specifically restrain ghosts. However, it was a pity that according to what was written, this method could only be comprehended by a spirit master who had at least reached the liquid level. On the other hand, the Great Symbol Sword Technique did not have this restriction. Once he had comprehended it thoroughly, he could choose the foundational parts to cultivate. However, all of this naturally had to wait until he had arrived in Xianxia and completely settled down before he could proceed. What he needed to do now was to hurry to the Bai clan and completely settle his identity and the matter of Mu Mingzhu's marriage. Before he left, he had already told Martial Aunt Zhong about the matter of him impersonating Mu Mingzhu. His master had also agreed to help him resolve this matter. In this way, he was already in an invincible position. If he went to the Bai clan to resolve the related matter, it would naturally be a matter of course. With his current identity and strength, how could a mere Bai clan that only had one spirit apostle be able to deal with him? As Lu Ming thought about this, he immediately activated his technique. The gray cloud beneath him immediately increased its speed and shot straight into the distance. When night came and the sky began to darken, even if Lu Ming was skilled and daring, he was not willing to take the risk and continue on his journey. He immediately found a mountain peak in the wilderness below and landed. Then, he opened up a simple cave and meditated inside, preparing to continue on his journey the next morning. However, when it was late at night, the meditating Lu Ming suddenly felt the mysterious bubble in his spirit sea suddenly heat up. Then, an extremely large amount of mental energy surged out without any warning and instantly reached his head. Lu Ming was naturally greatly alarmed. Before he could react, this mental energy wildly poured into his sea of consciousness, causing his mental energy to increase at a frightening speed. In that instant, Lu Ming thought back to when his Fa Li was absorbed and then fed back pure Fa Li. This scene was extremely similar, but this time, it wasn't Fa Li that was fed back, but pure mental energy. As for why such a thing would happen, after a quick thought, he remembered the scene of the 16 martial ancestors' spiritual awareness room being forcefully crushed and devoured by the dusky space. Immediately, he had a bit of an epiphany. However, these thoughts were only a fleeting thing. The surging mental energy caused him to be unable to think carefully about anything else. He could only desperately form hand seals and activate the demonic heart method that he had just recently cultivated to painstakingly protect the little bit of clarity in his consciousness, preventing it from being destroyed by this sudden and enormous mental energy. However, the more he maintained the clarity of his consciousness, the more he could feel the degree of his mental energy's crazy growth. After a short period of time, his mental energy had actually increased by 2 or 3 times as much as before. With such an enormous increase in mental energy, even though he used the demonic heart method to protect his mind, his entire head was clearly unable to bear the burden. His body faintly trembled and his face was incomparably pale. The veins on both sides of his forehead were violently pulsing, and traces of black blood were faintly visible on his face. At this time, he had long since used his talent of doing 2 things at once. Moreover, in a moment of desperation, he divided his mind into 2 and actually activated the demonic heart method chi at the same time to barely withstand the impact of this enormous mental energy. After another moment, Lu Ming suddenly let out a loud yell, causing the entire stone cave to tremble. Then, his entire body fell backwards and unexpectedly fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ming finally slowly woke up after tasting a faint fishy taste in his mouth. However, in the instant that he opened his eyes, everything that he saw was astonishingly a faint blood-red color. His heart was shocked, but he immediately understood what was going on. He formed a hand seal with one hand and immediately, a large ball of clear water appeared above his head. After using his finger to touch it, a stream of clear water instantly flowed down. He raised his head and immediately used this water to wash away all traces of blood from his eyes. Then, he formed a hand seal with one hand and after a wave of hot air rose from his body, his clothes became dry again. Then, he let out a long breath and used his fingers to lightly rub his temples that were still faintly aching. The previous scene was truly extremely thrilling, if it weren't for the fact that he had bitterly held on and that the mental energy finally stopped gushing out at the last moment before fainting. His head would most likely explode. However, even though it was like this, he still felt that his sea of consciousness seemed to have expanded by 3 or 4 times. That enormous mental energy seemed to have filled every inch of his sea of consciousness. Even the slightest movement would cause his entire head to faintly ache. It seemed that if he wanted to control this mental energy as he wished, he would need to slowly. However, in this way, with his current frightening mental energy, he would probably not be any weaker than a normal spirit master. As Lu Ming thought to this point, he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly sunk his consciousness into his body and swept it over his spirit sea. As expected, that mysterious bubble had once again disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming withdrew his consciousness and used his finger to rub his chin. However, his face revealed a somewhat thoughtful expression. It seemed that his original guess was most likely correct. The source of this enormous mental energy feedback was indeed related to the 16 Master's spiritual abode being swallowed. However, this kind of feedback would actually only start after a few days. This situation was very different from the feedback after Fa Li was purified. If he were to encounter this kind of thing in the future, he would definitely have to be more careful. This time, he was lucky and did not have his head directly burst open. However, if he were to encounter this kind of thing again, he might not be able to escape unscathed. But then again, if this kind of method was used well, it could allow his mental energy to wildly increase at an unimaginable speed. The temptation was so great that even he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. However, when Lu Ming once again thought back to the thrilling situation where his entire head was filled with mental energy, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart as he quickly threw this method to the back of his mind. Not to mention the fact that he didn't know how to encounter that so-called spiritual abode again, even if he did have this kind of opportunity. If he didn't have a perfect plan before using this method, it would probably be no different from suicide. Thus, in the remaining time, Lu Ming once again inspected his body. After discovering that there weren't any other injuries, his heart relaxed as he began to form hand signs. Fengyun County was one of the 72 counties of the Daxian country, and Lushui City was one of the 3 major towns of Fengyun County. It was a somewhat famous gathering place for practitioners in the entire Daxian country. This city was built along the river, and outside of the city was a vast plain suitable for growing rice. In addition, there were also high-value mines such as copper and iron in the nearby area. As a result, Lushui City flourished for a period of time, and it was unknown how many large and small powers occupied the city. However, as one of the Qi refinement clans with the longest history in Lushui City, the Bai clan had become extremely active in the past month. Not only had the Bai clan's famous young lady suddenly returned, but she had also begun to recruit Qi refinement clansmen, allowing the Bai clan's influence to spread at an extremely terrifying speed. In a short period of time, the Bai clan had even defeated many hostile forces of various sizes. In the eyes of a few discerning people, the last time the Bai clan expanded their influence was a few years ago when a direct descendant of Bai Tsung Tian became a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. This caused the Bai clan to go from a third-rate clan to one of the most influential clans in Lushui City. However, this time, there were no signs of the Bai clan's expansion. The other largest practitioner clans in Lushui City displayed great restraint towards the Bai clan's actions. It was as if as long as the Bai clan didn't encroach on their territory, they would turn a blind eye to it. However, not long after, the Bai clan's young master, Bai Tsung Tian, was going to marry the young lady of the Mu clan, who was famous throughout the entire Dexian country. After a few more days, the rumor that the young master of the Bai clan had become one of the 10 inner disciples of the barbarian ghost sect gradually spread among practitioners and clans. As a result, the other practitioners and small clans came to a sudden realization. They all hurriedly attached themselves to the Bai clan, or simply joined the Bai clan as a guest. This allowed the Bai clan to practically suppress the other practitioner clans in a single night, occupying almost half of Lushui City. In a short period of time, the Bai clan could be said to be like the midday sun in Lushui City. On this day, in front of the Bai clan, which occupied an area of several acres, suddenly appeared a young man wearing a green robe. He raised his head to look at the large signboard hanging in front of the Bai clan's main door. He then indifferently swept his gaze over the 4 tall and sturdy servants standing outside the main door before raising his leg and walking straight towards the main door. "This is the Bai clan. Who are you to dare barge in?" The 4 servants guarding the door naturally wouldn't let the stranger barge in. Immediately, the 4 of them abruptly blocked the entrance. The leader, a tall, dark-skinned fatty, glared at the young man and shouted in a low voice. If it weren't for the fact that he had some eyesight and could immediately tell that the young man in front of him wasn't an ordinary person, he would have already called for the others to attack. This young man was naturally Lu Ming, who had just rushed over. Seeing this scene, he raised his hand without saying anything and threw a light yellow jade pendant over. At the same time, he expressionlessly said, "Give this item to the person in charge of the Bai clan and tell him that I've come." This jade pendant was the item that the real Bai Tsung Tian wore. When he first pretended to be Bai Tsung Tian, he naturally brought it with him into the barbarian ghost sect. Now, it had come in handy. "I've come? What do you mean by that? Could it be that you're toying with me?" The dark-skinned, fat servant unconsciously caught the jade pendant. However, after hearing the latter words of Lu Ming, his face couldn't help but change. One had to know that following the great increase in the Bai clan's power over the past 2 months, the current status of the servants naturally rose with the tide. When they walked outside, no one dared to provoke them. Now that a man had suddenly appeared and said such mindless words, it naturally caused the servant to become furious. However, when Lu Ming heard this, he only coldly looked at the dark-skinned, fat servant and suddenly took a step back. "What are you doing? Do you think that if you take a step back, I won't dare?" Okay. "Sir, please wait a moment. I'll deliver the jade pendant to the Bai clan." Just as the dark-skinned, fat servant spoke with a fierce expression, his gaze suddenly fell on the place where Lu Ming had previously stood. Immediately, his face paled and he stuttered. The other 3 servants felt that it was a bit strange, but when their gazes swept over the ground, they couldn't help but jump in fright. They saw that on the originally smooth limestone floor, there were 2 deep footprints. The footprints were at least an inch deep and were extremely clear, as if they had been meticulously carved by a stonemason. As servants of the Bai clan, these servants had naturally come into contact with a few practitioners. How could they not know that the youth in front of them wasn't an ordinary person? Naturally, they all became extremely well-behaved. Lu Ming watched as the dark-skinned, fat servant carried the jade pendant and quickly jogged to the back of the gate. He then quietly stood in front of the gate and waited. It didn't take long, only the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Suddenly, the Bai clan began to play drums. Following a wave of pleasing music, 2 rows of neatly dressed servants came out of the Bai clan. Afterwards, an old man with a head full of white hair walked out of the Bai clan. After focusing his gaze, he immediately saw Lu Ming standing straight in front of the gate. With a face full of smiles, he hastily walked over and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Tsung Tian, you've finally returned. Master and Miss have been talking about you for the past few days, saying that young Master might return to the Bai clan soon. I didn't think that this old servant would actually be able to see young Master today. If Master and Miss were to know, they would be extremely happy. Who are you? Do you recognize me?" Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he slowly asked. "Young Master must be joking. This old servant is Bai Pan. I've seen young Master grow up." The old man continued to laugh as he spoke. "Bai Pan?" Lu Ming looked at the old man, who didn't have the slightest change in expression, and nodded his head. He didn't say much and immediately walked into the door. With his eyes, he could naturally tell that the old man in front of him was a practitioner with a decent level of cultivation. However, he didn't take it to heart. Bai Pan hurriedly led the way in front of him and spoke quickly and respectfully. "Master and young Miss have gone out of the city to discuss some matters. However, this old servant has already sent someone through the back door to inform young Master of his return. I believe that Master and young Miss will immediately return to the mansion tomorrow at most. I will first arrange for young Master to stay in your previous courtyard." "Not in the mansion. Then who is in charge of the Bai mansion?" Lu Ming asked. "Reporting to young Master, right now the 2nd Master is in charge of the mansion. 3rd Master has been in seclusion for the past few days." Bai Pan replied honestly. "Yes, no matter who is in charge of the mansion, I hope that I will see the person who is truly in charge tomorrow. Otherwise, looking at you, you should only know my true identity. I won't say anything else." Lu Ming looked coldly at the old man and gave a light snort. Young Master must be joking. How could this old servant know anything? However, young Master, don't worry. I believe that Master and Miss will personally come to see young Master Tsung Tian tomorrow." The old man's expression changed slightly when he heard this, but he immediately smiled apologetically. Lu Ming expressionlessly didn't say anything else. He only followed the old man around, and after a while, they arrived in front of an abnormally quiet courtyard. In front of the courtyard, there were 2 beautiful servant girls wearing yellow and red. They both looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. When they saw the old man walk over, they immediately curtsied and said in unison, "We pay our respects to the general manager. Mei Zhu, Mei Lan, quickly come and see young Master Tsung Tian. In the future, the 2 of you will be in charge of the young Master's daily necessities. If you neglect him in any way, you will be punished immediately. Young Master Tsung Tian, are you satisfied with the 2 of them? If they are not to your liking, this old servant will immediately replace them and arrange for 2 more to serve you." Bai Pan first had the 2 girls stand up before smiling as he spoke to Lu Ming. "Let's go with them." Lu Ming glanced at the 2 women who came forward to greet him and said noncommittally, "Yes, then young Master can rest first. This old servant will take his leave. If you need anything, just tell them," Bai Pan said respectfully. Lu Ming nodded his head and bluntly walked into the courtyard. The 2 pretty maids, Mei Zhu and Mei Lan, hurriedly followed after the old man. Bai Pan watched as the door to the courtyard closed and the smile on his face disappeared. He furrowed his eyebrows and stared blankly for a while before turning around and leaving. After walking for a short distance, a figure suddenly appeared behind a big tree near the path. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be very capable. He walked in front of the old man in a few steps and said respectfully, "I'm sorry, but I didn't expect you to come here. Head housekeeper, this one has already arranged for people. As long as this person leaves the courtyard and does anything, we will immediately know." "What this person?" "Call him young Master Tsung Tian. Before Master and young Miss personally change the way they address him, he is the true young Master of our Bai clan. There is no doubt about this. Also, remove all the people you have arranged." "What kind of person is young Master Tsung Tian?" How can a few normal people hide from his eyes and ears? Although you are the housekeeper of the clan and luckily know of this matter, you are not allowed to act on your own. Bai Pan looked at the middle-aged man and coldly spoke. Yes, I will immediately remove all the people. The middle-aged man quivered when he heard this and immediately bowed in agreement. The old man gave a few more instructions before leaving with his hands behind his back. The middle-aged man straightened his body and looked at the back of the old man with jealousy. With a snort, he walked towards another small path. A moment later, the old man passed through a few courtyards and passed by a few sentries before arriving in front of a seemingly ordinary room. He walked up and lightly knocked on the door. You must be Bai Pan, come in. A man's voice suddenly came from within. Yes, master. The old man replied before lightly pushing open the door and walking in. Inside the small hall, there were 2 men and a woman already waiting there for a long time. The 2 men's appearances were quite similar, but one had a scholarly air about him and looked to be around 50 years old. The other man was around 40 years old and had a valiant aura around him. At his waist was a 3-foot-long sheath-long blade. The woman was an old woman that was near 60 years old. Her face was full of wrinkles, but she held a bronze walking stick in her hand and seemed hale and hearty. This old servant greets the matriarch, master, and second master. Bai Pan immediately walked up a few steps and respectfully bowed to the 3. Butler Bai, you are not an outsider. There is no need to be so courteous at this time. That person has already been arranged. Did he say anything to you? The man with the scholarly air waved his hand and hurriedly asked. Reporting to master, this person has already been arranged to stay at young master Tsong Tian's original residence. I also sent Mei Zhu and Mei Lan to serve him. As for what he said, other than saying that he must see master and young miss tomorrow, he did not say anything else. Bai Pan respectfully replied. The man with the scholarly air was obviously the current head of the Bai clan, Bai Xianxia. That's all he said. He did not mention anything about the wedding with the Mu clan? The other valiant man's eyes flashed as he asked. Reporting to second master, he did not. The old man replied without hesitation. The sturdy man was the second son of the Bai clan, whom the people of the Bai clan addressed as second master. Then what is his expression like? Is there anything strange about it? The old woman slowly asked after hearing this. Matriarch, this person's expression is very calm. I cannot tell what he is thinking at all. Bai Pan bitterly laughed as he replied. Oh, if that's the case, then this person's mind is quite deep at such a young age. It seems that he is not someone that can be easily fooled. The man with the scholarly air heard this and furrowed his eyebrows. This person was able to use one of our Bai clan spots to enter the barbarian ghost sect and become an inner sect disciple. Now that he has become one of the top 10 disciples in the large competition, he is definitely not an ordinary person. I wonder if the conditions we originally discussed will be able to move this person. The valiant man lightly sighed as he spoke. If it can't move him, then we will add some more weight. Our Bai clan has waited for so many years and finally grasped the opportunity to rise. We will not allow ourselves to return to our original state. The old woman snorted as she spoke. Mother, this person is after all a spirit apostle with a high position in the sect. Under the suppression of absolute strength, I'm afraid that even practitioners like us will not be able to directly negotiate with this person. Therefore, I did not choose to meet him and sent someone to inform Yan Er. Although Yan Er is only a normal disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect, the power of the Heavenly Moon sect is not something that the barbarian ghost sect can compare to. If this is the case, with Yan Er present, it will be easier for us to negotiate with this person. Bai Xianxia slowly spoke. Yan Er went to receive the person. It is just a mere messenger from the Mu clan. Why does Yan Er need to personally receive him? The second master of the Bai clan said with some dissatisfaction. Second master, you don't understand. This time, the messenger from the Mu clan is not a normal practitioner. I heard that he is also a spirit apostle under the Jiu Qiao sect. Our Bai clan naturally cannot neglect him, so Yan Er can only personally accompany him. The old woman glanced at the valiant man as she spoke lightly. So that's how it is. But I don't know if Yan Er can make it back in time tomorrow. The second master of the Bai clan was a bit surprised. Don't worry, yesterday I received news from Xianxia. She is currently accompanying the messenger from the Mu clan on a tour of the flying crane ferry outside of the city. As long as she receives news from the house, I believe she will be able to make it back very quickly. Bai Xianxia said with confidence. That's the best. But at that time, won't the messenger from the Mu clan also follow Xianxia to our place? If he also sees that kid, won't there be any problems? The valiant man still had some doubts as he asked. Don't worry. Although we did not expect that person to arrive at the Bai clan so quickly. But temporarily stabilizing the messenger from the Mu clan for a day or two is something that can be easily done. Moreover, the alliance between the Mu clan and Bai clan already benefits both sides. Otherwise, the Mu clan would not have sent a spirit apostle as a messenger. Even if there was no marriage, this alliance would not be easily abandoned. Right now, the most important thing is that our Bai clan only relies on Xianxia, a spirit apostle, to support the Bai clan. So no matter what method we use, we need to borrow the reputation of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect in order to protect our current foundation. The old woman said with some seriousness. If that's the case, then the rise or fall of our Bai clan will really depend on the results of our discussion with that kid tomorrow. The second master of the Bai clan heard this and could not help but bitterly laugh. This is something that can't be helped. If the person who becomes one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect was really Song Tian, then how good would that be? If that was the case, our Bai clan would at least be able to prosper for 100 years. The old woman said slowly with a face full of pity. Mother, don't talk about that piece of trash anymore. As a practitioner, he actually died in the hands of a thief. Even if he really participated in the opening spirit ceremony, he most likely would not have survived. Bai Xianxia snorted as he spoke. However, it is not impossible for this kid to become a member of our Bai clan. The second master of the Bai clan rubbed his chin and suddenly said this. Second brother means. Hearing this, Bai Xianxia could not help but be slightly startled. If it wasn't for the fact that our Bai clan relied on Xianxia's status as a spirit apostle and was unwilling to easily marry her off, with her age, she would have been married off a long time ago. The second master of the Bai clan suddenly laughed as he spoke. What, second brother, you want to use Xianxia to win over this kid? Absolutely not. Hearing this, Bai Xianxia immediately angrily rejected the idea. Why not? That Lu brat is one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect. His strength and identity are more than enough for Xianxia. It's understandable that he doesn't like the practitioner miss of the Mu clan because their statuses are too different. However, with Xianxia's beauty and status as a spirit apostle, I don't believe that he won't be moved if she were to marry him. Most importantly, didn't I investigate his background? He has nothing to do with any of the Qi practitioner clans. He's just a fugitive who escaped from Savage Island. If Big Brother can get him to be your son-in-law, will he not work hard for our Bai clan? Second brother Bai said excitedly. When the old woman heard this, although she didn't say anything, her face showed that she was tempted. Mother, second brother, don't forget that we promised Xianxia back then. As long as she becomes a spirit apostle, we will completely follow her wishes regarding her marriage. We will not force her. Seeing this, Bai Xianxia bitterly laughed as he replied. Big brother, that was then and this is now. Right now, if we can't get that brat to fall in love with us, not only will the Bai clan return to its original state in one night, we might even face the danger of being wiped out. After all, in order to expand our faction, we have already touched the interests of too many factions. Second brother Bai said anxiously. When Bai Xianxia heard this, his face changed several times and he didn't know what to say. Yes, second brother's words are reasonable. However, Xianxia is a spirit apostle after all, so we can't really decide on her marriage. How about this, we can tell her our intentions. If Xianxia doesn't go against us, then it will be the best of both worlds and we won't be in a difficult situation. The old woman finally made a decision. Okay, since mother has said so, when Xianxia comes back, let's talk about this with her. Seeing that the old woman said so, Bai Xianxia could only grit his teeth and say this. In the other courtyard, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his bed and quietly closed his eyes. It was as if he didn't care about what would happen the next day. The next morning, Lu Ming, who was still meditating, suddenly had a slight change in his expression. He suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the sky above him. Immediately, he closed his eyes again with a calm expression. At the same time, over 300 meters above the Bai Manor, a man and a woman stood side by side on a gray cloud. They stared at the courtyard where Lu Ming resided. In the entire Bai clan, there is only one person with the aura of a spirit apostle. Looks like your brother has indeed returned to the clan. The blue-robed, extraordinarily handsome young man suddenly turned to the slender woman wearing a green cloak beside him and said with a smile. Yes, when I left the mansion a few days ago, this courtyard was still empty. It seems that Song Tian is indeed living here. If I have time in the next 2 days, I'll introduce you to little brother, the azure-cloaked woman said in a pleasant voice. Okay, although the main reason I came this time is to see you, Yan Er, I also want to see what my future brother-in-law looks like. Ever since my sister was imprisoned in the clan, she has never said a single good word to your brother. On the other hand, my aunt's letters have been full of praise for your brother. Since he was able to become one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect, he must have something special about him. The blue-robed man said with a smile. Speaking of this, I still have to thank Brother Mu. If it wasn't for Brother Mu Ling notifying me in time, the Bai clan wouldn't have known that I had become one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect and wouldn't have seized the opportunity to expand our Bai clan. The cloaked woman replied softly. This blue-robed man was the messenger that the Mu clan had sent out this time. He was the spirit apostle that had entered the 9 Aperture sect. From his tone, he was actually Mu Mingzhu's older brother. As for the cloaked woman, she was naturally Bai Yener, who had entered the Heavenly Moon sect. It really isn't easy for us practitioner clans to find out what is happening in the sect. It is normal for us to wait a few months to half a year before finding out. The Mu clan was able to find out about the barbarian ghost sect because my aunt used a special method to send the message. However, even if I didn't say it, your brother would quickly send the news back to the Bai clan. Me doing this is just icing on the cake. Also, my sister is about to get married to your brother. At that time, the Bai and Mu clans will be even more inseparable. Mu Ling laughed as he spoke. I naturally hope that our 2 clans can completely solidify this alliance. This way, no matter which faction wants to deal with us, they will have to be a bit more cautious. There isn't enough time this time, so I wasn't able to accompany you on a tour outside of Lushui City. However, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely accompany Brother Mu Ling to the fullest. Now, let's go down first. I will first arrange a place for Brother Mu to stay. In these 2 days, we might need to discuss the details of the alliance between our 2 clans. Bai Yener faintly smiled before slowly descending to the Bai clan. The blue-robed young man looked at Bai Yener's graceful figure with infatuation before descending as well. 15 minutes later, Bai Yener appeared in the Bai clan's guest hall. There, the head of the Bai clan, second brother Bai, and the old woman were all sitting on chairs and discussing something. Yan Er, you finally returned. I thought you would arrive a bit later. When Bai Xinliu saw his daughter, he immediately spoke with joy. Yan Er pays her respects to clan mother, father, and second uncle. Bai Yener curtsied to the 3 before standing up and taking off the cloak on her face. He saw that this girl was around 20 years old. Her skin was smooth and her face was like a peach blossom. She had a pair of phoenix eyes and there was an indescribable charm between her eyebrows. She had a bright and beautiful appearance. Quickly stand up. This time, it has been hard on you. That's right, did the Mu clan's envoy come back with you? The old woman was clearly very fond of Bai Yener. She waved her hand for her to stand up before asking this cautiously. Grandmother, don't worry. I have already made arrangements for him. In addition, we traveled for an entire night. He should be resting by now. Bai Yener replied with a smile. That's good. Before we finish discussing everything with that brat, we definitely cannot let the 2 of them meet. When the old woman heard this, she let out a sigh of relief. However, we don't have much time left. We need to pull this person over to our side in the shortest amount of time possible. At the very least, we cannot let him reveal his true identity right now. Otherwise, our Bai clan will be in big trouble. But why did this kid surnamed Luke come so suddenly? Isn't it said that the new top 10 disciples of the major sects generally have to use the resources rewarded by the sect to go into seclusion for several months? Old Bai asked with some worry. That's right. According to common sense, that should be the case. After all, they all need to prepare for the life and death trials in a year. Unless something happened in the barbarian ghost sect that we don't know about. Bai Yenner's beautiful eyes flashed as she slowly replied. What can happen that won't affect our plans? The Bai clan head's expression changed slightly as he asked. That's hard to say. After all, the last time we received news was when this person became one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect in the large competition. Furthermore, it was the Mu clan that gave us this news. However, Father, you don't need to worry. We have learned our lesson and have already left people near the barbarian ghost sect. Once we have a chance to find out any information, we will immediately use a bird to send a message. Right now, what we need to do is to completely pull this person over to our side. Bai Yenner said unhurriedly. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, Yenner, you are also a spirit apostle. Do you think that the conditions that we set out before will be able to move this brat? The old woman muttered to herself before asking with a serious expression. If it was before, it would definitely be more than enough. However, after this person becomes one of the top 10 disciples, it will be hard to say. With his current status, even if he were to tell the upper echelons of the barbarian ghost sect that he impersonated Song Tian, he will most likely only receive a small punishment. We won't be able to use this matter to threaten him. Instead, I'm afraid that after this person's strength greatly increases, he will not be willing to have anything to do with our Bai clan. Instead, he will want to quickly resolve his relationship with our Bai clan. If that's the case, the original conditions are indeed a bit weak. Bai Yenner sighed as she spoke. However, the previous conditions were already the limit of what our Bai clan can offer. After all, our Bai clan was originally a third-rate practitioner clan and did not have many resources accumulated. The second brother of the Bai clan was a bit anxious. However, the other party is already one of the top 10 disciples of the barbarian ghost sect. With the great rewards from this sect, it will be very difficult for the Bai clan's resources to enter his eyes. Bai Yenner shook her head and replied with a serious expression. If that's the case, Yen do you think we can use another method to tie this person back to our Bai clan? The old woman furrowed her eyebrows for a while before suddenly asking this question. Oh, grandmother means. Bai Yenner blinked her bright eyes and asked thoughtfully. Yen I won't hide anything from you. Yesterday, your father and second uncle discussed a few things together and felt that there was a method that might be able to move this boy's heart. However, this matter is related to you, so grandmother wants to ask you something first. If you were to be betrothed to this person, would you be willing? The old woman lightly moved the bronze walking stick in her hand and asked with a flash of light in her eyes. Oh, grandmother and father plan on taking this person as a son-in-law? I can't answer grandmother and father about this matter right now. I have to wait until I see him in person before I can make a decision. When Bai Yenner heard this, she actually did not get angry. Instead, she pondered for a while before replying seriously. That is a natural matter. Later, Yen will first see this person and test his intentions. After that, I will let your father and second uncle go and discuss the specific conditions with him. This old woman is already quite old and will not show her face in public. When the old woman saw that Bai Yenner did not immediately refuse, her wrinkled face couldn't help but reveal a smile as she spoke. Lu Ming suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the door. He immediately withdrew his cultivation technique and the black gas around his body immediately returned to his body. At the same time, he asked, "Who's outside?" "Young master, it's getting late. Do you need me to go to the kitchen and get you something to eat?" A careful female voice came from outside the door. It sounded like it was one of the two servant girls that served him the day before. "No need, I don't need to eat anything for the next few days," Lu Ming said without hesitation. He had just taken the pill of fasting yesterday, so he naturally wouldn't eat anything in an unfamiliar place. "Yes, then I will leave first." The servant girl outside the door seemed to be a bit scared and immediately left the room with light steps. However, after Lu Ming closed his eyes and rested for a while, undisguised footsteps came from outside the door. At the same time, a strange and pleasant female voice came from outside the door. Brother Lu? This is my sister, Bai Yenner. I hope that you can meet me. So it's Miss Bai, please come in. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately opened his eyes. Thus, the door to the room was pushed open, and a beautiful woman with a graceful figure walked in. The girl wore a green dress and after looking at Lu Ming, she suddenly smiled sweetly and said, Brother Lu really has some similarities with Song Tian. No wonder Guanda and Gu San, the two servants, suddenly had the idea to let you take my place and participate in the opening spirit ceremony. Is that so? Although I haven't personally seen your brother, Miss Bai's words are most likely correct. However, this appearance is my own and I didn't disguise myself. Also, I have heard quite a bit of Miss Bai's name from Guanda and the others. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and looked at the girl before calmly walking off the bed and slightly cupping his hands as he spoke. In his heart, this girl's appearance was quite stunning. Oh, I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Lu. Our Bai clan only has me as a spirit apostle. Sometimes, we have to do things that show our faces. Hearing this, Bai Yenner's face showed some helplessness as she spoke. Is that so? If Miss Bai doesn't like it, you can completely stop meddling in clan matters. With your current status as a spirit apostle of the Heavenly Moon sect, do you think the Bai clan can force you? When Lu Ming heard this, he had a non-committal expression. Brother Lu must be joking. Unless we're all alone like fellow Daoist, none of us from noble clans would truly abandon our clans. However, for Brother Lu to suddenly come to the Bai clan, there should be some urgent matter. Bai Yenner smiled slightly before casually asking a question. It seems like the Bai family has already investigated my background. However, these are all trivial matters. The reason I came to the Bai clan this time is because of Mu Mingzhu. I heard that the Bai clan has already set a wedding date for me and this girl, and they are preparing to send out invitations. Is this true? After Lu Ming said these two sentences, his face suddenly darkened. There is indeed such a thing. Is there a problem? Little sister Mu Mingzhu has personally seen her before, and she is as beautiful as a flower. Since Brother Lu has already set a marriage agreement with her, then setting a wedding date for this beautiful lady to marry into your family is a natural matter. Bai Yenner sweetly smiled as she spoke. I have already seen what Mu Mingzhu looks like in the sect. However, I don't remember agreeing to this marriage agreement, let alone marrying into your family. If the Bai clan really wants to use this girl to rope in the Mu clan, they can find another Bai Song Tian. There is no need to pull Lu Ming out. Lu Ming bluntly said. Brother Lu, you must be joking. Mu Mingzhu is going to marry Brother Lu. How can anyone else replace her? Although this marriage agreement did not receive your approval, I don't think you have ever written a letter to oppose it. Now that you want to go back on your word, it will put our Bai clan in a difficult position. Bai Yenner blinked her eyes as she spoke. Fellow Bai, there is no need to argue. Do you know how much trouble this marriage of the Mu clan has brought me? Because the Bai clan only saw the benefits of forming an alliance with the Mu clan, it caused me to offend someone in the sect that I originally did not need to offend. Now, I have no choice but to leave the sect and temporarily avoid the other party for a period of time. Lu Ming coldly replied. What? This marriage caused fellow to offend someone, causing you to have no choice but to leave the sect. Could Brother Lu be talking about Gao Chong, the Earth Spiritual Pulse disciple? Hearing this, Bai Yenner finally thought of something and her expression changed slightly. It's fine as long as Miss Bai knows. Perhaps Gao Chong doesn't care about the Bai clan, but I am currently being targeted by him. Moreover, I don't know how long I will have to bear this blame. Therefore, no matter how you look at it, Lu Ming can be considered to be able to repay the Bai clan's previous kindness. Right now, I don't want to waste any more time beating around the bush. To tell the truth, the reason I came here this time is to cancel the marriage with Mu Mingzhu. Secondly, I want to restore my original identity and have nothing to do with the Bai clan from now on. As for the benefits that your Bai clan obtained by relying on the name Bai Chong Tian, I will not ask about it. Just treat it as compensation for borrowing the Bai clan's opening spirit hall spot. That's right, the Bai clan can forget about using the fake name to threaten me. I have already personally told the sect about the fake name. Therefore, when I return to the sect, the name Bai Chong Tian should completely disappear from the barbaric ghost sect. Lu Ming said bluntly. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the last trace of a smile on Bai Yenner's face disappeared. However, after her eyes flashed a few times, she still slowly said, "Brother Lu, please don't be angry. Everything can be discussed." The Bai clan has never really thought about revealing the fake name to the higher-ups of the sect. If Brother Lu is not satisfied with Mu Mingzhu's marriage, I can go back and try to persuade the clan leader to cancel the marriage. However, for Brother Lu to directly announce that you are cutting off all ties with the Bai clan, isn't this a bit too heartless? I won't hide it from Brother Lu. Right now, our Bai clan is at a crucial point in our development. If we lose Brother Lu's title as one of the top 10 barbarian ghost sect disciples, I'm afraid that the consequences of our rapid expansion will immediately appear and we will immediately face a disaster. Bai Yenner's expression changed and she spoke with a pitiful expression. What does this have to do with me? I think I just said that from now on, I am me and the Bai clan is the Bai clan. We have nothing to do with each other. Otherwise, with the countless number of practitioner clans in the Daxian country, do you think I will have to help each and every one of them when they are in danger? Lu Ming crossed his arms and said expressionlessly. Seeing this, Bai Yenner was a bit speechless. Although her cultivation level was not high and she was only a beginning spirit apostle, she relied on her beauty to be a little famous even among the spirit apostles of the Heavenly Moon sect. Even some of the male disciples of the outer sect were infatuated with her. However, she did not think that the youth in front of her, who used to replace her brother, would be indifferent to her pitiful expression. It was as if he was born with a heart of stone. This kind of man who completely ignored her beautiful appearance caused Bai Yenner to subconsciously think of another person. That person, who was full of tenderness towards her, also did not show any emotion. Almost all of his thoughts were focused on cultivation. Thinking of this, Bai Yenner's expression could not help but become a bit strange. However, after calming her mind, she suddenly said something that made Lu Ming slightly stunned. Brother Lu, if you plan on cutting off all ties with the Bai clan, then I won't say anything more. However, if our Bai clan and Brother Lu make a new deal and exchange for your nominal support, it should not be a difficult matter. Make a new deal? What else can your Bai clan offer? When Lu Ming heard this, he did not feel that it was too strange and simply asked a question. Yes, this matter is very important. How about this, Brother Lu, please wait for a moment. I will go ask my father and second uncle to come over and let them personally discuss this matter with Brother Lu. How about it? Bai Yenner said with a serious expression. Okay, I will listen to it first. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and acted as if he did not care. Bai Yenner faintly smiled and said her goodbyes and left. In the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of footsteps came from outside again. Bai Yenner brought the head of the Bai clan and second brother Bai to appear in front of Lu Ming. Mr. Lu, I am very ashamed. Only now do I know that the Mu clan's marriage has caused you so much trouble. It is normal for Mr. to feel resentment. Second brother, take out that item and use it as an apology from our Bai clan. When the head of the Bai clan saw Lu Ming, his attitude was extremely low. He first apologized with a face full of shame and then gave an order to the second brother of the Bai clan. When the second brother of the Bai clan heard this, he immediately brought out an exquisite jade box with both hands. I have already said before that the Bai clan and I have completely forgotten about the past. I will not accept a reward without doing anything, so I will not casually take something from the Bai clan. Fellow Bai said that the Bai clan is planning on making another deal with me. Tell me about it first. Lu Ming glanced at the jade box and waved his hand as he spoke. When the head of the Bai clan saw this, the smile on his face froze. The second brother of the Bai clan's face did not look too good. On the other hand, Bai Yenner's beautiful eyes flashed and she softly laughed. Father, I have already said that Brother Lu does not like to beat around the bush. You should just tell him about the deal. This way, perhaps Brother Lu will have a better impression of our Bai clan. Hee, this is me being a bit impolite. Since it is like this, I will speak frankly. Previously, my daughter has already told Mr. Lu about our Bai clan's current situation. Therefore, our Bai clan hopes that Mr. will continue to use the name Bai Tsung Tian for the next few years and not be in a rush to use your real name. As a price for this, our Bai Nian has prepared a generous gift for Mr. Liu. This is the list of gifts. Mister, please take a look and see if you are satisfied. Bai Xinliu forced a smile as he spoke. He then took out a piece of paper and handed it over with both hands. Lu Ming did not hesitate to receive it with one hand. His eyes quickly scanned over it and he suddenly smiled and said, "This is the Bai clan's condition for the transaction. All of these things added together are only a few thousand spirit stones. Does your clan really think that I will bring trouble to myself just for these spirit stones? I know that these resources are a little too little for Mr. Liu, but our Bai clan cannot be compared to the other large clans. We can only gather this much in such a short period of time. However, the Bai clan can promise Mr. Liu that this amount of resources will be given in half a year." Bai Xinliu took a deep breath and said resolutely, "What, big brother, how can we do that?" When second brother Bai heard this, he immediately panicked. If the Bai clan cannot maintain its current position, then even if we have more resources, it will be useless. The Bai clan head waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry, if this is the only condition, I have no interest in this transaction." Before the two brothers of the Bai clan could argue any further, Lu Ming shook his head and said. Hearing this, the two brothers of the Bai clan's expression couldn't help but change. "Brother Liu, isn't this a bit too much? If the two resources are added together, it would be close to 10,000 spirit stones. Our Bai family is only using your name, so you won't suffer any actual losses." Bai Yenner finally spoke up from the side. "If it is really just borrowing my name, 10,000 spirit stones is naturally enough. However, I don't believe that the Bai clan will not drag me into any trouble in the future. After all, if I agree to this transaction, I will still have to continue being Bai Tsung Tian. If the other practitioner clans want to deal with the Bai clan, I'm afraid that the first person they will deal with will still be me. Otherwise, how could they deal with the Bai clan so easily? This is not something that can be casually said." When Lu Ming heard this, he spoke without any trace of politeness. When the Bai clan head and second brother Bai heard Lu Ming say this, they couldn't help but look at each other. The two of them naturally understood this logic, but now that Lu Ming directly said it, their faces were full of awkwardness. After Bai Yenner heard this, although she did not say anything, her expression also became unsettled. Lu Ming, on the other hand, remained standing where he was, allowing the three of them to ponder. "Yenner, you. Alright, second uncle, I know what you mean, but this condition is probably useless." The second brother of the Bai family looked at Bai Yenner and was about to say something perverted when he was interrupted by the girl. "If I don't try, how would I know if young Master Liu is willing?" Old Bai murmured. When Lu Ming saw this, although his expression remained the same, he felt a little strange in his heart. "Alright, Lu Ming, aside from these resources, what if you include me as well? If I am willing to marry you, are you willing to help our Bai clan overcome this crisis?" Bai Yenner sighed and asked Lu Ming in an extremely casual manner. "You must be joking, fellow Taoist Bai." Lu Ming was stunned. "Although I, Bai Yenner, am only a beginning spirit apostle, in the Bai clan, my words are absolute. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will naturally be willing to marry you." Bai Yenner charmingly smiled at Lu Ming as she spoke unhurriedly. "Lady Bai is an outstanding beauty and any man would find it hard to reject you. However, I have already decided to focus on cultivation and hope to become a spirit condenser one day. Right now, I have no intentions of finding a cultivation partner." Lu Ming muttered to himself for a while before looking at Bai Yenner's extremely beautiful face for a while. He revealed a trace of regret as he spoke. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Bai Yenner smiled and did not say anything else. However, the Bai clan head and second brother were both greatly disappointed. At this moment, they could not think of any conditions that could move the young man in front of them. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming didn't wait any longer and said indifferently, "If the Bai clan can only bring out this much sincerity, then I will not accompany you. I still have other matters to attend to, so I will leave first." After he finished speaking, he clasped his hands together at Bai Yenner. Then, his body moved and he strode out the door. Seeing this, the expressions of the two brothers from the Bai clan changed greatly. Bai Yenner also furrowed her brow. Just at this moment, a hoarse sigh came from the other side of the door. Looks like with normal conditions, it will be hard to tie Mr. Lu to the Bai clan. However, since Mr. Lu has the ambition to become a spirit master, then I have something here that might be able to satisfy you. Just as she finished speaking, a figure flashed outside the door and an old woman holding a bronze walking stick appeared without a sound. Mother! Grandmother! Seeing this, the two brothers and Bai Yenner all came forward to greet her. So it's old lady Bai. Old lady has been listening outside for a long time and I originally thought that you would not appear. Lu Ming did not find this strange and instead cupped his hands at the old woman. So Mr. Lu already knew that I was outside. TSK, Mr. Lu is indeed one of the top 10 barbarian ghost sect disciples. I have cultivated a secret technique that can conceal one's breath. Once I use it, a normal spirit apostle would not be able to discover me. Hearing this, the old woman's face flashed with a trace of astonishment. Lu Ming faintly smiled and did not say anything else. With his terrifying mental strength that was not inferior to a spirit master's, no matter how profound the old woman's technique was, it could not hide from his senses. You three, leave for a moment. I want to discuss a few things with Mr. Lu alone. Seeing this, the old woman naturally did not continue asking questions. Instead, she ordered the Bai clan brothers and Bai Yenner. Yes, mother. The Bai clan brothers hurriedly replied. Grandmother, can I stay as well? Bai Yenner asked with some confusion. What I am talking about with Mr. Lu, it will only be harmful if you listen. It is better if you do not listen. The old woman hesitated for a moment before saying this. Although Bai Yenner felt that it was a bit strange, she could only agree and leave. After the door was closed, only Lu Ming and old Madame Bai were left in the room. Old Madam, if you have anything to say, you can say it now. Lu Ming stared at the old woman and slowly spoke. There is no need for Mr. Lu to be so impatient. I have something here, let's take a look first. The old woman faintly smiled and took out a light blue bottle from her sleeve. She looked at it unwillingly before handing it over to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not afraid that the old woman would do anything to the bottle. After receiving it, he only shook it slightly before opening the lid. His gaze swept over the inside and he cried out involuntarily. Pure Aura Qi, your Bai clan actually has such an item? However, this amount is a bit too little. It is only a third of a portion. Lu Ming was truly shocked. Young Master Lu is indeed knowledgeable. Not only was this bottle filled with pure Aura Qi, but it was also the famous 7th blue pure Aura Qi. Our Bai family ancestor obtained it by accident, but he only managed to obtain a third of it, the old woman said solemnly. If it really is the 7th blue pure aura, then it is indeed very rare. But if it's only 1/3, what's the use of it? Lu Ming stared at the small bottle in his hand for a while before asking with a frown. Rest assured, young Master Lu. This 1/3 of the 7th blue pure aura is only an advance payment to gain young Master's trust. As long as young Master is willing to protect our Bai clan for the next few years, this old woman is willing to tell you the exact location of the aura pit where the Bai clan's ancestors obtained this pure aura. According to the ancestors' last words, although the aura pit is extremely small and remote, the remaining 7th blue pure aura Qi is definitely more than enough. The old woman said unhurriedly. If there's really such a benefit, I'll give it to you. Didn't your Bai clan take away all of the pure aura a long time ago? Why would you keep it until now? Lu Ming thought for a bit and snorted as he spoke. This point, young Master Lu does not know. Not only is the location of the aura pit hard to find, but it is also extremely dangerous. The Bai clan's ancestor who first discovered the aura pit was also a late spirit apostle. He accidentally entered the place and took a huge risk to obtain this bit of pure aura Qi. Although our Bai clan has sent spirit apostles to retrieve the remaining pure aura Qi, they did not even reach the aura pit before all of them met with danger and died along the way. Because of this, the once prosperous Bai clan has declined to this day due to the lack of spirit apostles. In the future, how would we dare to send people to find the aura pit? This can be considered our Bai clan's biggest secret. The old woman said with a bitter smile. It seems like that place is really extremely dangerous. Then what does the old woman mean? When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed as he asked. Very simple. As long as young Master Lu agrees to protect our Bai clan for 5 years, once the 5 years are up, I will immediately give you the map to the ore pit with both hands. Of course, I have to say that the area around the ore pit is extremely dangerous. Even if young Master Lu goes there, he cannot guarantee that he will be able to return unscathed. Therefore, whether or not you agree to this deal is entirely up to you. However, our Bai clan really does not have any other conditions. Of course, as long as young Master Lu agrees, the resources that my son promised earlier will also be counted. The old woman said without hesitation. Dangerous. As long as the Bai clan's ancestor who took out the 7th blue pure Orochi was indeed a late spirit apostle, I naturally will not be afraid. Okay, I agree to this deal. However, I can only be Bai Tsong Tian for another 4 years, not even a day more. Lu Ming looked at the old woman and then looked at the light blue bottle in his hand before suddenly laughing coldly. 4 years is barely enough for our Bai clan to stand firm among the first-rank clans. Okay, it's a deal. After thinking for a while, the old woman clenched her teeth and agreed. She then extended a trembling, withered hand. When Lu Ming saw this, he was startled. However, he immediately understood and smiled. He also extended a hand and lightly clapped. Half a day later, Lu Ming once again quietly left the Bai clan. As soon as he walked out of Lushui City, he summoned a gray cloud and flew off in a certain direction. As for the matter of him breaking off the engagement with the Mu clan, it was naturally left to the Bai clan to handle. This was also part of the deal. As for the messenger from the Mu clan, he had no interest in seeing him and didn't want to waste any more time on him. After all, he had other important matters to attend to. 7 or 8 days later, Lu Ming left the Fengtian County and his whereabouts were unknown. 2 months later, on an official road a few hundred miles away from Xianjing, the capital of the Dexian country, over 30 black armored knights were slowly escorting 3 carriages forward. These black armored knights all wore thick armor and held spears and knives. Their murderous looks indicated that they were the famous Black Tiger Guards of the Dexian country. One of the armored knights had a light red tassel on his head and carried a light green bow on his back. He was the lieutenant of the Black Tiger Guard. According to the regulations, a squad of 30 or so people could only be in one squad, but Bodyguard Black had always been stationed at the important towns and fortresses of the various counties. Their sole purpose was to monitor the movements of the soldiers and civilians for the imperial court. Even an ordinary lieutenant was a high-ranking official. Now that these Black Tiger Guards and the lieutenant had all been sent out to escort these carriages, it could be seen that the owner of the carriages was either rich or noble. Sir, it's getting late. We should find a place to rest. If we hurry tomorrow or the day after, we should be able to reach Xianjing by then. A burly armored soldier in front suddenly turned his horse's head to the lieutenant and said in a low voice. Yes, of course I know about this. However, the closest relay station is 30 to 40 miles away. Take 2 men with you and quickly scout ahead. See if there's a suitable place to stay nearby. The lieutenant replied indifferently. His face was covered by an ice-cold black mask, making it impossible to see his true appearance. Yes. Black Bull, Tai Xiaosan, you 2 follow me to scout ahead. The sturdy man immediately responded and called out to the other 2 soldiers behind him. Immediately, 2 of the armored soldiers behind him rushed out, and the 3 of them galloped forward at top speed. Lieutenant Du, did something happen? A magnetic female voice suddenly came from the carriage at the very front. Lady Me, don't worry. I only sent a few of my subordinates to find a place to stay. Hearing this, the lieutenant wearing the black mask turned his head and replied. Oh, as long as you're fine. It is all thanks to Lieutenant Du's escort along the way. When we reach Xianjing, I will definitely reward everyone heavily. The girl in the carriage seemed to let out a sigh of relief but still spoke with gratitude. Thank you for your kind intentions, madam. We are only following the orders of the domain chief. The lieutenant bowed slightly, as if he was unwilling to say anything more. The woman in the carriage chuckled and also kept her mouth shut. After the caravan continued to advance for about 15 minutes, the sound of horse hooves rang out again. It was the burly man galloping over. When he arrived in front of the convoy, he pulled the reins and slowed down his mount. "Sir Lieutenant, we found an abandoned temple 5 miles from here. Black Bull and Tai Xiaosan are already there." The burly man arrived in front of the lieutenant and spoke respectfully. "Very good, you lead the way. Let's go to the temple and rest for the night." Hearing this, the lieutenant spoke without hesitation. Thus, the caravan sped up and followed the burly man as they started to jog. 15 minutes later, the caravan arrived in front of an earthen temple a few miles away from the main road under the escort of the armored soldiers. There were 2 black tiger guard horses outside the temple, as well as a small black carriage. There were also 2 blue and white mules tied to a wooden pillar outside. They were quietly gnawing on the nearby weeds with their heads lowered. Inside the earthen temple, there was a flicker of fire and the faint sound of voices could be heard. "What is going on?" Seeing this, Lieutenant Du's voice sank as he yelled at the burly man beside him. "Reporting to Lieutenant, when we found this place, there were already 2 passers-by here. However, I have already questioned them. They are going to Xianxia to find their relatives. One of them is a scholar that doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken and the other is only a young girl." The burly man quickly stepped forward and replied. "Is that so? This matter is very important. Let me take a look at these 2 first." Lieutenant Du still didn't seem to be at ease. After saying this indifferently, he jumped off his horse and strode into the temple. He saw that there were 2 fires, one big and one small, lit in the earthen temple. Next to the larger fire sat 2 armored soldiers, one tall and one short. Next to the smaller fire sat a young man wearing a green robe and a skinny girl that looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Although the girl had a delicate appearance, she was sallow and skinny. Moreover, half of her body was leaning against the young man as if she was very attached to the young man. The young scholar looked to be around 27 or 28 years old and his face was very ordinary. He seemed to be holding a thick book that he didn't know and was reading it with great interest while facing the fire. When the 2 armored soldiers next to the fire saw Lieutenant Du walk in, they immediately stood up in shock and hurried over to greet him. "No need. What is your name? Do you have a travel permit? Where did you come from and where are you going?" Lieutenant Du waved his hand and looked at the scholar a few times before asking coldly. "Ah, so it's Sir. My name is Qian Ming and I am going to Xianxia to find our relatives with my niece. As for the travel permit, sir, please wait a moment." When the scholar heard Lieutenant Du's question, he seemed to have woken up from the world of the book. After answering subconsciously, he searched his body and finally took out a crumpled piece of paper and handed it over. One of the armored soldiers hurried forward and took the paper before turning around and handing it over to Lieutenant Du. Lieutenant Du only looked at the paper a few times before nodding his head and handing it back to the armored soldier to return to the scholar. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked out of the earthen temple. After a while, the sound of horses neighing and people shouting could be heard from outside the earthen temple. In an instant, a dozen or so armored soldiers rushed in and began to quickly clean the earthen temple. Then, they brought out many bundles of firewood from who knows where and started a few bonfires. At this time, a fragrant wind came from outside and a beautiful woman around 30 years old walked in. With one hand, she held on to a boy that looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. Behind her, there was a coarse female servant and a pretty maid that looked to be around 15 or 16 years old. When the beautiful woman and the boy walked into the earthen temple, the female servant immediately took out a snow-white animal skin and spread it next to the fire. Then, she placed 2 low wooden stools for the woman and the boy to sit on. The pretty maid took out a palm-sized incense burner and stuck a stick of incense in it before lighting it. Immediately, a faint smell of sandalwood filled the earthen temple. After waiting for the other armored soldiers and Lieutenant Du to walk into the earthen temple, an order was given. Other than 5 or 6 people standing guard at the entrance of the temple, everyone else began to take off their armor and weapons. It seemed like they were planning on taking a good rest. After Lieutenant Du took off her helmet, mask, and armor, she turned out to be a beautiful woman with a slender figure and a heroic spirit. However, there was a faint red scar on the woman's forehead that ruined her appearance. At the same time, her face was abnormally cold, and there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile on her face. She placed a light green bow and a quiver of black arrows by her side before sitting cross-legged across from the beautiful woman and the boy. She stared at the bonfire in silence. At this time, the other armored soldiers began to take out some rice ball-like food from their bodies and began to eat quietly. The Black Tiger Guards were indeed the elite soldiers of the famous Xian country. They were all well-trained. However, on the side of the beautiful woman, the female servant had already left the temple and took out a bamboo basket from the carriage. Then, she took out some exquisite food for the beautiful woman and the boy to eat. "Lieutenant Du, I have a lot of food here. Why don't you eat some as well?" The beautiful woman took out an exquisite pastry and fed the boy a few mouthfuls. She then glanced at the handsome woman who was still sitting motionlessly across from her and suddenly smiled as she spoke. "Thank you, Lady Me, for your kindness. I have learned a few inedible techniques. Even if I don't eat for 2 or 3 days, I will be fine." The handsome woman looked at the beautiful woman and coldly shook her head. "So that's how it is. Then I won't force you." Seeing this, the beautiful woman didn't get angry. Instead, she smiled and continued to feed the boy. However, after the boy ate a few more mouthfuls, he shook his head and stopped eating. Instead, he turned his eyes and curiously looked at the girl next to the scholar by the fire. A piece of piping hot, yellow steamed bun had appeared in the little girl's hand. She bit into it and devoured it with an extremely serious expression. "Slow down, don't choke." The Confucian scholar was still reading the book in his hand, but when he saw the little girl swallowing with difficulty, he smiled and said. His arm moved, and he took out a leather pouch that was still warm and handed it to the little girl. "Thank you, Brother Ming." The girl obediently took the leather pouch and poured 2 mouthfuls into her mouth. Her face was full of smiles. However, there was a faint fragrance coming from the leather pouch. However, because it was not as thick as the smell of sandalwood, not many people noticed it. However, the beautiful woman who was trying to persuade the boy to eat couldn't help but be startled when she smelled the fragrance. Then, she looked at the leather pouch in the girl's hand with confusion. "Mister, may I ask what's in the leather pouch?" Lady Me's eyes flashed a few times and she coughed to say something to the young scholar. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing screech suddenly came from outside the temple, followed by the sound of something tearing through the air. The Black Tiger Guards standing outside the temple let out a series of blood-curdling screams as a dozen or so arrows shot out from the darkness of the night, piercing through their vitals and causing them to fall to the ground. At this moment, the Black Tiger Guards that were resting in the temple panicked. Immediately, they didn't put on their armor and grabbed their weapons in their hands, preparing to defend. Some people even took out a few thick leather shields out of nowhere. With a few flashes, they stood in front of Lady Me and the boy, protecting them completely. On the other side, the young Confucian scholar by the bonfire seemed to be stunned by this sudden change. Although he was still holding a book in his hand, he was staring blankly at the door of the temple. The little girl next to him was quite courageous. Although her 2 small hands were tightly holding onto the clothes of the young Confucian scholar, her large eyes were blinking as she stared at the actions of the Black Tiger Guards. She didn't show any fear. The moment the change occurred, although the heroic woman didn't say a word, the huge bow next to her was grabbed in her hand. At the same time, 3 black arrows were knocked on the bow as she stared expressionlessly at the door of the temple. At this moment, aside from the sudden arrows, the outside of the temple was completely silent. No one else had appeared. When the woman surnamed Du saw this, her eyebrows gradually furrowed. Suddenly, the huge bow in her hand moved and with a chi-chi sound, 3 black arrows shot toward the roof of the temple in a blur. They pierced through the roof in a flash. 3 miserable screams sounded and after a series of rolling sounds, 3 black masked corpses fell to the ground in front of the temple. At this time, the woman surnamed Du grabbed a nearby quiver with one hand and the huge bow in her hand shook again. Impressively, another 3 arrows shot out. However, the target this time was a certain wall of the temple. After the arrows pierced the wall in a flash, several more miserable screams sounded. "Not good, this evil woman's bow and arrows are powerful. Quickly kill your way in and finish them off." An exasperated voice immediately came from the other wall of the temple. When the woman surnamed Du heard this, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Her huge bow shook again and another 3 black arrows shot out in a black line. However, this time, after the 3 arrows pierced into the wall, they suddenly gave off a few muffled dong sounds. They were actually blocked by something. Following this, a few loud hong sounds rang out and the walls on both sides of the temple actually shattered. From the cracks, nearly 100 black-clothed people charged out and immediately began fighting with the black tiger guards who were already on guard. This time, the girl surnamed Du did not use the huge bow to kill the enemy. Instead, she knocked 3 arrows and coldly looked at the entrance of the temple. Hee, I've long heard that there is a female captain in the Southern Sea Guard who is famous for her marksmanship. She has even killed chi practitioners before, but I never thought that I would be able to see her in person today. I wonder if your marksmanship can really defeat us brothers? A burst of wild laughter came from outside the temple. Then, with a flash of human figures, 3 people silently walked out from the darkness and swaggered toward the entrance of the temple. They were the 3 ferocious black-robed men. Seeing this, Lady Du's face became even colder. However, after the huge bow in her hand let out a buzzing sound, the arrows in the quiver beside her actually jumped up by themselves. The densely packed black arrows immediately shot out like a torrential rain. The 3 people appeared to be very imposing, but when they saw so many arrows flying towards them, they were shocked. They each waved their hands and a yellow leather shield appeared in their hands. At the same time, a faint white light flashed on the shield. It was actually 3 low-level practitioner weapons. In the next moment, the sound of rain hitting a fence suddenly sounded out from the 3 shields. Although the 3 of them were only low-level chi practitioners, under the continuous barrage of arrows, their shields trembled violently, and their bodies involuntarily retreated. The 3 were both shocked and angry, but they were unable to slow down and counterattack. Although they had heard of the opponent's reputation, they always felt that no matter how strong the girl surnamed Du was, she was only a normal person. They never would have thought that with the practitioner weapons being the perfect counter to the 3 of them, she would still be forced into such a difficult situation. However, under such a fast attack, the arrows beside the girl surnamed Du were almost completely used up. The 3 only felt that the shaking of the leather shield suddenly lessened and the opponent's attack seemed to have stopped. They couldn't help but feel happy. However, at this moment, the sound of air breaking suddenly rang out from behind the 3 people's heads. There were actually 3 small black arrows that were 5 to 6 inches long that fiercely shot out. With a flash, they pierced through the back of the 3 people's heads. The 3 chi practitioners were caught off guard and lost their lives just like that. Seeing this, the black tiger guards that were fighting fiercely in the temple naturally cheered. Although the masked black-clothed people had the advantage in numbers, under their shock, they all revealed cowardly expressions and were at a great disadvantage. Lady Mi, who was protected by a few black tiger guards, saw this. Although her face was still a bit pale, she also revealed a trace of a smile. Humph, really 3 pieces of trash. It looks like this old man will have to personally take action. At this moment, an old voice suddenly came from above the temple. Following a loud sound, the temple's roof suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of stone immediately shot down like a storm, covering Lady Mi and the boy. The black tiger guards that were holding the shields were greatly shocked. With a few flashes of their bodies, they raised their shields into the air and blocked most of the stones that were falling down. However, at this moment, a person shot down from the roof. At the same time, he slapped at the shields like a ghost. Pung, pung. After a few loud sounds, the black tiger guards along with their shields all screamed as they were sent flying. Seeing this, Lady Du's expression greatly changed for the first time. The huge bow in her hand moved in an attempt to block, but it was obviously too late. Although a trace of fear flashed through Lady Mi's eyes, she still tightly hugged the boy next to her and did not dodge the attack. Seeing this, Lady Mi's expression greatly changed for the first time. The huge bow in her hand moved in an attempt to block, but it was obviously too late. A muffled boom sound rang out. After the figure's body shook, he actually flipped over and flew backwards. After landing on the ground a few steps, he finally steadied himself. It was an eagle-nosed old man wearing a gray robe. The old man's eyes were wide open as he looked at the person that suddenly blocked in front of Lady Mi. His face was full of surprise. The person that suddenly made him retreat was the bulky woman that seemed to be Lady Mi's servant. Who are you? As a middle-tier practitioner, you are willing to serve someone as a servant. Are you not afraid of losing face? The eagle-nosed old man shouted in a low voice. Humph, even a middle-tier practitioner like you is willing to be an assassin. Why can't I be someone's servant? With me here today, don't even think of harming a single hair on Lady Me or young master's head. The woman took out a short silver fork from her waist and coldly snorted as she replied. Hearing this, the eagle-nosed old man's face became extremely gloomy. However, his gaze swept over the people in the temple and he suddenly began to laugh wildly. Hee hee, the opponent has already revealed all of their trump cards. You guys don't need to hide anymore. Quickly come out and finish them off. What, you guys still have people? The woman's expression immediately changed. A trace of true fear also flashed through Lady Me's eyes. Hearing this, Lady Du's pupils slightly shrank. Her hands tightly gripped the huge bow in her hands, but she did not easily shoot out the 3 small black arrows. The other black tiger guards that were originally fighting with the black-cloaked people felt that the situation was not right. They all gathered together and stopped fighting with the black-cloaked people. The masked black-cloaked people were originally at the bottom. Seeing this situation, they also stopped fighting and slowly surrounded everyone. At this time, the sound of an explosion came from the 2 walls of the temple that were still intact. A large hole appeared in each wall and a strange person walked out from each of them. One of them was only 3 feet tall, but his head was extremely large and his eyes were extremely small. He was actually an extremely fierce-looking dwarf. The other person wore a large red robe and his face was painted red. However, he had a full beard and did not look like a man or a woman. Ru Sha, Zhu Du, how could it be you two? Weren't you already captured by the Silver Qilin guards and thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison? When the woman saw the 2 new people, her face was filled with disbelief. Heh, our master is extremely powerful. It's not something you people can imagine. Isn't it a piece of cake to deal with us 2 virgins? After the androgynous person chuckled, he replied with a sharp voice. Boss Zhu, why are you wasting words with them? Now that we've shown ourselves, no one here will be able to leave alive. TSK, not bad, there are still 2 such cute prey. These 2 little fellows are mine, no one can take them from me. No, I can't hold it in anymore. I need to properly love one of them first. The dwarf's gaze looked at the boy next to Lady Me and the girl next to the young Confucian scholar. His face flashed as he said this. Following this, his body suddenly jumped and turned into a shadow as he pounced at the girl not far away. With how fast he was, he arrived in front of the little girl almost in a flash, and his 2 fingers moved as he attempted to gouge out the little girl's eyes. Cough, I clearly didn't want to cause trouble, but why did trouble just have to come looking for me? This is really a strange thing. The young Confucian scholar beside the girl who seemed to have been stunned saw this scene and sighed. Following this, his arm seemed to move. Pung! The dwarf let out a blood-curdling scream as his body suddenly flew backwards at a speed that was several times faster than when he came. After a muffled sound, he solidly smashed into the already damaged wall of the temple. He turned into a ball of minced meat and slowly slid down the wall. Streams of blood violently flowed out, but there was no longer any sound. This scene caused everyone to be unable to help but be stunned. You. Who are you? Do you know who we are working for? The eagle-nosed old man finally came back to his senses and immediately said with a mixture of shock and anger. I don't want to know who you are working for. So, you can go in peace. The scholar glanced at the eagle-nosed old man and said indifferently. He then raised his hand and with a green light flashed. In the next moment, the eagle-nosed old man felt a chill on his neck and his head rolled down. Following this, the headless body swayed for a moment before falling over with a putong sound. At this time, a pillar of blood that was a few feet tall spurted out from the neck of the corpse. Spirit Apostle, you are a spirit apostle. The remaining person, who was neither a man nor a woman, let out a loud scream when he saw this. Following this, his body moved and turned into a red shadow as he flew backwards. But this time, with the sound of breaking through the air, 3 small black arrows let out an ear-piercing screech as they arrived in front of him. It was the woman surnamed Du who had suddenly shot out the small arrows from her huge bow. The practitioner that was neither male nor female was enraged. Although he was still in the air, his sleeve suddenly shook and a soft sword shot out like a poisonous snake. With a slight wave, it turned into 3 sword shadows that violently chopped at the 3 small arrows. Hong! In the instant that the 3 small arrows were struck by the sword projections, they exploded like porcelain, and black liquid splattered all over the sky. Even though the practitioner that was neither male nor female could be considered to have rich battle experience, he was unable to defend against such a sudden change and was immediately drenched by the black liquid. With a flip, he landed on the ground and hurriedly put one of his sleeves to his nose to sniff. Immediately, he smelled an extremely fishy smell and couldn't help but scream in both alarm and anger. "What did you hide in the arrows?" "There is no need to ask any more. You will know very soon. I also don't want to waste words with a dead person." The woman surnamed Du put down the huge bow in her hand and said expressionlessly, Even if I die, I will kill you first." The practitioner that was neither male nor female let out a miserable scream and the skin on his body began to quickly melt and rot at a speed visible to the naked eye. He immediately let out a shrill scream and suddenly shook the soft sword in his hand, fiercely throwing it at the woman surnamed Du with a flash of silver light. The soft sword became a cold rainbow that pierced through the air and arrived above the woman's head, fiercely chopping down. The woman was shocked, obviously not expecting the opponent to have such a method. She could only helplessly raise the huge bow in her hand to block, wanting to force the cold rainbow to retreat. However, this woman had obviously underestimated the dying attack of a middle-stage practitioner. Although the huge bow in her hand was not an ordinary item, how could it be compared to a practitioner weapon? With a ping sound, the huge bow's seemingly thick bowstring was immediately cut in half. The cold rainbow flashed again and was about to cut the woman in half. However, at this time, with a sound, a green light flashed from the other side and fiercely chopped the cold rainbow. Dang! The azure light dissipated as specks of spiritual light, and the streak of glacial light was sent flying back before reverting back to a flexible sword that fell to the ground. The woman surnamed Du paused for a moment and turned her head to look at the young Confucian scholar. The Confucian scholar slowly lowered one of his hands. It was clear that he was the one who had saved her just now. Lady Du thought for a moment and nodded at the Confucian scholar. However, she did not say anything to thank him. Instead, she shouted at the other black tiger guards in a low voice. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take down all these bandits." The other black tiger guards were originally dumbstruck by the series of events that had just occurred, but when they heard this, they came to a sudden realization. They immediately yelled and pounced at the masked men in black. Their aura was clearly many times stronger than before. On the contrary, after the chi practitioners in the lead were all killed, the masked men in black began to retreat in panic. Some of them even turned around and fled without any hesitation. In the end, after a chaotic battle, a small half of them were killed on the spot, but most of them managed to escape without a trace. During this entire process, the woman surnamed Du and the maid stayed by Lady Mi and the boy's side. They did not have any intentions of making a move. It was obvious that they were worried that there would be more people among the attackers. However, this kind of worry was unnecessary. When the black tiger guards chopped down the last black-clothed man who couldn't escape in time outside the temple, no one else showed up. Seeing this, the maid let out a long sigh. She glanced at the young Confucian scholar and suddenly whispered something into the beautiful woman's ear. Lady Mi's eyes flashed and she nodded. She then pulled the boy next to her and walked over to the young Confucian scholar with the maid. The woman surnamed Du ordered the black tiger guards to clean up the scene and began to interrogate the 2 captured black-clothed men. "Thank you, immortal master, for saving us. Otherwise, my son and I would not have been able to escape." Lady Mi walked in front of the Confucian scholar and said sincerely with a bow. "That's right, if it wasn't for you, my lady would not have been able to return to Xianxia alive." The maid also said respectfully. "No need to thank me. I didn't help to save them. It was just that these people attacked me first." The young Confucian scholar used the wooden stick in his hand to poke at the fire in front of him as he replied casually. His attitude was naturally different from before. "Immortal master must be joking. It is because of immortal master that we are able to keep our lives." "What is immortal master's name? Are you also going to Xianjing?" Lady Mi asked with a smile. "I am only a spirit apostle and do not dare to call myself an immortal master. You can call me Mr. Qian." I do need to go to Xianjing to do some things. The young Confucian scholar said lightly. So it is Mr. Qian. My surname is Mi and my husband's family is considered to have some power in Xianjing. It is just that I offended a few despicable people on my way back. If Mr. is willing to accompany us, I will be sure to thank you heavily when we return to Xianjing. Lady Mi said with a pleading expression. Escort you? Not interested. I am only going to Xianjing to find a spirit medicine for my niece. I don't want to get involved in any trouble. When the young Confucian scholar heard this, he didn't even think before rejecting. These words naturally caused the smile on Lady Mi's face to freeze. However, the maid on the side said without changing her expression, if Mr. Qian is going to Xianjing to find a spirit medicine, then my lady will be able to help. Mr. may not know, but my lady is the owner of the famous 100 Spirit House in Xianjing. The 100 Spirit House is a store that specializes in buying all kinds of spirit medicines and minerals. Even in other states, we have branches. Even if the item that Mr. wants cannot be found in the 100 Spirit House, my lady can help us contact other stores that are on good terms and can also help us search. Oh, I've heard of the 100 Spirit House before. Is Madam really the wife of the owner of the 100 Spirit House? When the young Confucian scholar heard this, his expression finally changed. He looked at Lady Mi again as if trying to determine if the maid was telling the truth or not. As long as Mr. is willing to escort me and my son safely back to Xianjing, no matter what spirit medicine you want, I will help you find it. At this moment, Lady Mi bit her teeth and promised. If that's the case, okay. I'll believe you this once. However, let me make this clear. If you were unable to fulfill your promise when we arrive at Xianjing, don't blame me for being merciless. The young Confucian scholar thought for a while before finally nodding his head. Hee, don't worry fellow. As long as you aren't looking for the legendary spirit objects, normal spirit medicines are not a problem. The maid quickly smiled and said. The value of the spirit medicine I'm looking for isn't that high. It's just that it's very rare and there aren't many people who can use it. That's why it's hard to find. The young Confucian scholar seemed to understand the meaning behind the maid's words and snorted. That's even less of a problem. That's right, I don't know what illness your niece has. I am quite proficient in medicine, do you want me to take a look? Hearing this, the maid's heart relaxed. However, when she looked at the yellow-skinned girl beside the Confucian scholar, she couldn't help but ask. There's no need. If fellow is really proficient in medicine, why don't you first cure the poison in your young master's body? The young Confucian scholar shook his head and replied indifferently. What, the young master has been poisoned? Impossible, how could my son be poisoned? Hearing this, the maid and Lady Mi both cried out involuntarily. If you two don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Looking at the dark air between his eyebrows, it's obvious that he has been poisoned for at least a month. The Confucian scholar looked at the boy and casually replied. Hearing the certainty of the Confucian scholar, Lady Mi and the maid looked at each other and couldn't help but believe him a bit. Lady Mi hurriedly apologized to the scholar before pulling the boy along with the maid back to where they came from. The maid gave a few instructions to the maid, and the latter quickly ran out of the temple. A moment later, the young maid carried a bulging bag and walked in. The maid caught the bag and after rummaging through it, she immediately found a box of silver needles and a few glyphs. Under Lady Mi's concerned gaze, the maid slapped a glyph onto the boy's body. Then, she quickly inserted a few silver needles into the boy's arm. Big brother Ming, is he really poisoned? At this time, the little girl who was sitting close to the Confucian scholar couldn't help but raise her head and ask. Yes, he has indeed been poisoned. It is also a very troublesome poison. If they didn't meet me, they probably wouldn't have found out until the day before the poison took effect. The Confucian scholar smiled as he replied. At the same time, he used his hand to rub the little girl's head. This Confucian scholar who looked to be 27 or 28 years old was naturally Lu Ming's alias. The little girl was the only descendant of Uncle Qian that Lu Ming had found after leaving Fengtian County. She was also Uncle Qian's granddaughter. Back on Savage Island, Uncle Qian, who was like a teacher and a father to Lu Ming, had only one wish before his death. He hoped that if Lu Ming had the chance, he would take care of his descendant. After Lu Ming left Savage Island, he was first chased by people. Then, unexpectedly, he entered the barbarian ghost sect and became a spirit apostle. It was only now that he had the time to go to Uncle Qian's hometown to find his descendant. However, after searching for a while, he found out that Uncle Qian's only son, who had been captured and brought to Savage Island, had already started a family. However, a few years ago, a plague broke out, causing both husband and wife to pass away. They only left behind a 3 to 4-year-old girl named Xian Ruping. As a result, this girl, who had no parents by her side, was easily taken over by the other clan uncles and uncles. Not long after, she was chased out of the clan and could only become a little beggar. When Lu Ming finally found the girl in a broken wooden house in the city, the girl was already seriously ill and looked like she was on the verge of death. If it weren't for a few kind-hearted beggars taking care of her, Uncle Qian's granddaughter would have passed away at such a young age. Lu Ming was shocked and naturally tried his best to save her. However, he found that the girl was suffering from a strange disease that was rarely seen in the world. It continuously ate away at her life force as if she was suffering from tuberculosis. Luckily, Lu Ming had learned a lot of remedies from people on Savage Island. In addition, he had a lot of spirit glyphs and pills on him. He was able to temporarily reverse the disease and barely prevent it from worsening. However, to completely cure it, he needed a rare spirit medicine. Thus, he waited for Qian Ruping's condition to improve before he set fire to the houses of the uncles and uncles who had taken over Uncle Qian's son's property. He burned all of their property and left some gold and silver for the beggars who were taking care of the girl. Then, he took the girl and left her hometown, heading straight for Xianjing. Although the spirit medicine he was looking for was rare, with the size of Xianjing, there was still hope for him to find it. Moreover, there wasn't much time left until his term of office and he couldn't continue wandering outside of Xianjing. On the way here, he had used the 1000 illusion spirit face to transform himself into his current appearance. At the same time, under the effects of the bone-changing technique, his figure was also shorter than before, causing his slightly tall figure to look no different from an ordinary person. As for what to do after he cured Qian Ruping's strange disease, that was something he would consider later. At the very least, during this period of time in Xianjing, this girl would have to stay by his side. Ever since Qian Ruping was saved by Lu Ming from her serious illness, she became abnormally dependent on this new brother Ming. For the first few days, she even had to grab onto Lu Ming's clothes to sleep. Only then would she be able to sleep peacefully. She had a pitiful look as if she was afraid that when she woke up the next day, brother Ming would abandon her. Lu Ming naturally took pity on this thin and weak girl who had a close relationship with Uncle Qian. Along the way, he fulfilled almost all of her small requests. Sometimes, he even cast some simple spells, causing her to giggle incessantly along the way. In order to take care of Qian Ruping's body, he naturally couldn't use the soaring sky technique to fly in the air. Instead, he had hired a carriage and personally drove the girl to Xianjing. However, Lu Ming didn't think that he would run into the Black Tiger guards, who had chased him to the point where he had no way out of Xianjing, and even put on an assassination show on the spot. But just as he said at the beginning, if the dwarf hadn't suddenly attacked Qian Ruping, he really wouldn't have bothered to do anything. After all, with just a glance, one could tell that this matter involved the powers within Xianjing. Before he had a clear understanding of the current situation in Xianjing, he didn't want to reveal his identity as a spirit apostle. Of course, the situation now was different. Since he had already made his move, he decided to borrow Lady Mi's power and use the identity of a loose cultivator to sneak into Xianjing. According to what he knew, there were many loose cultivators that appeared in Xianjing every year, and under normal circumstances, they wouldn't attract any attention. As for the strange poison that the boy had, naturally, it wasn't because of the black gas between his eyebrows. Instead, it was because his strong mental strength had scanned the boy's body and discovered the abnormality. In order to maintain his mysteriousness, he casually said it. At this time, the maid had already pulled out a silver needle from the boy's arm. In the end, the bottom half of the needle was completely black. This caused Lady Mi to cry out in shock. The maid hurriedly stuck the remaining glyphs in her hand onto the boy's body. However, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the maid pulled out another silver needle. Seeing that the black color was still the same, her face finally became extremely ugly. On the other hand, Lady Mi's face was full of fear. After a quick conversation with the maid, she took out a small delicate bottle and poured out a dark green pill for the boy to consume. After a while, when he pulled out the silver needles, they were also jet black. The two women became really anxious. However, after they whispered a few more words, they pulled the boy and walked over to Lu Ming's side. "Mr. Qian, there is indeed a strange poison in my son's body. Aunt Hong and I have already tried our best, but we are unable to cure the poison. Since Mr. can see through the poison, you must be able to cure it. I hope that Mr. can save my son's life." Once Lady Mi walked in front of Lu Ming, she pulled the boy's hand and was about to bow to him. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. With a shake of his sleeve, an invisible force surged out. Lady Mi, who was about to bow, immediately felt a huge force in front of her and she could no longer bow. "Lady, there is no need to be so polite. Even though the poison is strong, it won't act up in a short amount of time. Even though I can cure it, it isn't something that can be done in a day. I need to use acupuncture to let out blood in order to slowly remove the poison. After all, your son is already deeply poisoned," Lu Ming said unhurriedly. "No problem. As long as there is an effect, what's the point of spending a bit more time? Can Mr. begin to remove the poison now?" Hearing this, Lady Mi was overjoyed and spoke without hesitation. "If that's the case, then I'll give it a try. However, I don't like other people watching when I use my technique. Lady and the others will need to leave for a while." Lu Ming's gaze swept over the boy before calmly speaking. "Leave? How does Mr. need us to leave?" The maid didn't feel too surprised and instead asked carefully. "Yes, you don't need to go anywhere. I can directly use a technique to isolate you." Lu Ming muttered to himself for a while before speaking with a smile. Then, he shook his sleeve again and a black mist rolled out. In a flash, it entered the black boy's body and disappeared. The boy, who was originally staring at Lu Ming with his eyes wide open, suddenly turned over and fainted without a sound. However, as soon as his body fell, it was wrapped by an invisible force, and his body floated in the air. This scene caused Lady Mi, who was naturally not prepared for it, to jump in fright. A worried expression appeared on her face as she wanted to say something. However, Aunt Hong, who was beside her, suddenly pulled on her sleeve. Only then did the words that came out of her mouth suddenly change. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble Mr. Qian to cast the technique. I'll wait here." Lu Ming nodded his head and gave a few instructions to the girl beside him. Then, he beckoned with one hand and the boy flew to a corner of the temple. With a sway of his body, he also appeared there like a ghost. Then, he made a hand sign with one hand, and a burst of black gas came out of his body. After rolling and condensing, it turned into a black mist that covered a radius of several tens of feet. As a result, Lady Mi and Aunt Hong looked at each other and could only obediently wait where they were. At this time, the girl with the surname Du finally finished interrogating the captives and walked over with large strides. "Lady Mi, I've already interrogated them. These people are only bandits from a nearby village. A few days ago, they were taken in as subordinates by those practitioners and forced to attack us. Not only do they not know who we are, they don't even know where those practitioners came from." The girl said coldly to Lady Mi, "Lieutenant Du, this is not strange. Our 100 Spirit House only has a few business competitors. Other than them, who else would send people to attack us? However, I didn't think that they would make a move so close to Xianjing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the Ba brothers back to Xianjing a few days ago." Hearing this, Lady Mi's eyes flashed fiercely as she gritted her teeth and spoke. "If that's the case, then I won't keep these two captives. In order to prevent any accidents, I'll split the people into two groups to guard the area. To prevent any accidents from happening again." Hearing this, the girl with the surname Du thought for a while before replying. "All right, everything will be as you say. Sister, you've worked hard for a night. You should rest." Although most of Lady Mi's thoughts were on curing the poison for her beloved son, she still smiled when she heard this. The girl with the surname Du nodded her head and looked at the black mist in the corner of the temple. Then, she silently walked back to the fire and sat down again. Around 15 minutes later, the dense black mist finally dissipated after a long inhale. Lu Ming's hands were supporting the body of the boy. A trace of fatigue could be seen on his face. On the ground nearby, there was a large puddle of black poisonous blood that emitted an unpleasant smell that made people want to vomit. "Mr. Qian, my son." Lady Mi quickly walked over and took the boy. Seeing that he was still unconscious, she couldn't help but ask with a face full of concern. "Don't worry, I've already cured a portion of the poison. At least for a few days, the poison won't break out again," Lu Ming said with a smile. Auntie Hong also took a few steps forward and carefully inserted a silver needle into the boy's arm. After pulling it out, she was surprised to find that there was only a faint layer of black gas where the needle had penetrated the flesh. She couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lady Mi also relaxed and immediately spoke to Lu Ming with gratitude. "This time, it's all thanks to Mr. Qian. Otherwise, even if we were able to beat back those assassins, my son would have died. When we reach Xianxia, other than the spirit medicine, I will definitely prepare other gifts to thank you. Don't worry about the other gifts. However, the spirit medicine that my niece learned must be obtained as soon as possible. Also, your son's body is a bit weak after letting out the blood. When he wakes up, you can give him some nourishing food. Of course, it can't be too much at once. Just in case he can't take the nourishment. Also, this kind of poison extraction must be done every 3 days. After a month, the poison can be completely removed." Lu Ming shook his head and said calmly. "All right, mister, don't worry. Once we return to Xianxia, I will immediately tell the workers to help you find the spirit medicine. However, when it comes to removing the poison from my son, I will need mister's help," Lady Mi said without hesitation. This time, Lu Ming only nodded his head and didn't say anything else. Lady Mi and Aunt Hong brought the boy back to the original bonfire and began to prepare some supplements for the boy to eat when he woke up. The next morning, a group of black armored guards escorted a few carriages towards Xianxia. However, there was an extra small carriage that was pulled by a mule. Compared to the other carriages, it was a little out of place. After yesterday's battle, 7 or 8 of the Black Tiger guards had died and most of the others were injured. However, their corpses were cremated the night before. After the injured applied some medicine and put on their armor again, other than their faces being slightly pale, there wasn't anything abnormal about them. Lady Du also put on a new bowstring for her giant bow and put on her armor again as she followed beside Lady Mi's carriage. Just like this, the group of people walked further and further on the official road and soon, the temple was completely out of sight. In a luxuriously decorated hall in Xianxia, an elegant-looking man in a brocade robe, who looked to be in his 30s, had just finished reading a secret letter from outside of Xianxia when his expression suddenly changed and he slammed the table beside him. "How dare they try to kill my wife and son so close to Xianxia? Do they really think that I, Qian Chao, am a clay statue? Come!" he yelled. "Owner, what are your orders?" A burly man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear immediately walked in from outside the door. As soon as he entered, he bowed and asked, "Immediately send the Ba brothers out again and personally escort the wife and son back to Xianxia. Also, send someone to the 3rd Marquis and say that I want to borrow his ghost shadow guards to investigate something," the embroidered-robed man ordered without hesitation. "Yes, this subordinate will do it right away." The big man immediately responded and respectfully retreated. I, Qian Chao, only have this one son. No matter who wants to touch him, I will not let them go." The embroidered-robed man gave a humph and muttered to himself. At the same time, in another secret room in Xianxia, a fat man dressed in silk and satin was also in a rage. "Trash, all of you are trash. 3 mid-tier Qi practitioners and so many others had attacked together, yet they had failed to take down the Qi practitioners. Instead, they had all been wiped out. It wasn't easy for Master to borrow those 3 Qi practitioners from Master. Now that they've all died in there, how am I supposed to explain this to Master? Scram. Scram as far as you can." This fatty was 7 feet tall, and his body was full of fat, causing his belly to bulge like a ball. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, and he was scolding a skinny man who looked like a butler in front of him. The butler's face was filled with terror and he didn't dare to say anything. However, when he heard the fatty's last words, he finally relaxed and scurried out of the secret room. Brother Mu, you're too lenient with your subordinates. If it was someone by my side who made such a mistake, I would have thrown them out to feed the dogs. In the corner of the secret room, there was another blurry figure sitting on a chair. This housekeeper has been with me for quite some time. Furthermore, he can be considered to be a distant relative of my wife. Although he didn't do a good job this time, it wouldn't be good to severely punish him. After the big fatty calmed down the heavy breathing in his chest, he spoke somewhat helplessly. I naturally won't ask how your subordinates are dealt with. However, this matter was messed up and Ru Sha and the other two were all killed. This isn't good for me to report back to Master. The blurry figure sighed as he replied. These words can be used to coax others, but there is no need to use them against me. Although 3 mid-tier Qi practitioners are rare in Xianjing, to Master, they are only 3 normal guards. If his master wanted a guard of this level, it would be a piece of cake. As long as you help me put in a few good words, I won't mistreat you. Hearing this, the fatty rolled his eyes as he spoke. After that, he took out a bulging cloth bag from his bosom and tossed it to the corner with a pained expression. Hee, I knew that Brother Mu wouldn't be stingy. Alright, leave this matter to me. However, you need to be careful. This time, you have completely broken off all pretense of cordiality with the 100 Spirit House. That guy's influence in Xianjing is not small and I'm afraid that he will quickly find you. The blurry figure caught the cloth bag and after inspecting it, he revealed a satisfied expression as he spoke. You don't need to say that, I naturally know about this matter. However, our 2 families have already fought in the dark countless times. As long as I don't leave Xianjing, he wouldn't dare to come find me. The fatty named Mu said without a care. Alright, as long as Brother Mu knows what to do, then I will report back to Master. The blurry figure nodded his head as he spoke. Then, with a single hand sign, his body flashed and he disappeared into the wall behind him. This person was unexpectedly also a spirit apostle. After the blurry figure left, the fatty paced back and forth in the secret room a few times. Suddenly, he grabbed a teacup on the table and smashed it on the ground. At the same time, he bitterly muttered to himself, Xianxia, the humiliation you gave me before, I will definitely not forget it. This time, count yourself lucky, but next time, I, Mu Yingqing, will definitely not fail. 3 days later, the carriages that Lu Ming was in appeared in front of a large, bustling city gate. On top of the huge city gate that was over 100 feet tall, the words Xianjing were impressively engraved in silver powder. The entire procession was lined up over a mile away, and there were still many people rapidly gathering at the back of the procession from other roads. On the 2 sides of the city gate, there were close to 100 white-armored warriors standing straight and there were people interrogating the carriages entering the city. On top of the tall city wall above the city gate, one could faintly see even more armored warriors holding weapons in their hands. There were also giant crossbows that were several tens of feet long set up there. One could faintly see thick black crossbow bolts resting on top of the crossbow bolts. The tips of the bolts all flashed with a strange cold blue light, as if they were not ordinary crossbow bolts. Although they were far away, Lu Ming squinted his eyes and could still clearly see the appearance of the crossbow bolts and the appearance of the crossbow bolts on the city wall. The crossbow bolts were not that big, but on the surface of the crossbow bolts, there were colorful spirit inscriptions on them. They were all expendable glyph bolts. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be shocked. Just from what he could see, there were more than 10 of these crossbow bolts. If all of them were to hit a person at the same time, even a late spirit apostle would probably die on the spot. Among the guards at the city gate, Lu Ming used his divine sense and found that there were a few people who also had the aura of a practitioner. Xianjing was worthy of being the capital of Dexian country. It could be said that it was heavily guarded and even the guards at the city gate had this kind of strength. A normal spirit apostle could only obediently enter and would not dare to break the laws of Xianjing. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, a group of black tiger guards escorted the carriages to the city gate. At this time, the girl surnamed Du urged her horse forward and arrived in front of the city gate. She threw a token to the guards and said lightly, "Black Tiger Guards from the South Sea County. Under the orders of the lieutenant, we are here to escort the noble back to Xianjing." Are you sure there is a mistake in checking the token? So it is the lieutenant of the Black Tiger Guards. The token is also correct, so there is no need to check. A white armored guard looked at the token in his hand a few times before throwing it back and replying in a low voice. Thus, the group of carriages moved and slowly flowed into the city gate. 4 hours later, Lu Ming was already in the main hall of a house in Xianjing. Qian Ruping sat close to him on a smaller chair. In the middle of the main seat, the elegant-looking man dressed in embroidered robes said to Lu Ming with a face full of gratitude, "This time, my wife and my son were able to safely return to Xianjing because of Mr. Qian's help. Mister, please be at ease. I have already told a shop assistant to look for the ice-silver grass that you are looking for. If there is, I will immediately send it to Mr. Yes, if we can successfully find the ice-silver grass, then that would be for the best. Although my niece's illness is under control, it cannot be delayed for too long." Lu Ming nodded and said calmly. "Husband, other than the ice-silver grass, the Qian clan has something else to thank Mr. Qian. After all, the poison in Huer's body was discovered and cured by Mr. Qian." Lady Mi sat across from Lu Ming and said with a warm smile. "Yes, of course. I know that Mr. Qian, as a spirit apostle, will not be interested in normal items. How about this, in a month or so, the 100 Spirit House will hold an auction. At that time, if Mr. likes anything, no matter what the final price is, I will only take half the price. How about it? However, I will have to trouble Mr. to continue removing the poison in Huer's body." Xianxia thought for a while before speaking without thinking. "Since I have interfered in this matter, there is no reason for me to give up halfway. Owner Qian, please be at ease. As long as the poison in your son's body is removed a few more times, he will be fine." Lu Ming nodded and replied noncommittally. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed man was naturally happy and thanked him a few more times. "That's right, I heard from my wife that other than wanting to treat your niece's illness, Mr. is also here to find relatives. However, Xianjing is so big and it will not be easy for Mr. to find someone. Why don't you temporarily stay in my house? Although the Qian house is not considered a luxurious house, it is more than enough to arrange for Mr. and your niece." The embroidered-robed man changed the topic and said enthusiastically. "Temporarily stay in your house. That's fine, then I will disturb you for a while." Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly and he agreed without hesitation. Hearing this, the embroidered-robed man became even happier. After chatting a bit more, he ordered a middle-aged servant to come in and lead Lu Ming and the girl to a room that was specially prepared for guests. "My wife, how did you meet this person? Tell me in detail again." After Lu Ming's figure quickly disappeared from the hall, the embroidered-robed man's smile disappeared and he put on a serious expression as he asked Lady Mi what. "Did husband see something? Is there a problem with this Mr. Qian?" Lady Mi was surprised. "That's not it. However, the timing of this person's appearance is too coincidental. Adding on the fact that the 100 Spirit House is in trouble right now, I have to be careful." The embroidered-robed man shook his head. "I see. If that's the case, Mr. Qian shouldn't have any problems. After all, if he really was sent by the 100 Spirit House's enemy, with his status as a spirit apostle, who would be a match for him in the temple? As long as he captures both of us, husband can't do anything. I feel that this person is most likely a loose cultivator. If we can pull him in as a guest, the 100 Spirit House's strength will increase. After all, although the 100 Spirit House has many spirit apostles, most of them are in other branches. Xuanjing's strength isn't that strong." Lady Mi laughed lightly. "Yes, that is true. However, we still need to observe a bit more. Let's go and see how Huer is doing. Elder Mian should have finished his diagnosis by now." The embroidered-robed man still had a trace of caution on his face as he suddenly mentioned the boy. "Elder Mian is the most skilled doctor in the 100 Spirit House. It would be best if he could cure the poison first." Lady Mi nodded her head. Thus, the two of them stood up and walked out from a side door towards the back of the house. After a while, the two of them appeared in an abnormally quiet bedroom. The room was filled with the faint smell of medicine. The boy named Qian, who was currently lying on a large bed, sleeping soundly. Beside him sat a black-robed elder with a kind face. He was twirling his beard as he thought about something. Aunt Hong was also standing in the room with a respectful expression. "Elder Mian, how is the poison in Huer's body? Is there any problem? The embroidered-robed man saw the elder and asked respectfully. Owner Qian, I am ashamed. The poison in your son's body is very strange. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. The black-robed elder stood up and shook his head. What, how is that possible? Elder Mian's medical skills are enough to be ranked in the top 10 in Xianjing. The embroidered-robed man was shocked. If you want to talk about medical skills, I think I have some skills. However, detoxification and medical skills are two different things. There are countless strange poisons in the world, so it's not surprising that there's a poison that even I can't detoxify. However, I've already examined your body, and it seems that some of the poison in your body has just been released by someone. As long as that person continues to release the poison using the same method, you should be fine, the black-robed elderly man replied after a brief pause. If that's the case, then there's no problem. The person who used the poison extraction technique is currently in the first section of the Qian house. However, for my son's recovery, I hope that Mian Gong will try his best. Lady Mi let out a sigh of relief as she spoke. Oh, don't worry. Since I'm already here, I can't just sit there and do nothing. When I get back, I'll write a prescription that's more reliable. That's right, I heard from my wife that the person who cured the poison is also a spirit apostle. Can I see him? I'm very interested in his detoxification techniques and would like to see if I can exchange some medical skills with him. Elder Mian smiled as he spoke. Of course, that's not a problem. Aunt Hong, bring Elder Mian to see Mr. Qian. The embroidered-robed man also felt relieved as he gave an order. Yes. Naturally, Aunt Hong agreed without hesitation. There's no rush. I'll give the young master a prescription first, and then I'll visit Mr. Qian. Hearing this, Elder Mian spoke calmly as he walked to the table and sat down. He then took out a brush from the brush holder on the table. Aunt Hong quickly walked over and helped him take out a piece of white paper. She then quickly began to grind it. Lu Ming walked around the seemingly spacious room a few times before suddenly taking out a few multicolored formation flags from his sleeves. He then carefully placed them in the corners of the room before making a single hand sign. All of the formation flags gave off a wing-wing sound before turning into a mist and disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. When he bought this set of formation flags from the Weizhou market, it cost him quite a bit of spirit stones. Moreover, the formation only had simple isolation and warning functions. However, it was a good choice to use for a temporary residence. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about someone eavesdropping on his conversation or someone casting a spell to ambush him. Qian Ruping, who was standing next to him, had seen Lu Ming cast spells more than once. However, this miraculous scene still caused her to widen her eyes and her small mouth to be unable to close. Brother Ming, what is this? Is this the spell you mentioned before? The girl couldn't help but ask. This isn't a spell, it's a formation. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled as he explained. He had already checked Qian Ruping's body and found that she also had a spiritual pulse. Although he couldn't determine its quality, he had already taught her the most basic method to condense yuan qi. After this girl saw him cast a few spells, she naturally learned them with great interest. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't hide some of the simple things related to the cultivation world from the girl. Now that Qian Ruping heard the two words formation, she became very interested and started to ask Lu Ming about it in detail. However, some of her questions were naturally very naive, causing Lu Ming to bitterly smile as he didn't know how to answer. However, at this time an old voice suddenly came from outside the door. Fellow Qian, are you in the house? This old man is Mian Songshan. Would you like to come in for a chat? So it's the same kind of person. Fellow Mian, please come in. When Lu Ming heard this, his eyes flashed slightly, but after a slight hesitation, he immediately agreed. He took a few steps forward and opened the door. She saw Elder Mian and Aunt Hong standing outside the door. Mr. Qian, Elder Mian is a senior guest of our 100 Spirit House. I heard that Mr. is also a spirit apostle, so I came to pay a visit. Seeing this, Aunt Hong quickly explained. I see. This is my first time in Xianjing and I want to make friends with others. Lu Ming heard this and smiled. He immediately moved to the side and made an inviting gesture. I didn't think that fellow Qian would be so young. This is really unexpected. Then I won't be polite. Seeing that Lu Ming was so young, Elder Mian's eyes couldn't help but flash a bit of surprise. However, his expression immediately returned to normal as he spoke. Following this, the black-robed elder's body moved and he swaggered into the room. After Aunt Hong excused herself, she took her leave. This must be your niece. As expected, she is ill. This old man also knows a bit about medicine. If fellow doesn't mind, I can take a look at her pulse. When Elder Mian entered the room, he naturally saw Qian Ruping, who had a face full of curiosity. He immediately thought of something and spoke. Oh, if fellow Mian is willing to help, it would naturally be Ruping's fortune. Ruping, sit down and let brother Mian take your pulse. Although Lu Ming didn't know what the elder meant, he wasn't worried that the elder had any ill intentions towards the girl. After thinking for a bit, he immediately agreed. Hearing this, the girl obediently gave her thanks and obediently sat on a nearby chair. Elder Mian waved his hand and another chair appeared out of thin air. He sat next to the girl and twirled his beard as he grabbed her wrist. His eyes squinted as he began to feel her pulse. Time slowly passed by and the black-robed elder's expression gradually became serious. After an unknown amount of time, Elder Mian let out a long breath and said seriously, so it's the rumored burning blood disease. It is fortunate that fellow was able to control this child's illness until now. I don't know if fellow is going to find the ice silver grass to make medicine for her. Brother Mian is indeed not normal. To be able to guess my method of treatment so quickly. When Lu Ming heard this, his expression finally changed. Fellow, please don't blame me. Previously, when I saw that fellow Qian was so young, I had some suspicions about fellow's medical skills and detoxification methods. Now, I no longer have any doubts. Other than cultivating, this old man is obsessed with medicine. Therefore, I came here this time hoping to exchange a few pointers with fellow. The black-robed elder stood up and cupped his hands towards Lu Ming as he spoke with sincerity. Brother Mian is too kind. My medical skills aren't that great and I've only learned from a few experts how to treat difficult illnesses. If fellow doesn't mind, I have no reason to refuse. When Lu Ming heard this, he laughed as he replied. The black-robed elder was naturally overjoyed and immediately began to discuss some medical problems with Lu Ming. Under Lu Ming's signal, the girl obediently went into the room to rest. After talking with the elder for a while, Lu Ming discovered that Elder Mian's medical skills were indeed exceptional. Some of the medical things that Lu Ming originally didn't understand became easy to understand from Elder Mian's mouth. This caused Lu Ming's spirit to rise as he began to sincerely discuss medicine with Elder Mian. Elder Mian was also overjoyed with Lu Ming's unique understanding of medicine and the methods that Lu Ming brought out. The conversation between the two lasted for half a day. It wasn't until the sky turned dark did Elder Mian reluctantly bid farewell. After one night, the black-robed elder once again appeared in front of Lu Ming in the morning with a face full of smiles. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be speechless. However, he could only force himself to continue discussing medicine with the elder. This went on for 3 days in a row. On this day, after Lu Ming and the old man finished discussing some medical problems, Lu Ming suddenly asked the old man a question. Brother Mian, this is the first time I've come to Xianjing and I might even live here for a while. Is Xianjing still safe and sound? Is there anything that I should pay attention to? When Elder Mian heard this, his face slightly changed. However, after thinking for a while, he slowly said, Brother Qian and I are like old friends at first sight, so I can't say much else. However, I have something to tell you. If you're done with your business, it's best if you leave Xianjing as soon as possible. Since Brother Mian doesn't want to say it clearly, you must have your own reasons. However, I appreciate your intentions. Other than finding the spirit medicine to cure this girl, I actually have some personal matters to take care of. I'm afraid that leaving in a short amount of time isn't very realistic. Also, I can't stay in the Qian house for long. Does fellow have any recommendations for a loose cultivator? Lu Ming gave a slight smile and didn't seem to mind the old man's tone. Since Brother Qian really has matters to take care of and must stay in Xianjing, I won't try to persuade you any further. Regarding the situation in Xianjing, I just don't have a good guess. As for some other information, I promised others that I wouldn't leak it, so I can't say it clearly either. However, if you really want to understand the situation in Xianjing, you only need to spend a bit of spirit stones and you should be able to find the information you want from many places. As for your residence, I do have two suggestions. First, I see that owner Qian seems to have intentions of recruiting you. The 100 Spirit House is considered to have some power in Xianjing. If you are willing to become a guest of the 100 Spirit House, you can directly move to my place. I am currently living with 2 other guests and I can introduce you to them when the time comes. Of course, if you don't want to join the 100 Spirit House, you can go to the Immortal Dawn Mountain and rent a temporary cave. The Immortal Dawn Mountain belongs to the government. The environment is very quiet and the yuan qi is quite thick. It also doesn't allow people to fight in the mountain, so it is a very safe place. The only problem is that according to the rank of the cave, the rental fee is quite high. For loose cultivators like me, I'm afraid that I won't be able to afford it for a long time. As for the cheaper places, there are a few other places. However, most of them have the backing of other large powers and are rather chaotic. The yuan qi there cannot compare to the Immortal Dawn Mountain. For example, the Nancian Pavilion was opened with the secret support of the first prince. Also, the auspicious Cloud Courtyard is supported by the Black Spirit Group. Elder Mian explained to Lu Ming in detail. Black Spirit Group? Hearing these 3 words, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Before he left, Master Lei had given him a lot of information regarding the Black Spirit Group. This meeting appeared 30 years ago in Xianjing and its members were extremely mysterious. Legend has it that there weren't many people in charge, but they were all powerful evil cultivators. They usually masked themselves, and most of them didn't know each other, so they called each other by their nicknames. As soon as they appeared in Xianjing, they were naturally ostracized by many factions. However, the first to act was the Blood Qilin Pavilion, originally one of the 5 underground powers of Xianjing. All of the spirit apostles in the pavilion were killed in one night using various cruel methods. Immediately, the other powers in Xianjing were shocked and stopped all hostile actions towards the Black Spirit Group. After the Black Spirit Group took over all the resources of the original Blood Qilin Pavilion, they seemed to be satisfied and no longer continued to expand their forces. With this, the other factions that were originally planning on forming an alliance let out a sigh of relief and silently acknowledged the Black Spirit Group's position in Xianjing. The appearance of the Black Spirit Group was so strange that the supervising disciples of the various sects in Xianjing would naturally try to find out more about it. However, it was a pity that the members of this faction always appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Moreover, they rarely showed themselves in front of others, so they were unable to find out who the true leader was. Now that Elder Mian had mentioned this meeting, Lu Ming's heart was moved. Brother Qian has also heard of the Black Spirit Group? Oh, that's not strange. To us loose cultivators, the Black Spirit Group is one of the 3 factions in Xianjing that we can't offend. After all, the members of the group are extremely secretive and most of them are evil cultivators that specialize in assassination. If we loose cultivators offend them, we wouldn't even know how we died. Naturally, we should stay as far away from them as possible. The black-robed elder heard Lu Ming's words and smiled. Oh, other than the Black Spirit Group, what other 2 factions can't we offend? Lu Ming curiously asked. Of course it's the government and the 5 sects. If you offend any of the other factions, you can just escape Xianjing overnight and they won't be able to do anything to us loose cultivators. However, if you offend the government or the 5 sects, even if you leave Xianjing, as long as you're in Daxian country, you won't be able to escape. Not to mention the 5 sects, they were the true rulers of the Daxian country. The supervising envoys that remained in Xianjing were even more mysterious, and normal people would not be able to see them. On the other hand, the imperial court was a secular power supported by the 5 great Xian countries. Although they did not allow the existence of spirit masters and above, there were tens of thousands of silver Qilin level practitioners and hundreds of gold spirit level spirit apostle guests. As long as the government is serious, sweeping through all the factions in Xianjing is just a matter of a word. However, the reason why there are so many factions in Xianjing is because the government turns a blind eye. Elder Mian said with deep meaning. Thank you for reminding me. I understand now. Lu Ming nodded his head and replied with a thoughtful expression. In the remaining time, the two talked for a while more before Elder Mian stood up and left. However, after the elder left the room, he went straight to the main hall of the Qian house. There, the owner of the 100-spirit house, Xianxia, was talking to Lady Mi about something with a hint of anger on his face. However, when he saw the black-robed elder, he immediately smiled and stood up. Elder Mian, you finally returned. Did you find out if Mr. Qian is willing to be a guest of the 100-spirit house? I'm ashamed, I'm afraid I've disappointed the owner. Fellow Qian's words didn't reveal his intentions of joining the 100-spirit house. However, he seems to be staying in Xianjing for a while and won't be leaving in a short amount of time. Elder Mian replied. That's a pity. However, it doesn't matter. As long as Mr. Qian doesn't leave Xianjing immediately, the 100-spirit house will have a chance to rope him in. It's a pity that the 100-spirit house doesn't have the ice silver grass and we have to go to other shops to find it. I'm afraid that it will take some time. Lady Mi heard this and furrowed her brows before relaxing. As for the ice silver grass, I've already ordered my men to do it. As long as Xianjing has it, we will definitely be able to find it. The most important thing is that the 3rd Marquis's shadow guards have already helped us find the culprit behind the attack on Lady Mi and Hu Er. It was indeed Fatty Mu from the Gathering Treasures building. The brocade-robed man snorted. The Gathering Treasures building and the 100-spirit house have always been enemies in business. In addition, the 9th prince behind them and the 3rd Marquis behind the owner are like fire and water. It's not strange that they would do something like this. When Elder Mian heard this, he twirled his beard and said. I've already sent people to keep an eye on Fatty Mu. He's very vigilant and has been hiding in the house all day, not taking a single step outside. However, I've already ordered the branch in the county state to suppress the Gathering Treasures building's business. This time, we can't just let it go like this. Otherwise, how can the 100-spirit house stand in Xianjing? The brocade-robed man said with a serious expression. Husband, don't be angry. Actually, compared to taking revenge on the Gathering Treasures building, the most important thing for us right now is the success of this auction. Don't forget, for the auction rights this time, the 100-spirit house paid a shocking price and we cannot fail. However, up until now, we haven't found enough items for the finale. Lady Mi said worriedly. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, the anger on the brocade-robed man's face finally disappeared. However, after thinking for a while, he said with confidence, Lady, don't worry. I just received news yesterday that the other finale items have already been found in a branch and are currently being transported to Xianjing along with the other auctions. There won't be any delay in the auction. What, they've already found it? That's great. However, will the Gathering Treasures building do anything to the auction items? Lady Mi was first happy and then worried. Don't worry about the safety of the escorts. This time, not only did I send the other 2 guests to pick up the auction items, I also sent a group of the 3rd Marquis shadow guards. There won't be any problems. The brocade-robed man said confidently. The 3rd Marquis shadow guards are all strong practitioners. In addition, there are 2 other fellows with them, so there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Elder Mian nodded his head. The brocade-robed man's expression eased slightly upon hearing this before he began to discuss other matters with the yellow-robed elderly man. However, the safety of the auction venue is also very important, so I'll have to discuss this matter with you. Take a look at the auction venue's restrictions. At the same time, Lu Ming left the girl in the room and quietly went to the back door of the Qian house. The 2 hidden guards at the door naturally recognized Lu Ming as an important guest of the house. Naturally, they didn't dare to stop him and quickly opened the back door to let him out. Once Lu Ming walked out of the back door of the Qian house, he only looked left and right before following a small path in front of the door. He arrived at a large street not far away and quickly blended into the crowd. Before coming to Xianjing, he had already memorized the main streets of Xianjing in his heart. As a result, he didn't feel unfamiliar when walking on the streets. After a series of twists and turns, he quickly traversed several streets before finally appearing in front of a quiet alleyway, which he abruptly disappeared into in a flash. Not long after, a gray-robed man with a normal face casually walked to the entrance of the alley. His gaze swept across the alley and his face changed. The alley that was supposed to be a dead end was completely empty and there wasn't a single person to be seen. The gray-robed man panicked and didn't care about anything else as he rushed into the alley in an attempt to find some clues. However, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew from behind him and he felt a pain in his neck. His vision went black as he fell to the ground. At this time, there seemed to be no one behind him. A faint aura flashed, and Lu Ming's figure immediately appeared. After glancing at the man in gray clothes on the ground, he faintly muttered to himself, "He can't even see through such a simple camouflage. It looks like he's just a normal person." Then, he grabbed at the air on the ground with one hand, and the originally motionless man immediately rose into the air. He grabbed the man by his shirt and brought him closer. His other hand casually searched the man's body, but it was empty and he didn't find anything. Lu Ming's eyebrows creased and he suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a ball of black light at the man's face. The originally unconscious gray-clothed man immediately slowly woke up. However, the moment he opened his eyes, he immediately met another pair of eyes that emitted a faint white light. Immediately, the man's consciousness sank and his eyes became dull. At the same time, a voice that seemed to come from far away sounded in his ears, "Who are you? Who sent you to stay outside the Qian house and follow me?" After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Lu Ming loosened his grip and the gray-clothed man once again fainted and fell to the ground. Gathering treasure building. Looks like it's an enemy of the 100 Spirit House. However, it doesn't have much to do with me, so I don't need to pay attention to it for now. Lu Ming muttered thoughtfully as the faint white light in his eyes returned to normal. What he had just used wasn't a soul-searching technique, but a hypnosis technique that relied on his strong mental strength. Although this kind of technique didn't have much effect on spirit apostles with Fa, it was more than enough to deal with normal people and low-level practitioners. At this time, Lu Ming once again made a hand sign with one hand and the sound of firecrackers came from within his body. His body suddenly expanded by more than 2 heads and he turned into a tall and sturdy man with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. Following that, his 2 hands touched his face and he turned back into the face of a fierce-looking burly man. Lu Ming slapped his arm and the summer conch immediately appeared. After injecting Fa into it, a ray of light appeared and a black robe appeared out of nowhere. He took off his green robe and stuffed it into the summer conch. Then, he changed into his black robe and walked out of the alley. 2 hours later, a seemingly normal carriage flew out of the west gate of Xianxia and arrived at a small mountain with beautiful scenery outside the city. As soon as the carriage stopped, the door opened. The black-clothed man that Lu Ming had transformed into jumped out of the carriage. He turned around and tossed a piece of silver to the coachman before walking up the mountain. After the time it took to finish a meal, he arrived in front of a seemingly quiet small Taoist temple halfway up the mountain. The Taoist temple was no more than an acre in size, and its doors were tightly shut. It was surrounded by a vermilion stone wall, but from a distance, there were only 5 or 6 rooms in the temple. Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the 3 words "small clear temple" hanging on the door of the Taoist temple. He immediately smiled and walked a few steps to the door. He knocked on the large brass ring on the door a few times. "Who is it? If you're here to offer incense and solve dreams, please forgive me for not receiving any guests for the time being. The temple master is currently in seclusion and is unable to receive guests." The door was not opened, but a clear and melodious voice of a child came from inside. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. However, he said calmly, "I am a distant relative of the temple head. I have come to see him for an important matter." "What, the temple head's relative? Then please wait for a moment." The child was slightly surprised. The sound of running could be heard and the door slowly opened. From inside, a 12 or 13-year-old child walked out and looked at Lu Ming with a face full of surprise. "I have a token here. Take it to your temple head and he will naturally know who I am." Lu Ming glanced at the Dao child and took out half a jade pendant from his sleeve. He then handed it to the Dao child. "Then please wait for a moment. I will be back soon." After hesitating for a moment, the child took the jade pendant and closed the door. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. However, he did not say anything and waited in silence. After a short while, the door was opened again, and the Taoist boy appeared again. He bowed apologetically and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. Sir, please come in. The temple head has already come out of seclusion and is waiting in the side room." Lu Ming glanced at the Taoist boy a few more times before striding forward without saying anything. Thus, under the guidance of the child, he walked into the Taoist temple. After passing through the side door of the main hall, he came to a courtyard behind the Taoist temple that was separated by a stone wall. Inside, there was a seemingly quiet side room. The Taoist child walked to the door of the side room, leaned to the side, and said respectfully, "Sir, you can go in by yourself. The monastery master is inside." "Okay, are you forgetting something?" Lu Ming nodded and walked over. However, when he walked to the door, he stopped and turned to ask the child. "Ah, that's right. This is the token from before. Please keep it properly." The child was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately came to his senses and took out the jade pendant from his pocket. He gave it to Lu Ming with both hands. Lu Ming nodded and moved his arm to grab the jade pendant. Gotcha! Lu Ming's arm suddenly increased in size, and his palm grabbed the Dao child's neck from an unbelievable angle. With just a shake, the Dao child's neck was snapped in half. The Taoist boy died before he could even let out a scream. Lu Ming's 5 fingers loosened again, and the Dao child's corpse softly fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, countless small holes appeared on the walls on both sides of the courtyard. Then, with a piercing sound, a dense number of crossbow bolts shot out from the holes. They transformed into countless rays of cold light that shot toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and with a shake of his sleeve, he actually took out the Cyan Moon sword that he had long prepared. With just a slight wave, sword shadows surged out and completely submerged his figure. When the crossbow bolts came into contact with the sword's shadows, they all exploded and turned into balls of red flames that burned fiercely. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly let out a long howl from within the sword shadows. With a burst of sword chi, all of the red flames were destroyed. Then, a cold light flashed in the sword shadows. Several rays of green sword chi joined together and slashed at the walls on both sides. Not good. Dodge. Immediately, many people cried out in alarm from the walls on both sides. With a flash of green light, the sword chi disappeared without a trace into the walls. Then, there were loud screams. The walls on both sides collapsed and 7 or 8 white-robed people appeared from within. The walls on both sides of the courtyard were actually hollow, which was why people could hide in them. These white-robed people each held a light yellow crossbow in their hands. However, in the next moment, they were cut in half and fell to the ground, dead. The few rays of sword chi that Lu Ming had released not only slashed the walls open, but also killed all the white-robed people hiding inside. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stomped his foot and his body shot up into the sky. At the same time, the soil on the ground suddenly parted and a pair of gleaming steel claws appeared. They failed to grab hold of Lu Ming's feet and fell into the air. The Cyan Moon sword in Lu Ming's hand slashed down at the empty space below. A long ray of sword chi rolled down. So, the ground down below cracked open, and a yellow humanoid figure shot out of the soil before fleeing to the side. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He suddenly extended a finger and pointed at the sword chi below. The green sword chi suddenly changed direction midway and followed the yellow figure. In an instant, it was submerged in the cold light. It was Lu Ming who relied on his powerful mental strength to forcefully change the direction of the sword chi. After a scream, the yellow figure turned into a rain of blood and fell down. However, Lu Ming turned a blind eye to this. He held the sword in one hand and floated in the air. At the same time, he turned his head and stared at the direction of the side room. He said indifferently, "You have hidden in there for so long. Could it be that you still expect me to let you go? Fellow's abilities are shocking. It seems that you are the new supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. I know that I am not your opponent. What conditions do I need to protect my life?" A hoarse male voice came from the side room. "Hee, since you know that I am the new supervising disciple, you still dare to ambush me. It can be seen that the disappearance of the previous supervising disciple is most likely related to you. Do you think I will let you go?" Lu Ming laughed as he replied. "It seems that today, either you die or I live." However, I still have a question that I hope fellow can answer. I believe that all of my ambushes were flawless. How did fellow discover that something was wrong? The hoarse voice paused before slowly speaking. Humph, do you think that I will tell you these things? Since you are not willing to come out, then don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Ming coldly snorted. He was not willing to waste words with the person in the side room. He immediately formed a hand sign with one hand and azure wind blades appeared in front of him. With a shake of his sleeve, they transformed into 7 or 8 rays of azure light that shot down. Pung, pung. After a few sounds, the wind blades that entered the side room were blocked by something. Seeing this, Lu Ming's gaze slightly froze. With his current strength, the power of the large circular wind blade technique was far greater than that of a normal spirit apostle. Even a normal middle spirit apostle would not be able to withstand it so easily. The enemy in the side room was actually a late spirit apostle or above. Lu Ming thought like this in his heart, but his hands did not stop moving. With a change of hand sign, scarlet-red fireballs surged out and with a low shout, they shot down. Before these fireballs actually landed, a wave of hot air had already swept over. Hong! A figure shot out from the roof of the side room. After circling around, it fled towards the top of the mountain. However, Lu Ming seemed to have prepared for this. With a shake of his sleeve, a silver chain shot out like a poisonous snake. With a shake, it turned into a sky full of chained shadows that covered the figure in front of him. Seeing this, the figure raised one hand, and a crimson streak of light suddenly swept out, piercing through the chained shadows behind him. Dang lang! A clear sound rang out. When the aggressive blood rainbow came into contact with the chains, it actually did not break through. Instead, the silver light shined brightly and the chains were forcefully bounced away. The human figure was momentarily shocked, but he immediately formed a hand sign with one hand. With a pung, his body actually transformed into 7 or 8 blood shadows that shot in all directions. Seeing this situation, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched with a trace of mockery. With his strong mental strength, if this person dared to use an illusion technique in front of him, he was really looking to die. Lu Ming shook his sleeve again and immediately, the chains that filled the sky retracted, turning into a large silver net that covered one of the blood shadows. The blood shadow was greatly shocked and suddenly shouted, "Fellow, don't force me. Fellow Taoist, don't force me. Otherwise, don't blame me for perishing together with you." Hearing this, Lu Ming only laughed coldly. He didn't care and only madly urged the silver chains. Immediately, the large net made a loud buzzing sound and the silver light shined brightly as it tightened again. The blood shadow shouted angrily and suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a purple-red bead. With a shake of the wind, the bead became as large as the mouth of a bull and directly rushed towards the large silver net. At the same time, he shook his hand again and actually threw out a light green small shield. With a blur, it turned into a thick light screen that protected him within it. In the next moment, the purple bead hit the large net and with a loud sound, it turned into rolling purple flames and exploded. Within the large net, an indistinct large purple fire lotus appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, with just a spin, even more purple flames surged out from within and dyed a large portion of the sky red. Seeing this scene from where he stood, Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly. The opponent was indeed worthy of being a late spirit apostle and indeed had 1 or 2 trump cards. However, if this little bit of flame was really enough to destroy the demon subduing chains and escape, then it would be a mistake. Not to mention the other abilities of the silver chain, just based on its toughness, it was likely that even a true high-tier totem would not be able to surpass it. However, since the other party had made such a big fuss, there would probably be other cultivators coming to investigate soon. He could not continue to be entangled with the other party. After Lu Ming fell into the trap, he flicked his wrist and the spiritual power in his body surged towards the demon subduing chain like a river. In the next moment, the huge net formed by the silver chains emitted a loud buzzing sound. Countless faint silver runes appeared on its surface, and the countless chained shadows tightened again. The purple fire lotus was immediately wrapped tightly by the crisscrossing chains. After being tightened, it turned into sparks and collapsed. When Shuang, who was hiding under the purple flames, saw this, he was immediately terrified. He twisted his body and wanted to use another ability to escape, but it was already too late. A silver chain flashed down and caught him off guard, causing him to stumble. Even the layer of crimson light around his body was dispersed, revealing his true appearance. Surprisingly, it was a white-robed old man in his 50s. However, his eyes kept darting around, and his face was filled with cunning. At this moment, a sky full of chained shadows flashed and appeared from all directions. They densely coiled around him and tied him up tightly. Lu Ming suddenly pulled the silver chain and pulled the old man closer. Just as he was about to say something, he glanced at the strange crimson inscriptions that appeared on the old man's face. His expression changed drastically. He moved his arm and actually punched the old man that was tied up a few feet away. Hong! The old man's body exploded into countless pieces within the silver chain. The blood mist that was formed almost enveloped everything within a 30 to 40 feet radius. If it wasn't for Lu Ming's quick reaction, he would probably have been caught in it. Although he did not know how powerful the blood mist was, it was definitely not something simple. After the old man self-destructed, all the items on him were turned into nothingness. Even if Lu Ming wanted to continue investigating, there were no clues to be found. Just as Lu Ming was feeling a little depressed, his expression suddenly changed and he turned his head to look into the distance. He saw that in the sky of Xianxia, there was the sound of something flying through the air. He could faintly see that there was someone riding on a cloud flying in his direction. Without saying anything, Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand and flew to the back of the small mountain. After flying for a few dozen miles, he landed on the top of another mountain and slowly walked down the mountain. However, as he walked, his eyebrows furrowed as he thought about what had just happened. According to the records of the sect, this small clear temple was originally a secret location that was in contact with the sect. Everyone in the temple was an outer sect disciple of the barbarian ghost sect and was used to help the supervising disciple deliver important information to the sect. Under normal circumstances, even if something happened to the supervising disciple, this place would not be affected. He originally wanted to use the small clear temple to tell the sect that he had arrived in Xianxia and ask the disciples of the temple about what happened to the previous supervising disciple. However, he did not expect that this place had already fallen and that someone had set up a trap for him. If the supervising disciple that came this time was not him but another late or middle spirit apostle from the sect, they probably would not have had the chance to escape from the ambush. After all, not only did they use a group of practitioners and a large amount of glyph arrows, they also sent a middle spirit apostle and a late spirit apostle. As for how he found out that there was an explosion, it was naturally because of the jade pendant. According to the rules of the sect, if a new supervising disciple appeared and the person in charge saw the jade pendant, he must immediately take out the other half of the jade pendant and combine it into one so that he could confirm the identity of the new supervising disciple. Only then would the two meet again. At that time, the new supervising disciple would have to ask for the other token that represented the new supervising disciple's identity. However, after the Taoist child took the jade pendant, he did not bring the other half of the jade pendant when he opened the door. This made Lu Ming very suspicious. When he was brought into the courtyard, he used his strong mental strength to discover the people hiding in the walls and the people lying in ambush. Naturally, he did not hesitate to make a move. However, since Xianxia did not allow spirit masters to enter, a late spirit apostle was already a very strong existence. Not only did these people attack the barbarian ghost sect disciples openly, they could also easily order people of this level. It could be seen how strong their power was. What made Lu Ming even more shocked was that the white-clothed old man did not hesitate to explode after being captured. This was a late spirit apostle. Logically speaking, any cultivator who could cultivate to this level would cherish their lives and would not do such a thing easily. From this, it could be seen how strange and terrifying this force was. It looked like he would have to be more careful in his future actions. Before he had a clear understanding of this power, he could not reveal his identity. Lu Ming quickly made a decision in his heart. At the same time, in an abnormally dark hall in Xianxia, 3 black shadows were sitting around a table. One of the black shadows, who was abnormally tall, was stroking a blood-red wooden sign that had just cracked open and was speaking in a strange voice. Envoy number 9 was actually forced to explode. It looks like the supervising disciple that the barbarian ghost sect sent this time is not weak. If I had known earlier, I would have sent a few more envoys. According to the strength of the supervising disciples that the 5 sects sent to Xianxia, one envoy and this many people should be more than enough. Moreover, there are already some powers that are suspicious of us and the others have important things to do. The reason why we sent number 9 to the small clear temple was just a precaution. According to the past, once something happens to the supervising disciple of the 5 sects in Xianxia, it would take at least half a year for them to send someone over. Who knew that they would come so quickly this time? Another black shadow said coldly. Whatever. Even if the supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect arrived early, number 9 had already sent his appearance to us before he exploded. If we pay more attention, he won't be able to find anything. On the other hand, the disciples of the other sects still need to be on guard. Among them, the 9 Aperture sect, Wind Fire sect, and Hall of Blood sect's supervising disciple have already been confirmed. We just need to send people to keep an eye on them. Only the identity of the Heavenly Moon sect's supervising disciple is still a mystery. I don't want this person to suddenly appear and ruin everything when things are at a crucial point. Number 3, how are things progressing on your side? Can you speed things up a bit? We don't have much time left. We need to settle everything within half a year. The tall black shadow said after a moment of silence. Don't worry, the progress on my side is definitely not a problem. For this matter, we have prepared for dozens of years. At this time, we definitely can't fail at the last step. On the other hand, number 1, your current identity is extremely important to us. No one has discovered that you are a fake, right? The last black shadow said with confidence before asking the tall black shadow a question. In these years, anyone who discovered that my identity is abnormal has been silenced. Right now, all the people in the house have been replaced with our own people. There definitely won't be a problem. The tall black shadow heard this and replied without hesitation. Yes, that's for the best. However, now that number 9 is no longer here, we will pick a clever subordinate and open the essence blood pool to raise their cultivation to a late spirit apostle. This will replace the position of envoy number 9. That's right, don't forget to place restrictions on their consciousness and bodies to prevent them from being captured or revealing our secrets. Hehe, other than the 3 of us, everyone else is just a tool. We definitely can't let them have the slightest chance to retaliate. The last black shadow said coldly. You don't need to say this, I am very clear. However, there isn't much essence blood left in the essence blood pool. We need to store a bit more. The second black shadow said. Isn't essence blood a simple matter? During this period of time, another group of loose cultivators has come to Xianxia. Just pick a few without any background and quietly capture them. Leave this matter to me. The last black shadow said without hesitation. No. The situation now is different from a few years ago. The big factions are already paying attention to us. If more loose cultivators were to disappear, it would raise their vigilance. It is better to use my identity to recruit a group of loose cultivators and then make them disappear without anyone knowing. The tall shadow shook his head as he spoke. Since there is a better way, I don't mind. That's right, there shouldn't be any problems with the government, right? Why have I heard rumors that a few gold spirit level guests seem to have started to investigate our matter? The last black shadow nodded his head and asked in a serious tone. Gold spirit guests, this is a bit troublesome. Once we make a move on one of these guests, it is like provoking the entire hornet's nest. Although these people are guests of the government, they are actually members of the royal family. However, if the royal family really did notice us, there is no way I wouldn't have heard of it. Right now, these guests are probably acting on their own. How about this, I will go back and find others to see what they say. Before that, don't provoke these gold spirit guests. The royal family is different from the 5 sections. If they knew what we were planning, they would probably make a move immediately and would not be willing to replace us. Also, with the strength of the Dexian country's royal family, they probably already have their own spirit masters. They just don't want them to show themselves. The tall shadow said. What, the royal family already has spirit masters? Did you hear some news? The second shadow heard this and seemed to be shocked. I don't have any proof yet, it is only a guess. The tall shadow shook his head as he spoke. Even if it is true, these spirit masters of the royal family are nothing to be afraid of. Otherwise, if they were to show themselves, the 5 sects would be the first to destroy the royal family. How about this? I will tell my subordinates to avoid these gold spirit guests. Luckily, as long as we endure for half a year, everything will be over. The last shadow was silent for a while before laughing coldly. Yes, that is all we can do for now. The second shadow sighed as he spoke. Thus, for the rest of the time, the 3 of them gathered together and chatted for a while before they got up and left the hall. When Lu Ming returned to Xianxia, it was already afternoon. At this moment, he had transformed into a middle-aged Taoist with 3 strands of long beard and was slowly walking on a seemingly busy street in Xianxia. Suddenly, he moved and turned into a seemingly ordinary alley at the side. The alley was not long, but there were 7 or 8 shops with various signs on both sides. After walking a few steps, Lu Ming stopped in front of a coffin shop with a white banner hanging on it. He walked in unhurriedly. "Sir, do you want to order a coffin?" A hunchbacked middle-aged man was painting a brand new coffin with black paint. When he saw Lu Ming walk in, he immediately put down the things in his hands and walked over with a light cough. Lu Ming sized up the hunchback in front of him and did not say anything. Instead, he took out a shiny silver token from his sleeve and waved it in front of him. The originally calm hunchback's expression changed greatly when he saw the token. His body suddenly shook and he quickly closed the door of the shop. With a flash, he returned in front of Lu Ming and took out a black metal token. Looking at the size and style, other than the color, it was extremely similar to the silver token in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming's eyebrows jumped and with a flick of his wrist, he threw the silver token over. Seeing this, the hunchback also threw the black metal token with a serious expression. When Lu Ming caught the metal plate, he only glanced at it before injecting some FA into it. Immediately, a layer of black inscriptions appeared on the metal token and a few strange black inscriptions appeared on it. After Lu Ming saw these inscriptions clearly, he nodded his head and withdrew his FA. After the light on the black metal token faded, it returned to normal. At this moment, the hunchback took out a small bottle and poured out an unknown liquid to smear on the silver medallion. After looking at the item in his hand for a while, he let out a sigh of relief and tossed the silver medallion back to the hunchback. There is no mistaking the envoy's identity. As a backup spy, I thought that I would never come into contact with anyone from the sect for the rest of my life. I am the supervising envoy that has just arrived in Xianxia. Do you know about the disappearance of the previous supervising envoy? Lu Ming returned the black metal token to the other person and asked without a change in expression. Sir, there is no need to use words to test me. As a spy of the sect, my FA has long since been crippled. Normally, I do not investigate anything and do not come into contact with any spirit apostles. I only live as a normal person in Xianxia. My only use is to provide a channel for people like you to contact the sect at crucial times. Since Sir has found me, it looks like the open channel of communication doesn't exist anymore. The hunchback said slowly. Very good, you are quite dutiful. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have lived until now. Hearing this, Lu Ming didn't get angry and instead nodded his head in praise. Sir Envoy, please follow me. The formation that can contact the sect has been buried deep underground. Every year, I go down to check it, but the last time I used it was 20 years ago. The hunchback took a deep breath and said. Lu Ming nodded his head and followed him to the back of the shop. After they passed through a small courtyard, they walked into a seemingly normal room. The room wasn't big. Aside from a bed, a table, and 2 chairs, there was no other furniture. The hunchback walked a few steps to the bed and suddenly used his hands to pull a mechanism under the bed. Immediately, the wooden bed made a gabing sound and split into 2 in the middle. It slowly opened and revealed a dark hole. There was also a simple stone staircase that seemed to lead downwards. The hunchback took out a flint from his waist and waved it in the wind. It actually lit up in the air and followed the staircase downwards. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and he followed closely behind. Not long after the 2 of them walked in, the originally separated wooden bed made a mechanical sound and closed up on its own. Lu Ming and the hunchback walked down for about 300 feet and finally arrived at a large underground stone house. In this stone house that was only about 100 feet wide, there was a large formation set up on the ground. The edges of the formation were filled with white crystals that had already been placed in the grooves. In the center of the formation, there was a circular stone platform that was about 3 meters tall. There were countless spirit inscriptions on its surface. It was a small formation. This is the communication formation. Even though it is so far away, it is enough to instantly send a message back to the sect. However, the consumption of space crystals is also very shocking. If the conditions permit, it is better to send a message as short as possible. Sir Envoy must have learned how to use it, right? I won't say much, the hunchback said as he stood outside the formation. Yes, I did see how to use it when I came. Lu Ming looked at the stone platform and frowned slightly before slowly replying. In that case, I'll go outside and stand guard. When Sir Envoy is done, you can come up yourself. Don't worry about the fluctuations of the formation being discovered. This stone house is made of a special material that can absorb all fluctuations. The hunchback nodded and said. Then, he really went back up the stone steps. Lu Ming walked around the formation a few times before making a hand sign with one hand. A few rays of green light shot out and disappeared into the formation in a flash. In that instant, the entire formation buzzed loudly and the surrounding spirit inscriptions lit up one by one. 2 hours later, Lu Ming left the coffin shop again. He calmly walked out of the alley and reappeared on the street. For the rest of the time, he only wandered around the nearby streets. When the sky was about to turn dark, he once again entered a secluded alley. However, when he came out from the other end, he once again looked like a 27 or 28-year-old scholar. He slowly walked in the direction of the Qian house. On the morning of the second day, Lu Ming, who had rested for a night, once again left through the back door of the Qian house. This time, he directly hailed a carriage on the street. After giving an order to the driver, he headed straight for the Immortal Dawn Mountain. The Immortal Dawn Mountain was different from the other small mountains outside of Xianxia. Xianxia itself had a portion of buildings built along the mountain, and the entire Immortal Dawn Mountain belonged to the government. Not only was there a large number of government soldiers stationed on the mountain, some of the areas with the densest yuan qi were given to the government's gold spirit guests. The caves that could be rented to outsiders were actually the places with the weakest yuan qi on the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Even so, the cost of renting these caves was shockingly high, enough to make a normal loose cultivator's heart ache. Therefore, this kind of renting business was not very good. There really weren't many loose cultivators living on the Immortal Dawn Mountain. When Lu Ming stood in a large hall on the Immortal Dawn Mountain and asked to rent a middle-tier cave for a long period of time, the middle-aged manager in charge of this couldn't help but smile. He immediately unfurled a mountain and river map in front of Lu Ming that had the locations of the various caves marked out, allowing him to choose the cave that he wanted. Lu Ming looked at the map and casually asked about a few places that he was interested in. After nodding or shaking his head, he finally chose a remote cave that had a small river flowing in front of it. Under the guidance of the steward, he personally went to the cave residence to check it out. After feeling quite satisfied, he paid the rental fee of several thousand spirit stones for a year and obtained the cave residence entrance token from the elated steward. Outside of these caves, there were a few simple formations. If one were to randomly enter without the token, they would alert the patrolling guards on the mountain. Therefore, compared to other places, the Immortal Dawn Mountain was considered a very safe place. After leaving the Immortal Dawn Mountain, Lu Ming did not immediately return to the Qian house. Instead, he continued to stroll around Xianxia for half a day. At night, when he returned to the Qian house, there was actually a person already waiting for him. It's already so late, why is owner Qian here? Could it be that you have something urgent to discuss with me? When Lu Ming saw the person in the room, he immediately asked with some surprise. This person was the owner of the Qian house, Qian Chao. Mr. Qian, the reason why I came here is actually because I have some good news to tell you. The ice silver grass that Mr. wanted, my subordinates have finally bought one from another store. However, I would like Mr. to personally take a look and see if it is really suitable. Qian Chao immediately stood up and spoke with a face full of smiles. If this is true, then I really must take a look first. When Lu Ming heard this, he was naturally overjoyed. Qian Chao then took out a wooden box from his sleeve and handed it over with a smile. Lu Ming took the wooden box and opened it. Inside was a pale silver three-leaved spirit grass. Its surface was faintly emitting traces of cold air. When Lu Ming saw this, a serious look flashed across his eyes. A light flashed in his hand and a silver needle that was a few inches long appeared. Lu Ming held the wooden box in one hand and used 2 fingers to pinch the silver needle with the other. He stabbed it into one of the leaves of the spirit grass. Sizzle! The instant the silver needle pierced the light silver leaf, a cold air immediately passed through the silver needle and surged into Lu Ming's fingers. After Lu Ming's fingers became a blur, he pulled the silver needle back from the spirit grass and glanced at it in front of him. He then swept his eyes over it and saw that the front half of the silver needle was covered in a layer of faint white frost. Not bad, this is at least a 50-year-old ice silver grass. It is enough to treat my niece. This time, I really have to trouble owner Qian to take the trouble. I will not stand on ceremony and accept it. After Lu Ming saw the silver needle clearly, his expression relaxed as he spoke. At the same time, the silver needle between his fingers disappeared with a flash. Hee, as long as the spirit grass is really useful, it's fine. This item was originally the reward that Madame agreed to for saving my life. I was only able to find it now, so I originally wanted to apologize to Mr. Xianxia said with a smile. Owner Qian is too polite. Back then, this Qian only acted in passing. Lu Ming spoke modestly. After closing the wooden box, he carefully put away the ice silver grass. Actually, I came here for another matter, but I don't know if I should say it or not. Seeing Lu Ming accept the wooden box, Xianxiao's smile couldn't help but widen. Oh, Owner Qian, if you have something to say, feel free to speak your mind. Hearing that, Lu Ming's thoughts spun quickly, but his expression remained unchanged as he spoke. I heard from Madame that Mr. Qian knows a bit about our 100 Spirit House. What does Mr. Qian think? Xianxiao asked with a serious expression. Owner Qian, you mean? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked. I won't hide it from Mr. I heard from Elder Mian that not only is Mr. Qian's FA great, your medical skills aren't below him. The 100 Spirit House was looking for talents like Mr. Therefore, I personally came here this time to officially invite Mr. to become a guest of the 100 Spirit House. All the expenses will be comparable to the highest treatment. Xianxiao straightforwardly put it bluntly. Join the 100 Spirit House? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Owner Qian. I don't have such intentions. Hearing that, Lu Ming's eyebrows creased as he spoke. Why is that? As a loose cultivator, since you plan on staying in Xianjing for a long time, it's only a matter of time before you join a faction in Xianjing. I'm not boasting, but the treatment of a guest of the 100 Spirit House may not be the best or second best in Xianjing, but it's enough to be in the top 5. As long as Mr. joins the 100 Spirit House, not only will you receive a large amount of spirit stones every month, if you need any pills or items, the 100 Spirit House will also help you collect them. Furthermore, the restrictions that the 100 Spirit House has on guests are very lax. If a guest feels that a mission is too dangerous and has the possibility of dying, they have the power to reject it. Moreover, I won't let a guest elder do something that is simply impossible to accomplish. After all, in essence, a faction like us has guests that are mostly used to threaten and intimidate others. There aren't many opportunities for guests to personally take action. Xianxiao didn't seem surprised at all as he spoke with a smile. Since Owner Qian is so sincere, I won't hide anything and will say what I want to say. I've heard from fellow Mian about the treatment of a guest of the 100 Spirit House and it's not bad. The reason why I don't agree is because the 100 Spirit House seems to have provoked a great enemy. Otherwise, your wife and son wouldn't have been killed near Xianjing. I came to Xianjing this time to take care of some personal matters and I don't want to get involved in trouble to avoid wasting too much of my energy. Lu Ming slowly replied. So it's like that. It seems that Mr. Qian isn't too optimistic about the current situation of the 100 Spirit House. If that's the case, then Mr. Qian doesn't have to worry too much. Actually, I've already found out who the mastermind behind all the hostility towards the 100 Spirit House is. It's the work of our rival, the Gathering Treasure Building. As the saying goes, people of the same trade are enemies. Adding on the fact that our two businesses together probably take up 20 to 30% of the cultivation resources in Xianxia, we've naturally been fighting with each other. I myself also have a deep grudge against the shopkeeper of the Gathering Treasure building, Mu Yingqing. But even so, after so many years, our two families still can't do anything to each other. Of course, part of the reason is that our strengths aren't too different, but the main reason is that our two families have a backer behind them. It is impossible for either of us to fall. Therefore, Mr. doesn't have to worry about the problems that the 100 Spirit House is currently facing. As long as the auction next month is successfully held, our house will be able to suppress the Gathering Treasure building. I believe that they won't dare to provoke us for many years. Xianxia came to a realization and explained in detail. You have a backer behind you? To be able to be called a backer with the power of the 100 Spirit House, it must be someone with a great background. Would owner Qian be able to tell me a thing or two? After Lu Ming finished listening, he asked with some surprise. That's naturally not a problem. Actually, for the powers in Xianxia, they all need some sort of background. Otherwise, how can they truly establish themselves in Xianxia? Since our 100 Spirit House and the Gathering Treasure building do business with the outside world, everyone knows who our backer is, so there's no need to hide anything. The backer of our 100 Spirit House is actually the younger brother of the current emperor, the third Marquis. 1/3 of our profits are handed over to the third Marquis. And Treasure Trove Pavilion's backer was the current 9th Prince, but it was different from the main residence. On the surface, the head shopkeeper Mu Yingqing was just a servant of the 9th Prince, and the entire Treasure Trove Pavilion was the 9th Prince's private property. So, no matter how much our two families fight, it's impossible for one family to defeat the other. Our backers will not allow this to happen. Xianxia said seriously. The third Marquis, could it be the third Marquis who helped the current emperor ascend the throne 20 years ago and has the title of virtuous king? Lu Ming's heart suddenly shook, but his face didn't show any signs of surprise as he asked. Oh, I didn't think that Mr. Qian would have heard of the third Marquis. This makes things much easier, it is indeed the virtuous king. Has Mr. Qian changed his mind and is willing to become a guest of the 100 Spirit House? Xianxia asked with some surprise. Since the troubles of the 100 Spirit House are only temporary and there is the virtuous king behind us, if I were to still decline, I'm afraid that owner Qian will be unhappy. I can agree to join the 100 Spirit House, but before that, I have two conditions that I hope owner Qian can agree to. Lu Ming thought for a moment before his expression softened and he slowly said. What conditions does Mr. Qian have, please state them. Hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. First, I can only become a guest of the 100 Spirit House while I am in Xianxia. If there is a day that I leave Xianxia, this guest status will naturally become invalid. However, owner Qian can rest assured that I will be in Xianxia for at least 2 to 3 years and at most 5 to 6 years. Second, as a reward for becoming a guest of the 100 Spirit House, other than the monthly spirit stones, I plan to learn some alchemy. Therefore, I hope that the 100 Spirit House can recommend me to an alchemist to learn some alchemy. Of course, I also know that true alchemists don't normally accept disciples, but all I want is a recommendation from the 100 Spirit House. I have my own ways to convince them. However, the alchemist that the 100 Spirit House recommends must have a deep understanding of alchemy and be able to refine pills for spirit masters and above. Lu Ming slowly said. What, Mr. Qian wants to learn alchemy? What Lu Ming said clearly shocked Xianxia. What, I can't learn? Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyebrows jumped. Of course not. It's just that even though I am not a spirit apostle, I know that the art of alchemy is the hardest skill for cultivators to learn. The number of cultivators who are willing to spend the time to learn this skill is extremely few. However, if Mr. is really interested in alchemy, our 100 Spirit House has some connections with a few alchemists and can help recommend 1 or 2. However, alchemists that can refine pills for spirit masters and above are very rare even in the big sect. In Xianxia, I'm afraid that there is only one person that has this kind of ability. However, this alchemy master has a very strange temper. Although the 100 Spirit House has interacted with him a few times and helped him auction a few pills, I don't have much confidence that he will agree to teach you alchemy. Xianxia replied with some hesitation. That doesn't matter. As long as owner Qian can let me meet this master once, I will be able to handle the matter of learning alchemy. Hearing this, Lu Ming's spirit rose. Okay, if that's the case, I can make the decision to agree to these two conditions. This time, Qianchao only thought for a bit before gritting his teeth and agreeing. Then Qian Ming will pay his respects to the owner. Lu Ming smiled and slightly bowed towards Qianchao. Haha, Mr. Qian doesn't need to be so courteous. Tomorrow, I will ask someone to bring the guest token to Mr. Also, about Mr.'s residence. Qianchao said happily. There is no need to trouble owner with the residence. I like peace and quiet and have already rented a cave in the Immortal Dawn Mountain. Once the auction is over, I will remove the remaining poison from Mr. Hu's body. Then, I will move over. Lu Ming interrupted without thinking. If that's the case, then Mr.'s monthly requirement of spirit stones must be quite high. How about this, in the future, I will increase the amount of spirit stones that Mr. will receive by 10%. Qianchao was a bit surprised at first but immediately said so. Thank you owner for your kindness. When Lu Ming heard this, he naturally thanked him again. Therefore, the owner of the 100 Spirit House chatted with Lu Ming for a bit before taking his leave. Lu Ming sent him to the door before returning to the room with a face full of thoughts. In the remaining time, he needed to immediately boil the ice silver grass into a medicine for Qian Ruping to drink. Then, he would use other methods to completely cure the strange disease in a few days. At the same time, Qianchao returned to the large hall. There, Elder Mian was sitting on a chair and tasting a cup of tea in his hand. Owner, you're back. Seeing the joy on your face, could it be that you succeeded in persuading Mr. Qian to join the 100 Spirit House? The black-robed elder saw Qianchao's expression and smiled as he spoke. Hee, Elder Mian's eyes are always sharp. How could I hide it from you? Under my persuasion, Mr. Qian did indeed agree. However, he also brought up two conditions. I'm afraid that I will have to waste a large favor. Qianchao laughed as he spoke. Oh, a large favor wasted. Owner is referring to. Elder Mian's face showed a trace of surprise. This Mr. Qian's first condition is fine, but his second condition is that he wants Master Fan to teach him alchemy. Qianchao's joy disappeared as he spoke with a slightly serious tone. Alchemy, Master Fan. Is the owner referring to Master Fan Baizi? When Elder Mian heard this, his expression changed slightly. That's right, other than Master Fan Baizi, who else in Xianjing can be called this? Qianchao said without thinking. But Master Fan Baizi doesn't normally see outsiders. How could he teach fellow Qian alchemy? Elder Mian was still in a daze. I naturally understand this logic, but Mr. Qian only requested to introduce him. It seems that he intends to convince Master Fan himself. Qianchao sighed as he replied. If it's just a referral, given the relationship between Master Fan and Master Dongzhu, it should be possible. No wonder the owner said that it was a waste of a favor. However, fellow Qian's method is probably a waste of effort. Hearing this, Elder Mian slowly spoke. As long as this Mr. Qian is really a late spirit apostle like you, this price is worth it. However, Elder Mian, this Mr. Qian looks so young. Does he really have such shocking cultivation? Qianchao nodded his head before asking with a trace of worry. What's wrong? Does the owner not trust my judgment? Although this fellow Qian didn't personally admit it, from Aunt Hong's description and these few days of contact, I can confirm that his cultivation is definitely above mine and not below Owen's. Even if the owner has to pay a higher price, as long as he can be roped into the 100 Spirit House, it will definitely be a good deal. Elder Mian smiled as he spoke. With Elder Mian's words, I can rest assured. A late spirit apostle guest elder is naturally a great help to the 100 Spirit House. Even if we only release a bit of news, Elder Mian will be able to free up his hands to take care of some important matters. Qianchao's expression relaxed as he spoke. That's right, has the owner found out anything about fellow Qian's background? Such a young late spirit apostle, if he really is a loose cultivator from our country, he should be quite famous. Elder Mian thought of something and quickly asked. Naturally, I have sent people to investigate this, but until now, there hasn't been any clues. I think that Mr. Qian might not be from our country and could be a cultivator from another country. Otherwise, how could there not be any matching information? Xianxia's expression became serious again. That's hard to say. Although some loose cultivators don't have the fate to enter the sect, they still yearn for the path of bitter cultivation. As long as they have enough resources, it is normal for them to cultivate in one place for hundreds of years without coming out. However, this Mr. Qian doesn't seem like a bitter cultivator, so it is possible that he is a cultivator from another country. As for such a young late spirit apostle, it is possible that he is a cultivator from another country's sect. Elder Mian said thoughtfully. What, Elder Mian thinks that Mr. Qian is a traitorous cultivator from another country? Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed. Owner Qian doesn't need to worry. Even if he really is a traitorous cultivator from another country, this is the capital of the Dexian country, so what is there to be afraid of? Also, it's not like other powers haven't taken in foreign cultivators as guests before. Elder Mian snickered as he spoke. That's true. As long as this person doesn't have any ill intentions towards my 100 Spirit House, I don't need to care about this. As for the cultivators in Xianjing, I'm afraid that 3 or 4 out of 10 of them have questionable identities. Xianxiao thought for a while before smiling. Elder Mian twirled his beard and smiled without saying anything. In the remaining 5 to 6 days, Lu Ming still went out during the day and strolled around Xianjing. He also bought some information about the capital from a few secret factions that specialized in selling information. Finally, he had a rough understanding of the current situation in Xianjing. That night, after Lu Ming pulled out the last silver needle from Qian Ruping's body, he saw that her round face was full of smiles as she slept soundly. With a slight smile, he gently covered the girl with a silk blanket. Then, he got up and left the bed to go to another room. In this room, he climbed onto his own bed and sat cross-legged with a calm expression. He silently thought about what he had done in the past few days. After a few days of hard work, Qian Ruping's strange illness had finally completely healed. In the future, as long as she took care of herself, she would be no different from a normal person. At this time, he could finally put all of his attention on the goal of entering Xianjing. This time, his goal of entering Xianjing was to find the whereabouts of the previous supervising disciple and his own duties as a supervising disciple. To him, the main goal was to wait for his Fa Li to be purified and collect enough pure aura qi as well as to find out the secret that his father had left for him. Not mentioning the first two, it was definitely a task that required a lot of effort and time and wasn't something that could be completed in a short amount of time. As for the latter, it involved a place called the Third Marquis House. According to his father's last words, he had left an item in an extremely secret place in the Third Marquis House. Only by entering the house could he completely uncover the secret that had been hidden in his heart for many years. Lu Ming originally wanted to wait until he entered Xianjing before trying to sneak in. However, he never would have thought that things would be so coincidental that the 100 Spirit House that he had casually made connections with was actually related to the Third Marquis House. Otherwise, he might not have agreed to be a guest of the 100 Spirit House. After all, with his strength, he only needed to show himself in front of any faction and he would be able to become a part of it. There was no need for him to choose a faction so quickly. However, right now, he naturally wouldn't let the opportunity in front of him pass by. With the relationship between the Third Marquis and the 100 Spirit House, he believed that as long as he waited patiently, it wouldn't be too difficult to sneak into the Third Marquis House. This was much safer than taking the risk and sneaking in. As Lu Ming thought about this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He closed his eyes and a faint golden ball of light appeared in his sea of consciousness. With just a touch of his mental strength, it turned into a faint golden book and slowly flipped open. It was the great symbol sword technique that he had obtained from the 16 master. This sword technique could be considered to be extremely mysterious. Even though he was quite intelligent, he had only been able to comprehend 10 to 20% of it since he had obtained it. The things that he had comprehended were the most basic techniques of the sword technique. It was a very simple breathing technique that allowed him to absorb the metal spirit chi in the world and cultivate his own sword spirit embryo. As for this so-called sword spirit embryo, he finally understood what it was. It was the most important prerequisite for forging a Yuan spirit flying sword. According to the sword technique, there were 2 types of flying swords. One type was a normal sword type totem that was slightly refined. As long as one could connect with the user's mind, they could use a normal flying sword. Although this type of flying sword's power was average and wasn't much different from a normal totem, if it was destroyed, it wouldn't have much effect on the flying sword's owner. However, this type of flying sword was generally disdained by a true high-level sword cultivator and wouldn't acknowledge it at all. The other type was to first use one's own blood and soul to cultivate a sword spirit embryo and then pour it into the flying sword that had already been refined. The two could then be combined into one and be refined into the rumored Yuan spirit flying sword. Because this type of flying sword had one's own blood and soul fused into it, not only was it extremely powerful, but it could also be used by the flying sword's owner as if it was his own arm and finger. It could kill enemies from 100 miles away. This was the true meaning of a flying sword, and it was the true killing weapon that countless sword cultivators pursued. Of course, if this Yuan spirit flying sword was destroyed, the flying sword's owner would be seriously injured. Some of the refining methods were too overbearing, and it wouldn't be surprising if the owner died on the spot. Because of this, the materials used by high-level sword cultivators to refine the Yuan spirit flying sword were naturally incomparable to the materials used in normal totem. Most of the materials used to refine normal swords and knives were not enough to enter the eyes of a sword cultivator. Even the piece of deep-sea cold iron that Gui Ru Quan and the others obtained could only barely be considered as a material for a Yuan spirit flying sword. However, to a few high-level sword cultivators, it was not enough. However, there were too few flying sword materials that were suitable for a sword cultivator, and all of a sword cultivator's skills were on a flying sword. Therefore, there were many sword cultivators who could not find suitable materials and could only use a few normal materials to refine a Yuan spirit flying sword. However, when facing an enemy, they were naturally very careful and did not rashly use this flying sword. There were even some sword cultivators who were worried about their own safety and simply gave up on the idea of refining a Yuan spirit flying sword. They only found a few outstanding sword-type totems to refine. Because of this, although the power of their flying sword was greatly reduced, they did not have to worry about the sword being destroyed and the person dying. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he did not need to consider the problem of refining a Yuan spirit flying sword. However, he could first nurture his own sword spirit embryo. Lu Ming himself was extremely interested in the legendary path of sword cultivators. Now that he had obtained the great symbol sword technique, he naturally would not give up on cultivating it. According to the great symbol sword technique, this sword spirit embryo was only a body of energy. As long as it left the body and was used once, it would weaken a bit and its power would not be comparable to a Yuan spirit flying sword. However, after it was activated, it could still cut through gold and jade. It could kill people within 100 feet and was not something that a normal totem could defend against. Of course, the nurturing of this sword spirit embryo also took a lot of effort. Normally, a sword spirit embryo that could be infused into a flying sword would take at least 10 years to 30 to 40 years to complete. It depended on the person's cultivation and the person's time spent on it. In addition, even if the sword spirit embryo reached the requirements to infuse a flying sword, the owner could continue to nurture it in the body and its power would continue to increase without a limit. As a result, some high-level sword cultivators who could not find suitable flying sword materials would have a terrifying sword spirit embryo in their body. When Lu Ming read these words, he finally had a rough impression of the power of the faint yellow sword in his body. He couldn't help but be speechless. With the Xianxia ancestors' frightening cultivation, coupled with the fact that he had been nurturing it until the end of his lifespan, his sword spirit embryo was terrifying. Perhaps no one in the entire Dexian country would be able to withstand a single blow from him. Unfortunately, according to the description of this sword technique, there were only two conditions to activate the sword spirit embryo. One was that the person who gave birth to it could easily activate it with the power of their bloodline. The other was that it could be activated with great difficulty by relying on mental strength that far surpassed the original owners. For the former, apart from the original owner of the sword embryo and his descendants, no one else would be able to do anything. The latter, on the other hand, required a divine sense that was even more powerful than the 16 grandmasters. No matter how one looked at it, it was similarly impossible to achieve. Although Lu Ming was very interested in the sword spirit embryo in his body, he could only give up on other ideas and focus on cultivating his own sword spirit embryo. According to the great symbol sword technique, if the sword spirit embryo was cultivated using different methods, the sword spirit embryo that was nurtured would also be different. In addition, the materials used to forge the flying sword would be different, so the flying sword that was formed would be completely different. The Great Symbol Sword technique was obviously a top-tier sword technique. The sword spirit embryo that was cultivated according to the method recorded was called the Great Symbol Sword embryo. Its power was far greater than a normal sword spirit embryo. Unfortunately, the first step of cultivating this sword spirit embryo was to collect great tungsten iron, a material that had never been heard of before. Only by absorbing the metal attribute energy within it could one begin to cultivate. Before, he had already asked Xianxia about this material, but the owner of the 100 Spirit House had never heard of this material before. However, he had already agreed to help Lu Ming find out where it could be sold in Xianjing. However, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to get any information in a short amount of time. Luckily, he hadn't completely comprehended the breathing method for cultivating the sword spirit embryo yet, so he wasn't in a rush. As Lu Ming thought about this in his heart, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the technique. Just like that, the night passed by slowly. On the morning of the second day, Lu Ming checked on Qian Rupiing again. After confirming that the girl's body was completely fine, he told her to cultivate in the room and left the Qian house. This time, he planned on going to the famous underground market of Xianjing to take a look. This market was different from other markets. Because there weren't any of the big sex people to supervise it, there was naturally no order to speak of. However, because of this, there would often be some rare items that other markets didn't have. Powers like the 100 Spirit House and the Gathering Treasures building all had their own shops here. However, before this, when he sat in the carriage and passed by a certain street, his eyes suddenly glanced at the entrance of a certain alley. After seeing a strange symbol, his eyes suddenly narrowed. An hour later, Lu Ming once again changed into the appearance of a middle-aged Taoist. Unhurriedly, he arrived at the entrance of the alley and went straight to the coffin shop that he came to last time. When the owner of the shop, the hunchback, saw Lu Ming's arrival, he didn't feel surprised. Instead, he skillfully closed the door of the shop and without saying anything, led Lu Ming to the back room. After a while, Lu Ming appeared alone in the secret room that was hundreds of feet underground. He stood in the middle of the formation with a serious expression. He pressed both his hands on the round stone platform at the same time, and the big and small formations were activated at the same time. On the surface of the stone platform, a multicolored light flashed. Only then did Lu Ming withdraw his hands and his eyebrows furrowed as he muttered to himself, West Wind Street, Censor Chen. What was lay Martial Uncle thinking? Couldn't he have just given me this information when I left? Why did he have to wait until I reached Xianjing to contact him through the formation? Looks like I can only wait a few days before going to the market. I'll first finish what lay Martial Uncle told me to do. Lu Ming formed a hand sign with one hand and lightly pointed at the stone platform. Immediately, the sounds of the two formations stopped with a GA sound and stopped operating. Only then did Lu Ming turn around and float out of the secret room. 2 hours later, in front of a luxurious area with red walls and glazed tiles in Xianjing, a carriage flew along an unusually wide street and slowly stopped in front of an alley. The door of the carriage opened and Lu Ming, who had returned to his scholarly appearance, jumped out. Looking at the alley in front of him, he walked in with large strides. This alley was extremely long, but there were only 5 or 6 doors in it. In front of the doors, there were statues of stone lions and tigers of different sizes. It was obvious that the people who lived here were either rich or noble. Moreover, one could faintly hear the voices of servants and maids in the houses. Lu Ming quickly walked past the houses in front of him until he reached the deepest part of the alley. Only then did he stand in front of the last door. Raising his head, he looked at the sign that hung on the door. In the middle of the sign, the words Chen House were impressively written in silver powder. This Chen House was obviously much more desolate than the houses in front of it. Not only was the ground in front of the house full of dried-up dust, it was also completely silent behind the tightly shut door. After examining it, Lu Ming walked a few steps forward without hesitation and used his hand to lightly knock on the brass ring on the door. A muffled dong-dong sound immediately came from the door. However, after a long time, the door was still as quiet as before and there was no sign of anyone coming out to open the door. Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. Just as he was thinking about whether or not he should use a technique to directly barge in, another door slanted to the side suddenly opened. A man who looked like a servant stuck his head out and looked in this direction. However, when he saw Lu Ming standing in front of the Chen house and turned around to look at him, he immediately retracted his head in shock. He wanted to close the door again, but it was already too late. The man only saw a figure flash in front of him and Lu Ming appeared in front of him like a ghost. Lu Ming used one hand to press on the edge of the door. The door that was already half closed suddenly became incomparably heavy and could not be moved at all. What do you want to do? This is Lord Wang's house, not a place where anyone can act presumptuously. The servant immediately cried out in shock and anger. I don't care about Lord Wang or Lord Li. I only want to ask, why has the Chen house become empty? Where did the people inside go? Lu Ming asked expressionlessly. At the same time, the palm that he pressed on the edge of the door only exerted a little force. Gotcha! A large piece of the door that seemed to be abnormally hard was suddenly forcefully pulled off. The servant immediately quivered and hurriedly removed his hand from the door. He smiled apologetically and said, So it's Lord Qi Practitioner. Ever since Censor Chen was imprisoned, the Chen Manor was reclaimed by the imperial court a month ago. I heard that his family is now living in a rented house 2 streets away from here. If Lord wants to look for them, you can go to that place and find Madam Chen and the others. Do you know the specific location of the rented house? Lu Ming heard this and asked indifferently. I'm not too sure about that. However, there is an old servant in the Chen house. Every afternoon, he would go to the rice shop near the street to buy some food. If Lord goes to the rice shop to wait, you should be able to see him. The servant nodded and said. Lu Ming listened and nodded. His body moved and appeared several feet away. He then turned around and walked towards the entrance of the alley. The servant let out a long breath and hurriedly closed the door. However, when he turned around, he was shocked to find a middle-aged man wearing a green robe standing not far behind him. The middle-aged man had a dignified expression on his face. Ah, master? The servant hurriedly went over to greet him. What's the matter? Why did I hear someone talking at the door? Were you talking to someone? The middle-aged man asked with a displeased expression. Reporting to master, it's like this. There seems to be a guest in the Chen house. The servant hurriedly recounted what had just happened to his master. Qi practitioner. Are you sure that the person is really a Qi practitioner? After the green-robed man heard this, his expression couldn't help but become a little uncertain. Reporting to master, if it wasn't a Qi practitioner, how would our house become like this? The servant pointed at the scratched part of the door and said hurriedly. The green-robed man glanced at the rotting part of the door and his expression changed slightly. However, he immediately shook his head and muttered to himself. I originally thought that Censor Chen had no one behind him and that he would not be able to escape this time. However, it seems that this may not be the case. Ah fu, close the door. From today onwards, master will not be seeing any guests for half a month. Yes, master. The male servant immediately lowered his head and replied. The green-robed man then left with a face full of thoughts. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming appeared in front of a rice shop at the end of a certain street. He raised his head to look at the shop's signboard and then at the color of the sky. Without any hesitation, he walked in. When he walked out again, he ran towards the location of the Chen clan's rented house. After a short while, he walked to the front of a rather remote, run-down house and bluntly knocked on the old door twice. In the end, after a short while, the door was pulled open from the inside and an old man wearing a grey robe walked out. Who are you looking for, sir? When the old man saw that Lu Ming did not recognize the person in front of the door, he immediately revealed a cautious expression and asked. Is Censor Chen's family inside? Lu Ming asked without changing his expression. What Censor Chen or Censor Li? You're looking at the wrong place. Do you think I don't know? When the old man heard this, his face darkened. Without hesitation, he closed the door and actually wanted to slam the door in front of Lu Ming. However, what kind of person was Lu Ming? With a flash of his body, he used his body to block the old man's actions. When the old man saw this, he was enraged. He suddenly moved his arm and fiercely punched at Lu Ming's shoulder. One could actually hear the hoo-hoo sound of the punch, and it seemed that the strength behind it was not small. However, Lu Ming only smiled slightly and did not dodge the old man's fist. As a result, after hearing a muffled sound, the old man suddenly felt his fist shake, and a huge force surged out from the scholar in front of him. His body immediately trembled, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Ming's figure moved and walked into the room. After sweeping his gaze, he saw a beautiful middle-aged woman standing in the corner with a 5- or 6-year-old boy in her arms. She looked at him with some surprise. It seemed that this woman was undoubtedly Madame Chen. Lu Ming's mind quickly turned as he thought. "Thief, you're courting death." After the cloth-clothed old man regained his footing, he saw Lu Ming's actions clearly. Immediately, he let out a loud shout of shock and anger. He suddenly grabbed a jet-black iron rod that was beside him and was about to charge at Lu Ming with all his might. "Uncle Lin, wait. Let's hear what he has to say first." Right at this moment, the beautiful woman suddenly spoke. When the old man heard this, he hesitated for a moment before hatefully halting his steps. However, he still held the iron rod in front of the woman. Lu Ming faintly smiled, and without saying another word, he took out an emerald-green jade scepter and showed it to the woman. "This is... Uncle Lin, quickly take this thing over. I want to take a closer look." After Madame Chen clearly saw the jade scepter, her expression immediately became excited, and she hastily spoke with a trembling voice. When the cloth-clothed old man heard this, although he felt that it was a bit strange, he still took the jade scepter from Lu Ming's hand and turned around to hand it to the woman. After Madame Chen looked at the jade scepter a few times, she also took out an emerald-green jade scepter from her sleeve. After placing the two together, they were exactly the same size and shape. "This little girl pays her respects to a mortal master. I hope that a mortal master will save this lowly concubine's husband. Bao Er, quickly kowtow to Sir Immortal Master." Madame Chen no longer had any suspicions. She suddenly pulled the boy in front of her and knelt to the ground towards Lu Ming. She then had the boy kowtow. Lu Ming was startled at first, but he immediately shook his head and shook his sleeve. Immediately, an invisible force violently surged out. At the same time, he lightly said, "Stand up and speak first. I am not some immortal master. This time I only came because someone asked me to. However, as long as it is within my abilities, I will naturally do my part for the Chen clan. You can just call me Mr. Qian." "Yes, Mr. Qian." The woman only felt a force in front of her, causing her to be unable to kowtow anymore. Her heart was filled with surprise and joy, and she responded even more respectfully to Lu Ming. Only then did she pull the boy up with her. When Uncle Lin, who was at the side, saw this, he knew that Lu Ming was a friend and not an enemy. He hurriedly threw away the metal rod in his hand and stood to the side awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Since the token is correct, Madame Chen should have no doubt about my identity. However, how did Censor Chen speak of me? Lu Ming indicated for Uncle Lin to close the door before asking unhurriedly. "Before my husband was imprisoned, he seemed to have predicted that he would meet with misfortune. Thus, he gave this jade scepter to me in advance. He said that if he really met with misfortune, there would be a celestial master lay that his ancestor knew who would send people to save the Chen clan." Madame Chen said. "Yes, your husband is correct. The celestial master lay that he spoke of is my martial uncle. Tell me more about why Censor Chen was imprisoned." Lu Ming nodded his head before speaking with a serious expression. "Yes, Mr. Qian. The situation is like this. My husband, as the supervising censor, had written to the emperor half a year ago." Madame Chen immediately began to narrate the events with rapt attention. Lu Ming also listened with rapt attention. From time to time, a thoughtful expression would appear on his face. "Just like that, 3 months ago, a group of bailiffs suddenly barged into the residence and captured my husband on the spot. Another 2 months later, the two of us were also chased out of the Chen residence. These past few days, if it wasn't for Uncle Lin's unwavering loyalty, I'm afraid that my son and I wouldn't even be able to find a place to stay." When Madame Chen finished her last sentence, her face was full of grief. After listening, Lu Ming rubbed his chin. After a while, he slowly said, "So, it was your husband who wrote to the imperial court to reduce the amount of tributes for the imperial court's foreign officials. In the end, it was not approved." Thus, under the counterattack of his political enemies, he was stripped of his official position and sent to prison. "Yes, Mr. Qian. That is indeed the case," Madame Chen hurriedly replied. What do I have to say about Censor Chen? He actually dared to write such a thing. I don't think he offended any political enemies, but those foreign officials of the imperial court. With their power, taking down a mere imperial censor is as easy as flipping their hand. Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. However, I heard my husband say that before he wrote, he asked for the emperor's opinion. The emperor also tacitly agreed to the matter of reducing the amount of tributes for the foreign officials. However, for some reason, in the end, it was my husband who was punished by the imperial court. Madame Chen sighed as she said. Isn't that simple? With the number of foreign officials that the imperial court provides, even the imperial court is afraid of offending them. If he really wrote, then naturally, Censor Chen would be unlucky. Lu Ming coldly laughed as he said. I don't really understand the matters of the imperial court. Perhaps that is the case. Does Mr. Qian have any methods to save my husband? Madame Chen bitterly laughed as she asked with hope. That depends on how Madame wants to solve it. If it is just saving Censor Chen, it would be as easy as lifting a finger for me. However, if I want to keep my official position and continue staying in Xianjing, it will not be easy. Lu Ming lightly laughed as he said. As long as I can save my husband, I don't mind not being an official. As for staying in Xianjing, that is a secondary matter. As long as my family can reunite, we can find a small place to live the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Madame Chen said without hesitation. Okay, if Madame thinks this way, then it will be easy. After you give me a description of Censor Chen's appearance, quickly pack your things and leave Xianjing. Just wait by the road 10 miles away from the east gate. The next morning, I'll bring your husband to meet with you. That's right, tell me the location of the prison that Censor Chen is imprisoned in. Hearing this, Lu Ming calmly said. To him, sneaking into a secular prison and rescuing a mortal official who had been convicted was naturally an extremely simple task. He had already understood that although there were prisons in Xianjing that specifically targeted practitioners and even spirit apostles, they would not lock up normal mortals. This level of prison would probably have quite a few special formations set up. If he were to break in, it would be a completely different matter. If it wasn't for the fact that revealing the identity of the sect's supervising envoy was an extremely dangerous matter, as long as he handed over the supervising token, he would be able to openly bring Censor Chen out of the prison. It wouldn't be too difficult. Madame Chen and Uncle Lin naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Ming's words and were both shocked. Madame Chen's expression changed a few times before she gritted her teeth and agreed. After telling him the location of the prison, she described Censor Chen's appearance. After hearing this, Lu Ming felt that there were no more problems. With a movement of his arm, he grabbed a leather pouch from his waist and handed it over. Madam, please keep this on you for now. If you encounter any trouble when you leave Xianjing, you only need to slap the pouch 3 times and you will be fine. Inside the leather bag was the flying head demon head. The intelligence of the flying head was much higher than that of the white-boned scorpion, and he had already given it some simple instructions. Although Madame Chen didn't know what the pouch was, she knew that it was Lu Ming's good intentions. She gratefully took the pouch and carefully put it into her sleeves. In the remaining time, Lu Ming gave a few more instructions to Madame Chen before quietly leaving. He didn't have any intention of returning to the Qian house and instead headed straight for the prison that Madame Chen mentioned. After Madame Chen and her group packed their things, they quickly hired a carriage and had Uncle Lin drive them out of Xuanjing's main gate. In the middle of the night, in a tall building that seemed to be heavily guarded in Xianjing, an almost invisible shadow silently passed through the sentries and headed straight for the center of the building. Suddenly, the shadow stopped in front of 7 or 8 armed guards. Behind these people, there was a thick metal door. Aside from a small window made of bars, there was no other place for air to pass through. The shadow waved his sleeves and suddenly a few silver lights shot out. In a flash, they all entered the bodies of the guards. These guards felt their bodies go numb and they stood stiffly on the spot, unable to move at all. At this time, the human figure appeared in front of the guards with a blur. His entire body was covered in a faint black gas. After moving, he took a scarlet-red key from the waist of one of the guards. Following this, the human figure moved like the wind and opened the metal door behind him. In a flash, he disappeared inside. Behind the metal door, there was a long and narrow flight of stairs leading downwards. Moreover, the air was abnormally turbid, as if it had not been ventilated for a long time. However, the human figure ignored all of this. After moving his body, he rushed down the stairs. After turning a corner, he disappeared again. A moment later, a few cries of surprise came from the depths of the stairs. Following this, there were no more sounds. At the same time, the human figure, wrapped in black gas, walked in front of rows of tightly locked prison cells that were over 100 feet underground. Through the thick, black bars, one could faintly see that most of the cells were empty and only a few seemed to be occupied. When these people saw such a strange person suddenly rush in from the outside and subdue the nearby prison guards with one move, they could not help but be shocked. However, the people who could be locked up in these cells were not commoners. Even so, most of them maintained a calm expression and did not yell or shout. The human figure that had entered this place was naturally Lu Ming, who had used a technique to sneak in. To a normal person, this prison was considered to be heavily guarded. However, to a late spirit apostle like him, it was filled with holes as if it was made of paper. However, he did not want to alarm other cultivators, so he used a concealment glyph to make himself invisible in the eyes of mortals. Only then did he brazenly rush in. At this moment, he walked past over a dozen prison cells and finally stopped at a certain corner. He looked at a man wearing a prisoner's uniform behind the bars and suddenly laughed. "Are you Censor Chen, Lord Chen? Who are you and how do you recognize me?" The prisoner's uniform on this man could be considered neat and tidy. His face also had a somewhat scholarly appearance. Hearing this, he asked with some surprise. "Hee, didn't you send a message to Marshal Uncle Lei? Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here." Lu Ming smiled and his mouth moved a few times. No sound came out but his words directly rang in the man's ears. "What, so the token grandfather left behind was real? You really were sent by Immortal Master Lei. Are my wife and son okay?" Hearing this, Censor Chen could no longer maintain his calm and became excited. "Don't worry, your wife and son are fine and have already left Xianxia. After I bring you out, I will let your family reunite." Lu Ming calmly replied. "What, leave Xianxia? Could it be that even with Master Immortal's face, I still cannot retain my official position? If I were to escape like this, wouldn't I really become a fugitive of the imperial court?" Censor Chen hesitated after hearing this. Lu Ming frowned when he heard this answer, but he said faintly with a voice transmission, "I have other matters to attend to in Xianxia this time. Right now, I can't go out and interact with the people of the court. However, if you are really reluctant to part with your position in the imperial court, you can wait until you get out of the limelight and then ask Marshal Uncle Lei to help you ask for it back from the imperial court. Who knows, you might even be able to rise to a higher level. However, if you don't want to leave now, I won't force you. However, in the future, you can only be responsible for your own life. Immortal Master, please don't blame me. I was just muddle-headed. I have already offended so many people, how can I stay in Xianxia as an official? I will go with Immortal Master to see my wife and the others. Not being an official is fine." Hearing this, Censor Chen was shocked and quickly changed his mind. "Very good, that is a wise choice. Sir Chen, please take a few steps back." Only then did Lu Ming nod his head in satisfaction. After giving a few instructions, he suddenly took a step forward. Pu sounds could be heard as he grabbed the black iron bars with both hands. Seeing this, Censor Chen quickly moved to the side. In the next moment, a red light appeared in Lu Ming's hands and a fierce scarlet flame appeared. The iron bars, which seemed to be abnormally sturdy, melted into water in an instant, revealing a large hole that could fit a person. "Many thanks, Immortal Master." Censor Chen was overjoyed and quickly came out of the hole. "Follow me and I will bring you out of this place." After saying this, Lu Ming was about to lead the man to the exit. However, at this moment, in another cell not far away, a prisoner suddenly threw himself onto the bars and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Chen, I am old Sunday, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Sir Immortal Master, please take me with you. If I am able to leave, I will definitely reward you handsomely." This prisoner's hair was disheveled, but his voice didn't sound young. Hearing this, Censor Chen couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. "Who is he? Are you familiar with him?" Hearing this, Lu Ming swept a glance at the prisoner and lightly asked. "It can't be said to be too familiar. It's just that after staying here, we empathize with each other and have some common topics to talk about. This Sir Sun is an official of the royal family's General Affairs Department. I've heard that he can barely be considered a relative of the Emperor. However, a year ago, he somehow angered the Emperor and was stripped of his position and imprisoned here." Censor Chen finally reacted and explained to Lu Ming in a low voice. "Since he isn't a familiar person, there is no need to pay attention to him. If I save you, the gold spirit guests of the royal family will know that it was done by someone like them. They will most likely close one eye and not send a large number of people to capture you. However, if you bring another person, it will be hard to say." After hearing this, Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "Yes, we will listen to Sir Immortal Master." Censor Chen naturally did not have any objections. Thus, the two of them turned around and were about to leave, ignoring the prisoner. "Sir Immortal Master, please wait. I know a big secret. This secret not only involves the royal family, but it is also enough to decide the fate of the entire Dexian country. Even the Immortal Masters may not be able to stay out of this." Once Sir Sun saw this, he anxiously shouted. What do you mean by that? Do you know what methods I will use to make you beg for death if you lie to me?" Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart finally moved. With a blur of his body, he appeared in front of Sir Sun's cell like a ghost and stared at him coldly. "Sir Immortal Master, since I dare to say these words, I naturally have evidence." Although Sir Sun's hair stood on end from Lu Ming's cold stare, he still clenched his teeth and spoke. "Very good. Remember what you said, I will believe you this once." Lu Ming stared at Sir Sun's face for a moment before nodding his head and speaking coldly. Following this, a green light flashed in his hand and a short sword appeared. He cut the bars in front of him into 7 or 8 pieces. Seeing this, Sir Sun was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Lu Ming. "Everyone else heard what you said before. Since it is like this, we cannot just leave like this. We must also take care of the others." After Lu Ming finished all of this, his gaze swept over the remaining 4 or 5 people in the other cells. His eyes flashed with sweat as he spoke. "Sir Immortal Master, could it be that you want to?" Hearing the meaning behind Lu Ming's words, Censor Chen and the newly rescued Sir Sun's faces couldn't help but change. The other prisoners in the other cells were originally shocked by Sir Sun's words. Now that they heard Lu Ming's words, everyone's faces paled. "Don't worry, although I am not immortal, I will not easily massacre the royal family's prison. Otherwise, I will only be looking for trouble for myself. I only plan on using a small spell to temporarily make them forget the previous scene." Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. "So it is like this. Many thanks for Sir Immortal's benevolence." Censor Chen let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly bowed. After Lu Ming waved his hand, he had already walked with large strides towards the other cell that held another prisoner. With a twist of his body, he squeezed through the bars as if he had no bones in his body. The old man sitting inside immediately jumped in fright and couldn't help but stand up and take 2 steps back. "You've heard the conversation we had outside. Do you want to cooperate with me or do you want me to help you completely escape from this world?" Lu Ming spoke to the old man without any trace of politeness. The old man finally calmed down and said with a bitter smile, "Although this old man isn't young anymore, I still have some nostalgia for the mortal world. Since I've heard something I shouldn't have, I'll have to ask Immortal Master to cast a spell." Lu Ming nodded his head and shook his sleeve. A light yellow incense stick shot out and stuck itself into the ground nearby. Soon after, a faint flame appeared on its tip and it spontaneously ignited. In the blink of an eye, the smell of sandalwood filled the entire cell. Pung! Pung! Regardless of whether it was Censor Chen, Sir Sun, or the old man and the others in the cell, when they smelled the fragrance, their bodies all softened and they fell to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled and dispersed the black qi around his body. Then, he sat down cross-legged and with a wave of his hand, he pulled the old man's body closer to him and had him sit cross-legged in front of him. With a flash of silver light in his hand, a few thin needles were inserted into the old man's body. The old man's body straightened and he actually sat up on his own. At the same time, he opened his eyes and they were filled with a dull and lifeless expression. At this time, Lu Ming muttered an incantation and his eyes flashed with a crystalline light. At the same time, he held a silver needle in each hand and quickly pierced it into various parts of the old man's head. After the time it took to eat a meal, Lu Ming's body was once again covered in black qi as he walked up the stairs. A few feet behind him, two huge black qi tentacles wrapped around the unconscious Censor Chen and Sir Sunday. They floated in the air as he walked forward. When Lu Ming's figure moved and walked out of the unlatched iron door, he looked around and couldn't help but be slightly startled. He saw that the row of guards that should have been standing stiffly outside the door had all disappeared. What replaced them was a muscular man wearing a yellow beast skin robe and a red-faced old man with long and narrow eyes. One of the two had a black whip around his waist and the other had a light yellow sword on his back. They were currently curiously examining Lu Ming, who had just walked out. Gold spirit guests? Although Lu Ming was surprised, he did not reveal too much of a shocked expression. He asked very calmly. "That's right, the two of us are gold spirit guests. We were patrolling here tonight and didn't think that we would bump into fellow. This was a really troublesome matter. Dare I ask, what is the relationship between the two of them and fellow?" The red-faced old man sighed and looked at the two people behind Lu Ming. "Nothing much, it's just that their ancestors once did a favor for my elders. Today, I'm here to repay them." Lu Ming replied calmly. "Oh, there's actually such a coincidental thing. These two people who are related to fellow are both being punished at the same time and are being locked up in the same place waiting for fellow to save them?" The beast-skinned man heard this and rolled his eyes as he spoke. "That's right, this is such a coincidence." Lu Ming replied without a care. If the two of us didn't bump into them, even if you saved everyone in the prison, it wouldn't have anything to do with us. But now that we have bumped into them, seeing that we are both people of the same path, according to convention, we can let you take one person away but the other must stay behind." The red-faced old man said seriously. "No, I want to take both of them away. I won't leave either one behind." Lu Ming replied without hesitation. "It seems that fellow is very confident in his strength and is planning on making a move. Let me say this first. Since we are gold spirit guests of the government, we will not fight one-on-one. If we fight, we will have to team up." The red-faced elder said gloomily. The beast-skinned man let out a sinister laugh and abruptly grabbed the leather whip at his waist. With a shake of the whip, it actually began to shake its head and tail. It was actually a living, slender, black snake. Its head was extremely flat, and it was obvious that it was poisoned. Hee, there might not be a need for that." When Lu Ming heard this, he chuckled and took a big step forward. Suddenly, with a pu sound, an extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Immediately, the nearby void buzzed, and a gust of black wind emerged out of thin air. It swirled around Lu Ming, then turned into a hurricane and rose into the sky. Seeing this, the red-faced old man and the muscular man in animal skin immediately changed their expressions. Before they could even speak, they felt a terrifying spiritual pressure suddenly hit them. After their bodies shook, they couldn't help but take a few steps back and split to the side, creating a path for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure moved, and he flashed through the middle with the two people behind him. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared behind a courtyard door not far away. The beast-skinned man's two hands tightly grasped the black snake in his hands. His face was full of shock, but he did not make any moves to stop Lu Ming. The red-faced old man's face was even more nervous. Only after Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the distance did he spit out the words, "Late Spirit Apostle." Looks like he really is a late Spirit Apostle. He might even be a peak late Spirit Apostle. Otherwise, we two beginning Spirit Apostles wouldn't have such a weak performance. The muscular man in animal skin let out a long breath as he spoke. With another shake of his wrist, the black snake once again swayed and wrapped around his waist. yes, that is indeed a possibility. No wonder he dared to act so arrogantly and treat us as if we were nothing. This kind of existence is on the same level as the old monsters of the royal family. How could we provoke him? However, with this, we finally have an excuse to explain this matter. If we report it as it is, the higher-ups won't blame us. The red-faced old man said helplessly. We can only do that. However, the atmosphere in Xianxia is becoming more and more strange. First, the group of gold spirit guests with the highest cultivations and the old monsters of the royal family all suddenly announced that they would go into seclusion and not care about the outside world. Then, in the past 2 years, the number of foreign cultivators that have entered Xianxia has increased by several times compared to the past few years. Among them, there are quite a few that are acting sneakily. Among them, we know that there are quite a few peak spirit apostles that we met today. As for those that we don't know and those that are hiding their cultivations, we don't know how many there are. Xianxia wouldn't really have some big trouble, right? The beast-skinned man's eyes flashed a few times as he suddenly lowered his voice and asked a few questions. Humph, you don't even need to say that. I'm afraid that many brothers have already seen that something is wrong. However, existences at the bottom like us don't have the right to discuss this matter. Moreover, when we first joined the Gold Spirit guests, we signed a blood contract. Before the contract is up, we will not be able to break away from the restrictions of the court. Even if there is a big mess, we can only advance and retreat with the court. The red-faced old man heard this and his face darkened. It would be great if it was that simple. The problem is that the government is very strange. Those people from the royal family obviously know something, but they don't tell us low-level guests. Although I signed a blood contract, I don't want to be used as a sacrificial pawn for no reason. The beast-skinned man said coldly. Brother Yen, do you really think this way? The red-faced old man's face was unsettled as he suddenly asked this question. Of course. Although my cultivation is low and I am only an initial spirit apostle, I am a loose cultivator and have suffered a lot to reach this point. How could I be willing to be used as cannon fodder by others? Hearing this, the beast-skinned man hurriedly patted his chest and said. Since Brother Zhuang's words are from your heart, I'll give you an address. 3 days from now, you can go there. At that time, I'll introduce some like-minded friends to you. The red-faced old man finally made a decision as he spoke. Okay, I'll definitely keep the appointment. Hearing this, the beast-skinned man was immediately overjoyed. Although the red-faced old man's cultivation wasn't as high as his network of gold spirit guests was far greater than others. Since he said that he would introduce people to him, it was obviously not a lie. Although that person has left, we still need to go in and see if there's anyone missing. The red-faced old man looked at the stairs behind the metal door as he spoke. That's natural. I just hope that the person saved the 2 of them and didn't start a massacre inside. Hearing this, the beast-skinned man nodded his head. Following this, the 2 of them entered the metal door. After a while, they discovered that there were a few unconscious prisoners inside. Naturally, they were shocked as they hurriedly cast spells to wake them up. However, these people that had woken up did not remember anything that happened before they fainted. From the smell of sandalwood that lingered in the prison and the small red dots that were left on the heads of these people, the red-faced old man and the beast-skinned man looked at each other and vaguely understood what had happened. They could only bitterly smile. The person's method of erasing memories was obviously not just a cultivator's method. It was obvious that it was mixed with medicine and some unorthodox techniques of mortals. The complexity of the method was not something that they could understand. A few hours later, when the sky was just about to brighten. At the bottom of a small hill beside the official road, a cyan-colored carriage was quietly parked there. An old man sat at the front of the carriage and occasionally looked in the direction of Xianxia. His face showed a hint of anxiety as if he was waiting for someone. Uncle Lin, is there still no news of the immortal master? Suddenly, Madame Chen's hopeful voice came from the carriage. Madam, don't worry. The immortal master is very powerful. How could a mere prison stop him? Right now, the sun has just risen. I believe that not long later, the master will come over to meet with Madam. Hearing this, Uncle Lin hurriedly replied respectfully. I hope so. Uncle Lin, this time, when our Qin clan was in trouble, only you did not abandon us. When my husband and I settle down in our new home, we will definitely let you enjoy your old age. Hearing this, Madam Qin said with some regret. Madam, you are too polite. If it wasn't for the old master's help, this old servant's life would have been gone decades ago. How could I still be alive today? Uncle Lin hurriedly said with fear. These are two different matters. Uncle Lin, you have been a loyal servant of the Qin clan for so many years. No matter how great the favor was, it has long been repaid. This favor this time, my husband and I will definitely repay it. Madam Qin said in disagreement. Madam, actually. There is a carriage coming from the front. The driver seems to be the master. Hearing this, Uncle Lin was about to say something when he suddenly saw a carriage coming from the distant official road. In front of the carriage sat a familiar figure. Immediately, he shouted with joy and surprise. What, it really is my husband? I can't be mistaken, right? The curtain in front of the carriage rolled up and Madam Qin immediately pulled the boy out. Extremely excited, she also looked towards the official road. Hee, Madam Qin, don't worry. It really is Mr. Qin. Just at this time, a man's laughing voice suddenly came from the sky. Uncle Lin and Madam Qin were shocked and hurriedly looked up. Only then did they see a black cloud slowly descend from the sky. On top of it stood a young scholar. It was Lu Ming himself. 15 minutes later, Lu Ming stood at the top of Hill I. In his hand, he held the horse that Madam Qin had just returned. Looking at the carriage that gradually became a black shadow on the official road, he couldn't help but smile. He had already sent a message to Marshal Uncle Lei. Not long after Censor Chen's family left Xianxia, there would naturally be someone else coming to receive them. He didn't need to worry about anything else after that. With this, he had finally completed the task that Marshal Uncle Lei had given him. Naturally, he felt a bit more relaxed in his heart. Mr. Sun, now shouldn't we talk about the big secret that you spoke of? After Lu Ming withdrew his gaze, he turned around and spoke to a 50-something-year-old man beside him. Since Mr. Qian has saved me from prison, I will naturally tell you the secret that I have kept in my heart for a long time. However, after I tell you this secret, I will not dare to stay in Xianxia anymore. Therefore, I hope that a mortal master can send my entire family out of Xianxia, just like Lord Chen's family. From then on, my family will leave to Xian country and never step into Xianxia again. Mr. Sun replied respectfully. Yes, as long as the secret you speak of is important, then this condition is not too much. I will agree to it. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head without any change in his expression. Good, with Mr. Qian's words, I have nothing to worry about. The secret I am talking about is that the current emperor is not the emperor who ascended the throne 20 years ago. He is already an illusion of a demon. After Lord Sun's heart relaxed, he finally revealed the great secret that had been hidden for who knows how long. What? His Majesty is fake? Is he a demon? Even though Lu Ming had already guessed the secret Mr. Sun was talking about, he was still stunned when he heard this. That's right. Mr. Qian, please don't think that I am talking nonsense. I actually knew this secret 7 years ago. Mr. Qian should know that I used to work for the royal family's General Affairs Department. Coincidentally, I was responsible for keeping records of the emperor's daily diet and health to prevent the emperor from dying from a sudden illness. The records were fine a few years ago since the emperor was in the prime of his life and it was normal for him to be healthy. However, 7 years ago, the palace suddenly spread the news that the emperor had a slight illness and was bedridden for 3 days before he could get out of bed. It took me more than 10 days to get the relevant records. At the time, I didn't pay much attention to it and thought that the palace was slow because of the emperor's illness. But who would have thought that when I opened the records that night, I would find a telltale note among the pages. The person who signed it was Concubine Li, the emperor's most favored concubine. In the letter, Concubine Li said that before the emperor's illness broke out, he spent the night at her residence. In the end, she personally witnessed the process of the emperor turning from a normal person into a half-human half-monster and fainted on the spot. When she woke up, she was restrained by a group of guards. After much difficulty, he managed to rope in a guard to send this letter for help. Because the note wasn't big and Imperial concubine Li had written it in a hurry, it only described the general situation of that day. But in the end, he told me to find the most senior immortal masters of the Imperial family and inform them of this matter. Fearing that I wouldn't believe her, Imperial consort Li also mentioned in her note that she had bribed the guards to bury 2 of the Emperor's scales after he turned into a demon somewhere in the Imperial palace. She wanted me to enter the Imperial palace and retrieve them, then give them to the immortal masters of the Imperial palace to verify their authenticity. Speaking to this point in one breath, Lord Sun's eyes were filled with fear. Although Lu Ming's expression remained the same, he was still shocked. After I read the note, I was naturally frightened, but I didn't dare to believe it completely. In the end, before I could think of a way to enter the Imperial palace, the news of Imperial concubine Li's death spread. At that time, I knew that Imperial concubine Li's words were most likely true. After being on edge for a few more days, I finally found an excuse to enter the Imperial palace and dug out 2 green demon scales at the place that Imperial concubine Li had mentioned. Once I obtained the items, I disguised myself and hired a young beggar who didn't know the inside story. The beggar changed his tone and wrote a highly confidential letter with his left hand, and threw them into the residence of an immortal master of the Imperial palace. However, a day later, I heard that over 100 people in the residence of the immortal master of the Imperial palace had all been killed in a single night. Because of this, the Imperial palace at that time was furious and purged the various powers in Xianxia. Countless officials were implicated and their heads fell to the ground. Later on, the Imperial Palace released news that a group of evil cultivators that had been killed by the Imperial Palace's guests had finally admitted to killing the entire residence of the immortal masters of the Imperial Palace. Only then did the storm slowly die down. However, from then on, I didn't dare to tell a second person about this matter. The remaining demon scale was hidden in a secret place in the residence and I also didn't let anyone see it. If it weren't for the fact that I was sent to prison due to other matters and was afraid that the Imperial Palace's guests would use a bewitching technique to make me unintentionally reveal this secret during my trial, I would most likely continue to hide it in my heart. Mr. Sun finally revealed everything he knew in one breath. So you're saying that you still have the demon scale hidden in the residence? When Lu Ming heard this, he revealed a thoughtful expression. That is indeed the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make such a promise to Mr. in prison without any proof. How about this? I'll go back with the immortal master and bring my family out. At the same time, I'll take out the demon scale and give it to Mr. Sun thought for a moment before replying. Alright, then let's do that. That's right, you said that the current emperor is a demon in disguise. Then compare the time before and after you received the secret letter. Is there any difference between the current emperor and the past? Lu Ming thought of something and asked. This? I really haven't found anything out of the ordinary. If there is anything different, it would be that the number of times the emperor goes to court these past few years has decreased. Moreover, the control over the princes and kings in Xianxia has become weaker and weaker. However, this is a gradual change. If it wasn't for me hiding this secret, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover this change. Mr. Sun thought for a moment before replying. Alright, I understand. Let's return to Xianxia now. However, in order to not attract attention, we must change our appearances. Lu Ming thought for a moment before nodding his head. Following this, he suddenly wiped his face with one hand and with a flash of white light, he turned from a 27 or 28-year-old scholar into a graceful middle-aged man. Following this, Lu Ming took out a black and yellow robe from his sleeve. After putting on the black robe, he threw the other robe to the man. Only then did the man recover from his shock and hurriedly put on his clothes. At this time, Lu Ming took out a white monster pill from his chest and rubbed it between his hands. With another movement, he smeared the powder on Mr. Sun's face. Immediately, Mr. Sun's originally white skin became slightly black and rough. Lu Ming nodded his head and a green light suddenly flashed in his hand. Mr. Sun felt a chill flash across his chin and all of his long beard silently fell down, making him look at least 10 years younger. Alright, this should be enough. Only then did Lu Ming show a satisfied expression and nod his head. He immediately turned around and walked towards the carriage that was left at the foot of the hill. Mr. Sun touched his now bald chin and with a grin, he hurriedly followed. In the afternoon, in front of an ordinary-looking house in Xianxia, Lu Ming, who had turned into a middle-aged man, and Mr. Sun finally appeared. They had arrived here about 2 hours ago. However, this Mr. Sun was a person with deep foresight. Even though his family was not far away, he was able to endure it and sit in a nearby tea stall for a long time. Only after seeing that there were no abnormalities in the surroundings did he bring Lu Ming out. Pung, pung. After a few sounds, the originally tightly shut door opened and a servant stuck his head out. "Who are you looking for?" "Ah, it's master." The servant originally wanted to ask something, but after taking a closer look at Mr. Sun, he couldn't help but blurt out. "Lower your voice, are the two madams in the house?" Mr. Sun glared at him and said. "Master, first madam and second madam are in the mansion. They were just talking about master." The manservant hurriedly stepped aside and said. Respectfully. "Good, it's good that they are all here. Immediately go and hire 2 more carriages. I will need them later." Mr. Sun ordered without hesitation. "Yes, I will do it now." Hearing this, the servant hurriedly replied and left. Mr. Sun himself brought Lu Ming into the depths of the house. Moments later, the entire house was in an uproar. 4 hours later, 3 carriages flew out from the east gate of Xianxia and rushed forward along the official road. Lu Ming, who had returned to his scholarly appearance, sat in the carriage at the very front. In his hand, he played with a green scale the size of a thumb with a face full of thought. Lord Sun was sitting right across from him, but his face was filled with respect. "Once you are 10 miles away from Xianxia, you should be safe. I need to return as well. After all, gold spirit guests have an unwritten rule. Unless there is a special order from the government, they will not leave 10 miles away from Xianxia." Lu Ming moved his finger and the green scale disappeared in a blur as he spoke to Mr. Sunday. "I have also heard of this rumor. This time it is all thanks to Mr. for saving my life. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened to my family." Hearing this, Mr. Sun said gratefully. "It's nothing, I just wanted to make a deal with you. However, if you really want to leave Goofy, there is still one thing you need to pass." Lu Ming sighed as he spoke. "Mister, what do you mean?" Hearing this, Mr. Sun was shocked. "Ever since the carriage left Xianxia, someone has been following us in the air. If I am not wrong, it should be a strong gold spirit guest." Lu Ming's expression was the same as before as he spoke. "Then what should we do?" Hearing this, Mr. Sun's face changed. "Don't worry, since I said that I would protect you from Xianxia, I will not go back on my word. As long as we get rid of the person, everything will be fine." Lu Ming said noncommittally. With a move of his body, he actually leaped out of the window. Following that, black gas gathered under his feet and lifted him up into the sky. Moments later, Lu Ming was floating 1,000 feet in the air. Opposite him, a large man with blue hair and a purple beard looked at him coldly. "You are also a gold spirit guest?" Lu Ming finally opened his mouth. "That's right, I am Qiu Longji, one of the 4 commanders of the gold spirit guest. Yesterday, I received a report from 2 of my subordinates that there is a new perfect spirit guest in Xianxia. My hands are itching and I want to spar with you." The blue-haired, purple-bearded man suddenly laughed as he spoke. The original cold expression was nowhere to be seen. "Oh, so you are not here for Mr. Sun's family?" Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. "Hee, I have already investigated the identities of the 2 officials that you kidnapped. They are all insignificant characters in the government and are not worthy of me personally making a move. Don't worry, since these 2 people are related to you, no matter what crime they were imprisoned for, as long as they don't appear in Xianxia, I can guarantee that no one will cause trouble for them." Qiu Longji gave a weird laugh as he spoke. "Looks like fellow Qiu is here for me. If that is the case, why don't we go over there and save the nearby roads from being destroyed?" Lu Ming glanced at the carriage of Mr. Sun's family and spoke calmly. "Of course, that is no problem. Fellow, please," Qiu Longji said without hesitation. With a move of his body, he urged the gray cloud below him to fly towards a small forest not far away. Lu Ming gave a few instructions to the people below him before moving his body to follow. Moments later, the 2 of them faced each other in the air above the forest. Seeing this, Xianxia spoke softly, "Be careful. My strength is average, but I am proficient in the techniques of goo insects. As long as you can block my goo insects, I will admit that I am not as good as you in this spar." As soon as he finished speaking, he calmly put on a leather holster in each of his hands and grabbed a leather bag at his waist before raising his hand. Immediately, a buzzing sound could be heard in the air as hundreds of dark green insects appeared and danced around the man. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and he was able to clearly see the appearance of these flying insects. They were all green dragonflies that had been enlarged several times. However, they had 2 pairs of fangs in their mouths and a black poisonous spike protruding from their tails, making them look extremely menacing. "Go!" Xianxia gave a low shout and pointed at Lu Ming. Almost half of the goo worms turned into light green clouds and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and made a hand sign with one hand. Immediately, spots of red light appeared in front of him and condensed into 3 scarlet-red fireballs. With a shake of his sleeve, the fireballs flew toward the cloud of insects with a whistling sound. Boom! 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 The 3 fireballs hit the swarm of insects accurately, turning into rolling fire clouds that engulfed the swarm of insects. However, Lu Ming's expression did not relax at all. Instead, he changed his hand sign and 7 or 8 wind blades appeared out of thin air. This was because when Xianxia saw that his goo worms were enveloped by the fire clouds, he did not reveal an expression of worry. Instead, he had a faint smile on his face. As expected, in the next moment, the sound of air breaking could be heard from within the fire clouds. The goo worms rushed out from within. Other than their bodies being slightly charred, they did not seem to be injured at all. Lu Ming had already expected this, but when he saw this scene, his pupils could not help but slightly shrink. He made a hand sign and the wind blades in front of him turned into a series of green lights that shot out. Pung! Pung! After a series of muffled sounds, the wind blades turned into a series of green lights that slashed at the swarm of insects. However, other than the first few that could not dodge in time and were cut in half, the other goo worms scattered and dodged. Then, they buzzed and pounced at Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression darkened. Suddenly, he shook his sleeve and a green short sword appeared in his hand. With a slight wave, a dense sword shadow appeared in front of him. "Totem! Come back! This is only a spar, but fellow actually took out a totem. Although these goo worms are not bad, how can they withstand the attack of a real totem? I also need to change to another type of goo worm." After Xianxia felt the terrifying power of the sword's shadow, he could not remain calm and quickly shouted. His hands formed another hand sign. The dragonfly-like goo worms immediately paused and flew back. At the same time, Xianxia took out another item from his leather bag and threw it at Lu Ming. It was a shiny black beetle the size of a fist. With a flap of its blurry wings, it turned into a ball of black light and pounced at Lu Ming. Without any hesitation, the cyan moon sword in Lu Ming's hand suddenly became urgent. The green sword shadow expanded and the beetle was sucked into it. Immediately, there was a loud screech. Streaks of cold light slashed at the black beetle. Apart from knocking it to the ground and leaving numerous white marks on its hard shell, the beetle was actually unscathed. "Haha, what do you think about this mutated ironworm? Its body has already reached the point where it can't even be harmed by swords or water. Normal totems can't harm it at all." Xianxia saw this and laughed. "Is that so? Since it can't be cut open, then I will trap it." Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. Suddenly, his arm became blurry and a palm wrapped in black gas reached into the sword's shadow like lightning, grabbing the black beetle. The black beetle was shocked. It opened its mouth and was about to bite at the back of Lu Ming's hand. However, right at this moment, a ball of azure light suddenly rippled out from the palm that was grabbing onto it. Following a sizzling sound, layers of ice appeared out of thin air on the surface of the beetle's body, instantly sealing it in a huge block of ice. Following this, Lu Ming shook his wrist and threw the block of ice out. The green sword in his other hand moved and was about to slash at the block of ice. "Fellow, please have mercy. I admit defeat in this spar. My iron goo is not afraid of anything, but it is afraid of being attacked by cold attribute energy. The defensive power of the iron goo is not even a tenth of its original strength." It cannot withstand a single strike from fellow. Seeing this, Qiu Longji jumped in fright and hastily shouted. Hearing this, Lu Ming laughed. The sword that he had slashed out suddenly turned to the side. The blade became the back of the sword and he slapped the opposite side. A muffled sound, the block of ice immediately flew to the opposite side. Seeing this, Qiu Longji's heart relaxed. From afar, he waved his hand and the block of ice flew into his hand. Following this, he made a hand sign and wisps of flames came out and wrapped around the block of ice. In an instant, the ice began to melt. Daoist friend truly has a good technique. To be able to find the weakness of the iron parasite in such a short amount of time. However, Daoist friend's technique should be from the icicle technique. It seems that you have cultivated it to the small success realm. Otherwise, my parasite wouldn't have been trapped so quickly. Qiu Longji praised as he casted his technique. Fellow Qiu has good eyesight. The technique just now was indeed a transformation of the icicle technique. Does fellow have any other go? Do you want to continue? Lu Ming replied noncommittally. No need to compete. Although I have other goo, I cannot use them in a spar. TSK, through the previous spar, I have already confirmed that fellow is not a normal late spirit apostle. There is no need for me to continue fighting. With fellow Daoist's abilities, if you were willing to join the imperial court, you would most likely be given the position of a commander. How about it, are you interested? After Qiu Longji freed the beetle from the block of ice, he smiled and asked Lu Ming. Join the gold spirit guest? I'm afraid that's not possible. I am already a guest at the 100 Spirit House. Lu Ming paused for a moment before shaking his head. Fellow is a guest of the 100 Spirit House and your backer is the 3rd Marquis. TSK, what a pity. I really don't dare to poach from the 3rd Marquis. Since it's like this, I won't force it. That's right, I still don't know fellow's name. Not long from now, there will be a hidden exchange in Xianxia. The people that go are all amazing people and I believe that there will be many good things. Is fellow interested in participating? Qiu Longji first showed a regretful expression before suddenly thinking of something and asked. My name is Qian Ming. If it's a hidden exchange, then I am quite interested. But when will it be held? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart jumped as he replied. About 2 months. After all, some fellows are not from Xianxia and will have to come from other places. Seeing that Lu Ming was interested, Qiu Longji grinned as he replied. Okay, then I will be there on time. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. Very good, I will vouch for fellow Qian and send an invitation ahead of time. Hearing this, Qiu Longji happily replied. Lu Ming naturally gave his thanks. In the remaining time, the two chatted for a while before Lu Ming bid farewell and flew back to the carriages. After a while, the 3 carriages that were stopped on the road once again flew forward. Qiu Longji stayed in the air above the forest and watched the carriages leave with a face full of thought. Boss Qiu, are we really not going to make a move? We have already placed 2 formation flags below. As long as we lure him down and help him, he won't be able to escape no matter how strong he is. Suddenly, a man's confused voice came from the forest. Then, a faint green light flashed from one of the trees and 2 figures flew out. After a few blurs, they stopped beside Qiu Longji like ghosts. My 2 brothers, I'll have you set up the spell formation below as a backup plan in case of an emergency. With this kind of strength, who would dare say that they would be able to take him down? If he escapes, then both you and I will be in endless trouble. The key is, why would I want to be the bad guy and offend this person? Qiu Longji calmly replied. The 2 that appeared were a pair of skinny men with similar faces. They were both dressed in black and had disheveled hair. Their 10 fingers were sharp, giving off an eerie feeling as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. But when Boss was discussing with the other commanders, one of the men in black heard this and hesitated. Humph, I don't know what kind of cultivation method those 3 got from the old monsters of the royal family to be able to cultivate in seclusion at the same time. Even though they're inside, they still want to interfere with matters outside. How can there be such a good thing in this world? You don't need to take the things that I have discussed with them seriously. Right now, Xianxia is becoming more and more chaotic. Under these circumstances, how can I easily provoke a strong enemy? If I can form a relationship with him, it might be of great use in the future. Xiaolongji snorted as he replied. So that's what boss is planning. However, this person's background is unknown and he's a guest of the third marquis. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Another black-clothed man asked with a serious tone. He's only a guest of the 100 Spirit House. The 100 Spirit House and the third marquis are mainly working together. He's not considered a member of the third marquis yet. However, when you go back, immediately send someone to check if the 100 Spirit House really has a new guest called Qianming. Xiaolongji instructed. Yes, I'll give the order right away. The black-cloaked man replied. You just mentioned the third marquis. I remember now. How is the spy that we sent into the house as a servant? Has there been any news? Xiaolongji asked as he thought of something. Boss, that spy hasn't been contacted for half a month. It looks like he's been killed just like the others. A black-clothed man laughed bitterly as he replied. Humph, this third marquis is very cautious. We've sent 7 or 8 spies in, but the longest one could only stay there for half a year before disappearing without a trace. Xiaolongji's face darkened as he heard this. Boss, the third marquis has been very low-key these past few years and rarely appears in court. Why do we have to pay so much attention to this virtuous king? You have to know that he was the one who helped the emperor sit on the throne back then. If someone were to complain to the emperor because of this, even though we aren't afraid, I'm afraid we won't have a good ending. The other black-clothed man asked in a strange manner. Yes, I originally wanted to tell you about this later. But since you're asking now, I'll tell you in advance. The reason why I pay so much attention to this virtuous king is because I received information that the third marquis might be related to the Black Spirit Group that is one of the strongest powers in Xianjing. He might even be the backer of the Black Spirit Group. Xiaolongji muttered to himself before slowly saying something that shocked the 2 men in black. What? The third marquis is behind the Black Spirit Association? That's right. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't have sent people to the third marquis residence to die. Whether or not I can get any information is secondary. I just want to warn the third marquis that there are people watching him. I want him to not act rashly and not let the Black Spirit Group cause any trouble in Xianjing. You two go back and choose a death warrior. A few days later, send him to the third marquis mansion. Xiaolongji laughed as he spoke. After the 2 black-clothed men recovered from their shock, they naturally bowed and agreed. Xiaolongji didn't stay any longer and had the 2 of them put away the formation that they had set up. Then, he took them into the air and flew back to Xianjing. 2 hours later, another black cloud flew over. The person standing on top of it was Lu Ming, who had left earlier. The current him had come alone. It was obvious that he had sent the carriages away before returning here. He circled a few times in the air above the forest and used his strong mental strength to scan the forest below him. After feeling the ripples of a restriction, he let out a cold laugh and left the area. At the same time, in a secret underground room of the most luxurious palace in Xianjing, a middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe was rolling on the ground as if his life depended on it. His originally dignified face was now twisted with green scales the size of rice grains. At the same time, his hair became an incomparably deep blue and his pupils became a light silver color. Pung! A huge green fish tail swung out from his robe and slammed on the ground, smashing the seemingly hard stone ground into pieces. The man's expression showed that he was in extreme pain. His 2 hands clawed at the ground nearby, leaving behind a shocking trail of blood. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon-robed man's body twitched and relaxed. He laid on the ground motionlessly and only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. Hee, but the pain of transformation will only get more and more painful for a mixed-blood sea race like you. If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. The door to the secret room suddenly opened and a beautiful woman who looked to be around 40 years old walked in. She wore a palace dress and had a noble air. I am the current emperor. Even if I don't use your sea race's spirit medicine, I will definitely be able to endure it. Otherwise, wouldn't I really become a puppet? The middle-aged man took in a deep breath and his fish tail turned into 2 legs. He stood up with difficulty and said with an extremely cold voice. A small human country is not even worth mentioning to the sea race who occupy the endless underwater world. Child, you have never been to the sea race and don't know how big the world is. That's why you have such a laughable idea. If it weren't for the fact that our plan this time was so big and I have some status in the clan, why would I disguise myself as a lowly human concubine and give birth to you too? Stopping your spirit medicine this time is just to teach you a small lesson. Don't do anything that you think is right. The middle-aged woman shook her head and said. Then, she calmly sat down on a chair in the secret room. This dragon-robed man was the nominal master of the Dacian country, the current emperor, Xianxia. The middle-aged woman was the birth mother of the current emperor, Empress Dong of the Dacian country. However, when the two met, there was not the slightest hint of affection. Instead, it was filled with an extremely strange and tense atmosphere. Just what are you plotting? How could you set up such a trap decades ago? I have already agreed to cooperate with you. Shouldn't you tell me some of your plans? Xianji's face was unsettled as he opened his mouth to ask. What plans? This is not something you can know yet. What you need to do now is to do your best to help the Dacian country change some of the important officials to our people without anyone knowing. You must ensure that if there is any big change, the entire Dacian country will not be shaken and there will not be a large number of mortals escaping. Empress Dong glanced at her son and replied lightly. Humph, in these past few years, at least 1/3 of the appointments in the court have been done according to your wishes. Is this not enough? Hearing this, Xianji couldn't help but feel a bit angry. Of course not. At the very least, more than half of the officials must be appointed by the celebrities that I provide. I know that in these past few years, you have submitted to me in name, but in reality, you have other plans. Otherwise, you wouldn't have secretly contacted the supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. If I hadn't used some tricks to make third brother think that the supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect was coming for him, he would have sent people to help me kill him. I'm afraid that you almost ruined my plan. Empress Dong laughed coldly. I also didn't think that third brother would become so bold that he actually dared to attack the people of the barbarian ghost sect. Isn't he afraid of being found out and that even I can't protect him? Hearing this, Xianji snorted. Child, even now you are still being petty with me. Why don't you think about who raised you? Don't tell me that you don't know that your third brother is no longer his own person. Hearing Xianji's words, Empress Dong laughed. I really can't hide this from you. So you are very clear about what the Black Spirit Group is doing. Hearing this, Xianji's face finally changed. Of course I know, but since there are people willing to pay for the labor, I am naturally more than happy to do it. Empress Dong replied noncommittally. Then let me ask you one more thing. How are my imperial uncles doing now? Ever since they were tempted by you to go into seclusion, even I have not been able to see them. Xianji was silent for a moment before sighing and asking. Don't worry, I still have use for your uncles and won't take their lives. However, their current situation is probably not much different from yours. If they don't stand on our side when the time comes, I'm afraid they won't be able to control themselves. Empress Dong smiled slightly. Same as me, what do you mean? Xianji was slightly startled. Nothing, you will naturally know about this in the future. However, the matter of you contacting the barbarian ghost sect disciples last time was already my bottom line. If something like this happens a second time, not only will the suppressor be gone, I'm afraid that you really will disappear from this world and replace you with a puppet to be the emperor of the Dacian country. I don't know if you are really smart or just pretending to be stupid. With your current identity as a mixed blood of the sea race, even if the human cultivators can really expel us from the Dacian country, do you think that the human sect will let you continue to be the emperor of the Dacian country? When that time comes, even if you are credited with the information, the best outcome for you is to be imprisoned somewhere for the rest of your life. However, when the sea race really takes control of the country, we will still need an emperor to manage the human mortals. As a mixed blood of the sea race, you are naturally the best candidate. This is no different from you being the emperor under the control of the 5 sections. I have said everything I can, and this is also the last time I will try to persuade you. If you still don't listen, then don't blame me for not considering our relationship as mother and son. After Empress Dong said these words with a serious expression, she threw a small bottle on the ground and stood up to leave. Seeing the small bottle, Xianxi's face twisted. After a while, he sighed and picked it up. Pouring out a green pill, he quickly swallowed it. His originally pale face turned red in an instant. At the same time, the scales on his body, his hair, and his eyes turned black, returning to their original state. I originally wanted to lure the people from the sect over and fish in troubled waters to see if there was any chance. Now it seems like there is no hope. I can only follow the sea race down this path. I can only hope that the future development will be like what she said. Xianxia raised his now normal hands and after observing them for a while, he helplessly muttered to himself. Then, the emperor of the Dexian country opened the door of the secret room listlessly and walked out. At night, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the wooden bed in his residence and played with the green scale in his hand. His face was full of a thoughtful expression. With his experience, he naturally couldn't see anything from the scale. However, it definitely wasn't something that a normal person would have. It seemed like Mr. Sun's words were most likely true. The emperor supported by the 5 sects was actually a non-human. This was a huge joke and was enough to make the sects lose all face. However, because of this, he couldn't easily send this news back to the sect. After all, other than the scale, he didn't have any other evidence. If there was any mistake, the punishment wouldn't be light. Gaochong would soon become a true spirit master. He couldn't give such an obvious weakness to the other party. After thinking for a while, he decided to temporarily suppress this news. He would wait until he found other obvious evidence and confirmed that there was no mistake before sending the news back to the sect. However, the ambush at the small clear temple and the disappearance of the supervising disciple, did this have anything to do with this? After Lu Ming put away the scale, he couldn't help but think about this. In the next few days, he spent almost all of his time in the underground market of Shenzhen. He bought some pills and glyphs that he thought were useful, but he didn't find anything that was too valuable. This was no wonder, with his current eyesight and wealth, it was indeed difficult for ordinary items to catch his eye. But on this day, when Lu Ming just returned from the market and was about to return to his residence, he was suddenly pulled by Qian Chao, who walked out of the hall and said with a smile, "Mr. Qian, you're finally back. I have a piece of good news. I wonder if sir would like to hear it? Since it's a good thing, why wouldn't I be happy?" Lu Ming smiled. "Hee, the good news is that Master Fan Baizi is finally willing to meet us. This time, Master Fan has concocted a new medicine and is preparing to sell it in our auction. That is why he is willing to meet us. I wonder if Mr. Fan has the time right now. Because the news came back a little late, it's best that we go see Master Fan now to prevent any more unforeseen events from happening at the auction. As long as we have Master Fan's new pills, I believe that the white auction will have a higher chance of success." Qian Chao said excitedly. "Now? Aside from owner Qian, is there anyone else going?" Lu Ming was startled at first, but he immediately asked a question. "No, it's just the 2 of us. Elder Mian is currently in charge of the auction and has to guard the storeroom, so he can't come," Qian Chao said without thinking. "Okay, if that's the case, then I'll go with owner." Lu Ming thought for a moment before nodding his head. Qian Chao was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly ordered a family member to prepare a carriage and walked out of the mansion with Lu Ming. 2 hours later, Lu Ming and Qian Chao appeared on a mountain road and walked up. For this Master Fan to also live on the Immortal Dawn Mountain, what a coincidence. Lu Ming observed the surrounding scenery as he spoke with a smile. With Master Fan's alchemy skills, he naturally wouldn't put himself under the control of that faction. Plus, the Immortal Dawn Mountain's Yuan-Chi is thick and it's secluded, making it a good place to refine pills. Although Qian Chao was immortal without a spiritual pulse, he walked beside Lu Ming and didn't show any signs of fatigue. That's true. With how rare alchemists are, if they put themselves in danger, it wouldn't be strange for them to be kidnapped and forced to refine pills. However, this Master Fan Baizi lives on the Immortal Dawn Mountain, so the government probably has a lot of advantages. Lu Ming replied. Haha, Mr. Qian really is an understanding person. Indeed, as the price of protecting Master Fan, he has to refine a few pills for the government every year. Also, if the gold spirit guests were to buy pills from Master Fan, the price would be 10 to 20% cheaper than others. Xianxia laughed as he replied. Lu Ming nodded his head and his face revealed an expression of "I knew it." After the time it takes to eat a meal, the two finally arrived at the bottom of a cliff. On the cliff, there was a green stone door, and on both sides of the door, there was a black iron lion statue that was a few feet long. Not far from the front of the door, there was a huge wooden pavilion. Inside, there were about a dozen people sitting and resting. Lu Ming looked around and saw that most of these people were spirit apostles, but there were a few who were mortals. These people are? Lu Ming asked subconsciously. Don't worry about them. These people either want to learn Master Fan's alchemy skills or ask him to refine pills for them. Under normal circumstances, Master Fan wouldn't care. Xianxia replied as if it was normal. Afterwards, he brought Lu Ming to the stone door on the cliff. He rolled up his sleeves and knocked on the door with a few pung-pung sounds. Moments later, the stone door was opened, and a boy with red lips, white teeth, and a pigtail on his head emerged from within. You two are? The boy sized up the two of them and asked. I am Xianxia of the 100 Spirit House. I have already made an appointment with Master Fan. Xianxia said with a smile. So it is Owner Qian, the master has instructed. If Owner Qian is here, there is no need to announce it, just bring him to the living room. Hearing this, the boy smiled and said as he moved to the side, making way for them. Seeing this, Owner Qian naturally gave his thanks and walked in with Lu Ming. The people in the wooden pavilion who wanted to watch the show, when they saw this scene, naturally went into an uproar. Fan Baizi, the alchemy master, had a strange temper and was famous throughout Xinjing. Some of them had been here for half a month, while others had been here for 2 to 3 days. However, this was the first time they had seen someone strut through the stone door with just a few words. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. At this time, under the guidance of the boy, Lu Ming and Xianxia had already walked into a large hall. The hall was only 100 feet wide, and in each of the 4 corners, there was a pot of unknown flowers. In the middle, there was a sandalwood table and a few chairs. The decorations were unusually simple. Please wait here for a moment, the master is still making pills and will only come after a while. The boy led the two to the chairs and brewed a pot of tea before speaking respectfully. No problem, the master's pill making is more important. The two of us will just wait here. Xianxia said. Hearing this, the boy nodded his head and left. Lu Ming and Xianxia drank the tea as they chatted. Mr. Qian, did you see the gold spirit guests, Commander Qiu Longzi, a few days ago? After a while, Xianxia suddenly asked this question. Yes, I did see him once. How does the owner know about this? Lu Ming was slightly surprised, but after thinking for a bit, he asked a question. It's nothing, it's just that a few days ago, someone came to ask about Mr. Qian. It seems that they came under the orders of Commander Qiu. Xianxia smiled as he said. Hee, looks like this Commander Qiu is someone with a heart. Hearing this, Lu Ming laughed. I heard Elder Mian say that this Qiu Longzi and the other 3 commanders are all late spirit apostles at perfection. They can be said to be one of the strongest cultivators in Xinjing. Did Mr. Qian accidentally offend them? Xianxia probed. Owner, don't worry. I only sparred with Commander Qiu when I met him, and that's why I attracted his attention. Lu Ming's expression didn't change as he replied. Sparring? Xianxia, the owner of the 100 Spirit House, was shocked when he heard this. Although he knew that Lu Ming could be a late spirit apostle, he never thought that Lu Ming could be on the same level as a late spirit apostle like Qiu Longzi. His face was full of shock as his mouth moved. Just as he was about to ask something, an old voice came from the side door of the hall. I am also very curious as to who won the sparring between Mr. Qiu and Mr. Qiu. Qiu Longzi is an expert in the art of goo worms and has many goo worms that are extremely troublesome to deal with. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out from the side door. His face was full of interest. Master Fan, your pill is done. Seeing the elder, Xianxia immediately stood up and greeted him with joy. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he also stood up and cupped his hands. I am the guest of the 100 Spirit House, Qian Ming. Greetings to Mr. Fan. Please sit, there is no need to be so polite. So this is Mr. Qian. Owner Qian, you really took in an incredible guest. Fan Baizi first waved his hand and waited for them to sit down before he smiled and said, Mr. Qian is indeed very powerful and even saved my wife and son before. However, I really didn't know that Mr. Qian's strength had reached such a level. Hearing this, Xianxia smiled bitterly as he replied. Indeed. With Qiu Longzi's current status, if it wasn't someone with a similar level of cultivation, it would be very difficult to get him to spar with others. Looks like Mr. Qian is also a late spirit apostle without a doubt. Fan Baizi twirled his beard as he looked at Lu Ming and said thoughtfully. Looks like I can't hide my cultivation from Master Fan. Lu Ming gave a slight smile and admitted it. With these words, not only did Fan Baizi's expression change, Xianxia, who was beside him, was even more surprised. At this time, for the 100 Spirit House to suddenly have a late perfection stage guest elder, it was like a pie falling from the sky to him. TSK, I didn't think that fellow Qian would reach this level at such a young age. Looks like even compared to the core disciples of the 5 sects, you aren't that far off. Breaking into the Spirit Master realm in the future might not be impossible. Fan Baizi clicked his tongue in wonder. Master Fan, you flatter me. If I really had the confidence to break into the Spirit Master realm, I would have hidden somewhere and started preparing. Actually, the reason I came to Xianjing this time was to find suitable pure aura qi. The second reason was to purchase some supplementary items and pills to increase my chances of breaking through to the Spirit Master realm in the future. Hearing this, Lu Ming sighed as he replied. Haha, fellow Qian at least has the chance to break into the Spirit Master realm. Just this point alone is enough to make many people jealous. As for pure aura qi and pills to help break into the Spirit Master realm, although they are rare, it isn't impossible to obtain them in a place like Xianjing. Especially now that fellow Qian is a guest of the 100 Spirit House, you might have some gains in this auction. Fan Baizi laughed as he spoke with great meaning. What, could it be that pure aura qi will appear in this auction? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart jumped as he turned his head to ask Xianxiao. Master Fan is correct. For this auction, the 100 Spirit House has indeed collected a few portions of pure aura qi. Among them, the rarest pure aura qi is the finale item of this auction and is already on its way to Xianjing. Seeing this, Xianxiao could only laugh bitterly as he replied. Very good, it looks like I will also have to participate in this auction. Owner's promise that I can buy an item at half price in the auction should be true. Lu Ming was overjoyed. How could this Qian's promise be false? No matter what Mr. Qian wants to auction, I can make the decision. You only need to pay half of the auction price. Although Xianxiao felt a great pain in his heart, he wanted to rope in Lu Ming more, so he immediately replied very decisively. Very well, then I shall thank the owner first. Lu Ming naturally expressed his gratitude. Fan Baizi sat at the side, watching everything with a smile. Oh right, Master Fan. This time, you sent a message saying that you have refined some kind of high-grade medicinal pill and are preparing to sell it in this auction. I don't know what kind of pill it is, but could you tell me its name and its effects so that I can personally arrange this matter? Xianxiao finally told Fan Baizi the purpose of his trip with a serious expression. This is the blood ignition pill that I will be auctioning this time. The white-robed old man seemed to have been waiting for Xianxiao to say this. He calmly took out a jade-like small bottle from his arms and poured out a blood-red pill. Xianxiao's expression froze as he immediately stood up and walked over. He grabbed the blood-red pill and carefully examined it before putting it under his nose to sniff it. There was no smell at all. The owner of the 100 Spirit House couldn't help but frown. At this time, Fan Baizi said with a face full of pride, this blood ignition pill was refined with great difficulty according to an ancient pill recipe. Not only did I use up a large amount of rare spirit grass, I only managed to refine 3 pills in one go. I believe that in the entire Dexuan country, only I, Master Fan, can refine this pill. Its effect is that it can stimulate a person's blood essence for a short period of time, increasing their FA by 40%. What? This pill can increase a person's cultivation by 40%, but how long does it last? Are there any side effects? Xianxiao was shocked at first, but he immediately grasped the key point and asked. This depends on how strong the person's body is. Different cultivators with different bodies will have different effects after their blood essence is stimulated, but it can at least last for 15 minutes. This is without a doubt. As for the side effects, there are naturally a few. Because of the large loss of blood essence, it will cause the person who consumes it to be abnormally weak for a month. Some people with weak bodies may even faint on the spot after the effects. Of course, as long as they recuperate and replenish their blood essence, these symptoms will no longer exist. Fan Baizi said without hesitation, not hiding the flaws of the blood ignition pill at all. If this pill is really like what the master said, then this side effect is naturally not a big deal. According to the rules, all pill auctioned items need to be verified before they can be auctioned. Master won't mind this, right? Xianxia heard this and asked with a hint of excitement. To him, if the effects of this blood ignition pill were real, then its value could be imagined. It could definitely be auctioned as one of the finale items. No problem, I also know the rules of the auction. This blood ignition pill, owner Qian can first take it back to be examined. However, I have only refined 3 of these pills, and every one of them is exceptionally rare. Therefore, you can examine it, but you must not damage the true effects of the pill. Fan Baizi pondered for a while before nodding his head and saying, "Thank you for your understanding, Master Fan." "Don't worry, Master Fan. We have already verified the effects of pills countless times. We will only take some powder from the surface of the pill to examine. We will definitely not damage the pill itself." Fan Baizi said with great joy. "Very good, I am very confident in the 100 Spirit House's reputation." "Then it's settled," Fan Baizi said lightly. Xianxia naturally expressed his thanks and carefully put the blood ignition pill back into the small bottle. "If the 2 of you do not have any other matters, I will not accompany you any longer. I am preparing to go to the pill room to refine some pills." After Fan Baizi lightly tasted the fragrant tea on the table, he said to send the guests off. His expression actually became a bit colder. It seemed that the outside world saying that his temperament was a bit weird was not false. Hearing this, Fan Baizi naturally looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming faintly smiled and unhurriedly cupped his hands towards the white-robed elder and said, "Fellow Fan, the reason why I accompanied owner Qian here this time is actually because I have another request. Would you be willing to listen?" "Oh, you have a request?" If it was anyone else, I would naturally be too lazy to care. However, fellow Qian is a late spirit apostle and a perfection spirit apostle, so it is naturally different. "I can listen." After Fan Baizi heard this, he was slightly surprised as he replied, "Owner Qian, can you leave for a moment? I would like to discuss this matter with Master Fan alone." Hearing this, Lu Ming turned his head and spoke to Qianqiao. "Hee, this is naturally not a problem. How about this, I will first wait in the side hall that I just passed by. Once Mr. Qian is done, you can directly find me." Xianqiao said without hesitation. Fan Baizi did not have any intention of objecting. After giving an order, he summoned the boy that had been waiting outside and led Xianqiao out of the hall. "Okay, if fellow has anything to say, you can directly say it to me. I hope that fellow Qian's matter is not a waste of my time." Fan Baizi waited for Qianqiao and the boy's figures to disappear from the door before speaking to Lu Ming with squinted eyes. "I have an item here, I wonder if Master Fan recognizes it." Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled and took out a fingernail-sized item from his sleeve, directly handing it over. "Let me take a look first." This is..." Fan Baizi originally took it indifferently, but when he felt his fingers sink slightly, he lowered his head in shock to clearly see the appearance of the item in his hand. Immediately, his voice began to tremble slightly. That item was impressively a small piece of faintly golden clay. It was a small portion of the golden essence resting soil that Lu Ming had previously obtained. "Looks like Master Fan recognizes this item." "That's right, this item is the golden essence resting soil that is extremely important to pill refiners. Does fellow Fan still want to carefully identify it and see if there are any mistakes?" Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression remained the same as before as he spoke. "There's no need to identify it. Back then, I had also obtained 2 grams of golden essence resting soil. Not only was it not as big as this piece of yours, its quality was also far inferior. This is indeed golden essence resting soil. Fellow Qian, speak. What do you want? As long as you give me this 3 grams of golden essence resting soil, no matter if it's a pill or something else, I will agree to it. I can agree to anything. Fan Baizi used his fingers to pinch the abnormally soft golden clay and said without hesitation. At this moment, this famous alchemist in Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a fiery gaze. My request is very simple. I just hope that fellow Fan can teach me a thing or two about alchemy. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he spoke. What, learn alchemy? Fellow Qian is also an alchemist? Fan Baizi was instantly shocked. Although I have seen a few alchemy books, I have never come into contact with true alchemy. Lu Ming calmly replied. Then does fellow know that the path of alchemy is incomparably profound? If one doesn't have talent, even if some people spend their entire life, they may not be able to enter the door. After the white-robed elder heard this, his face became slightly ugly. I haven't entered the world of cultivation for just a year or two. How could I not know this bit of common sense? However, because of certain reasons, I must learn alchemy. I hope that fellow can fulfill my wish. Lu Ming sighed as he spoke. Does fellow know how great my talent in alchemy is? Does fellow know how many years I have studied alchemy in order to have my current achievements? No matter what the reason is, I advise fellow Qian to give up on this idea. I can see that your talent for cultivation is not bad. Being able to cultivate to your current level at such a young age, why bother learning alchemy? If this is the case, it is very likely that you will end up with nothing. When that time comes, it will be too late for regrets. Fan Baizi spoke with a serious tone towards Lu Ming for the first time. Thank you for fellow Fan's kindness, but I have already made up my mind. Lu Ming slowly replied. Since you really want to learn alchemy from me, it's not impossible. However, I need to set 3 rules for you. Fan Baizi saw that he was unable to persuade Lu Ming, so he furrowed his eyebrows and said with a cold tone. Fellow, go ahead and say it. Lu Ming said without batting an eyelid. First, even though I, Fan Baizi, am not number 1 in alchemy in the Dexian country, I am not inferior to the alchemy masters of the 5 sections. Therefore, if you want to learn alchemy from me, this piece of resting soil is not enough. Fan Baizi stared at Lu Ming and slowly said. Since 1 piece is not enough, then how about adding this one? This is all I have left, it's all here. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and shook his sleeve. Shockingly, another piece of golden clay that was smaller than the previous one was thrown out. So you still have some resting soil left. If you add these 2 pieces together, it would be 5 taels, barely enough to pay for learning alchemy. Second, the path of alchemy is extremely profound and your identity is special. Even though you are learning alchemy from me, we are still of the same generation. Also, I will only teach you for 3 years, how much you can learn will depend on your talent. Once you exceed this time limit, I will not teach you anything else. Fan Baizi said seriously. I originally only planned on learning for a few years, 3 years is enough. However, I also have a request. Fellow Fan must swear on your heart's demon that you will not hide anything from me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he replied seriously. Sure, no problem. I still have a bit of reputation and will not do anything that will disgrace my identity. Third, learning alchemy is a matter that consumes a lot of spirit medicine and spirit materials. When you practice alchemy here, everything you need can be provided, but you must pay spirit stones according to the market price. I will remind you that if you want to become a true alchemist, a lot of practice is a must. From a certain point of view, it is even more important than talent in alchemy. After all, having an exceptional talent in alchemy would only reduce the number of times you would need to refine pills. Therefore, this sum of spirit stones was definitely going to be a sky-high price. It was best to be mentally prepared. If you feel that there are no problems with the above 3 conditions, starting from today, you can come to my place for 5 days every month. I will specially take out half a day to guide you in alchemy. Fan Baizi said. With a straight face. There are only 5 days in a month. Isn't that too little? Lu Ming hesitated for the first time. I usually have to study alchemy and refine pills. Being able to spare these 5 days is already my limit. If you don't agree, I can't do anything about it. Fan Baizi shook his head and said. Alright, 5 days it is. Then it's settled between fellow Fan and me. Lu Ming's expression changed for a while before he let out a long breath and agreed. Very good. As long as you really have talent in alchemy and have the financial resources to continue practicing, with these 3 years, I believe that it will be enough for you to enter the door of alchemy. Seeing this, Fan Baizi's face finally revealed a smile and he put away the golden essence resting soil in his hand. In the following time, the white-robed elder naturally didn't have any intentions of keeping Lu Ming. After warning him to not leak the news of him obtaining the golden essence resting soil, he let him leave. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming and Xianxia walked out of Fan Baizi's cave and directly ignored the gazes of the people in the wooden pavilion as they descended the mountain. Of course, before this, when the owner of the 100 Spirit House heard that Fan Baizi really promised to guide Lu Ming in alchemy, he naturally stared blankly for a while and his gaze towards Lu Ming became more and more strange. Just like this, after the two returned to the Qian house, Xianxia immediately began to gather the alchemists of the 100 Spirit House and began to inspect the burning blood pill that was brought back. After Lu Ming returned to his residence, he closed his door and began to cultivate. In the next 2 days, he also didn't leave his residence as if he really planned to continue cultivating like this until the auction officially began. However, on the 3rd day, Elder Mian and Xianxia both had serious expressions as they arrived at his residence. What, the carriage escorting the auction items has been trapped 100 miles away from Xianjing? Lu Ming asked in shock. This time, in the group escorting the auction items, not only is there a group of shadow guards from the 3rd Marquee, there are also 2 guests from the branch store. In addition to the 2 other guests that I sent, there is a total of 4 spirit apostles. I originally thought that there would be no mistakes. However, I didn't think that the people that the other side gathered would be even stronger. The entire group is currently trapped in one place and is currently using one of the auction items to form a formation. If it wasn't for one of the guests raising a spirit bee and secretly flying out of the encirclement to inform us, we would probably still be in the dark. I'm afraid that we will still be in the dark. Without a doubt, the only person who would do such a thing is Fatty Moo from the Gathering Treasures building. Elder Mian said with a dark face. Then owner's meaning is? Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he asked Qianxiao. In order to prevent the Gathering Treasures building from creating a diversion, Elder Mian still needs to stay in the house to guard the storeroom. However, I have already sent people to the 3rd Marquee house to borrow 2 personal guards and a group of shadow guards from the 3rd Marquee. However, I'm afraid that this strength isn't enough, so I'll have to trouble Mr. Qian to make a trip. No matter what method Mr. Qian uses, as long as you can protect the auction items, you will have done a great service for the house. Xianxiao had already thought of this beforehand. No problem. As a 100 Spirit House guest, I naturally won't just stand by and watch. When do I set off? Lu Ming thought for a while before agreeing to it. When the 3rd Marquee's guards and shadow guards leave, I'm afraid that it will take a while. However, I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on any longer. Mr. Qian, please leave first. The 3rd Marquee's guards and shadow guards will also rush over to help. Xianxiao said with some worry. All right, then I'll leave now. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded his head and agreed. Xianxiao and Lu Ming were naturally overjoyed. Just as they were about to say something, a figure suddenly moved beside them. A small figure leaped onto Lu Ming and hugged his thigh. Uncle Ming. It was Qian Ruping, the little girl. Her face was full of worry. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. I'll be back soon. Be obedient and stay here. Seeing this, Lu Ming used his palm to rub the little girl's hair and smiled. Perhaps it was because of her trust in Lu Ming, but Qian Ruping bit her lips and reluctantly let go. Niece Ruping, don't worry. Mr. Qian is very resourceful and this time, there will be other people helping. There definitely won't be any problems. Seeing this, Qianxiao quickly said with a face full of smiles. However, when Qian Ruping heard these words, which were similar in meaning, she curled her lips and ignored them. Qianxiao could only laugh dryly and say no more. Seeing this, Lu Ming smiled and gave the little girl a few more instructions. After asking about the exact location where the caravan was trapped, he left the house. 15 minutes later, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a black cloud and flew along an official road in a certain direction outside of Xianjing. Although he had pushed his Fali to the limit, the speed of the black cloud was still very slow in his eyes. Lu Ming secretly sighed in his heart. It seemed that he really should find a suitable flying spirit weapon or cultivate some kind of fast flying escape technique. As he thought about this, he took out a glyph from his chest. With a wave of the glyph, it immediately turned into dots of green light that entered the black cloud below. Pooh! The originally sluggish black cloud suddenly sped up by more than twofold, and it continued onward. However, Lu Ming felt his heart ache as he thought about buying the spirit stones for this godly movement glyph. When he returned, he would definitely ask Xianxia, the owner of the 100 Spirit House, for it. Half an hour later, he finally saw a few carriages full of goods lying on the ground in front of him on the official road. Around them were some ordinary goods such as cloth and porcelain. The horses that were pulling the carriages were all cut in half and lying in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes twitched and he immediately made a hand sign. Instantly, the black cloud below him moved and shot towards the side of the tunnel. However, when he had only flown for a few miles, there was a sound of air breaking from a pile of rubble below him. From within the rubble, a red and yellow streak of light flew out and headed straight for him. Lu Ming coldly snorted and with a shake of his sleeve, a green short sword appeared in a flash. He then quickly slashed downwards at the two streaks of light. Pooh! Pooh! 2 streaks of misty azure sword chi swept out and struck the 2 streaks of light head-on. After a series of explosions, the 2 streaks of green sword chi disappeared in a flash. The 2 streaks of light flipped to the side a few times and revealed their original forms. Impressively, they were a red flying fork and a yellow short blade. Not good, this person is a high-level spirit apostle and he has a totem. A cry of surprise came from the pile of rubble below. Following that, a figure flashed in 2 clouds, one gray and one white, shot into the sky and fled in different directions. They didn't even care about the 2 practitioner weapons. Humph, since you've come, then don't leave. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face suddenly revealed a layer of killing intent as he spoke. With a shake of the cyan moon sword in his hand, he slashed 3 streaks of green sword chi at one of the people. At the same time, he made a hand sign with his other hand and with a wave, 5 green wind blades shot out in a flash. Seeing this, the 2 people turned pale with fright. One of them hurriedly took out a small shield and threw it behind him while the other instantly crushed a glyph that emitted spots of white light. The small shield swayed with the wind and grew to about 10 feet in size. The spots of white light formed a layer of light that protected the person who cast the spell. However, in the next moment, the green wind blades all slashed onto the shield. With a crisp sound, the shield was instantly cut into more than 10 pieces. The owner of the shield in front let out a scream as he was cut into 7 or 8 pieces by the green wind blades. At this time, the 3 streaks of green sword chi also violently slashed onto the light barrier on the other side, causing it to explode. A dense cold light immediately engulfed the person who cast the spell. That person immediately let out a wail and his body turned into a rain of blood that rained down from the sky. Without the control of their masters, the 2 practitioner weapons naturally lost all of their light and fell from the sky. Lu Ming beckoned with one hand and the 2 practitioner weapons were pulled over from the air. He casually glanced at them and discovered that they were only 2 very ordinary middle-tier practitioner weapons. He then stuffed them into the summer conch. Subsequently, he urged the black cloud under his feet and inspected the 2 corpses. However, he only found a few spirit stones and a few glyphs. There was nothing else of value. This was not out of his expectations. After all, these 2 people were so weak and were most likely the lowest level of beginning spirit apostles. If they really had other life-saving items on them, they would not have been killed so easily. After Lu Ming put away the items he found, he immediately soared into the sky and continued to fly forward. This time, after flying for only a dozen or so kilometers, he saw 2 adjacent hills in front of him. In the middle of the depression was a large area of about an acre, which was completely enshrouded by a surging sea of white mist. In the surroundings of the sea of fog stood a dense group of over 100 warriors. They were holding various weapons in their hands as they madly slashed at something in the sea of fog. The weapons in these people's hands all had a faint light flickering. Impressively, they were all low-level practitioners. Slightly further away, there were another 30 to 40 people holding strong bows and hard crossbows on guard. On top of the two mountains, there were 7 or 8 figures standing there. Similarly, they either released fireballs or released wind blades to attack the center of the sea of fog. Every wave of attack caused the sea of fog to shrink and disperse a bit. When Lu Ming rushed over, the entire sea of fog had already become abnormally thin. Even the figures hidden within the sea of fog could be faintly seen. Haha, why do you fellows need to persist? Speaking of which, I don't have any personal grudges with you fellows. We are just purely serving our masters. If you're willing to stop now and hand over the items you're escorting for the auction, I'll allow you to leave safely, a tall humanoid figure hovering in the air above the mountains suddenly said with a hearty laugh. The owner of this figure was a yellow-robed old man with a face full of green spots and a green wooden box on his back. Old Yang, stop dreaming. This 4 symbols mudra formation is famous for its defense. The smaller the area of protection, the stronger its defensive power. I believe you have already noticed this. Otherwise, why would he say such nonsense now? I won't hide it from you. The news of us being trapped has already been reported to owner Qian more than 2 hours ago. I believe that reinforcements should be arriving soon. However, let me give you a word of advice. If you leave now, it's still not too late. Otherwise, when the time comes, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. A cold male voice came from the center of the sea of fog. What? You guys sent a message to Xianxia? Humph, do you really think this old man will believe you just because you say so? Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, the yellow-robed old man paused for a moment before becoming furious. He abruptly slapped the green wooden box on his back. Immediately, a clear sound rang out from within and 13 extremely thin flying knives, each half a foot long, flew out. They transformed into streaks of cold light that joined in the attack. Seeing this, the other spirit apostles' morale rose and they all began to cast their techniques, increasing the intensity of their attacks. For a moment, the clouds in the sea of fog shook violently as if they were about to be completely broken through in the next moment. However, at this time, Lu Ming was finally discovered by the practitioners on guard. Immediately, someone let out a long whistle to alert the others without hesitation used the crossbows in their hands to attack Lu Ming who was in the air. With the sound of breaking through the air, the densely packed arrows transformed into multicolored rays of light that shot towards Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming coldly snorted. With a single hand sign, black gas immediately rolled out from his body, transforming into a dozen or so thick tentacles that danced wildly. Most of the arrows were knocked away by the tentacles. Occasionally, some of the arrows that entered the tentacles would make a muffled sound and no longer have any reaction. At this time, Lu Ming made a single hand sign. Immediately, dots of green light condensed in front of him. With a flash, 7 or 8 green wind blades shot forward. Immediately, there were loud screams in front of him. Of the practitioners who were on guard, 7 or 8 of them were sliced in half by the green flashes. Seeing this, the remaining people were greatly shocked. They all turned around and madly ran towards the 2 mountains. There were even people who cried out, "Senior Yang, save us!" The practitioners on the mountains naturally also noticed the commotion here. Immediately, 2 people flew into the air and shouted from afar, "Stop!" However, Lu Ming simply turned a blind eye to it. His fingers moved again and again, and the green wind blades shot out continuously. Every time a green light flashed, there would definitely be a person in the crowd in front of him who would fall. In the blink of an eye, the practitioners who were on guard were all killed. Such a shocking scene not only made the 2 people who flew over anxious and angry, but also made the other practitioners who were attacking the sea of fog stop in shock. Their faces were filled with fear as they looked in Lu Ming's direction. Fellow is truly vicious and merciless. In such a short amount of time, your hands are already stained with so many lives. One of the 2 people who flew over, a middle-aged man with a red face and a gold band on his head, loudly berated. Humph, if you were really such a merciful person, I'm afraid that you wouldn't appear in this place. I don't care about anything else. Right now, I will kill whoever blocks my path. Do you want to move out of the way yourselves, or do you want me to do it? Lu Ming glanced at the man who spoke and said expressionlessly. What a big tone. I really didn't know that there was such an arrogant person like you in the 100 Spirit House. Brother Tian, there's no need to be polite with him. Let's do it together. Hearing this, the red-faced man flew into a rage. He turned his head and spoke to the sickly and skinny man beside him. Don't be anxious. Fellow, how did you get here? Was there no one to stop you on the way? The man surnamed Tian turned his gaze and asked very carefully. Oh, you're talking about the original owners of these two practitioner weapons. The two of them tried to sneak attack me, but I've already killed them. Hearing this, Lu Ming shook his sleeve. Immediately, a flying fork and a flying knife appeared in front of him as he spoke lightly. What, you killed fellow Jean and the other man? The man surnamed Tian originally had an angry expression, but when he heard this, his expression immediately changed. Humph, as expected, you didn't come with good intentions. Although fellow Jean and the other man are only beginning spirit apostles, you were able to kill them without even sending out a warning. It seems that your strength really isn't normal. Brother Feng, be a bit more careful. Hearing this, the skinny man's expression became extremely ugly. Following this, he shook his sleeve and actually took out a string of white Buddhist beads. The man surnamed Feng let out a long breath and instead of advancing, he retreated a few steps. At the same time, he patted the leather pouch on his waist with one hand and two blue balls flew out. After a series of rattling noises, they actually transformed into two strange blue birds that were around a foot long. Their heads were large and their bodies were small. On their backs, there were 4 short wings. Puppet beasts? Seeing this, Lu Ming was first startled, but he immediately started laughing. Humph, I hope that you can still laugh in a bit. After the man surnamed Feng released the puppet beasts that he was most proud of, his heart instantly became courageous. After speaking coldly, he formed a hand sign with his 2 hands and pointed at the 2 blue wooden birds. Poo-poo sounds were heard. The 4 wings on the back of the 2 blue wooden bird puppets flapped and they transformed into 2 balls of blue light that shot into the sky. After circling once, they shot straight at Lu Ming. At the same time, the man surnamed Tian on the other side muttered an incantation and activated his chi method. He wildly poured all of the Fa in his body into the Buddhist beads in his hand. The entire string of Buddhist beads released a great amount of light. At the same time, with waves of low Sanskrit chants, 7 colored seal characters wildly surged out from within. After a tremble, they shot towards Lu Ming like a torrential rain. It's actually a practitioner weapon that possesses a true Buddhist nature. This is very rare. Lu Ming didn't really care about the 2 blue wooden birds, but he became very interested in the Buddhist beads in the skinny man's hand. His hands and feet didn't move, but the black tentacles on his body danced wildly on their own and transformed into black shadows that tightly protected him. In the next moment, the 7 colored seal characters struck the black tentacles like rain hitting a fence. They transformed into densely packed balls of light that exploded. In an instant, close to half of the tentacles were destroyed. However, the tips of Lu Ming's eyebrows only moved and the black gas on his body surged. Even more black tentacles transformed into illusions and forcefully blocked the attack from behind. The 2 blue wooden birds also flew close like arrows. However, they didn't stop at all. Instead, they quickly circled around Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. At the same time, they opened their mouths and shot out water arrows that transformed into white lines. However, just as the 2 wooden bird puppets joined in the attack, Lu Ming, who was protected by the black tentacles, also made his move. His 2 hands came together and then separated again. He Dao's enormous wind blade that was half a foot long appeared. With another flick of his wrist, the enormous wind blade transformed into an azure line that flashed in front of him and disappeared. In the next moment, the man surnamed Feng, who was controlling the 2 wooden bird puppets in the distance, only saw a flash of azure light in front of him. His protective spiritual light seemed to have been shattered by something and at the same time, he felt a chill at his waist. He was so shocked that he wanted to lower his head to take a look. With a putong sound, the upper half of his body rolled down from his waist. Only then did the man surnamed Feng let out a loud cry and lost consciousness. As for the blue wooden bird that was originally surrounding and attacking Lu Ming, it suddenly stopped moving and only quietly floated in the air. On the other side, the skinny man, who was still controlling the Buddhist beads in his hand, almost didn't dare to believe the scene that he was seeing. Although the strength of the man surnamed Feng was a bit weaker than him, if it was said that he could kill him with a raise of his hand, this was naturally something that he didn't even need to think about. If such a terrifying existence used the same method to deal with him, he definitely didn't have the confidence that he would be able to block it in time. Under great shock, the skinny man immediately let out a low shout and abruptly tore apart the Buddhist beads in his hand. At the same time, his two hands quickly formed hand signs and his mouth started chanting. Immediately, these Buddhist beads transformed into enormous seal characters that circled around his body. With a humming sound, they condensed into a 7-colored light screen that completely protected him. When Lu Ming saw this scene from afar, his body moved. With a few flashes, he appeared a few dozen feet away from the skinny man. The skinny man had just sent a message to his companions on top of the mountain to ask for help. However, when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but jump in fright. However, he immediately calmed down and sneered, "However, even if you use a totem to attack me, you won't be able to break through it in a short amount of time. Even if you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, you won't be able to do anything to me." At this time, the figures on top of the mountain swayed. The remaining spirit apostles all stopped their attacks on the sea of mist. Under the lead of the old man with green spots, they all rose into the air and flew over. Lu Ming only smiled faintly. Suddenly, he drew a line in the air in front of him. With a pu sound, dots of red light appeared in front of him and quickly gathered into a scarlet-red fireball. In an instant, it grew in size with the wind and turned into a huge object the size of a washbasin. Then, he threw it fiercely at the 7-colored light screen while he instantly flew back. Perfect fireball technique. When the skinny man saw this scene, he was shocked. However, it was naturally impossible for him to dodge in the light screen. He could only roar angrily and spit out a few balls of blood essence into the light screen in front of him. Instantly, countless blood threads appeared on the 7-colored light screen. Hong! When the huge red ball smashed onto the light screen, it immediately exploded with a great momentum. Rolling flames instantly engulfed everything within a few dozen feet and a wave of hot air swept in all directions. When the other cultivators who rushed over saw this scene, they couldn't help but change their expressions and slow down. After a while, the flames in the air were extinguished and an extremely thin 7-colored light screen appeared. Moreover, it flickered slightly as if it could shatter at any time. Although the skinny man's face was extremely pale, he was surprisingly unharmed inside. Moreover, when he saw that he was fine, he finally calmed down and laughed out loud. "Haha, as expected, I'm fine. So what if it's the perfect fireball technique? It can't do anything to me." However, as soon as he said that, azure light flashed before him and a streak of sword chi slashed toward him without any warning. The 7-colored light barrier shattered into specks of spiritual light amid a crisp crack. The skinny man cried out in alarm. He wanted to cast a technique to dodge, but it was too late. A cold light flashed across his neck, and his head rolled down to the ground. At this time, Lu Ming put away the green short sword that he had slashed out and looked coldly at the other 5 spirit apostles flying over. As for the 100 or so ordinary Qi practitioners, they had long since retreated far away in fear, not daring to approach at all. The perfect fireball technique. What a good move. You are a late spirit apostle and should be using a middle-tier totem. I have never heard of such a powerful guest in the 100 spirit house. When the other spirit apostles saw that Lu Ming had killed the skinny man and the old man in one breath, expressions of hesitation and fear appeared on their faces. Only the old man with green spots maintained his calm and slowly asked. "I have indeed just joined the 100 spirit house not long ago. Looking at you, it seems that you don't plan on moving aside and want to continue fighting." Lu Ming replied expressionlessly. "Humph, since you have appeared here, then fellow Jean and the others who were on the lookout outside are definitely dead. In such a short amount of time, 4 of our companions have already been killed by you. Do you think you can let this matter go so easily?" When the old man with green spots heard this, he was so angry that he started laughing. "Since it's like this, then let's fight. I don't know if you guys plan on fighting one-on-one or fighting together. I can see that you are most likely a late spirit apostle. You should have some confidence in your own strength." Lu Ming stared at the old man with green spots for a while and suddenly laughed coldly. "A chaotic battle with just you alone? The old man with green spots was startled at first, then his eyebrows furrowed. Since it's a chaotic battle, I might have to call for a helper, Lu Ming said indifferently. Subsequently, he patted a leather pouch on his waist with one hand and a black gas immediately rolled out. After rolling and condensing, it condensed into a bone scorpion that was a few feet long next to him. This scorpion's two front pincers only slightly clamped together and a layer of purple gas came out of its body. At the same time, the long and thin stinger on its back slightly swayed and immediately, a few ear-piercing screeches exploded out of the shadows. This scene not only caused the faces of the other spirit apostles to turn white, but even the old man with green spots' expression changed greatly. Just based on the ferocious appearance of the bone scorpion, anyone would know that it was not to be trifled with. I didn't think that you would have such a spirit insect by your side. Since that's the case, as long as you can take a full blow from this old man and come out unscathed, I will make the decision to immediately take everyone away from here. After the old man's face changed for a while, he finally made a decision and said, "One attack." "Hee, no problem, you can make your move." Lu Ming laughed and said noncommittally, "Humph, be careful." Seeing this, the old man was even angrier. He immediately slapped the green wooden box on his back with one hand. Suddenly, there was a clear sound, and 13 cold blades flew out and circled around his body. A set of totems. That's quite rare. No wonder you're so confident. When Lu Ming saw the 13 extremely thin cold blades, he clicked his tongue in wonder. However, he also threw the green short sword in front of him and pointed at it with one hand. After the short sword spun, countless green sword shadows surged out. With a sudden increase in size, it turned into a hazy green full moon that appeared and blocked Lu Ming behind it. Seeing this, the old man with green spots was slightly surprised, but he also kept making hand signs with both hands and his mouth kept chanting. In an instant, the 13 flying blades shone brightly. With a tremble, they turned into a straight cold line that shot toward the opposite side. The sound of air braking could be heard, the 13 flying blades vaguely turned into a huge white python. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it plunged into the center of the full moon. With a series of ding-dang sounds, the green light and cold light intertwined and the illusion of the huge python was instantly destroyed. The 13 flying blades were all knocked away with a shake. The surface of the green full moon rippled for a while and with a blur, it turned back into the shape of the green short sword. The old man with green spots waved one hand and the 13 flying blades instantly shot back. After glancing at a few of the flying blades, his face suddenly darkened. Without saying anything, he turned around and flew away. When the other spirit apostles saw this, they were a bit surprised. However, after looking at each other, they immediately followed. The hundreds of practitioners on the ground also followed the cultivators in the air with a hung sound. This old fellow is very wise. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to slip away after a while. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was slightly surprised. However, after a slight hesitation, he did not give chase. Instead, he shook his head and muttered to himself. At this time, his gaze looked toward the rolling sea of fog. "Old Yang, are we really going to retreat just like this? If this is the case, it will be difficult to explain to the 9th Prince. After all, the 9th Prince places great importance on this mission." A large man with a black face around 30 years old urged the gray cloud under him to arrive beside the old man with green spots and asked in a low voice. "If we don't leave, do you really want this old man to fight to the death with this person? Or will any of you be willing to go and stall this person so that I have time to break the formation? Moreover, the 4 symbols Vajra formation is not something that can be broken in a short amount of time. If we continue to stay there, the enemy's reinforcements will only increase. At that time, it will be impossible for us to leave. Also, this person's strength is far beyond what you can imagine. Even if I fight with all my strength, I will most likely not be his opponent." The old man with green spots glanced at the large man with a black face. He said with a cold smile, "Old Yang must be joking. Although that attack didn't work, it's not like you only have this little trick up your sleeve. Just looking at the opponent's age, although you are also a late spirit apostle, his FA can't be as deep as yours." Hearing this, the large man with a black face hurriedly said with a smile, Humph, what do you know? Look at my swallowtail blade before you say that. The old man snorted and grabbed at the wooden box behind him with one hand. He actually grabbed a flying blade from within and waved it in front of the large man with a flash. This is... The large man with a black face looked at it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that on the edge of the strangely thin short blade, there was an additional chip the size of a bean. Do you understand now? Not only is the opponent's cultivation impressive, the short sword in his hand is more than half a middle-tier totem. Even if I can use my Fali to block this person's attack, this set of swallowtail blades will most likely be destroyed. The old man with green spots said coldly. It's actually a middle-tier totem? This is something that only a normal spirit master can have. I didn't think that this person would have this kind of treasure. If we had attacked together just now, could we? The large man with a black face muttered as his face couldn't help but reveal a trace of greed. I know what you are thinking, but don't even think about it. Not only is this person strong, the aura of the spirit insect beside him is also very strong. Even if we attacked together, we most likely wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What we need to do right now is to report back to the Ninth Prince about the addition of a late spirit apostle as an opponent. We need to see if he is really a guest of the 100 Spirit House or someone from the Third Marquis side. With the sudden appearance of such a strong opponent, the Ninth Prince can't blame us too much. The old man with green spots interrupted the large man's words without hesitation. Old Yang is right. I was a bit delusional just now. Hearing this, the large man with a black face quivered as he hurriedly cupped his hands and said respectfully. The old man with green spots nodded his head and didn't say anything else as he put away the short blade in his hand and continued to fly forward. Lu Ming waved his hand and the two blue wooden bird puppets that were floating in the air suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, after a brief inspection, he suddenly slapped a protruding part of the wooden bird's back with his palm. After a burst of crackling sounds, the two wooden bird puppets immediately transformed back into two blue balls. Lu Ming smiled and put away the two balls. Just as he was about to go to the bodies of the skinny man and the other person to inspect them, the sea of fog in the distance suddenly parted and a person carefully walked out. Seeing this, Lu Ming only glanced at the person before grabbing the Buddha necklace that was still glowing with a faint white light into his hand. Then, he took out some spirit stones and pills from the headless corpses and stuffed them all into his clothes. The person that came out of the sea of fog first looked around and didn't find any traces of anyone else. Then, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly raised his hand, sending a few hand signs into the sea of fog behind him. Then, he looked at Lu Ming with a respectful gaze and cupped his hands as he asked, "Thank you for your help. Are you one of the Third Marquis people?" This person looked to be around 40 years old. He wore a full set of clothes and carried a long sword on his back. He looked quite smart. The Third Marquis? Of course not. Did you not hear my conversation with them? I am Qian Ming, a guest of the 100 Spirit House. I just joined not long ago. This time, I was ordered by owner Qian to come and help. However, the Third Marquis people should be here soon. At this time, Lu Ming had already finished looting the corpses. He stood up and replied calmly. What? Brother Qian is really a guest of the 100 Spirit House? I thought you were just fooling those guys. I am by Qinghai and I am also a guest of the 100 Spirit House. However, I usually stay at the branch. The man was overjoyed when he heard this. Oh, so it is fellow Bai. How are the other fellows? Are there any problems with the escorted items? Lu Ming nodded and smiled as he replied. Hee, Brother Qian doesn't need to worry. The auctioned items are all on us, so naturally there won't be any problems. It is just that the other fellows are in charge of the formation and have used up too much Fali. They need to rest for a while and won't be able to meet with Brother Qian immediately. I see. Then I don't need to worry anymore. Let's wait here for a while. Although the other person's words were very polite, he could naturally hear the caution in the other person's words. This was no wonder. The other person had never seen him before. Naturally, he couldn't just open the formation based on his words and let him in. Hence, for the rest of the time, Lu Ming and Bai Qinghai sat cross-legged outside the spell formation and chatted idly. As soon as Bai Qinghai saw that Lu Ming had no intention of forcing his way through the formation, he immediately believed most of what he had said earlier. In addition, he had seen Lu Ming display his invincible might in the formation, killing powerful enemies and forcing back the old man and the others. Naturally, he was filled with awe and reverence towards Lu Ming and answered almost everything he knew. At this time, Lu Ming finally knew that the 100 Spirit House team that was escorting the auction items had been ambushed by the crossbows of the practitioners that were hiding in the pits on both sides of the official road. Over half of the shadow guards had been killed in an instant. Only then did the green-spotted elder and the other spirit apostles appear from the sky and launch an attack. The other side had so many cultivators while they only had 4 spirit apostles. Naturally, they were unable to defend against them. They could only bring the remaining people to one side of the official road and retreat. With great difficulty, they managed to escape to a place that was barely suitable for setting up a formation. Only then did the 4 of them use a set of formation flags from the auction items and set up the 4 symbols Vajra formation as quickly as possible. However, at this time, not only were they all injured, the other shadow guards had all been killed or injured in the previous pursuit. When I came over, I didn't see any corpses. They must have cleaned them up. That's right, from Fellow Bai's tone, you have already confirmed the identities of these people. Are they from the Gathering Treasures building? Lu Ming asked curiously. Why do I need to confirm? Yang Kuan is the 9th prince's most capable helper. The others are mostly people by the 9th prince's side. Hearing this, Bai Qinghai laughed bitterly. So that's how it is. Fellow Bai, why are you so depressed? However, no matter what, haven't we already secured these auction items? Moreover, they lost 4 spirit apostles this time, so their losses aren't small. Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. Brother Qian is right. This time, the 9th prince and the Gathering Treasures building went for wool and came home shorn. With such a large loss, I believe that they will be quiet for a long time. Within the sea of mist, white gas rolled and a 60-year-old square-faced elder walked out. Once he came out, he cupped his hands towards Lu Ming and spoke. Let me introduce you. This is fellow Sunin. Like Elder Mian, he has always been owner Qian's right-hand man. Seeing the square-faced elder appear, Bai Qinghai was overjoyed and hurriedly introduced him. So fellow Sun is also a late spirit apostle. No wonder you were able to escape unscathed despite being ambushed and chased by so many people. Lu Ming looked at the old man a few times and lightly laughed. Hee, how would I dare show off my abilities in front of fellow Qian? I have seen fellow's power just now and I am far inferior to you. Sunin waved his hand as he spoke. Lu Ming faintly smiled. Just as he was about to say something, the sound of the sky splitting could be heard and a gray flying boat was flying over. Bai Qinghai hurriedly looked over and immediately cried out with joy, it's the 3rd Marquis men. Humph, they are so slow. If it wasn't for Brother Qian arriving in time, we might not have been able to hold on. Sun Yin's expression was not too good as he spoke. At this time, the gray flying boat arrived at a low altitude with a buzzing sound. A figure flashed and a man and a woman flew down from the boat. Behind them, 20 or so guards wearing black clothes jumped down. Each of them had a blade and a bow on their back and their movements were extremely nimble. Brother Sun, you are already safe. Where are the bandits? The man who jumped down from the flying boat was an ugly man with a face full of beard. When he saw that Sunin and the others were fine, he couldn't help but ask in astonishment. Fellow men, you are too late. That old brat Yang Kuan and the others have already been scared away by fellow Qian. It seems that you two have come for nothing. Sunin lightly said. What, that old guy Yang Kuan also came and was chased away by someone? How is that possible? The ugly man was shocked when he heard this and his face was full of disbelief. His gaze unconsciously swept over Lu Ming. After all, among the 3 people present, Lu Ming's face was the most unfamiliar. In addition, before they left, owner Qian had told them that he had already sent a guest of the 100 Spirit House to support them. His surname also seemed to be Qian. The woman who jumped down from the flying boat with him was a young woman around 14 or 15 years old. She had a pair of watery peach blossom eyes and a curvaceous figure, making her seem extremely charming and enchanting. When she heard Sun Yin's words, her face was also full of disbelief. I am Qian Ming. The bandits that attacked earlier have indeed retreated. Seeing this, Lu Ming said without a change in expression. Was it really fellow Qian's strength that forced them to retreat? The ugly man looked up and down at Lu Ming with a face full of hesitation. If fellow men could also kill 4 spirit apostles in one go and easily receive the combined attack of old man Yang Kuan's 13 swallowtail blades, I'm afraid that you would also be able to scare them away. Sun Yin casually said. However, the contents of his words gave ugly man and big man a great shock. They were willing to retreat because they felt that they couldn't break through the formation in a short amount of time. Naturally, they didn't want to stay. I only played a small part in it. Lu Ming said noncommittally. When the ugly man and the young woman heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Alright, no matter what, this time it is all thanks to you fellows. The others should have more or less recovered. I will have them put away the formation and return to Xianjing first before discussing other matters. Sun Yin said with a laugh. The ugly man, the young woman, and Lu Ming naturally didn't have any objections. Thus, Sun Yin made a hand sign with one hand and turned around, entering the white sea of mist again. After a while, after a wave of fluctuations appeared in the sea of mist, the white mist began to shrink. In an instant, the other 2 men who were sitting cross-legged on the ground and constantly waving the formation flags in their hands appeared in the original place. Half a day later, Lu Ming and the others returned to the Qian house in Xianjing. When owner Qian saw that everyone was safe and sound, he was overjoyed. When he heard that Lu Ming had single-handedly killed 4 spirit apostles in a time of crisis and even scared off the others, he was naturally overjoyed and repeatedly thanked Lu Ming. At this time, the ugly man and the young woman from the 3rd Marquis house didn't doubt Sun Yin's words anymore. When they looked at Lu Ming, their gazes couldn't help but carry a trace of respect. Lu Ming only said a few words to everyone before saying goodbye and returning to his own residence. As soon as he pushed open the door, a small figure pounced on him like a gust of wind. 2 thin and weak arms tightly hugged his thighs, not willing to let go even an inch. Don't worry, aren't I back now? Lu Ming smiled and lightly patted Qian Ruping's head as he said softly. Brother Ming, I want to learn formations. At this time, Qian Ruping raised her small face and said this with an extremely stubborn expression. When Lu Ming heard this, he was stunned. A few days later, the news of the 100 Spirit House suddenly gaining a late spirit body guest began to spread throughout Xianjing. The news of Qiu Longji killing 4 spirit apostles in one battle was also heard by many factions and they became very fearful. Not long after, the news of Qiu Longji and Lu Ming sparring and being evenly matched was leaked by someone. This naturally caused even more people to be shocked and they all sent more people to pay attention to the 100 Spirit House's movements. Under these circumstances, the 100 Spirit House's auction finally officially started. On this day, in the underground market of Xianjing, in a huge hall that was built 100 feet underground, thousands of practitioners gathered. Lu Ming sat in the corner of the hall as he coldly looked at the numerous cultivators in the hall. His face was expressionless, but there was an additional gray cloak on his head that covered most of his face. The reason why he appeared here was half for the auction items and the other half was because owner Qian had ordered him to guard this place to prevent any accidents from happening. Of course, it was almost impossible for someone to cause trouble. This was because the entire auction hall had already been covered by the 100 Spirit House's formation masters. Even if a spirit master were to appear and be trapped, they would not be able to break through the heavy restrictions in a short amount of time. Furthermore, for this auction, owner Qian had not only transferred a group of guests from various places, he had even borrowed over 10 spirit apostles from the 3rd Marquis house and 4 teams of shadow guards. Many of them were mixed in with the crowd like Lu Ming. However, most of the people still coldly stood around the hall in order to intimidate those with bad intentions. As time passed, a long stick of sandalwood incense in a high incense burner at the front of the hall burned out. Immediately, someone gave an order and the doors at the exit slowly closed. At this time, Elder Mian brought Bai Qinghai and the other guests out from a side door behind the stone stage with a smile on his face. He calmly walked onto the high stage in front of him. The elder's sleeve shook and a white light flashed. The incense burner disappeared and at the same time, a wooden table that was several feet long appeared on the stone stage. Seeing this scene, a few cultivators let out a light sound of surprise. However, the majority of them still had indifferent expressions. Although normally, items like storage glyphs could only be controlled by spirit masters and above, there were always some special items that could avoid FALI cultivation. For example, the mutated storage glyphs that Lu Ming had used before or the summer handkerchief that had great restrictions. Bai Qinghai and the other three stood expressionlessly at the four corners of the stone stage. No matter who wanted to cause trouble, they would have to go through the four of them first. For a normal auction, they naturally had to find a person who could speak eloquently to host it. However, for this auction where everyone was a cultivator, the host needed to have a certain amount of strength. Therefore, owner Qian chose Elder Mian to host it. Originally, the owner of the 100 Spirit House had considered letting Lu Ming be in charge of this matter. Moreover, Lu Ming's reputation was at its peak in Xianjing. However, this was naturally rejected by Lu Ming without hesitation. I'm sure many of the fellow Taoists present know who I am. Even if you don't know me, it doesn't matter. You can just call me Old Crown. This time I will be in charge of hosting the 100 Spirit House's auction. Although this is the first time that the 100 Spirit House is holding an auction, I believe that everyone will be satisfied. Alright, everyone must be impatient from waiting. I will now announce the start of the auction. Elder Mian chatted for a bit before lightly coughing to announce the start of the auction. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was infused with FALI, allowing everyone in the hall to hear it clearly. At the same time, the side door of the stone platform at the back opened again. 3 beautiful women with graceful figures, each holding a silver tray covered with red silk, walked up to the high platform, and then respectfully placed the tray on the long table. Only then did Elder Mian unhurriedly walk forward and remove the silk on the silver tray at the very front, revealing a thick stack of light yellow flags. I believe that some of the Taoists have heard of it. On the way to the capital while escorting the auction items, several foreign officials had been ambushed by some rascals. As a result, these foreign officials had relied on this set of formation flags to withstand the attacks of enemies several times their size. Moreover, they had persisted until reinforcements arrived and were safe and sound. Therefore, this set of formation flags has a special meaning. I will be auctioning it as the first item of the auction. Speaking up to here, Elder Mian's voice paused for a bit and he consciously looked at the people in the hall. Once these words were spoken, it caused a few people to whisper amongst themselves. Many people revealed expressions of interest. After all, this set of formation flags had been tested in real battles. Although it required many people to control it, there were still many factions that were interested in it. Seeing this, Elder Mian revealed a satisfied expression. He believed that this item would be able to fetch a good price and opened his mouth again. 1 set of 4 symbol Vajra formation flags. The starting price is 10,000 spirit stones and each bid must be at least 1,000 spirit stones. Now, the bidding begins. 10,000 spirit stones. 12,000. 15,000. Just as the old man finished speaking, many people immediately shouted out their bids. In the blink of an eye, the price of the formation flags neared 20,000 spirit stones. As a result, the number of people who were still bidding immediately decreased. Only 4 or 5 people were still persistently fighting for it. 25,000 spirit stones. A slightly hoarse voice finally pushed the price to a new height. The other people that were still fighting immediately shut their mouths. The 4 symbol Vajra formation could only be used for defense and didn't have any offensive capabilities. Moreover, it required many people to control it. This price was already extremely high. Although they felt that it was a pity, the auction had just begun and they could only give up. Is there anyone else? Is there really no one else? Okay, 1, 2, 3. This set of 4 symbol Vajra formation flags will belong to this fellow. Fellow can go backstage to exchange the item. A small, dark green hammer appeared in Elder Mian's hand. He knocked it on the table and announced the ownership of this set of formation flags. At the end of the hall, a large man wearing a white mask stood out. Under the guidance of a nearby servant, he left the hall through a side door. The second auction item is the 9 enchantment sects 3 giant wolf puppet beasts that were left outside. If a fellow who is proficient in puppet techniques is able to skillfully control them, each of them will have the strength of a middle spirit apostle. After Elder Mian removed the silk on the second silver plate, he pointed at the 3 green balls on the plate and spoke with a smile. Subsequently, he clapped his hands and an unfamiliar male that had been waiting behind the stone stage walked up. As soon as the male got on stage, he grabbed one of the green balls without saying anything and threw it on the ground. Then, he formed a hand sign with one hand and pointed at the air. Jie Beng. The green ball transformed into a giant green wolf that was 10 feet tall. Its eyes flashed with a bloody light and it was extremely lifelike. Subsequently, this giant wolf, under the control of the unfamiliar male, displayed agility that far exceeded a normal person's imagination. Whether it was pouncing or biting, it was incomparably fierce. At the end, it even opened its mouth and spat out several green wind blades from the air. Many of the loose cultivators in the hall who originally didn't care about this couldn't help but be moved when they saw this scene. However, in the eyes of Lu Ming, who had seen a real 9 enchantment sect disciple control a puppet, he felt that this male's puppet techniques were normal and could not be compared to the core disciples of the 9 enchantment sect. After the performance, the unfamiliar male pointed at the giant wolf again and turned it back into a round ball before placing it back on the silver plate. Then, he silently left the stage. The 3 giant wolf puppets will be auctioned separately. Each one will be 3,000 spirit stones and each increment must be no less than 200 spirit stones. Taking advantage of the shock on the faces of many people in the hall, Elder Mian took the opportunity to start the auction of the 3 wolf puppets. 3,000 spirit stones. 3,200. 3,400. The competition for these 3 puppet beasts, under the stimulation of the previous performance, was extremely intense. They were sold at 3,600 spirit stones, 3,800 spirit stones, and 4,200 spirit stones. Elder Mian was naturally satisfied with the price and calmly took away the silk on the 3rd plate. From within, there were 20 odd-looking gray and black tokens. 20 opening spirit tokens, given out by the organization that organized this time's opening spirit ceremony. Fellows, if you have any juniors that want to become cultivators like us but are unable to enter the 5 great sect, this is the best choice. However, I must say that this is the first time our 100 Spirit House has come into contact with this loose cultivator organization. We are only responsible for helping them auction these tokens and informing them of the time and location of the opening spirit ceremony. We are not responsible for anything else. Every token starts at 500 spirit stones and each increment must be no less than 100 spirit stones. The auction begins. This time, Elder Mian only gave a brief introduction before announcing the start of the auction. However, it was very clear that everyone in the hall was very familiar with the opening spirit tokens. Once they saw them, they all revealed expressions of joy. When the auction began, the price continued to rise and most of the tokens were sold at around 1,000 spirit stones. Seeing this, Lu Ming also didn't find it strange. The so-called opening spirit token was similar to the token that he brought to the barbarian ghost sect's opening spirit ceremony. It represented a spot to participate in the opening spirit ceremony. However, the tokens in the auction were not given out by the big sect. Instead, they were secretly held by a few loose cultivators who gathered their own resources. This kind of opening spirit ceremony could not be compared to the big sect's opening spirit ceremony because of the lack of resources and the lack of FALI of the host. However, it still provided many practitioners with spiritual pulses with the possibility of becoming a spirit apostle. Therefore, even though the price was high, it was still sought after by countless practitioners. Who knew how many loose cultivators appeared? At the very least, most of the people in the hall used this method to become a spirit apostle. After the 20 opening spirit tokens were successfully sold, Elder Mian's smile became even wider. With a clap of his hands, 3 maids walked up from below the stage. However, this time, the silver plates in the hands of the 3 maids weren't covered at all. They were 3 light red bottles. The next item to be auctioned is something that I believe many fellows dream of having. It is 3 portions of pure aura chi that came from the same aura pit. Elder Mian looked at the 3 small bottles and his eyes revealed a trace of passion as he spoke. What, it's pure aura chi and there's 3 of them. It was the right decision to participate in this auction. The last time pure aura qi appeared in Xianxia was 3 years ago. Furthermore, there's only one and it's the finale item. Elder Mian, what kind of pure aura qi are these 3 portions of pure aura qi? Everyone in the hall was shocked at first and then went into an uproar. Many people even stood up and stretched their necks to look at the 3 small bottles with their eyes wide open. Although only a small portion of the cultivators here had cultivated to the late spirit apostle level and only a few of them had reached the late spirit apostle level, it was enough to make everyone go crazy. After all, to lose cultivators like them, with this pure aura qi in their hands, it could be said that they had a slight guarantee of being a spirit master. As for how many of them could actually cultivate to the late spirit apostle level, no one would think about it at this moment. The few true perfected realm existences hidden in the main hall were even more pleasantly surprised. Without prior agreement, they all made up their minds to obtain a portion of pure aura qi. At this time, Elder Mian carefully picked up a small red bottle from a female's tray. After taking a deep breath, he opened the lid. Pooh! After the old man used his Fa to activate the bottom of the bottle, a faint red glow came out of the bottle. As if it was alive, it slowly wandered around the small bottle and faintly emitted a hot aura. As for the use of pure aura qi, I don't need to say anything more. These 3 portions of pure aura qi belong to the pure aura qi of the 5 elements. Once cultivated, not only can it be used to protect the body and injure the enemy, it can also slightly increase the strength of fire-type spells. It is considered the most popular type of pure aura qi. The 3 portions of pure aura qi will be auctioned separately. The starting price for each portion is 20,000 spirit stones and each increment must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Now, we will begin the auction for the first portion. The old man activated his Fa in his palm and the small bottle instantly flashed with a white light as it sucked the red glow back into it. Only then did he speak unhurriedly. After he spoke, the entire hall quietened down and no one dared to open their mouths. It was obvious that everyone wanted this pure fire aura qi, but they were also very clear that the person who called out the price at the beginning had no chance of obtaining this pure aura qi. Lu Ming sat in the corner of the hall. Looking at the 3 portions of pure aura qi, his heart pounded. Although this pure fire aura qi could not be considered a rare pure aura qi, the advantage was that 3 portions had appeared at once. If he could really obtain all of them, it would be enough for him to charge into the Spirit Master realm in the future. However, this fire-type pure aura qi was not very compatible with the dark bone that he cultivated. Even if he cultivated stellar energy, it would not be of much benefit to his strength. Moreover, with his current net worth, it was still possible for him to bid for 1 portion of pure aura qi. If he wanted to obtain all 3 portions, it would be wishful thinking. If he could only get one, it wouldn't be of much use to him. Dong Qian's promise of half price was only limited to 1 item. Lu Ming's heart was in turmoil, but he was still somewhat hesitant. At this moment, someone finally made a bid. 20,000 spirit stones. 21,000. 23,000. Although there were many people who were tempted by this pure aura qi, most of the people present were loose cultivators. Those who had a few thousand spirit stones were few and far between. Although the bidding was intense, there were only a few dozen people who actually made a bid. Moreover, many of the people who made a bid had the support of a large faction. 32,000 spirit stones. I am determined to obtain this pure fire aura qi. I hope that the other fellows will give me some face. A rough voice suddenly raised the price by a few thousand spirit stones. Moreover, the owner of the voice suddenly stood up from the center of the hall and took off the cloak covering his head. Impressively, it was a fierce-looking man with a face full of scars. He cupped his hands towards the surrounding people as he spoke. It's actually Yu Shueshou from the Earthwind Hall. This is a true late perfection spirit master. Normal people would not dare to offend him. Seeing the ugly man's true appearance, the people in the hall immediately began to whisper among themselves. Their gazes towards the ugly man were filled with respect. The ugly man's gaze looked to the side, faintly revealing a hint of pride. 33,000 spirit stones. Humph, boss you, if you want this pure aura qi, do you think we don't want it? If you really want to take it away, naturally it will depend on who has more spirit stones. Another faint male voice followed without hesitation and shouted out a price. Ghost Scholar, it's you. Fine, do you think I would be afraid of you if we were to compare wealth? 35,000 spirit stones. When the ugly man heard this, he immediately looked towards a skinny figure that was covered by a gray light in the hall and shouted angrily. 36,000 spirit stones. The skinny figure said unhurriedly. 37,000 spirit stones. Even though he knew that this price was a bit high, the ugly man's face was unsettled for a while before he gritted his teeth and said it. Hee hee, 37,000 spirit stones to buy a portion of pure fire or a chi. Fellow, you really has a big hand. Then I will give it to fellow. The ghost scholar laughed and directly gave up on the fight. When the ugly man saw this, his teeth itched with hatred. However, he could only fiercely glare at the ghost scholar. After Elder Mian announced the ownership, he left his seat to exchange the item. With the high price of this portion, the other 2 portions of pure fire or a chi were also sold for a high price of 35,000 and 33,000 spirit stones. One of them was bought by the ghost scholar. After Lu Ming thought for a while, he ultimately didn't join in the fight for the 3 portions of pure aura chi. In the remaining time under Elder Mian's control, the auction began to take out a few totems and large amounts of rare pills and talismans to be auctioned. Although these items couldn't compare to the value of the pure aura chi from before, the auction price was something that many people could afford. Therefore, the popularity of these items surpassed the former. Among them, Lu Ming spent several thousand spirit stones to buy 2 types of pills and 1 type of talisman. He completely ignored the seemingly expensive totems. An hour later, after a rare ice-attributed sword was sold, Elder Mian's expression became serious. He took out a small jade-green bottle from a silver plate held by a servant behind him and poured out a blood-red pill from it. Then, he raised it up with one hand and said with a serious expression, fellows must be impatient from waiting. Next is the auction time for the finale items of the auction. The first item is the 3 burning blood pills personally refined by Master Fan Baizi. After being tested by me, each pill can stimulate the blood essence of a person for at least 2 hours. It can increase one's FA by 40%. Also, depending on the physical strength of the person who consumes it, the effect and duration can be increased. The only drawback is that after using it, there will be a period of weakness for a month. However, as long as one takes more medicine, they will be able to return to normal. There are no other real side effects. This type of pill, in the entire Daxian country, only Master Fan can refine it. Also, because the materials used are too rare, Master Fan could only refine these 3 pills in a few years. Therefore, each pill is extremely rare. According to Master Fan's intentions, the 3 pills must be auctioned together. Therefore, the starting price is 30,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. With Fan Baizi's fame, the people in the hall naturally had no doubts about the effects of the burning blood pills. This type of pill that could save one's life at a critical moment was naturally something that countless forces were interested in. Immediately, there were a few mysterious people who hid their faces and began to fight for it. In the end, after a few rounds of bidding, the bottle of burning blood pills was sold for a sky-high price of 50,000 spirit stones. It was bought by a person in a green robe wearing a black mask. As soon as the man slapped the bottle of pills, he immediately left the hall and never returned. When Lu Ming saw the result of the auction, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. For the first time, he had some understanding of the true value of alchemy. At this time, Elder Mian took out the second item to be auctioned. It was a square, light yellow wooden box. The surface of the box was covered with light silver inscriptions. It looked very mysterious. Hee hee, this item is extremely rare. I wonder if anyone below the stage can recognize this item? Elder Mian held up the wooden box. After looking at the people in the hall, he asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. This question caused a commotion among the cultivators in the hall. However, most of them looked at the wooden box with confusion. It was obvious that not many people could recognize it. This item was a bit familiar. Could it be the rumored mechanical battle armor? After a while, someone said hesitantly. Hee hee, so Brother Naninan came as well. No wonder. With Brother Naninan's skill in mechanical techniques, it wasn't hard for you to recognize this item. This was indeed an extremely rare mechanical battle armor. This battle armor was made from 1000-year spirit bamboo and 100-year snake tendon. Not only did it have endless transformations, it could also be used for defense, amplification, and attack. Words alone are no proof, so this old man will demonstrate its might to all of you. Elder Mian looked at the person who spoke and his eyes lit up. He then placed the wooden box on the table and slapped it with one hand. Immediately, a notch appeared in the middle of the box. A white light flashed, a crystal the size of a thumb was inserted into the notch. Following this, Elder Mian muttered an incantation and formed a hand seal with one hand. He pointed at the wooden box. With a pu sound, the wooden box shattered into countless bamboo pieces. Then, with a blur, it flew toward the old man's body. After a series of rattling noises, a shiny yellow armor appeared on Elder Mian's body. It had an ancient appearance and seemed to be made up of pieces of bamboo. It almost completely covered his body from head to toe. In the instant that the bamboo armor was formed, countless silver inscriptions surged out from the bamboo. After spinning and condensing, they formed an extremely mysterious silver inscription formation at the front and back of the armor. It was extremely eye-catching. At this time, Elder Mian's arm moved. It was unknown what mechanism was activated on the armor. Immediately, a light flashed on the surface of his body and a faint silver light screen appeared, protecting the old man within it. At this time, Bai Qinghai, who was originally standing at the corner of the stage, suddenly stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, 2 fireballs flew towards the old man. Hong! Hong! The 2 fireballs that seemed to be quite powerful exploded at the same time. However, they only caused the light barrier around Elder Mian to tremble slightly before it returned to normal as if nothing had happened. This was not all. Bai Qinghai's arm moved again and actually pulled out the long sword on his back. With a shake, a clear ring sounded and a dense sword chi that was several feet long slashed out. Pung! The silver light barrier only slightly caved in before bouncing the white sword chi away. It also seemed like it was not damaged at all. This scene caused the cultivators below to gasp in surprise. When Bai Qinghai put away the long sword and expressionlessly returned to his original position, Elder Mian slapped his waist with one hand. The armor on his back changed shape and actually transformed into a pair of yellow bamboo wings. With a slight flap, he flew into the air and nimbly circled above the hall at a shocking speed. At the same time, the old man's calm and unhurried voice sounded in the hall. This is the flying ability of this mechanical battle armor. Not only is it several times faster than the soaring sky technique, it is also not inferior to a normal divine movement glyph. Not to mention, its agility in battle is not something that normal support spells can compare to. Next, this old man will show everyone its attack power. After saying these words, Elder Mian's afterimages suddenly disappeared and he appeared on the stage with a smile on his face. This caused many of the cultivators in the hall to stare in shock. At this time, the old man raised both of his arms and aimed at a granite pillar near the stage. With a flash of silver light on his wrists, a silver cylinder that was as thick as an arm appeared on each of his wrists. Following this, a bang-bang sound could be heard as a silver light shot out from each of the cylinders. In the next moment, the sound of a storm breaking through the air rang out. After the light on the stone pillar wildly flashed, numerous small holes instantly appeared on it. Many people looked carefully and saw that there were silver needles as thin as a cow's hair embedded in these small holes. This caused most people to reveal a look of astonishment. At such a long distance, without using magic power, he was able to use these silver needles to such an extent, it was really unimaginable. This attack is the weakest of the mechanical battle armor's attacks. There are still 2 other attacks, but for the sake of the future auctioneers, I will not demonstrate them. But he believed that this was enough to prove the value of this mechanical battle armor. Even though it can't be compared to the legendary totem battle armor, it consumes very little Fa Li, making it more suitable for us spirit apostles. Elder Mian pressed some kind of mechanism on his armor and with a creaking sound, the armor turned back into a light yellow wooden box. He spoke with a smile on his face. Elder Mian, this mechanical battle armor is indeed interesting, but how many spirit crystals does it cost to activate it once? Someone below the stone stage asked. That's a good question, fellow Taoist. I was going to tell you about this anyway. This mechanical battle armor is easy to use, but normal spirit stones aren't enough to activate it. It has to be a wind-attributed spirit stone and it has to be at least a middle-quality one. Elder Mian replied without hesitation. This answer naturally caused many people below the stage to have different expressions. Okay, I have already demonstrated the functions of this battle armor. Now, we will officially start the auction. The starting price is 50,000 spirit stones and every increase must be at least 2,000 spirit stones. Elder Mian took the opportunity to announce the start of the auction. Although this mechanical battle armor made many people envious, the high price of 50,000 spirit stones made most people give up on the idea of fighting for it. Although Lu Ming was also very interested in this mechanical battle armor, in terms of defense, he already had the dragon scale armor. In terms of attack, how could this item compare to the middle-quality Cyan Moon sword in his hand? Naturally, he didn't have any thoughts of bidding. 50,000 spirit stones. After a moment of silence, a familiar voice finally spoke. It was the cultivator with the surname Nan who recognized the mechanical battle armor earlier. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously glanced over. He saw that the person was sitting in the other corner of the hall. He wore a large bamboo hat that was pulled down low, covering his face. However, seeing that the people nearby were avoiding him, it was obvious that this person wasn't a normal cultivator. 52,000 spirit stones. Another faint female voice sounded. Her voice was extremely faint, and it floated around the hall. It was impossible to find where the real person was. 54,000. The Nan cultivator's voice sank and he was obviously unhappy. 56,000. The female's voice was still calm. Fellow Hu, do you really think that I can't tell that it's you? You don't know mechanical techniques and this mechanical battle armor isn't very useful to you, right? The Nan cultivator finally couldn't help but ask coldly. Brother Nan, I am very sorry. Originally, with your attainments in mechanical techniques, this mechanical battle armor should have been given to me, but who asked my current owner to specifically ask for it? I can only offend you. The female chuckled as she replied. Humph, what does your owner know about mechanical techniques? If this mechanical battle armor landed in my hands, I might be able to replicate it in 20 to 30 years. I'm determined to have this item. Fellow Mian, I don't have that many spirit stones right now. Can I use other treasures to exchange for spirit stones? The Nan cultivator heard this and said angrily. If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can use other treasures to exchange for spirit stones. According to past auctions, this is naturally possible. However, I will take a 10% fee. What treasures does fellow Nan have? Elder Mian replied without changing his expression. I have 2 recently refined magic destruction columns and a mechanical flying boat that can be driven with spirit stones. Fellow Daoist, please auction them off now, the cultivator surnamed Nan said. What, Brother Nan has forged another mechanical flying boat? This is something worth celebrating. When Elder Mian heard this, he was shocked as he spoke. It seemed that the mechanical flying boat that the Nan cultivator was talking about was also an extraordinary treasure. When the other people in the hall heard this, there was an uproar. The success rate of forging this mechanical flying boat is a bit too low. Right now, I can only succeed once every 3 to 4 years. I originally planned on keeping this one for another use, but for this mechanical battle armor, I can't care about anything else. The Nan cultivator seemed to be helpless. Elder Mian nodded his head as if he understood. At this time, a servant had already personally received the 3 items on a tray and quickly brought them to the high stage. Fellow Nan's reputation as a mechanical master is something that I don't need to introduce. Most fellows should have heard of. However, I still have to show everyone the effects of the destruction magic column and the mechanical flying boat. As Elder Mian spoke, he picked up a seemingly normal red iron cylinder from the tray. After pointing it at the granite pillar near the stone stage, he used his thumb to lightly point at a protruding part of the iron cylinder. The sound of a mechanism rang out. Light flashed from the front of the metal tube, and a ball of light shot forth. However, after traveling for several tens of feet, the ball of light exploded on its own, and a massive translucent net emerged before enshrouding the stone pillar in a flash. Immediately, a white gas came out of the stone pillar and a layer of white frost condensed in the air. When Lu Ming saw this, his heart trembled. Although this so-called destruction magic column sounded a bit arrogant from its name, when used at a close distance, it was indeed a sneak attack weapon that couldn't be defended against. At this time, Elder Mian put down the iron cylinder and announced with a smile on his face, every time the destruction magic column is used, the crystal inside must be changed. Different types of crystals have different effects on the destruction magic net. However, after 7 or 8 uses, even if the crystal inside is changed, all of the mechanical parts will be completely destroyed. These 2 items are clearly newly made items. According to the market price, the starting price for each item is 5,000 spirit stones. Each bid must be at least 500 spirit stones. However, what was strange was that after the old man said this, the hall was completely silent. For such a practical mechanical weapon, no one made a bid. Although the Nan cultivator didn't move from his original spot, anyone could imagine that his expression was extremely ugly. Hee, brother Nan. Although the destruction magic column is not bad, there have been many times where the column has exploded. Who would dare to easily buy it now? The Hu girl let out a light laugh as she spoke. Humph, what exploding column? It was clearly because the destruction magic column had already been used and those fellows still wanted to continue using it. That's why this happened. The Nan cultivator heard this and spoke angrily. Even if I believe these words, others must also believe them. Moreover, with me, Hu Chuanyang, here, whoever dares to buy your mechanical items will be going against me and the person behind me. The Hu girl heard this and laughed coldly as she replied. But at this moment, another man's calm voice came from the hall. 5,000 spirit stones. The person who made the bid was actually Lu Ming, who was sitting in the corner of the hall. When these words came out, not only did Hu Chuanyang's laughter suddenly stop, but the cultivators sitting next to Lu Ming all looked at Lu Ming in shock. What is this fellow's name? Could it be that you are intentionally going against me? Hu Chuanyang's voice became extremely gloomy. Of course I would. I am only very interested in this destruction magic column. Lu Ming replied emotionlessly. Is that so? I hope you won't regret what you are doing. Hu Chuanyang's words were filled with threat. Brother Mian, this is your 100 Spirit House's auction conference. Threatening other people to bid, does your house not care? Seeing this, the Nan cultivator raised his head and spoke angrily. He was a middle-aged man with a yellow face and thin skin. Fellow Hu, please pay attention. If you threaten other people again, I might have to disqualify you from bidding. Elder Mian naturally recognized Lu Ming's voice and felt it was a bit strange. However, when he heard the Nan cultivator's words, his face naturally darkened as he spoke. Alright, so what if Brother Nan gets these few thousand spirit stones? Hu Chuanyang went silent for a while before laughing coldly. Then, there was no more sound. 5,000 spirit stones going once. 5,000 spirit stones going twice. 5,000 spirit stones going thrice. Alright, this magic destruction column belongs to this fellow Taoist. Next, the second destruction magic column will be auctioned. The base price is still 5,000 spirit stones. Without anyone fighting over it, Elder Mian quickly announced the owner of the first destruction magic column and immediately started the auction for the second item. 5,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming sat in the same spot and didn't move. Without hesitation, he called out a price. This time, not only were the people in the hall taken aback, but even the cultivator surnamed Nan looked at Lu Ming with a surprised look. However, to Lu Ming, since he had given up on the pure fire aura chi, the mechanical battle armor and the other items were either not suitable or too expensive, so he didn't need to consider them. Thus, these mechanical items that could immediately increase his strength were things that he couldn't let go of. After all, the muddy waters of Xianxia were unexpectedly deep and unfathomable. If he could increase his strength, he might even be able to save his life later on. As for offending 1 or 2 existences of the same level, he naturally didn't care. However, what was surprising was that other than a cold laugh, Hu Chuanyang didn't say anything. As a result, the second destruction magic column fell into Lu Ming's hands. At this time, there was already a servant walking beside Lu Ming, planning to lead him to pay the spirit stones and exchange the item. However, Lu Ming only waved his hand and said lightly, I'm still interested in the following auction. I'm still interested in the next auction. I'll go and exchange the items later. Yes, then I'll wait a bit longer. The servant was only a normal practitioner and didn't know of Lu Ming's true identity in the 100 Spirit House. After a slight pause, he respectfully replied. At this time, Elder Mian had already taken out the last light green ball from the tray. With a slap of his hand, he threw it in front of him. After a series of ga-bing sounds, an exquisite flying boat that wasn't even 20 feet long appeared at a low altitude. The flying boat was streamlined in shape, sharp at both ends and wide in the middle. There were more than 10 light green crystals embedded on both sides, and the words Green Peak were engraved at the bottom. The Green Peak Mountain mechanical flying ship doesn't need to be refined or activated by magic power. It only consumes wind attribute crystals to carry people. The highest speed it can reach is 5 times that of a normal soaring sky technique. Moreover, it can change its shape and shrink, making it easy to carry around. Fellow Nan's mechanical flying boats are also famous in Xinjiang. It is said that they are no weaker than the similar mechanical flying boats that the 9 enchantment sect sells to the outside world. Every single one of them can be sold for a price no lower than a normal totem. This one is the best of the best. The only flaw is that it's the same as the previous 2 destruction magic columns. As the number of times it is used, its performance will decrease until it can no longer be used. After saying all this, Elder Mian made a hand seal and pointed at the flying boat in front of him. Pooh! The azure flying boat shot through the air like a streak of firefly. With a sway, it steadily appeared at the other end of the hall. Then, with a blur, it turned into an azure streak of light and shot back onto the platform. Its speed was so fast that it caused many people below to exclaim in surprise. 1 Green Peak Mountain mechanical flying ship. The starting price is 15,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction will now begin. Elder Mian pointed at the flying boat with one hand and returned it to its original ball shape. Then, he spoke with a calm expression. 15,000 spirit stones. This time, just as the old man finished speaking, a rough voice called out a price. A few people hastily looked over in surprise and found that it was an abnormally large person wearing black leather armor and an ox mask on his face. Old Demonshire, don't you have a flying flame wings? Why are you causing trouble? Hu Chuanyang's voice sounded out again and it was extremely sharp. When the people in the hall heard Old Demonshire's name, many of their expressions changed. It seemed that Old Demonshire's infamy was even greater than Hu Chuanyang's. Humph, Fairy Hu, for the sake of you and your current master, I have already given up on the 2 destruction magic columns. However, this mechanical flying ship is of great use to me and I can't give it up. The large man wearing the ox mask didn't show any fear when he heard what was said and replied with a snort. I understand. You want to give this item to that person as a gift. However, I'm afraid that your efforts will be wasted. You want to gain that person's favor with a mere mechanical flying ship? Aren't you looking down on that person a bit too much? Hu Chuanyang heard the large man's unyielding reply and didn't continue to get angry. Instead, she spoke with a cold voice. This mechanical flying ship is only an item to knock on the door for me. When I see that person, I will naturally give him a real gift. Fairy Who wants this mechanical battle armor, isn't that the same thing? Right now, I want this mechanical flying ship and Fairy's mechanical battle armor. Both of us will mind our own business. Old Demonshire laughed as he spoke. The conversation between the two didn't have a head or tail, but it caused many people's hearts to move. Some people even thought of something and immediately revealed expressions of excitement as they whispered to each other. With your spirit stones, how can this mechanical battle armor still fall into my hands? Hu Chuanyang heard this and was a little angry. That's none of my business. If you want to blame someone, blame your master for not being willing to spend spirit stones on this. Old Demonshire laughed out loud. Hu Chuanyang's voice didn't come over again, but anyone could imagine the anger in her heart. 16,000 spirit stones. Just at this time, another person called out a bid. Hearing this, Old Demonshire was enraged. However, after looking at the bidder, his pupils couldn't help but slightly shrink. The bidder was still Lu Ming. Seeing this, the others secretly clicked their tongues. There weren't many people in Xianxia that dared to offend Hu Chuanyang and old Demonsure at the same time. Of course, at this time most people knew that Lu Ming definitely had something to rely on. He was most likely a late spirit apostle or even a late perfection spirit apostle, or else he wouldn't have such confidence. 17,000. Old Demonsure's face darkened. He didn't find trouble with Lu Ming and instead coldly called out another bid. 18,000. 19,000. 20,000. When Lu Ming called out the price of 20,000, old Demonsure finally shut his mouth. However, from the way he clenched his fists, it was obvious that he wasn't as calm as he looked on the outside. However, the price of 20,000 spirit stones, for a mechanical item that could only be used a few times and could only be used to fly, was indeed very high. If they continued to fight, even with old Demonsure's wealth, he would feel the pinch and could only give up. However, just at this time, Hu Chuanyang's gee laughter rang out and echoed in the hall. Anyone could hear the mockery in her voice. Fellow Hu, if you really want to find trouble, then I will have to find a chance to experience your butterfly dance technique. How is your training going? Old Demonsure sinisterly said. Looks like your stone statue demon technique has made quite a bit of progress. However, if you want to vent your anger on me, aren't you looking for the wrong person? The person who embarrassed you just now wasn't me. Hu Chuanyang unceremoniously replied. A persimmon naturally needs to be pinched. Compared to an unfamiliar existence of the same level, it is naturally better to find an opponent that I know. I will be more at ease then. Old Demonsure replied like this. What, you think I am a soft persimmon? When Hu Chuanyang heard this, she immediately became angry. When Elder Mian saw this situation, he naturally felt a headache coming on. However, he naturally couldn't let them fight here. He coughed lightly and interrupted the two's conversation before loudly announcing, since no one else is bidding, then 20,000 spirit stones once, 20,000 spirit stones twice, 20,000 spirit stones thrice. Alright, this flying boat belongs to this fellow Taoist. The old man waved his hammer and hit the table. When Hu Chuanyang and old Demonsure saw this result, they seemed to instantly lose the will to fight. One gave a humph and didn't make another sound while the other shut his mouth and didn't say a word. At this time, Lu Ming was led away from the hall by the attendant. He passed through a heavily guarded hall and arrived at a secret room. Owner Qian, Sun Yin, and the others were all there. After Lu Ming smiled, he naturally took off the cloak on his head. Mr. Qian, I didn't think that you would buy these mechanical items. I originally thought that you would get a portion of the pure fire aura. Owner Qian seemed to already know what happened at the auction and couldn't help but ask in confusion when he saw Lu Ming. Although I was able to buy a portion of the pure fire aura, the attribute of this pure aura conflicted with my cultivation method, so I could only give it up. As for these mechanical items, they are all very practical items. I won't eat a piece of them or anything. Lu Ming replied vaguely. Oh, if the pure fire aura isn't suitable, then the pure aura chi that was the final item might be suitable for Mr. Qian. Sun Yin, who was at the side, said thoughtfully. Brother Sun must be joking. The final item, the pure aura chi, is extremely rare. Even if it was half price, I would definitely not be able to buy it. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. That's true. The final portion of pure aura chi is the legendary heavenly star aura chi. The true chi that can be cultivated is extremely mysterious, and it was something that our house spent almost half of our savings to purchase. The starting price is 200,000 spirit stones, and a few large factions have already set their eyes on this item. Mr. Qian is someone that cannot be fought over. However, Mr. can be at ease. In the future, if our house finds a suitable pure aura chi, we will definitely keep it for Mr. Owner Qian also said with some regret. If that's really the case, then I will thank Owner Qian in advance. Hearing this, Lu Ming faintly smiled and gave his thanks. At this time, another side door in the secret room opened and a beautiful female servant walked in with a tray in her hands. All right. The mechanical items that Mr. bid for have already been delivered. The first two items are 10,000 spirit stones and the last item is 20,000 spirit stones. According to my promise, I will only charge 10,000 spirit stones for this flying boat. This way, Mr. only needs to take out 20,000 spirit stones and you can take all of these items. Owner Qian's gaze swept over the items on the tray and said with a smile. Lu Ming naturally didn't have any objections to this. He immediately took out a leather bag from his chest and threw it over. Owner Qian caught it and after opening the bag, he nodded his head and waved his hand. The beautiful servant immediately came forward. With a flick of his sleeve, Lu Ming collected all 3 items on the tray. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, when Lu Ming walked out from the side door of the hall, the Nan cultivator wearing the bamboo hat was led by another servant and walked over. Once he saw Lu Ming, his body couldn't help but slightly pause. Thank you for your help just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to bid for this mechanical battle armor. However, I don't like to owe people favors. In the future, if you need to make mechanical equipment, you can come to Southern Bamboo Temple. I will naturally do my best to help. The Nan cultivator suddenly opened his mouth and with a wave of his sleeve, a light yellow bamboo tablet shot towards Lu Ming. Since it's like this, it would be impolite to refuse. Although Lu Ming was a bit surprised when he heard this, he naturally wouldn't refuse such a good thing. With a single hand, he firmly caught the bamboo tablet in his hand and passed by the other person. When he returned to his seat, there were already 4 spirit apostles wearing black and green masks on the stone stage. Moreover, after they stood around the stone stage, a beautiful woman whose appearance far surpassed the servant girl in front of her carefully walked up the stage with a light gold bottle in her hand. After Elder Mian received the small golden bottle, he solemnly said to the people in the hall, "Next up is the last item to be auctioned in this auction. It is also the item with the highest reserve price. I believe many fellow Taoists have already heard about it. That's right, it is the Heavenly Star Aura Chi that our 100 Spirit House spent a lot of effort to finally purchase. This Aura Chi is extremely rare and the number of times it has appeared in the entire Yunchuan continent can be counted on one's fingers. Using this pure Aura Chi to condense into Gang Chi, not only does it have an excellent effect in terms of attack and defense, it can also communicate with the power of the stars at night, thus having an incredible effect in assisting cultivation." As soon as the old man finished speaking, he took a deep breath and opened the lid of the small golden bottle. Then, he used his magic power to slightly push the bottom of the bottle. Pooh! A burst of golden light flew out from the opening of the bottle and danced around the small bottle, causing specks of golden light to flash in the nearby air. It was as if the sky was filled with stars, and it was extremely beautiful and ethereal. This is the heavenly astral aura. It's extraordinary indeed. Someone who knew that the last auction item was the Heavenly Star Aura Chi muttered as he stared at the strange phenomenon on the stone platform. As for those people that knew nothing about this beforehand, they were dumbstruck and flabbergasted. However, there were a few mysterious people in the hall who had been indifferent to the previous auction. Now, they were all excited as they stared at the golden bottle fervently. Alright, I won't say anything else. 1 portion of Heavenly Astral Aura Chi, the base price is 200,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 spirit stones. Elder Mian waited for the commotion below to calm down for a moment before using the small bottle to take back the golden light. He spoke unhurriedly. 210,000. A person covered from head to toe in a long gray robe immediately called out a price. 230,000. The other man wearing a ghost mask added another 20,000 without hesitation. 240,000. An extremely gloomy voice drifted back and forth in the hall like a ghost. Increasing the price bit by bit, when will it end? I will bid 300,000 spirit stones. Let's see who dares to compete with me. An old voice said with a wild laugh. Once this price was called out, not only did the countless people in the hall stare blankly, even the people who started bidding were shocked. For a moment, the entire hall became silent. An hour later, Lu Ming appeared alone on a seemingly remote street. Aside from a few shabby-looking shops on both sides, the entire street didn't seem to have many people. However, he didn't care as he slowly walked on the street. After turning left and right, he suddenly walked into an empty alley. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the alley and he suddenly spoke without turning his head. Since coming out of the auction, fellow has been following me. Our cultivations are about the same, do you really think you can hide it from my eyes and ears? So you really are that Mr. Qian from the 100 Spirit House? If that's the case, I will demand an explanation from Mr. Qian. Why did you ruin my plans at the auction? At the entrance of the alley behind Lu Ming, a figure suddenly flashed. A slender figure silently blocked the entrance. So it's Fellow Hu. I had thought that the possibility of it being Fellow sure would be higher. Lu Ming indifferently replied before finally turning around. Not far behind him, there was a young woman with a white veil over her face and a head full of pearls. However, her eyes were filled with killing intent as she coldly stared at him. Although most of the woman's face was covered, there was a hint of familiarity in her eyes. This caused Lu Ming to be slightly dazed and he couldn't help but stare at her face with suspicion. I didn't think that the rumored Mr. Qian was actually a lecher. When the masked young woman saw this, she became furious and her tone became even colder. Oh, what did Fellow Hu just say? My apologies, I suddenly realized that Fellow looked like a person, so I was a bit distracted. At this time, Lu Ming seemed to wake up from a dream and suddenly smiled as he cupped his hands at the woman. Looked like a person? Did Fellow Qian really think that I would believe those words? Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. I asked you before, but you still haven't replied. Hu Chuanyang was a bit skeptical, but her expression finally eased up a bit. What is there to reply about? I took a fancy to those mechanical items and was naturally excited to bid for them. Does Fellow have any questions? Lu Ming lightly laughed as he replied. Even if Fellow Qian didn't mean it, you still ruined my plans. What do you say about that? Hu Chuanyang snorted. Then there's nothing that can be done. Fellow Hu can only be considered to have bad luck. However, if Fellow still feels that it's unfair, then we can only first fight. After all, to us loose cultivators, the one with the bigger fist is the one in the right. Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. Okay, I also want to see Mr. Qian's true abilities. When do you have time so that we can properly spar? When the young woman saw this, she felt a trace of suspicion in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Another day is better than another day. Let's do it now. Of course, this place isn't suitable for fighting. Why don't we do it at the top of the Iron Mountain a few miles away from the west gate of Xianjing? I'll take my leave first and await your arrival there. Lu Ming laughed as he spoke. His body moved and he flashed past the young woman like a light breeze. Hu Chuanyang was shocked, but in the end, she still watched as Lu Ming flashed past her and returned to the street, striding in the direction of the west gate of Xianjing. Okay, I want to see what kind of monster you are to be so daring. The young woman's face under the veil changed uncertainly for a while before she finally stomped her feet and followed. A few hours later, at the top of a small mountain outside the west gate of Xianjing, Lu Ming and Hu Chuanyang faced each other from a distance. Since it's a competition, there naturally needs to be a bet. If I win, fellow Daoist Qian will hand over the newly acquired mechanical items. On the other hand, if fellow wins, I'll hand over the pure fire aura chi with both hands. Hu Chuanyang looked coldly at Lu Ming for a while before suddenly flipping her hand and revealing a light red bottle as she spoke rudely. Pure fire aura chi. So one of these items actually fell into the hands of fellow. No wonder I was unable to fight for the mechanical battle armor. This item is indeed about the same value as the items that I won, so it's settled. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and his expression became serious for the first time. Very good, then let fellow Qian see the power of my famous butterfly dance technique? As Hu Chuanyang spoke, she put away the small bottle and suddenly waved her sleeves. Suddenly, a five-colored glow appeared. This glow quickly gathered into a ball and became more and more numerous. In the blink of an eye, it covered half of the sky. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes couldn't help but squint. Hu Chuanyang suddenly let out a delicate shout and all of the balls of light actually turned into five-colored giant butterflies. With a shake of their wings, they turned into a sky full of beautiful butterfly shadows that rushed at Lu Ming. At the same time, the young woman's body twisted and in a blur, she actually melted into the giant butterfly shadows. Not a trace of her figure could be seen anymore. Lu Ming's heart trembled slightly, but he suddenly formed a hand sign with one hand. Immediately, dots of azure light flashed in front of him and 7 or 8 wind blades shot out with a sharp cry. Dang, dang. The azure wind blades flashed and disappeared into the butterfly shadows before being repelled by something. Seeing this, Lu Ming shook his sleeve without saying anything and shot out several scarlet-red fireballs. Boom! Boom! Before the fireballs could really get close to the butterfly shadows, they were suddenly cut into pieces by the several cold lights that flew out. Lu Ming's face darkened and the black gas on the surface of his body suddenly rolled out. Immediately, it turned into black tentacles that danced wildly. At this time, after the Sky Spy's shadows suddenly rolled up, it repeatedly submerged Lu Ming in a beautiful dream. Under the protection of the light screen formed by the dancing black tentacles, Lu Ming stood in the distance and coldly looked at the beautiful butterfly shadows that danced around him. His eyes flashed continuously and a light green short sword had already appeared in his hand. Suddenly, the butterfly shadows around him froze and from two different directions, there was a cold light that flew over. Dang, dang. Dang. Two sounds rang out. Lu Ming shook his wrist and two green sword cheese flew out. They actually accurately repelled the two cold blades. Following this, he gave a low shout and the short sword in his hand danced. Suddenly, countless green sword cheese burst out and turned into a green full moon that rushed into the sky. Wherever the cyan moon's cold light swept past, countless butterfly shadows were destroyed. With a pung, the two cold lights fiercely slashed at the cyan moon, but with a tremble, they were forcefully bounced back. Following that, one of the butterfly shadows blurred and turned into the figure of a young woman that shot backwards. Once her feet landed on the ground, she staggered a few steps back. Is that the cyan moon sword in your hand? Hu Chuanyang stared at the short sword in Lu Ming's hand and a trace of surprise appeared on her face. Fellow whose true strength is not this butterfly dream technique, but rather the way of the sword, right? After the black tentacles on Lu Ming's body dispersed, he asked with a smile that was not a smile. What way of the sword? I don't know what you're talking about, you still haven't answered my question? Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang's face changed, but she immediately recovered her calm and said. Then, does fellow who know a heavenly moon sect disciple called Xianxia? Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled and asked again, not minding it. Xianxia? Who are you? This time, Zhang. Chuanyang could no longer maintain her calm, and a trace of anger flashed through her eyes as she yelled. Following that, the woman's sleeves shook and two white short swords appeared in her hands. At the same time, a frightening aura exploded from her body, extremely sharp. Hee, looks like I didn't guess wrong. Fellow who really is the supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect in Xinjing. Fellow does not need to panic, let me show you something first. Seeing this, Lu Ming clapped his hands and smiled. With a movement of his arm, a silver light shot out. Hu Chuanyang's expression changed and she skillfully slashed the air in front of her with the short sword. An invisible force rolled out. After the silver light shook, it silently stopped in front of the young woman. It was the light silver token that represented Lu Ming's identity as the supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. It turned out that when Lu Ming saw that Hu Chuanyang's face was 70 to 80% similar to the Heavenly Moon sect disciple with the sword communication spirit body, he immediately became suspicious. When he purposely activated the cyan moon sword and the woman recognized him, he was 80 to 90% sure of her identity. So fellow Qian is the new supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. This really gave me a false alarm. But how did this cyan moon sword end up in your hands, and how did you meet cousin Xianxia? When Hu Chuanyang saw the appearance of the silver token, the short sword in her hand disappeared in a flash. She grabbed the token and examined it carefully before letting out a long sigh. I can't explain the matter of the cyan moon sword, but fellow Taoist only needs to ask the sect a little and you should know what's going on. As for fellow Taoist Zhang, we met several times during the life and death trials not long ago, Lu Ming replied in an unhurried manner. Life and death smelting trial. You are a core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. But how could I not recognize a core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect at such a young age? Hu Chuanyang was slightly startled. I just recently became a core disciple of the sect. My current appearance isn't my true appearance, so it's normal that fellow doesn't recognize me. Lu Ming lightly coughed as he spoke. If that's the case, then Junior Qian's actual age shouldn't be that old. You should call me senior. But you really act like an old man, and I really don't see any abnormalities. When the young woman heard this, she widened her eyes and looked up and down at Lu Ming a few times before suddenly giggling. Senior is flattering me. I believe that I have a bit of talent in disguise. However, since we've reached this point, shouldn't I officially confirm Senior whose identity? Lu Ming replied with a slight smile. Humph, you're so young, but you sure are careful. Here, this is my supervising token. Hu Chuanyang's mouth twitched, but she still took out a silver token from her sleeve and threw it over along with Lu Ming's token. Lu Ming shook his sleeve and the two tokens rolled into his hand. After lowering his head to examine them, he discovered that other than the words engraved on the front and back of the two tokens being different, no matter if it was the material, style, or weight, they were exactly the same. He used a bit of strength in his fingers and the Heavenly Moon Sect token was as hard as it was before, without any signs of damage. With this, Lu Ming finally felt relieved. He said sorry and threw the Heavenly Moon Sect token back to Lu Ming. But I'm a bit curious. Junior Marshal Brother confidently revealed your identity first. If your guess is wrong and I can't take out the token, how will Junior Marshal Brother make up for this big mistake? Hu Chunjiang grabbed the token and raised his eyebrows as he asked. That's simple. As long as I leave the person here forever, everything will be fine. Lu Ming slightly smiled as he lightly replied. Humph, no wonder you're a core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. You sure talk big. However, since you were able to survive the life and death trials, it seems that you have some ability. However, I'll give you a warning. Junior, don't think that just because you're a core disciple of a large sect, you can look down on other loose practitioners of the same level. These loose practitioners may not have as solid a foundation as our sect's disciples, but to be able to live until now and become strong, all of them are extremely powerful. When they fight, they won't be restrained like us sect's disciples. As long as there's a sliver of a chance of victory, they will use any method they can. Perhaps they aren't our opponents in normal fights, but when it comes to a real fight, us sect's disciples will be at a great disadvantage. Moreover, these loose practitioners are mostly very old when they reach this level of cultivation. Their FALE accumulation and fighting experience are not something we can compare to. Hu Chuanyang said coldly. Many thanks for Senior's guidance. I was a bit arrogant before. Lu Ming's heart trembled as he bowed and thanked her with a serious expression. Looks like you aren't really arrogant. That's good. If it was someone like the previous barbarian ghost sect disciple who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, I would have immediately turned around and left. Seeing Lu Ming's humble appearance, Hu Chuanyang nodded in satisfaction. Senior Hu, you've met the previous senior? Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart jumped. I know what you're thinking, but there's no need to ask. I haven't met the previous supervising disciple of your sect. After seeing that he wasn't someone I could work with, I didn't reveal my identity in front of him. Until he disappeared, he didn't know that I, Hu Chuanyang, was a Heavenly Moon Sect disciple. Hu Chuanyang saw what Lu Ming was thinking and said without thinking. Regarding the disappearance of this senior, as the supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon Sect and having stayed in Xianxia for such a long time, it's impossible that you don't have any clues. Lu Ming blinked his eyes and suddenly said with a smile. It's impossible to say that I don't have any clues at all. But why should I tell you? Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang glanced at Lu Ming. Asking Senior to provide clues for free is a bit too much. How about this, Senior and I exchange some information? This will be good for both of us. Lu Ming thought for a while and said. Exchange information? You haven't been in Xianxia for long, what information can you exchange? Hu Chuanyang snorted and said with some disdain. If I say that I know where the source of the trouble in Xianxia is, would Senior still be interested? Lu Ming touched his chin with his finger and said with a smile. Know the source? You're not joking, right? I just had some clues about this. Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang was shocked and stared at Lu Ming with narrowed eyes. How about this? Senior and I will each write a name and then show it together to see if we agree. Lu Ming said calmly. Each write a name? Yes, that is a good idea. If Junior really has information about the source, then it will have value in exchanging information. Hu Chuanyang's expression changed before she finally nodded. In the remaining time, the two of them each took out a brush and some silver powder. After writing a few words on their palms, they clenched their fists together and slowly showed them. In the end, the word royal family was written on Lu Ming's palm while the word imperial court was written on the white palm of the young woman. Seeing this, Hu Chuanyang's expression finally changed. Looks like Junior Qian does have some skills to be able to get some clues in such a short amount of time. It was a coincidence that I was able to get some information. Lu Ming's expression didn't change, but his heart relaxed. Although he knew that the current emperor was a monster, he was still guessing whether or not it was the source of the change in Xianjing. Good, since Junior has information, then you have the right to exchange information with me. However, for fairness, let's ask one question each. What do you want to know the most right now? The young woman's expression became serious as she asked. Looks like Senior doesn't want to lose out at all. What I want to know the most is the information about the previous Senior's disappearance. Does Senior's sister know which faction did this? When I came, I was ambushed by a group of people. From their words, it should be the same faction? Lu Ming said seriously. Junior was ambushed? This group of people sure moved fast. If I'm not wrong, the disappearance of your barbarian ghost sect's previous supervising disciple should be the work of the Black Spirit group. The young woman furrowed her eyebrows but immediately replied calmly. How does Senior know that the Black Spirit group did it? Lu Ming didn't show much surprise. The Black Spirit group being so mysterious was one of the reasons he had guessed. Does this count as the second question? Shouldn't it be my turn to ask first? The young woman rolled her eyes as she spoke. I'm a bit impatient. Senior, please ask away. Lu Ming was startled at first, but immediately let out a bitter laugh. Among the people that ambushed you, was there a late spirit apostle, the Black Spirit envoy? Much to Lu Ming's surprise, the young woman didn't ask about the royal family but instead asked about the ambush last time. What is a Black Spirit envoy? I only know that among the people that ambushed me, most of them were normal practitioners and only 2 of them were true practitioners. One was a middle spirit apostle and the other was a late spirit apostle. Lu Ming thought for a moment before slowly replying. If there is a late spirit apostle, then it should be a Black Spirit envoy. Before this person died, did he self-destruct? Hu Chuanyang coldly laughed. He did self-destruct. Is there something strange about this Black Spirit envoy? Lu Ming's expression slightly changed as he asked. I'm not too sure about that. I only know that the Black Spirit group's Black Spirit envoys are all late spirit apostles and when they meet a strong enemy, they will self-destruct and perish together with the enemy. However, not long after, a Black Spirit envoy with the same number will appear in the Black Spirit group. The young woman said gloomily. There's such a strange thing? Lu Ming heard this and was shocked. If it wasn't like that. When the Black Spirit group first appeared in Xianjing, how could they forcefully take over such a large territory from the other factions and still dominate Xianjing? Hu Chuanyang calmed down and said. Okay, Senior can now tell me how you know it was the Black Spirit group that attacked the previous envoy. Lu Ming thought for a while before asking. Because I bribed someone in the Black Spirit group. Unfortunately, his position in the Black Spirit group was too low. Based on the clues he gave, I deduced that the previous envoy was killed by the Black Spirit group. I heard that in that battle, the Black Spirit group sent out 2 envoys and uprooted the previous envoy as well as the people left behind at the small clear temple. Hu Chuanyang replied. Senior, do you know why the Black Spirit group attacked the previous envoy? I don't believe that without a special reason, the Black Spirit group, a loose cultivator organization, would dare to anger the barbarian ghost sect. Lu Ming nodded and asked. Before I answer, Junior should tell me how you know the cause of the chaos in Xianjing is the royal family, right? The young woman calmly asked. It's very simple. I unintentionally saved a court official and told him some secrets about the current emperor. Lu Ming replied without hesitation. You're talking about the current emperor, Xianji? Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang's face slightly changed. That's right, I am indeed the master of Xianjing in name. Lu Ming replied. Alright, I'm getting more and more interested in Junior Marshall Brothers news. According to my investigation, the reason why your predecessor was killed was because the Black Spirit Group had received news that your predecessor had discovered a major secret of the Black Spirit Group and was killed. The young woman's eyes began to shine as she quickly spoke. Silenced because of a secret? It seems that the secret that my senior brother Ren discovered is no small matter, Lu Ming said thoughtfully. That's most likely the case. But you don't have to ask me what the secret is, I don't know anything about it. Now, I want to know what Emperor Xianxi's secret was. Hu Chuanyang finally asked the most important question. The secret is that Xianxi isn't human anymore. He might have even been swapped. Lu Ming slowly replied. What, how is this possible? Hu Chuanyang's pupils shrank as she gasped. What, could it be that senior who didn't receive any news of this? Then what did senior suspect about the government? Lu Ming asked without changing his expression. The reason why I suspect the government is because of the old monsters of the royal family and the few gold spirit guests. The young woman's face darkened for a while before she unwillingly replied. Senior is talking about the cultivators that the royal family has nurtured and the few gold spirit guests at the perfection realm. Why is that? Lu Ming was slightly surprised. It's because all of these people suddenly went into seclusion at the same time. After they went into seclusion, the entire government suddenly became strange. Not only did the government no longer restrict the various factions in Xianjing, it also ignored the actions of the princes, allowing them to crazily absorb foreign loose practitioners to expand their own power. This caused the entire Xianjing to become so chaotic. The young woman sighed as she spoke. If that's the case, then the cultivators of the royal family and the gold spirit guests are indeed suspicious. Lu Ming finally understood. Junior won't believe whatever the government official says, right? What did he say exactly? Is there any evidence? Hu Chuanyang asked seriously. The original words were very long. When I first asked him, I used a recording glyph to make a few copies of his words for future use. As for the other evidence, senior who will understand after seeing it. Lu Ming said calmly. With a flip of his hand, a pale white glyph appeared between his fingers. With a wave of the wind, with a pu sound, the glyph turned into a raging flame and started to burn. At this time, the voice of Mr. Sun came from within the flame. Since Mr. Qian saved me from prison, I will naturally tell you this secret that has been hidden in my heart for a long time. However, after I tell you this secret, I do not dare to stay in Xianjing any longer. Therefore, I hope that Master Celestial can help my family. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the conversation between Lu Ming and Sir Sun that day was completely reproduced in the firelight without missing a single word. Finally, the light faded and the firelight completely dissipated. So that's what happened. If that's the case, then the reason why the royal family cultivators and the gold spirit guests went into seclusion is most likely related to the inhuman Xianji Emperor. If that's the case, then most of the things can be explained. The demon scale that he mentioned, Junior must have also obtained it. Can you let me take a look? Hu Chuanyang muttered a few words to herself before asking Lu Ming with a trace of nervousness on her face. Of course not. Junior wants to use Senior's experience to determine what kind of monster this demonic scale came from. Lu Ming naturally had no reason to disagree. After nodding his head, he took out a small jade box from his sleeve. After opening it, the light green scale was quietly lying inside. Hu Chuanyang took the jade box and carefully took out the scale. Her eyes flashed as she examined it. However, after a while, the girl shook her head and put the scale back into the jade box. Returning it to Lu Ming, she said, I am ashamed that I am unable to identify the origin of this scale. However, just like what Junior said, Xianji is a non-human existence. There is no doubt about this. However, this matter is very important. If we rely on this to send a message to the sect, I'm afraid it will be far from enough. I think so too. That's why we didn't spread the news. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, we won't be able to make any contributions and will instead get ourselves in trouble. Lu Ming seemed to be in agreement. Junior is very experienced in handling things. How about this, let's first suppress this matter and think of a way to split up and get some evidence. Then, we'll send a message to the sect. That way, nothing will go wrong. the young woman said after thinking for a while. Since this matter involves the royal family and the government, it definitely isn't something that a supervising disciple like you and I can handle alone. As long as we have enough evidence, we can hand everything over to the sect. Lu Ming nodded his head. Okay. However, if we really want to get any evidence, I'm afraid we'll have to get in touch with this Emperor Xianxia. In half a month, it will be the royal family's sacrificial ceremony. The person I'm currently relying on will also enter the palace. He will definitely bring me along. At that time, I'll act according to the situation and see if I can find any evidence in the palace. The young woman suddenly thought of something. Senior Hu, the person you're relying on is? Lu Ming paused for a second before immediately asking. It's the current 7th prince, an arrogant guy. The young woman curled her lips and said. 7th prince, if it's the royal family's sacrificial ceremony, he will definitely enter the palace. However, under these circumstances, the palace will definitely be heavily guarded. Wouldn't it be a bit too dangerous for Senior to sneak into the palace to collect evidence? Lu Ming thought for a while and was still a bit worried. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. However, if Junior is still worried, why don't you try to sneak into the palace with me? With Junior Marshal brother accompanying me, Senior Marshal sister will be completely relieved. The young woman chuckled and said. Then forget it. Right now, I'm only a guest of the 100 Spirit House in name. I'm afraid I won't be able to sneak into the palace. Lu Ming said with a grin. Junior, are you planning on getting close to the 3rd Marquis who has a good relationship with the 100 Spirit House? Hu Chuanyang's smile disappeared as she asked. I do have such a plan. If I can get close to the 3rd Marquis, it shouldn't be difficult for me to enter the palace in the future. What, is there something wrong with this? Lu Ming immediately understood and furrowed his eyebrows. Although I don't have any concrete evidence, this 3rd Marquis is not simple. I suspect that he might have some sort of relationship with the Black Spirit group. The young woman hesitated for a while before speaking with uncertainty. What, relationship with the Black Spirit group? Even though Lu Ming was usually calm, he couldn't help but jump in fright when he heard this. Yes. The person that I bribed has seen the Black Spirit messengers enter and leave the 3rd Marquis house many times. Also, ever since the Black Spirit group appeared in Xianjing, the 3rd Marquis has rarely appeared in front of people. Also, in recent years, there have been a few loose cultivators that have been recruited into the 3rd Marquis house, but a portion of them have never appeared again. It's very suspicious. The young woman said seriously. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. I understand what to do. Lu Ming's face was unsettled for a while before letting out a long breath. I also believe that with Junior Qian's intelligence, there won't be any problems dealing with this. Hu Chuanyang said with a light smile. That's right, does Senior Hu know the situation of the other 3 supervising disciples? Should we tell them about this? Lu Ming asked as he thought of something. Those 3 pieces of trash. If Junior Qian doesn't want to suddenly be surrounded and killed like your predecessor, it's best if you give up on this idea. The young woman said with a face full of ridicule. What, are the people from the other 3 sects unreliable? Hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The supervising disciples of the 3 sects are not only unreliable, I suspect that some of them have already been bought over by some faction. However, I can't be sure who it is. To be on the safe side, I have never contacted them. If Junior doesn't believe me, you can try to contact them. However, if something really happens, don't drag me into it. Hu Chuanyang laughed coldly. I understand. Senior, please tell me their identities and I will be careful. Lu Ming nodded his head and replied calmly. Since Junior is so tactful, I will give you the information on the 3 of them for free. Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang smiled sweetly. Following this, the woman took out a piece of paper from her body and quickly wrote a few lines of small words on it with a glyph pen before throwing it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it and looked at it carefully a few times. After memorizing it, he rubbed his hands together. With a pu sound, a wisp of flame appeared from his palms. The paper instantly turned to ash in the fire. That's right, Senior said at the auction that the reason you bought the mechanical battle armor was so that the 7th prince could please someone. What is this about? Lu Ming asked as he thought of something. Oh, Junior is also interested in this matter. However, this is not a secret. Junior has only just arrived in Xianxia, so he doesn't know the details. Has Junior heard of the name Divine Secret Goddess? The young woman laughed lightly as she replied. Divine Secret Goddess? This is the first time I've heard of this. Lu Ming paused as he listened with a look of confusion. This woman is a loose practitioner that suddenly appeared in Haiyu country a few years ago. It is said that she has the legendary divine body and can naturally communicate with the will of heaven and earth. From this, she can predict a person's fate. To a certain extent, she can even point out the location of a person's opportunity and turn misfortune into fortune. In the beginning, no one believed it. However, after a few rogue cultivators who had been divined by him had their predictions come true in the following year, the entire Haiyu country was shocked. One of the most famous cases was a late spirit apostle perfection loose cultivator who was over 30 years old. Under her guidance, he found a great opportunity and successfully condensed his evil chi, becoming a spirit master. The young woman slowly said. Impossible. How could such a thing happen in this world? Lu Ming was shocked when he heard this. Not bad. When many people heard this, they had the same reaction as their junior brother. However, there were many people in Haiyu country who knew the rogue cultivator who had condensed his aura into heavenly spirit. It was true that he had no hope of advancing to become a spirit master. Moreover, it was said that this individual cultivator, in order to thank the prophecy fairy, was even willing to follow her as a servant. This was also something that many people had witnessed with their own eyes. When the name of the prophecy fairy came out, a few sects in Haiyu country seemed to have their eyes on her. However, for some reason, they stopped and turned a blind eye to the existence of the woman. As a result, the name of the prophecy fairy became more and more famous. Even rogue cultivators from the surrounding countries would often go to Haiyu country to find her for divination. It was said that her divination was very accurate, causing the name of the woman to become even more famous. Even among the rogue cultivators of Dushan country, there are many who respect this woman. No matter if this woman is really playing tricks, she is indeed a mysterious character. A few months ago, she had already sent word that she was preparing to come to Xianxia to hold a heavenly opportunity auction. She would help some fated people predict their fortunes and give them pointers. The only way to participate in this auction is to bring along a mechanical item that she is satisfied with. Otherwise, you won't even be able to see her face. Hu Chuanyang laughed as she spoke. I see. Looks like the seventh prince and old demon sure both want to participate in this auction, which is why they were so anxious about the mechanical item at the auction. But then again, will Senior Hu participate in this heavenly opportunity auction? Lu Ming asked thoughtfully. If the seventh prince participates, then I will definitely not be able to avoid it. Also, I am a bit curious and want to see what kind of existence this prophecy fairy is and if her divination is really that accurate. The young woman said noncommittally. Hearing Senior Hu say this, I am also a bit interested. Lu Ming muttered. If Junior wants to participate, as long as you bring the mechanical flying boat, it should not be a difficult matter. But when the time comes, if you really want this prophecy fairy to make a divination, I heard that you need to prepare another gift. I just don't know if Junior Qian will be willing to spend such a large amount of money. Hu Chuanyang laughed lightly as she spoke. I still need to prepare another gift. Cough, then I can only think about it when the time comes. When Lu Ming heard this, he grinned. The two of us have already been out for a long time. If we don't return, I'm afraid that some people will notice us. In the future, you and I don't need to contact each other for a short period of time. If there is anything, we can wait until after the imperial worship ceremony. Hu Chuanyang first laughed a few times before her expression suddenly became serious as she spoke. Don't worry, I know what to do. Lu Ming naturally understood the meaning behind this woman's words and replied with a slight smile. Very well, then I'll take my leave first. The young woman nodded her head in satisfaction. With a single hand sign, a gray cloud appeared under her feet as she soared into the sky. Unexpectedly, she really did leave the mountain in such a straightforward manner. Lu Ming didn't move from his original spot, but his face was full of deep thought. It was obvious that he was digesting the information that he had just received. After an unknown amount of time, his expression relaxed as if he had thought of something. With a stomp of his foot, he also soared into the sky. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Qian Ruping appeared on a small road in the Immortal Dawn Mountain and walked towards the cave that he had rented. Not long after, he brought the little girl to the side of a slowly flowing river. Rather than saying it was a small river, it would be more accurate to say that it was a slightly larger small stream. Near the small stream, there was a seemingly lush green bamboo forest. Lu Ming faintly smiled and brought the little girl to the edge of the bamboo forest. Then, he took out a green token from his body. After pouring Li into it, he waved it at the bamboo forest. Pooh! From the token, a series of faint white glyphs flew out and disappeared into the bamboo forest in a flash. In the next moment, there was a loud buzzing sound in the bamboo forest. The space in front of them suddenly fluctuated abnormally. Following that, all the scenery turned into specks of white light and dissipated. After the bamboo forest disappeared, it was replaced by a huge green stone wall in the distance. Right below the stone wall, there was a stone door that had a few silver glyphs engraved on it. Ruping, this is our new residence. In the next few years, we may have to live here. Seeing this, Lu Ming turned around and smiled at the little girl behind him. That's great. From now on, I can also formally cultivate with Big Brother Ming. Qian Ruping looked at the scene in front of her and her eyes lit up. Her little face was full of joy. Lu Ming smiled and waved the token in his hand at the stone door. Immediately, the few silver glyphs on the stone door lit up and it slowly opened by itself. Lu Ming walked in with the little girl. After a quarter of an hour, he arranged a place for the little girl to live in. After putting away some of the things that he brought with him, he appeared alone in the secret room of the cave. His body moved and he sat down cross-legged on a futon. His eyes flashed a few times as he thought about his future plans. Not long ago, he had said goodbye to Qian Chao and Elder Mian and officially moved out of the Qian house. Now that the auction had ended and the Gathering Treasure House had been greatly damaged in the previous battle, they wouldn't have any thoughts about the 100 Spirit House in the short term. Therefore, although Qian Chao felt that it was a bit of a pity that he moved out this time, he didn't really stop him. Of course, at this time, Qian Chao's beloved son's poison had been completely removed. And after he moved out, unless something big happened to the 100 Spirit House, owner Qian would follow the agreement and not easily send people to disturb his cultivation. Of course, the reason why Lu Ming was so anxious to move to the Immortal Dawn Mountain was because he needed to avoid the eyes and ears of the Qian house. The other reason was naturally to learn alchemy from Fan Baizi. Starting from yesterday, he had already gone to Fan Baizi's place for his first alchemy lesson. But when he was in Fan Baizi's cave, the alchemy grandmaster didn't let him do anything. He only talked about a lot of basic alchemy knowledge and some of his own experiences in learning alchemy. Some of these things, Lu Ming had already understood through the relevant books, but most of it was the first time he had heard of it and it greatly benefited him. However, next time, Master Fan would personally teach him the actual techniques of alchemy. Of course, he would have to prepare the cost of buying alchemy materials. Thinking about the problem of spirit stones, Lu Ming couldn't help but grin. Ever since he had bought the 3 mechanical items at the auction, the spirit stones on him had been reduced by more than half. In addition, he had to pay for renting the cave and practice alchemy in the future. It looked like he would have to think of a way to sell the world spirit items that he didn't need and exchange them for a sum of spirit stones. After all, when he came out of the secret realm, other than the scarlet dragon skin, he also had a few other rare world spirit items in the Summer of Conch. Of course, the spirit stones on him right now were enough to support him for a period of time. The matter of selling the world spirit items could be delayed. If he really wanted to quietly cultivate and learn alchemy in Xianjing, he had to first solve the current chaotic situation in Xianjing. Otherwise, if something big were to happen in Xianjing, the crime of failing to supervise would be more than enough to make him unable to handle. It looked like he could only hope that Hu Chuanyang's trip to the palace would be successful. As long as he could find enough evidence, he could have the sects use their power to sweep through Xianjing and all of this trouble would naturally be solved. When Lu Ming thought about the Black Spirit Group and the House of the Third Marquis, he felt a headache coming on. According to what Hu Chuanyang said, the Third Marquis could be the backer of the Black Spirit Group. Perhaps the entire house of the third Marquis was the Black Spirit Group's nest. His original plan to sneak in to find the secret could only be put on hold for now. Otherwise, even if he was confident that his strength was not something a normal late perfection spirit apostle could compare to, he definitely did not want to be discovered and be surrounded and attacked by a dozen Black Spirit Group members. In this way, he did not need to rush into the house of the third Marquis. Instead, he needed to verify whether the disappearance of the previous supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect was really the work of the Black Spirit Group. As long as he could find evidence, he could wait for the sect's reinforcements to arrive. Then, he could borrow the power of lightning to wipe out the Black Spirit Group. At that time, without the Black Spirit Group secretly causing trouble, it would be easy for him to enter and exit the house of the third Marquis. Although Lu Ming already had a plan in mind, he still thought about it carefully. When he felt that there were no problems with the plan, he let out a breath and put the matter to the back of his mind. In the next moment, he flipped his hand and a thin white book suddenly appeared in his hand. The cover had the words 13 Puppet Techniques printed on it. This was a book of basic puppet techniques that he had bought from the underground marketplace 2 days ago. There were no overly mysterious techniques involved in this book, and all of them were practical techniques for manipulating puppets. Even those who had never practiced the fruit puppet technique before would be able to control puppets easily after reading this book. Of course, this kind of control method could not be compared to a real 9 enchantment sect disciple, and it did not involve other aspects of puppet techniques. The 9 enchantment sect disciples not only had to learn how to control a few puppets, but they also had to be able to refine and strengthen puppets. If their own puppets were destroyed in battle, they had to be able to repair them as quickly as possible. However, all of this was very clear to Lu Ming. The reason why he had bought this book was because the puppet techniques recorded in the book were easy to learn and would allow him to easily control puppet beasts. He flipped through the book in his hand page by page, a thoughtful look on his face. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly closed the ancient book in his hand and quietly meditated for a moment with his eyes closed. Only then did he shake his sleeve and 2 light blue balls rolled out. Lu Ming made a hand seal with one hand and opened his eyes to stare at the 2 balls. He pointed a finger at each of the 2 balls. Pooh! Pooh! After the 2 balls trembled, they suddenly transformed into 2 blue wooden birds with 4 wings on their backs. They were the 2 puppet beasts he had obtained from the 9th Prince's guest elder not long ago. Although these 2 wooden birds could not be compared to the puppet beasts of the core disciples of the 9 enchantment sect that he had come into contact with before, they were still extremely rare quality goods among the rogue cultivators. If he could control it freely, he would immediately have an additional flexible method to deal with enemies when he fought with others. Of course, the most important thing was to familiarize himself with this technique. This would not take him a few days. In the following time, Lu Ming muttered to himself and the 10 fingers on both of his hands trembled continuously. The 2 blue wooden birds followed the movements of his fingers and rose into the air crookedly. They flew high and low in the secret room. In the following half a month, Lu Ming learned alchemy under Fan Baizi's guidance while familiarizing himself with the method of controlling the 2 wooden bird puppets in the cave. Unknowingly, it was the day of the royal family ceremony that Hu Chuanyang had mentioned. Although this woman had said that he only needed to wait for news, Lu Ming thought about it for a while and quietly descended the Immortal Dawn Mountain at noon. For some reason, he felt that Hu Chuanyang's trip would not be too smooth and he still had some plans to help her. When he appeared in a tea house not far from the royal palace, he had already transformed into a tall, sturdy man with a face full of valiance. As Lu Ming drank a pot of tea, he sat in the tea house and waited quietly. The location of the Xianjing royal palace was very clever. One side was next to a famous lake in Xianjing, one side was next to the Xianjing guards barracks, and the other side was a special area where many of the royal family members and princes resided. Only one side faced the palace gate at the center of Xianjing. Lu Ming was on one side of the area where the royal family of the king's mansion was located. The other 3 sides were either heavily enchanted or heavily guarded. If Hu Chuanyang succeeded and left the palace, she would most likely have to sneak out from this side. Time slowly passed. As Lu Ming sat in the tea house, he could even faintly hear some noises coming from within the high walls of the royal palace. It seemed that the royal family's ceremony had begun smoothly. At this time, groups of armored guards appeared near the royal palace and patrolled back and forth. It seemed that because of the ceremony, the entire royal palace was more guarded than usual. Lu Ming's expression didn't change as he slowly tasted the tea. One pot of tea could last at least 4 hours. After drinking 3 pots of tea, the sky turned completely gloomy. Lu Ming took out a piece of loose silver from his body and placed it on the table. He then expressionlessly left the tea house. After the time it took to eat a meal, he slapped an invisibility glyph on himself and appeared at the exit of an alley not far from the tea house. His body leaned against the nearby wall as he looked at the distant royal palace without moving. After the clamor of the day, the royal palace was very quiet at night. Other than the occasional pung-pung sound, no other sounds could be heard. Seeing this, Lu Ming wasn't in a hurry and remained silent where he was. After an unknown amount of time, an earth-shattering sound came from within the royal palace. Following this, a clear sound rang out and a shocking sword chi shot out from the center of the royal palace. Following this, the entire royal palace boiled up. Under the bright lights, countless guards poured out from all parts of the royal palace and all charged towards the source of the sword chi. Seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he wasn't in a hurry to act. In the end, after a while, after a series of explosions, another sword chi shot into the sky from within the royal palace. It seemed to be not far from the outer walls of the royal palace. Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't hesitate anymore as his body moved and like a ghost, he neared the high walls of the royal palace. When his body flashed, he silently appeared on top of the high walls. Looking at the chaotic area, he saw a white shadow under the protection of 2 dense sword chi rushing towards him. Near the white shadow, there were a dozen practitioners of different cultivation levels using various practitioner weapons to attack the white shadow. Although this level of attack couldn't break through the white shadow's defense, it greatly decreased its speed and made it unable to immediately charge out of the encirclement. At this time, there were faintly discernible gold spirit guests rushing over on their clouds. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming no longer hesitated. His figure moved and turned into a black phantasm that blasted straight at the battlefield. At this time, all of the practitioners and guards were attracted by the white shadow and didn't notice that there was another stranger in the surroundings. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart was filled with joy. Without saying anything, he formed a sign with his 2 hands and sparks appeared in front of him. Instantly, a scarlet-red fireball appeared out of nowhere. With a spin, it became the size of a water jar and at the same time, a wave of hot air swept out. But this way, a few cultivators nearby immediately sensed it. One of them quickly turned around and saw the huge fireball in Lu Ming's hand. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Who are you? How come I've never seen you before?" "Not good, this scoundrel has a companion." The man had only asked a few questions before he realized what was going on and shouted. But at this time, Lu Ming flicked his wrist and the huge fireball let out a buzzing sound as it shot towards the group of people in front of him. After being reminded, the other practitioners turned around and saw this situation. They didn't continue to attack the white shadow and all cried out in shock as they retreated. Hong! The fireball exploded in the middle of the crowd and the rolling flames spread out in all directions. A mushroom-shaped cloud of fire shot into the sky. 2 gold spirit guests who were a bit slower were covered by the fire cloud and instantly turned into ashes with a miserable shriek. Even the dozen or so chi practitioner guards nearby were not spared and ended up the same way. The white shadow took this opportunity and suddenly put the 2 swords together. It actually turned into a huge sword chi and rushed out of the cloud of fire. In a few flashes, it arrived next to Lu Ming. "Junior Qian, quickly leave. There are actually C-race practitioners in the palace. I was caught off guard and was hit by their vicious attacks. I must immediately find a quiet place to heal." The white shadow was a girl wearing a white bone mask. Once she saw Lu Ming's face, she was first startled but immediately realized and quickly said in a low voice. From the voice, it was Hu Chuanyang. However, as soon as the woman finished speaking, she suddenly let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Almost half of her white clothes were dyed red. Then, her delicate body swayed and she fell to the ground. C-race. When Lu Ming heard this, he was also shocked. But with a shake of his sleeve, he wrapped the girl's waist and with another pull, a fragrant and delicate body was wrapped in his embrace. Hu Chuanyang's body was soft and did not have the slightest strength to resist. It was obvious that she had already lost consciousness. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stomped his feet and like an arrow, he brought the girl and shot out of the palace. At this time, the gold spirit guests that had previously retreated angrily all chased after them. However, after consuming the levitation grass, Lu Ming's speed had long since surpassed the imagination of a normal person. Lu Ming's body only made a few blurry movements before he disappeared from the high walls of the palace like a wisp of smoke. By the time the gold spirit guests reached the top of the palace walls in shock and anger, Lu Ming had already disappeared among the various tall buildings. They could not help but look at each other. Immediately send people to seal off the 4 gates. The intruder has already been injured and will not be able to leave Xianxia in a short amount of time. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. The gold spirit guests were shocked. When they turned around, they saw a large man with blue hair and a purple beard coldly looking at them. Yes, Commander Chiao. We will immediately notify the guards of the 4 gates and immediately seal off the 4 gates. A practitioner guard that seemed to have a high status took a step forward and replied respectfully. When I came here, I heard that the intruder was only discovered in the inner palace. Even the emperor was shocked. First, split into a few groups and chase after this person and his companions. I will first go to the inner palace to take a look in case someone tries to harm the emperor. The blue-haired, purple-bearded man was naturally the gold spirit guest, Qiu Longzi. At this moment, he spoke in a deep voice. Yes, I will do it right away. The Qi practitioner guard immediately replied and passed down the order. At this time, the other gold spirit guests also split into groups and chased out of the palace. Qiu Longzi gave a few orders to another person in a low voice before turning around and bringing a few of his trusted cultivators towards the inner palace. Not long after, he passed through a few heavily guarded sentries and finally arrived in front of a small palace that was abnormally exquisite. He saw that the interior was brightly lit and outside stood 100 or so murderous silver-armored guards. Each of them wore armor and carried blades. They were split into several rows and blocked the entrance of the palace. They had no intentions of giving way to Qiu Longzi. Qiu Longzi pays his respects to your majesty. Is your majesty's body all right? Qiu Longzi stopped in front of the guards and his eyes flashed as he cupped his hands towards the direction of the palace. Commander Qiu, I am fine. I was only shocked by that intruder. I will be fine after a bit of rest. Did you capture the thief who broke into the palace? A weak man's voice came from the main hall. As long as your majesty is fine. That intruder was about to be captured, but unfortunately, there was someone else who helped her escape from the palace. However, don't worry your majesty, I have already sent people to lock down the 4 doors and have sent more people to chase after her. I believe that there will be news soon. Also, does your majesty know the intruder's true appearance and purpose in entering the palace? Qiu Longzi asked calmly. No. I suddenly bumped into her and she was wearing a mask the entire time. How could I have seen her true appearance? Humph, could it be that you suspect me? The voice in the palace suddenly became serious. I don't dare. I am only worried that the intruder entered the palace with an ulterior motive. I am worried that there are other people hiding in the palace. Although the large man said that he was guilty, he couldn't help but look at the palace with a trace of suspicion. If he didn't hear wrongly, the voice in the hall sounded a little weak. But this Emperor Xianxia was also a practitioner. If it was just a little shock, he wouldn't be like this. It was obvious that the emperor was hiding something and did not tell the truth to the gold spirit guest commander. Oh, so it turns out that Commander Qiu has a loving heart. Then the ignorant can't be blamed. However, this thief is extremely daring. He actually dared to enter the palace and disturb us. You must capture this person for me, dead or alive. Go and take care of this matter immediately. The voice of the man in the hall slowed down a bit before he spoke through gritted teeth. Yes, your subject obeys. However, just in case, I will leave these subordinates here to strengthen the defense of this place. Qiu Longzi agreed, but after rolling his eyes a few times, he spoke in this manner. There's no need. I have already sent people to gather the gold spirit guests under Commander Liu. Commander Qiu, you only need to focus on capturing this intruder. Emperor Xianxia said in a low voice. So it's like that, then your subject can be at ease. Hearing this, Qiu Longji was a bit surprised at first, but immediately displayed a look of obedience. Then, he left with a few of his trusted subordinates. Boss Qiu, something isn't right. I have already asked around. One of the palace attendants heard the emperor scream before seeing the intruder rush out of the emperor's residence. Moreover, the intruder's sword was covered in fresh blood. Also, the palace was in such a mess, but the other commanders in seclusion didn't care at all and didn't seem to have any intentions of coming out. And the emperor didn't seem to have any intentions of punishing them. This is too strange. A skinny old man with triangular eyes walked in front of Qiu Longji and said in a low voice. Of course I can see that something is wrong, but we can't just barge into the emperor's residence. How about this, I will first take some people to chase after the intruder. You secretly send a few brothers to keep an eye on the inner palace. If anything happens, immediately report back to me. Qiu Longji ordered with a gloomy face. Boss Qiu, don't worry, I know what to do. The triangular-eyed old man understood and nodded his head. After a while, the group of people once again arrived at the high walls of the palace. Qiu Longji's gaze swept over the black blood on the ground. He immediately waved his hand and called over a nearby guard. After asking a few questions, a trace of joy appeared on his face. He shook his sleeve and a fist-sized golden-colored dog flew out. Then, he formed a hand sign with one hand and said something in a low voice. Immediately, the golden-colored dog circled around the black blood a few times and deeply sniffed it a few times. Then, with a leap, it flew off in a certain direction. Let's go, follow the spirit dog. The blood on the silk handkerchief was left by the intruder. As long as she is within 100 miles, she won't be able to escape my 1,000-mile dog's pursuit. Qiu Longji said with a ferocious face. Then, he brought the others and followed the small dog down. At the same time, in the inner palace hall that was surrounded by silver-armored soldiers, Xianji, the master of Xianjing, sat on a large bed with a pale face. Looking to the side, he saw that one of his arms had disappeared. Behind him, a pair of slender jade-like hands pressed against his back and a light blue spirit power was poured into his body. The owner of this pair of hands was Empress Dong. As the amount of blue light poured into Xianji's body increased, a pained expression appeared on his face. Suddenly, a blue light flashed from his severed arm, and a dense amount of blood vessels interweaved and quickly grew longer. Vaguely, it formed a new arm. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Xianji let out a low roar. The new arm suddenly flashed with blue light and completely recovered. Aside from the skin being a little too white, there was almost no difference from the original arm. That's enough. I've already helped you completely dissolve the spirit pill and regrow an arm. This way, when you go to court in 2 days, you won't attract any suspicion. However, how could you be so careless that when you transformed, you were seen by that human cultivator and had one of your arms cut off? Empress Dong retracted her hands and said with some dissatisfaction. How would I know that a cultivator would disguise as a palace maid and sneak into my bedroom? According to the usual practice, after these mortal palace maids saw me transform, I would have personally executed them. However, if it wasn't for the 2 sea race guards that mother sent to protect me, I'm afraid that this time, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Xianji's face was unusually dark as he replied. Humph, when I sent the 2 of them to you in the past, you didn't seem too willing either. Now you know the benefits of them. The 2 of them have been serving the Dong clan's clan for a very long time. You are my son, naturally they will be loyal to you without any second thoughts. Empress Dong glanced at Xianji and said. Mother, don't say any more. I wasn't sensible before, but now I know that I was wrong. However, although they are strong, that intruder also had someone to help him. There shouldn't be any problems chasing after him alone, right? Xianji laughed bitterly and said with some worry. Don't worry about this. That intruder had already been hit by their unique secret technique, so he was most likely half dead now. Even if there was someone to help him, they wouldn't be a match for them. However, when this intruder escaped, the method he used was a bit strange. It seemed to be a very orthodox sword cultivator's method, not a normal loose cultivator. Could it be a female cultivator from the Heavenly Moon sect? Empress Dong thought for a while and actually guessed Hu Chuanyang's true identity. What, a cultivator from the Heavenly Moon sect? Could it be that one of the big sects found out about us? Xianxia was shocked when he heard this. His face turned completely pale. If the Heavenly Moon sect and the other 5 sects heard the news, they would have long sent out spirit master level existences to sweep through Xianjing. Why would they send a spirit apostle to alert the enemy? We also can't rule out the possibility that this person accidentally received some sword cultivation inheritance and was able to use sword cultivation techniques. Empress Dong heard this and shook her head. Most likely so. However, Mother, we still haven't found out who the supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect in Xianjing is. Could she be the one who charged into the palace tonight? Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief, but then he thought of something and asked with a serious tone. The supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect? Now that you mention it, it's not impossible. Whatever, no matter where this girl came from, if she's a dead person, then it won't be a big deal. In another half a year, our family's big event will start. At that time, even if the 5 sects hear the news, they won't have the time to care about us. Empress Dong nodded her head and laughed coldly. I hope we can survive this half a year. Hearing this, Xianji's face was unsettled, but he finally laughed bitterly. With the young woman in his arms, Lu Ming quickly passed through the quiet alleys. After a short while, he had left the imperial palace far away and plunged into a small bamboo forest between 2 streets. In the middle of the bamboo forest, there was a small stone pavilion. Other than 2 small paths, there were no other exits. He had chosen this place beforehand. Not only was it very secluded, no one would stay here at night. Once he entered the stone pavilion, he put the young woman on the ground and reached out to take off her mask. Immediately, a face as white as jade appeared in front of him. It was a 20-something-year-old beautiful face. However, at this moment, her cheeks were red and her lips were black and cracked. Lu Ming's heart sank and he pressed his hand against the girl's forehead. It was incomparably hot. Just like a furnace, Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed tightly as he glanced at the woman's black lips. Suddenly, he took out a short cyan sword from his bosom and sliced one of her fingers. Immediately, a drop of black blood that emitted a strange smell flowed out. This time, his expression really did change slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a few medicine bottles and stuffed a few different pills into the young woman's mouth. Then, he used one hand to lift the woman's chin a few times and made her swallow the pills while she was unconscious. After finishing this, Lu Ming put away the medicine bottles and took out a glyph from his body. He then slapped it onto the young woman's body. After a pu sound, a layer of pale white light appeared on Hu Chuanyang's body and tightly protected her inside. At this time, he calmly turned around and said to the dark bamboo forest on the side, "Let's go. The 2 of you are quite patient. You followed me all the way here and you're still able to restrain yourself from making a move? Oh, you're actually able to see through our concealment method. It seems that the 2 of us have really underestimated you. Brother Wei, let's show ourselves." A somewhat hoarse male voice sounded in the bamboo forest with some surprise. After a flash of blue light, 2 men wearing long gray robes walked out of thin air. One of them was tall and had a dignified appearance and a handsome appearance. The other was short and small with a face full of white pockmarks and an incomparably ugly appearance. However, when these 2 completely different people stood in front of Lu Ming, they actually gave off a strange feeling of being in harmony. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's expression slightly changed. You don't need to think about saving this woman. She has been poisoned by the strange poison of our secret technique. Aside from our special method, there is no other medicine that can save her. Your pills will only make her suffer more. The handsome man looked at Hu Chuanyang and said indifferently. Brother Wei is right. If you don't want to end up like her, it's best for you to slit your own throat as well. That way, we won't have to waste our energy. The short man's words were extremely harsh. It was the horseman who had spoken first. In that case, you must have the antidote on you. In other words, as long as I kill you, I can save my companion. Lu Ming's expression didn't change. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and said. What? You want to kill us all by yourself? The short man let out an unpleasant laugh. His face was full of mockery. Although the handsome man did not say anything, there was a faint smile in his eyes. Obviously, he also found it very funny. This is still Xianxia. To be able to take care of 2 late spirit apostles in one go, it looks like I can only end this quickly. Lu Ming ignored it and muttered. Then, he grabbed with one hand and pulled the 2 leather bags off his waist and threw them in front of him. Poo-poo sounds were heard. The 2 leather bags spun in the air, and 2 shadows, one white and one black, flew out from the bags. After they landed on the ground, they turned into a huge bone scorpion that was a few feet long and a man's head with disheveled hair and a green horn on his head. What is this? Be careful, it looks like this person is not easy to deal with. The 2 obviously did not recognize the white bone scorpion and the flying head. After seeing them, they were slightly stunned. However, the handsome man immediately felt the strong aura coming from the 2 and his face changed as he hurriedly warned his companion. You don't need to tell me, I know. Looks like if I fight alone, I won't be able to take care of him. Old rules, we can only team up. The short man looked at the flying head and the white bone scorpion and said with a shiver in his heart. His palm moved and he took out a light silver shell from his sleeve. As for the handsome man, he flipped his hands and 2 light green sticks appeared in his hands. However, at this moment, an ominous glint flashed in the flying head's eyes and it attacked first. All of a sudden, the devilish general's long hair stood on end, and it transformed into a massive net that hurtled toward the short man. At the same time, the white-boned scorpion on the other side suddenly hit the ground with its hooked tail and turned into a shadow that pounced at the handsome man. Whether it was the flying head or the white-boned scorpion, their ferocity was beyond the 2 men's expectations. Use the combination technique. Seeing this, the short man gave a low shout and suddenly activated the silver shell in his hand. A large amount of blue light rolled out and with a blur, it actually transformed into a thick water curtain that covered the 2 men. At the same time, the handsome man also took a deep breath and waved the 2 short sticks in his hands. Circles of green ripples spread out and disappeared into the water curtain in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, a layer of crystal-clear cyan light appeared on the surface of the water curtain. At this time, the white-boned scorpion had already pounced in front of the water curtain. It first opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of purple poison gas. Then, with a swing of its hooked tail, it turned into a dozen or so black lines that shot out. Pooh! When the purple gas hit the water curtain, it actually corroded a large portion of the cyan crystal light on the surface. Following this, the dozen or so black lines flashed and hit the same place. With a selah sound, not only did the cyan crystal completely shatter, even the water curtain behind it trembled violently. When the white-boned scorpion raised its 2 huge pincers and fiercely slammed into the water curtain, it actually passed through the water curtain in a blur. In the blink of an eye, it had pounced in front of the handsome man. Impossible! The handsome man almost couldn't believe his eyes. This defensive technique was a combination of their unique abilities and the amplification of the spirit weapons in their hands, which was why they were able to unleash it. Normally, when facing 3 or 4 perfection-level opponents, it would be enough to hold on for a while. However, right now, it couldn't even stop a poisonous insect. He panicked and naturally, it was too late for him to dodge. He could only suddenly cross his 2 sticks in front of him and at the same time, let out a low roar. The lower half of the man's body suddenly flashed with a blue light, transforming into a cyan fish tail. At the same time, small scales appeared on both sides of his face. After the transformation, the FALI in the handsome man's body seemed to have increased by more than half. After crossing his 2 sticks, a cyan light was released. There was a muffled bang. When the white-boned scorpion and the 2 cyan short sticks came into contact, its body was sent flying and fiercely smashed into the water curtain. The white-boned scorpion let out a strange cry and rolled. Using the rebound of the water curtain, it fiercely pounced back. This time, the handsome man didn't dare to underestimate the scorpion at all. Immediately, the short stick in his hand became a ball of cyan light and tangled with the white-boned scorpion. On the other side, the short man was madly urging the silver shell and was also secretly complaining incessantly. The huge net formed by the flying head's hair completely covered the water curtain. Although it was temporarily held up, the surface of the net flashed with a green light. When it came into contact with the water curtain, a zzz sound could be heard. Layers of green gas could be faintly seen seeping into the water curtain, continuously corroding and weakening its defensive capabilities. At the same time, the flying head itself also arrived in front of the water curtain with a sway. It opened its mouth and its long tongue wildly lashed out like a long whip. The water curtain trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any time. The short man was greatly shocked and could only madly urge the silver shell in his fishman form. He wanted to take out other tools or use another technique to fight the enemy, but he simply couldn't slow down. Otherwise, if the FALE of the silver shell in his hand could not keep up, the water curtain would break and he would die in the next moment. However, at this time, the handsome man once again pushed back the white-boned scorpion and finally caught his breath. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a light blue small flag. He suddenly threw the 2 short rods in his hands at the white-boned scorpion that was pouncing at him, forcing it back. He then grabbed the small flag with a fierce expression on his face and was about to urge it again. However, at this time an explosion suddenly sounded from where Lu Ming was standing without moving in front of the stone pavilion. Immediately after, the handsome man only saw a green light appear in front of him and a huge wind blade that was several feet long appeared in front of him. Not good. The handsome man turned pale with fright. Without any other choice, he could only abruptly insert the small blue flag into his body. At the same time, his waist shook and his entire body became translucent like a liquid. Pooh! The huge wind blade did not have any resistance and cut through the handsome man's waist, splitting him into 2. However, in the next moment, a strange scene appeared. Although the handsome man's face was filled with pain, he let out a low roar and his translucent upper and lower bodies once again joined together. With a sudden twist, they unexpectedly joined back together. Following this, a blue light flashed and the man returned to his normal state. There was not the slightest trace of blood on his waist. Only then did the handsome man let out a big sigh of relief. He opened his mouth and was about to spit out the small blue flag in his body again. However, at this time, he suddenly heard a mosquito-like sound. A dark green needle appeared in a flash. Taking advantage of the moment when the man relaxed his mind, it turned into a green light and disappeared into his ear. Then, with a flash, it pierced through the other ear of the man. A miserable shriek, the handsome man's face immediately turned black as he fell to the ground and died. On the other side, the short man was naturally scared out of his wits when he saw this. He suddenly clenched his teeth and spat out several balls of blood essence from his mouth. However, without waiting for him to use any techniques, the white-boned scorpion moved and appeared in front of him like a ghost. It opened its mouth and actually spat out a ball of purple smoke at the man's face. "Ah!" she screamed. The short man suddenly smashed the silver shell in his hand at the white-boned scorpion. At the same time, his hand suddenly covered his face. His body became a blur and turned into 7 or 8 shadows that fled in all directions. However, at this time, a figure suddenly flashed in front of one of the shadows. Lu Ming had unexpectedly appeared in front of it like a ghost. However, with a shake of the cyan short sword in his hand, a dense cold light flashed and the shadow was split in the middle. Blood instantly sprayed out from the shadow. It was the original body of the short man. However, at this moment, he had naturally turned into 2 pieces of a corpse that fell into a pool of blood, unable to move. These 2 C-race late spirit apostle cultivators could be considered to be extremely unlucky. Originally, the 2 of them not only cultivated the C-race's unique secret techniques, but they were also adept at working together. Even if they encountered an existence that was far stronger than them, they would still be able to protect themselves. However, they just had to encounter Lu Ming, who could control the flying head and the white-boned scorpion. The 2 of them had their own strange attacking methods and their strength was almost above that of a normal late perfection spirit apostle. In addition, there was Lu Ming glaring at them from the side. This was almost equivalent to having 3 extremely powerful late perfection spirit apostles attacking the 2 of them at the same time. Moreover, the 2 of them did not take Lu Ming seriously at the beginning. Other than the defensive technique that was released together at the beginning, they were later separated by the flying head and the white-boned scorpion. In a short period of time, they were fiercely attacked and did not have the time to change to other methods. Under these circumstances, when they were sneak attacked by Lu Ming with the jade shadow needles, How could they not be defeated and die in an instant? Lu Ming glanced at the bottom half of the two corpses and muttered to himself with furrowed brows, "That's right, it's not a big deal. It's actually the sea race? This is really big trouble." Although he said this, his figure moved to the side of the two bodies and bent down to search them. In the end, not only did he put away the silver shell, the small blue flag, and the two short green rods, he also found 2 leather bags, a few medicine bottles, and an unknown black bead. Lu Ming picked out a few medicine bottles and opened their lids to sniff. He immediately took 3 of the bottles and grabbed the remaining 2 bottles in his hand before returning to Hu Chuanyang's side. At this time, the young woman was still unconscious in the light screen and her breathing was even weaker than before. Lu Ming's heart trembled. His figure moved and entered the light screen without any obstruction. With a flick of his wrist, a cold light flashed. He used the short sword to cut 2-inch-long wounds on the woman's wrist. Immediately, black blood flowed out. Lu Ming, on the other hand, poured out 2 different pills, one yellow and one red, from the 2 pill bottles. After crushing them, he sprinkled them on the wounds and stared at them without blinking. In the end, after a while, the wound that was covered by the yellow powder was still bleeding slowly. There was no change in the slightest. The black blood that was covered by the red powder gradually turned bright red. At the same time, the strange smell in the blood quickly faded. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately took out a glyph and slapped it on the young woman's wrist. Immediately, the 2 wounds healed in a faint green light. At the same time, Yishan poured out a red pill from the bottle and stuffed it into the woman's mouth, making her swallow it. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Hu Chuanyang's breathing finally stabilized. At the same time, the black color on her lips seemed to have faded a little. Only then did Lu Ming relax. He immediately put away the medicine bottle and walked out of the light screen. With a wave of his hand, a fireball shot out and immediately turned the handsome man's corpse into ashes. However, when he was about to use the same method to dispose of the short man's body, he suddenly thought of something in his mind. Lu Ming immediately took out the short sword from his sleeve. With a flash of cold light, he cut off half of the short man's fish tail. Then, he took a few steps forward and took out a one-time use storage glyph. He waved it at the fish tail and it turned into a white light that absorbed it into the glyph. After doing all this, his expression relaxed. With another wave of his hand, a fireball flew out and turned the rest of the corpse into ashes. But when he turned around and walked towards the stone pavilion, his face suddenly changed. He suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction outside the bamboo forest. A trace of surprise appeared on his face. Another group of people actually came. It looks like they are heading straight here. What is going on? Could it be that someone has done something to Hu Chuanyang's body? Lu Ming muttered. Without any hesitation, his figure blurred and appeared next to the young woman. At the same time, he pointed a finger at the empty space. Immediately, the light screen on the woman's body flashed and disappeared. Lu Ming bent down and hugged the young woman. He took out a yellow glyph from his body and a pained expression appeared on his face. Then, he suddenly slapped the glyph on his body. With a pu sound, the glyph burst open and countless yellow glyphs surged out from within. In an instant, Lu Ming and the young woman were completely wrapped inside. He then made a hand sign with one hand and with a flash of yellow light under his feet, he actually carried Hu Chuanyang and disappeared into the soil without a trace. This was the Earth Escape glyph that he had spent nearly 1,000 spirit stones to purchase. Although this glyph's effect wasn't long and it made one unable to move too quickly underground, it also had many other flaws. However, at this moment, it was an excellent method to avoid being tracked by enemies. Just as Lu Ming entered the ground, under the cover of a yellow light screen, he carried the young woman and slowly traveled underground. From within the bamboo forest, a small golden dog pounced in from outside. After letting out a few barks, 7 or 8 figures followed after it. It was Zhou Longji and a few of his trusted subordinates. At this time, the small golden dog was at the place where the young woman was originally lying. After circling around a few times, it flashed and pounced at the place where Lu Ming and the young woman were buried. After using its claws to dig at the nearby soil, it raised its head and barked a few times at Zhou Longji and the others. What's going on? Did the 1,000-mile dog lose them? Seeing this, a cultivator asked with some astonishment. The 1,000-mile dog's nose is extremely sensitive. Under normal circumstances, this is definitely not possible. Looking at the 1,000-mile dog's appearance, it seems that the two stayed here for a while before their presence disappeared into the soil. Looks like the two left through the ground. Xianxia seemed to be very familiar with the actions of the small golden dog as he only took a few glances before replying decisively. They left through the ground. These two people are also proficient in the earth escape technique. Hearing this, another cultivator was shocked. Why would they need to be proficient in the earth escape technique? An earth escape glyph would be enough. Looks like we can only wait for now. I don't believe that they can continuously use the earth escape technique to directly leave Xianxia. As long as the two of them come out from the ground, the 1,000-mile dog will find them again. Xianxia said with confidence. Boss Zhou's words are reasonable. Let's wait here for a while. Looking at this place, it seems that the two of them fought with someone. However, the battle should be over soon. A middle-aged man wearing a white robe first nodded his head, but after looking at the nearby ground, he spoke softly. When the others heard this, they realized that the nearby ground was indeed a bit messy and there were many potholes. Some of them with more powerful spiritual power swept their spiritual sense through the nearby space, and they also sensed the residual spiritual chi fluctuations, upon which they also nodded in response. Xianxia's gaze swept across the nearby ground before grabbing at the air with one hand. Immediately, an item shot out from the ground and with a flash, it landed in his hand. It was a light green scale. This gold spirit guest commander only looked at the scale in his hand for a few seconds before placing it under his nose and sniffing it. His face immediately changed. Boss Zhou, did you find something? Seeing this, one of his trusted subordinates couldn't help but ask. Nothing, it's not something important. I just suddenly remembered that the people who were fighting with these two were from the other teams that were sent out earlier. Xianxia casually placed the scale into his sleeve and his expression returned to normal in the blink of an eye. It shouldn't be. If they were really our people, they would have already sent out a signal to ask for help. How could they end up like this? Another cultivator said with a smile. Yes, I hope so. These two intruders are not normal people. Otherwise, they would not have been able to escape from the palace under the attack of so many people. When we go back and stop them, everyone, be alert and don't underestimate them. Xianxia's expression became serious as he reminded his subordinates. Boss, don't worry. We are different from those trash and definitely won't make the same mistake. That's right, Boss Zhou. When we go back and see these two, we won't waste any words and will first use the falling soul flag to trap them inside. When Xianxia's trusted subordinates heard this, they immediately started chatting and joking. Xianxia nodded his head and walked to the stone pavilion. He sat down on a stone block and rested. At this time, Lu Ming was already 7 to 8 kilometers away from the bamboo forest. He was slowly moving forward while using the power of the glyph. At the same time, he was constantly groping the young woman's curvaceous body with a black light. After a while, his hand stopped and he muttered to himself, "Strange, there doesn't seem to be any tracking marks on her body. If it's like this, then the people chasing us must have some special method to lock onto Hu Chuanyang. If that's the case, then it will be a bit troublesome." As he spoke, his face was full of hesitation. After a while, he shook his head and muttered. "Forget it, we can only try everything we can." Following this, Lu Ming took out a few different-sized bottles from his sleeve. He opened the lids and poured the contents onto the young woman's body. In the end, a white powder flew out of one bottle, a clear liquid flew out of another, and a pungent black smoke came out of the last bottle. In the blink of an eye, the three of them entered Lu Ming and the young woman's body and disappeared without a trace. After doing all this, Lu Ming's expression finally relaxed. After he continued forward for another 10 miles, the yellow light around his body began to flicker weakly. Without any hesitation, he formed a hand sign with one hand and carried the young woman as he rushed forward. After the yellow light flashed, Lu Ming and the young woman appeared at the corner of a street. At this time, the sky was pitch black and the entire street was silent. There was not a single person in sight. Lu Ming looked around and after confirming that there were no ambushes nearby, he took out 2 invisibility glyphs and placed them on himself and the young woman's body. Then, they turned into almost invisible shadows and flew in the direction of the Immortal Dawn Mountain. When he was still a few miles away from the Immortal Dawn Mountain, he did not immediately enter the mountain. Instead, he first hid in a deserted alley and stayed there for almost an hour. After confirming that no one was following him, he brought the young woman back to his cave with a peace of mind. Although the Immortal Dawn Mountain also had practitioners patrolling the mountain, to Lu Ming, avoiding them was naturally an easy task. After the time it takes to eat a meal, Lu Ming brought Hu Chuanyang back to his cave. Just in case, he left the white-boned scorpion outside before entering the cave. If anyone approached, it would immediately alert the white-boned scorpion. When he returned, Qian Ruping was already sleeping soundly in her room. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't wake the little girl up. He directly carried the young woman into his bedroom and placed her on the bed. Then, he carefully looked at the woman a few times. At this time, the black color on Hu Chuanyang's lips had completely disappeared. At the same time, the dark red color on her face had also disappeared. But when Lu Ming carefully examined her for a while, he suddenly furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Senior Hu, since you're already awake, there's no need to continue pretending." "Hee, how did Junior find out that I was awake?" The young woman, who originally seemed to be unconscious, slightly moved her eyelids and actually laughed lightly as she opened her eyes. "When I came here, I needed to be on guard against enemies following me, so I did not notice Senior's abnormality. But now that we're here, if Senior Hu still wants to pretend to be unconscious, how can you hide from my eyes and ears? But speaking of which, when did Senior Hu wake up?" Lu Ming sighed as he spoke. "When Junior used his hand to randomly do strange things on my body, I was startled awake." Hu Chuanyang stared at Lu Ming's face and rolled her eyes as she spoke. "Cough, Senior, please don't take offense. I had no other choice. In order to prevent myself from being chased, I did this." Hearing this, Lu Ming lightly coughed twice and couldn't help but reveal a trace of awkwardness on his face. "Of course I understand this. Otherwise, as soon as I woke up, I wouldn't have been polite to you. But no matter what, I was molested by you. Junior brother, you have to give me an explanation." Hu Chuanyang still looked at Lu Ming without blinking and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What kind of explanation does Senior Sister Hu want?" Lu Ming was slightly stunned when he heard that. "Junior's real name is Baitsong Tian, right?" Hu Chuanyang didn't directly answer and instead changed the topic. "It seems like Sister Hu has investigated my identity from the sect." Lu Ming frowned when he heard this. Someone who has recently become a core disciple of the barbarian ghost sect and survived the secret realm. Other than the Earth Spirit Root disciple who is in seclusion preparing to break through to the Spirit Master realm, I really can't think of anyone else in your sect who has such frightening strength as Junior Bai. Hu Chuanyang said with a slight smile. "Since Senior Sister has just come out, I naturally have no need to deny it. I am indeed the Baitsong Tian that you speak of." Lu Ming's eyes flashed a few times before he calmly admitted it. "Oh, if that's the case. Junior's current appearance is definitely not your original appearance. Is it possible for Senior to take a look?" Seeing that Lu Ming had really admitted it, Hu Chuanyang immediately said with a smile on her face. "My original appearance is not something that needs to be kept a secret. If Senior wants to see it, it is naturally not impossible." This time, Lu Ming hesitated slightly before slowly nodding his head. Subsequently, he formed a hand sign with one hand and wiped his face with the other. Immediately, there was a crunching sound from within his body. At the same time, his face became blurry and turned into a normal youth with a slightly pale face. He looked to be at least 7 or 8 years younger than the original Confucian scholar. "This is Junior Bai's original appearance. He looks very normal." After Hu Chuanyang circled around Lu Ming a few times, she unexpectedly made a few comments and clicked her tongue. When Lu Ming heard this, he couldn't help but be speechless. He rolled his eyes and directly said, "I have already revealed my original appearance. Shouldn't Senior also show your true appearance? Otherwise, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? If you also want to see my true appearance, of course there is no problem. Senior's original appearance is not something that can't be seen by others." Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang sweetly smiled. She then took out a thumb-sized, 5-colored bead from her sleeve and shook it a few times in front of Lu Ming's face. After a flash of light, a young woman who seemed to be only 21 or 22 years old appeared in front of Lu Ming. Although the style of the girl's clothes and hair were the same as before, her eyebrows were curved and her mouth was small. Her smile was like a flower, and when she smiled, it was overflowing with charm. Her appearance was actually several times better than before. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly dazed when he saw such a beautiful face. At this time, he found that this girl's expression was even more similar to the female disciple from the Heavenly Moon sect who had a psychic body. However, that Zhang Xianyang's face was full of heroic spirit, while this Hu Chuanyang's face had a bit more flirtatious look. So this is Senior's original appearance. With such beauty, no wonder you have to hide your original appearance. Otherwise, if you walk around Xianjing with this appearance, who knows how much trouble you would attract. After a while, Lu Ming slowly said. It's good that Junior knows this. I have been in Xianjing for many years and Junior Bai is the first person to see my true appearance. My 5-colored pearl, other than changing my original appearance, can reflect any other changes on my face. What I told you before was just a joke. It's all thanks to Junior Marshall Brother that I was able to escape death this time. Otherwise, I really would have died in the palace. Revealing her original appearance, Hu Chuanyang's expression became serious. Senior Hu, if you weren't poisoned, with your cultivation, why would you be afraid of some loose cultivator guests? That's right, how did Senior fall into their hands? Lu Ming asked curiously. Junior might not know, but I disguised myself as a palace maid to sneak into the palace and personally saw Xianji's transformation. In the end, something unexpected happened. Not only was I forced to reveal my identity, but I was also injured by the 2 guards who were hiding nearby. Junior doesn't know that the 2 guards have a very strange cultivation method. If I didn't immediately attack Xianji and draw their attention, I would have been heavily injured and forced to stay in the palace. That's right, I also took some antidote pills, but they didn't have any effect. What kind of pill did Junior Marshall Brother use to be able to cure this poison so easily? Hu Chuanyang bitterly laughed a few times, but then immediately asked with some confusion. The poison in your body is indeed very strange. Our barbarian ghost sect's antidote pills also didn't have much effect. Coincidentally, the 2 people who injured you caught up and I killed them. After finding the antidote, I was able to cure Senior's poison. Lu Ming said casually. What? Junior Brother killed those 2 fellows? If that's the case, then you know their real identity. Hu Chuanyang heard this and was shocked. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled and suddenly took out the storage glyph from his sleeve. With a wave of the glyph, a white light flashed and the fish tail that had been chopped off appeared on the ground. As expected, the 2 of them are of the sea race. For Junior to be able to kill 2 sea race cultivators by yourself, you really are as strong as the rumors say. I also have something that I want to show Junior. Seeing this scene, Hu Chuanyang first sucked in a breath of cold air. Her voice was a little strange as she said a few words. She also took out a bamboo tube from her body and shook it on the ground. Immediately, an item came out from it. With a shake of the wind, it grew to a foot long. Lu Ming looked carefully and couldn't help but be moved. It was an arm that was also covered in green scales. This is? Lu Ming asked. This is one of Xianji's arms. I took advantage of the chaos to cut it off and put it away. Now, I can confirm that this emperor is not of the human race, but he is not a monster either. He is of the sea race. The girl said calmly. Sea race? How laughable. Our Daxian country is on the mainland and we actually let a foreign race become our emperor. However, we don't know if this Emperor Xianji was a foreign race from the start or if he killed the real Xianji and replaced him. Lu Ming sighed and said with some doubt. I'm not sure about this, but is there any difference? With this fishtail and this arm, we have enough evidence to report back to the sect and have the sect immediately send out spirit masters to sweep through the entire Xianjing court. Hu Chuanyang said disapprovingly. What you say makes sense. However, with Senior's actions, your identity has most likely been exposed and you can no longer return to the 3rd Marquis house. Lu Ming nodded his head and reminded her. That's natural. In the entire Xianjing, There aren't many female cultivators who are at the perfection realm like me. Adding on the fact that I didn't return for an entire night, as long as those people didn't hit their heads, they will find out that it was me. Therefore, I can only hide here and wait for a chance to report back to the sect. I didn't think that I would be discovered, or else I wouldn't have left such a big hole. Hu Chuanyang heard this and furrowed her eyebrows as she spoke. Senior Hu, staying here naturally won't be a problem. Under normal circumstances, normal people wouldn't be able to find this place. However, I feel that the sea race won't give up so easily. Lu Ming's expression changed as he spoke. What younger brother Lu means is. After Hu Chuanyang heard this, she couldn't help but think. Very simple. The sea race took such a big risk to sneak into Xianxia and even controlled the palace and half of the court. They must be plotting something big. Now that Emperor Xianxia has been exposed by you, they know that their identity as a foreign race has been exposed. Although they don't know that we are supervising envoys, they will definitely think that we might have told the 5 sections. In this kind of situation, I don't believe that the sea race can just quietly wait for the 5 sects to send people into the capital to capture them. Lu Ming said slowly. Junior wants to say that we need to be on guard against the sea race in desperation. Hu Chuanyang was also an extremely intelligent person. Hearing this, she immediately understood. That's right. Although I will find a chance to send the news to the sect tomorrow, even with the fastest speed, it will take at least a month for the sect's reinforcements to arrive in Xianxia. This amount of time is enough for the sea race to do many things. Lu Ming said cautiously. Xianxia is, after all, the territory of the human race. Furthermore, the entire city has been sealed by the 5 sections. Once a spirit master or higher steps into the city, they will immediately activate the seal and alert everyone in the city. The sea race is at most a late perfection spirit apostle like you and me. Even if they don't want to, they can't really do anything. Junior doesn't need to worry too much. Even if something really happens, it will only affect a few normal loose cultivators. It won't affect our 5 sects too much. Hu Chuanyang shook her head as if she didn't care too much about this matter. Senior's words are not without reason. However, the sea race controls the entire palace. No one knows what they will do in a life and death struggle. Just in case, we might as well secretly leak the news of the sea race appearing in the palace to some of the factions in Xianxia. This way, even if the sea race wants to do something, it won't be easy. Lu Ming said after thinking for a while. Tell others about the sea race? Isn't that a bit too rash? If this causes Xianxia to become chaotic and something else happens, we won't be able to explain it to the sect. Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang couldn't help but hesitate. This shouldn't be too big of a problem. The other loose cultivator factions in Xianxia have smart people. Even if they hear the news, they won't easily believe it. They will only try to find out if the news is true or not before taking action. As long as these factions keep an eye on the sea race during this period of time and don't do anything, we can safely wait for the sect to send people over. Lu Ming said seriously. After Hu Chuanyang finished listening to Lu Ming's words, she was a little moved. After thinking about it for a few times, she felt that there was no problem with it, so she replied very decisively, all right, after Junior Marshall Brothers' analysis, I think it is indeed a good idea. So be it. With the intervention of the other powers in Xianxia, the sea race won't have the time to investigate us. However, how does Junior Marshall Brother plan to release this information? Don't let the sea race discover the traces and track us down. Don't worry, senior sister. Didn't Xianxia have a few organizations that specialized in selling information? These small loose cultivator factions aren't very secretive. All I have to do is sell some half-true, half-false information to one of them and in a few days, it will spread throughout Xianxia. Lu Ming replied confidently. It seems that Junior Apprentice Brother has considered everything thoroughly. I can rest assured. Although I've detoxified the poison in my body, I've still lost a lot of my vitality. I'm afraid I'll have to hide here for the next half a month. As for the other things, I'll have to let Junior Marshall Brother worry about them. Hu Chuanyang nodded and said apologetically. Senior Hu, there's no need to be polite. Just stay here. I've just moved here not too long ago and basically no one knows about this place. Under normal circumstances, no one will come and disturb me. That's right, I still have a few bottles of Yuan Qi recovery pills. Senior Marshal sister, do you still need them? Lu Ming naturally agreed. Thank you, Junior Marshal brother, for your good intentions. Our Heavenly Moon Sect's cultivation methods are unique and normal pills are not very useful to me. However, I've also brought the sect's special secret medicine. Recovering Yuan Qi is only a matter of time. Hu Chuanyang smiled sweetly, her smile like a flower. This caused Lu Ming's heart to skip a beat. He turned his gaze away and said a few more words to the girl before letting Hu Chuanyang rest in the room. He then said his goodbyes and left. After a while, Lu Ming appeared in the secret room that was covered by a layer of restriction. He started to take inventory of the treasures that he had obtained from the 2C race males. Not mentioning the bottles of pills, most of them were healing and FA recovery medicines. However, the 2 short green rods, the silver shell, and the small blue flag were obviously totems. After Lu Ming cast a spell to activate these items, he was able to determine their value. The first 2 were low-tier totems of the 6th or 7th layer. The small blue flag had 14 layers of inscriptions on its surface. It was a middle-tier totems. This made him overjoyed. Although he had come into contact with many totems, most of them were low-tier totems. Middle-tier totems were few and far between. To a normal spirit master, a middle-tier totem was considered a decent treasure. There were very few spirit masters who possessed a high-tier totem. With his current cultivation, although he could only use the first few layers of middle-tier totems, their power was much stronger than normal low-tier totems. However, this small blue flag was obviously a support totem. That day, when the sea race male inserted this totem into his body instantly turned into a translucent liquid. This was still fresh in Lu Ming's memory. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming made up his mind. The 2 short green rods and the silver shell were the unique totems of the sea race. They were obviously not compatible with his cultivation method, so there was no need to keep them. He just had to find an opportunity to exchange them for spirit stones. As for this small blue flag, it was a middle-tier totems and a support item. He could study it carefully and use it to blood bond with it. Thinking like this, he put away all the treasures and stuffed them into the summer conch. However, with a flip of his palm, a black bead appeared in his hand. This was something that Lu Ming had found on the handsome sea race male. However, it was obviously not a totem and it did not look eye-catching. Back then, he did not pay too much attention to it. However, now that he carefully observed it, he found that it was not ordinary. Although the black bead looked dull, upon closer inspection, the surface was clear and transparent. It was filled with some kind of black mist and it seemed to be slowly floating on its own. Curious, Lu Ming shook it lightly. The bead was very quiet and the black mist inside rolled a few times, as if there was something inside. Because of this, Lu Ming became even more interested. After studying it for a while, he finally determined that this bead was actually a container made of an unknown material. The thing inside should be the real treasure. However, with his cautiousness, he naturally wouldn't rashly destroy this bead. After thinking for a while, he first took out 7 or 8 formation flags from his bosom. After throwing them in all directions, he firmly inserted them into the corners of the secret room. In a moment, a small formation was set up. Lu Ming made a hand sign with one hand, a layer of yellow light barrier appeared in the air, firmly enveloping the center of the secret chamber beneath it. He placed the bead on the ground and took out a glyph. Impressively, a layer of white light appeared on his body. At this time, Lu Ming checked his dragon scale armor. Seeing that it was still in good condition, he was completely relieved. No wonder he was so careful. There were many evil things in the world of cultivation. Who knew how many cultivators had died because they were not careful? He definitely did not want to follow in those people's footsteps. At this time, Lu Ming took a few steps back and raised his hand. A cyan wind blade slashed at the bead. Pung! When the wind blade slashed the bead, a cyan light flashed and it was forcefully deflected. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. This bead looked ordinary, but its surface was unexpectedly hard. However, in the next moment, he shook his sleeve and the cyan moon sword appeared in his hand. After a cold flash, a dense sword aura fiercely slashed out. There was a muffled boom sound. The surface of the bead trembled slightly and the sword aura was deflected. This time, Lu Ming really sucked in a breath of cold air. It seemed that brute force alone would not be able to break this bead. If that was the case, then he could only try other methods. With this thought in mind, he took out a small white bottle from his bosom and walked over to the bead. He pulled out the bottle cap and dripped a purple liquid that emitted a pungent smell. Pooh! When the purple liquid came into contact with the bead, it immediately slid to the side. As a result, when it came into contact with the nearby ground, it immediately emitted a cyan smoke and corroded many holes in the stone ground. This purple liquid was actually extremely poisonous. The bead was still as smooth as before and there was not the slightest sign of damage. Lu Ming frowned and immediately put away the small bottle. He raised one hand and a scarlet-red fireball shot out. It exploded and covered the bead within it, burning fiercely. Lu Ming made a hand sign with both hands and continuously poured Li into the flames. He let the flames burn for the time it takes to drink a cup of tea before stopping and extinguishing the flames. However, other than the slightly red surface of the black bead, it was still the same as before. This time, Lu Ming really grinned. He circled around the bead a few more times and his eyes flashed. He raised his arm and pointed a finger at it. Pooh! A ball of clear water fell from the sky and completely drenched the bead. This was originally a desperate attempt, but in the next moment, he was overjoyed. He saw that the originally quiet bead suddenly flashed a black light on its surface and actually sucked all of the clear water into it. At the same time, a crisp sound came from inside and a faint white mark appeared on the surface. Naturally, Lu Ming was excited. He immediately made a series of hand signs and created a dozen balls of clear water out of thin air. All of them fell onto the bead like a swarm of bees. After this bead flashed, it sucked in most of the falling water. Finally, after countless white marks appeared, it completely shattered with a muffled sound. But at this moment, suddenly, there was a loud boom in the center of the secret room, causing the entire room to shake. Lu Ming was taken aback. After taking half a step back, he hurriedly focused his attention on the bead where it shattered. He saw that the ground over there was covered by a cloud of black fog that came out after the bead shattered. This black fog looked wet, and it only covered a small area of a few feet. It looked like it was condensed and did not disperse. Seeing this, Lu Ming was naturally very surprised. Suddenly, he shook his sleeve and a gust of wind rushed out, rolling straight at the black fog. With a pu sound, the gust of wind passed by the black fog on both sides, but it did not move the fog at all. This time, Lu Ming was really shocked. He raised one hand and a fireball flew out again. As a result, a muffled sound was heard. The moment the fireball touched the black fog, it was extinguished as if it had met its nemesis. Seeing this, the surprise on Lu Ming's face became even stronger. After a slight hesitation, he shook his sleeve again. After a series of clanking sounds, a silver chain shot out from his sleeve and went straight at the black fog. Pung! The front end of the silver chain only penetrated a small part of the black fog, and it was blocked by some strange power. Just as Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and wanted to increase the power, this power suddenly disappeared. The silver chain pierced through the mist, only to find that there was nothing inside. Lu Ming shook his wrist and pulled the silver chain back. After looking at the fog again, he wanted to go closer. But at this moment, the black fog suddenly dispersed at an alarming speed after a tumble. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. In the place where it originally covered, there was a deep hole the size of a bowl. Seeing this, Lu Ming thought of the loud noise he heard before. He immediately walked forward thoughtfully. His eyes flashed as he glanced at the hole. As a result, an extremely strange expression appeared on his face. What is this thing? It looks a bit strange. Lu Ming muttered to himself. He raised his arm and pointed at the entrance of the cave with his 5 fingers spread apart. He activated a technique in his body, and a black mist immediately curled up. It transformed into a black tentacle along his arm, and it sank into the deep hole. With a flick of his wrist, the black tentacle suddenly pulled back, as if trying to pull something out of the hole. However, even though the black tentacle became perfectly straight and taut, the object in the hole remained firmly at the bottom of the hole, unexpectedly not moving in the slightest. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He suddenly shook his arm, and an invisible force flowed down along the tentacle. Then, he slightly bent his 5 fingers. A huge force that was several times stronger than before immediately rolled back. Boom! As Lu Ming exerted his strength, the blue stone beneath his feet shattered, but the thing in the cave did not move at all. This time, Lu Ming's expression changed greatly. With the strength he had just used, he should have been able to pull out something that weighed several hundred kilograms, yet he was still unable to do anything to the thing below. Didn't this mean that this thing was at least more than 1,000 kilograms? No wonder when this thing rolled out of the bead, it immediately crushed the ground and sank so deep into the ground. As Lu Ming thought about this, he did not dare to underestimate it anymore. First, he made a few hand signs to enhance himself, and then he extended his other arm. The black tentacle suddenly curled back into his body, but a clanking sound was heard from his sleeve. A silver chain flashed out, and went straight into the hole. A loud yell. After both of Lu Ming's hands shook, he grabbed the chain at the same time, and then he suddenly lifted both of his arms. A loud rumbling sound rang out, a shocking aura burst out from his body, the whole secret room shook slightly again, and the thing in the hole was finally slowly lifted up. However, the muscles on his arms were bulging, and the bruises on his forehead were pulsing. It was obvious that it was very strenuous. After a while, when Lu Ming's hands continuously pulled, he finally pulled the other end of the chain out of the hole. At the end of the chain, there was a light black ball of light the size of a fist. In the center of this ball of light, there was a black liquid the size of a bean. It was as black as ink, and there were a few strands of black gas lingering on its surface. Facing this inconspicuous black liquid, Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. With a shake of his sleeve, a light silver cauldron flew out. After a blur, it became a few feet tall, and steadily landed under the black liquid. Then, he made a hand sign with one hand, and the banners that were inserted in the corner of the secret room suddenly flashed a few times. The light curtain that was originally covering the sky fell down, and actually disappeared into the ground in a flash. The seemingly ordinary bluestone ground immediately had a layer of crystal clear color on its surface. At this time, Lu Ming suddenly withdrew his fa. The black liquid immediately became blurry at one end of the chain, and fell down, falling precisely into the cauldron. In the next moment, there was a loud sound, the cauldron emitted a bright light, and violently shook a few times. The 3 legs of the cauldron even sank half a foot into the bluestone ground. This caused Lu Ming to be speechless for a while. This was after he had specially activated the restriction, and reinforced the secret room's ground. Otherwise, the entire cauldron would have directly sunk into the ground and disappeared like before. However, this was no wonder, he had used almost all of his strength just now, and only barely managed to lift this black liquid. He estimated that it was at least 3,000 to 4,000 pounds, or else it wouldn't have such a shocking performance. Without a doubt, this item was definitely not a trivial treasure. Lu Ming's thoughts quickly turned, but he did not find anything similar to this item in the records he had read or heard of. However, now that he had his hands free, he could slowly study it first. Lu Ming put away the silver chain, and moved closer to the cauldron. He bent down to carefully observe the black liquid. At the same time, on a huge island that was unknown distance away from the kingdom of Xian, in a 200 feet tall grand stone hall, a purple-robed sea race elder was angrily reprimanding a white-armored guard in front of him. Trash, truly trash. How did you guys guard the treasury? You actually called a guard to take away the first yuan heavy water that I spent hundreds of years to condense. Do you know that without this drop of first yuan heavy water, the treasure that I was about to refine will have its power reduced by almost half? Did you lose anything else in the treasury? Elder, please calm down. Other than this first yuan heavy water, the other treasures in the treasury were not lost. Also, I have already found out that the suspected thief left the clan not long ago to go to the human race's kingdom of Xian to protect Miss 13th. The white-armored sea race guard was an unusually sturdy-looking young man. At this moment, he was sweating profusely as he replied. He went to protect little 13th. Looks like she must have been planning this for a long time. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence? If it wasn't for the fact that this first yuan heavy water is special and naturally won't activate the treasury's restrictions, I'm afraid that it wouldn't just be this treasure that was lost. Immediately send someone to send a message to little 13. Tell her to immediately capture this treasure-stealing guard and then send someone to send him back to the clan overnight. The purple-robed old man snorted and said with an even more furious expression. Yes, this subordinate will send a message to Miss 13th. That's right, the clan leader sent a message not long ago, inviting the elder over for a discussion. It seems that the elders of the other two clans are also there. The guard hurriedly replied before remembering something and hurriedly reporting. The other two clans have sent messengers. Recently, they have been contacting each other quite frequently. It seems that something big is going to happen soon. When the purple-robed sea race elder heard this news, he immediately calmed down and said thoughtfully. Not long after, a white light shot up from the giant island. After a few flashes, it disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming sighed and with a flick of his wrist, he put away the cyan moon sword in his hand. In the past hour, he had used all kinds of methods to test this black liquid. In the end, he discovered that not only was this item extremely heavy, but it also emitted a thick water attribute spiritual qi. Within it, there was also a terrifying compressed energy. Although he didn't know what this energy was, its power was definitely something he had never seen in his life. If it could really be released, even a small part of the immortal Dawn Mountain would not be an impossible matter. If he used a sharp blade to cut this black liquid, it would not be able to sink even a bit into it. It would be forcefully repelled by the energy within. In addition, this item also had the inconceivable power of avoiding fire and separating water. Once a flame came within half a foot of the black liquid, it would be affected and extinguished. If clear water came close to the black liquid, it would turn into specks of mist and avoid the liquid. This item's mysteriousness was something that he had never seen before in his life, although he didn't know the origin of this item, since it was found on the body of that sea race person, it most likely had some relationship with the sea race. Therefore, he couldn't easily take it out and ask people about it. But after dealing with the matter of the sea race, he could go to the market and flip through some books related to spiritual items and treasures to see if he could find any relevant information. Thinking up to this point, Lu Ming flipped his hand and a fist-sized conch appeared in his hand. He held the conch in front of him and with a flash of light, the cauldron and the black liquid inside disappeared without a trace. Only then did Lu Ming let out a small sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Sumer conch, a spatial treasure that ignored weight. Otherwise, even if he could use a normal storage glyph to store the liquid, it would be impossible to carry it around with him. If this was the case, then it would be very troublesome. In the remaining time, he took out the small blue flag and began to slowly refine and comprehend this middle-tier totem. Early the next morning, Lu Ming silently left the cave house. He disguised himself as an unremarkable middle-aged man and directly went down the mountain. At night, when he returned to his original appearance and returned to the cave house, he happened to see Qian Ruping and Hu Chuanyang, one big and one small, talking intimately. When Lu Ming saw this, he couldn't help but be slightly dazed. One had to know that Qian Ruping had always been very vigilant towards strangers because of her childhood experience. Yet, Hu Chuanyang was able to become familiar with this girl in just half a day. This really wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Junior Bai, you finally returned. Sister Ruping and I seem to hit it off quite well. I've checked and she also has a spiritual pulse and has just started cultivating. Furthermore, she seems to be very interested in the path of formations. Coincidentally, one of our Heavenly Moon Sect's formation masters is on good terms with me. How about I recommend her to study in the sect for a period of time? In another 3 months, my time as a supervising disciple will be up and I can bring her along with me. Hu Chuanyang said this when she saw Lu Ming. Senior Hu, do you have a way to let this girl join the Heavenly Moon Sect? Hearing this, Lu Ming was naturally happy. With my reputation, letting her enter the Heavenly Moon Sect as an outer sect disciple is very easy. However, whether or not she can become an inner sect disciple depends on whether or not she can successfully open her spiritual pulse and become a spirit apostle. However, the female disciples of the Heavenly Moon Sect always have a higher status than the male disciples. Furthermore, disciples who are willing to sincerely learn the path of formations are given special treatment. If this girl can join, she definitely won't be bullied. I've already told her a few things about the Heavenly Moon Sect and this girl is also very interested. However, the final decision will naturally depend on Junior. Hu Chuanyang said with a sweet smile. If this is really the case, it will naturally be a good thing for her. However, I still have to ask something first. Ruping, do you really want to go to the Heavenly Moon sect to learn the path of formations? You have to think carefully. No matter if it is becoming a formation master or a true cultivator, it is an extremely difficult matter. However, if you only want to be a normal person, with my abilities, it will be easy for you to live a life of wealth. Lu Ming said to Qian Ruping with a serious expression after thinking for a while. Brother Ming, I've already thought it through. I don't want to be an ordinary person anymore. I want to be a cultivator like you and become a formation master. I don't want to be a burden to Big Brother Ming in the future. Qian Ruping straightened her chest and said with a serious expression on her face. Since you've really made up your mind, I won't stop you. Senior Hu, after this matter is over, let her follow you to the Heavenly Moon sect. If possible, I hope Senior Hu can take care of her. Lu Ming was also a very decisive person, and after nodding his head, he cupped his hands towards Hu Chuanyang and said. Haha, this is only a small matter. In this way, I can finally repay a portion of Junior Marshall Brothers' help. By the way, how did your business go this time? Hu Chuanyang chuckled and asked a question in reply. Ruping, you go back to the house to cultivate first. I want to have a good talk with your sister Hu. When Lu Ming heard this, he first told Qian Ruping. Originally, when the little girl heard that Lu Ming had agreed to let her join the Heavenly Moon sect, her little face was filled with excitement. However, after hearing these words, she could not help but pout her little red mouth. However, she still obediently left the hall. This girl really listens to you. However, you two shouldn't be related by blood. Seeing this, Hu Chuanyang said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Her father once did me a great favor. When I found this girl, she just happened to be chased out of her home by her so-called clansmen and was wandering the streets. It is very normal for her to be a little attached to me. Lu Ming replied. So that's how it is. This girl's life is so rough. However, with Junior's calm and relaxed appearance, it seems that this time's mission was very successful. Hu Chuanyang sighed before asking with a smile. It did go very smoothly. I have already sent a message back to the sect. I have also sent a message to a loose practitioner organization that sells information. I believe that in a short amount of time, all the big and small forces in Xianjing will know about this. Lu Ming laughed. Very good. Before Junior returns, I have also used a special channel to send the news of the sea race to the sect. I believe that the upper echelons of our sects have already received this news. Perhaps they are discussing this matter or even gathering people. Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang said with satisfaction. Special channel? For Senior to be able to send the news back to the sect from here, I really have to admire you. That's right, when I came back, I found that there were many government spies on the streets. Most of them had your portrait on them, and the 4 gates were all sealed with a large number of gold spirit guests guarding them. Looks like Senior's identity has been exposed. Although Lu Ming was a bit surprised, he tactfully didn't ask about the channel. Instead, he took out a portrait and gave it to the girl. Hu Chuanyang took the portrait, and after looking at it for a while, she said in a gloating tone, "Don't worry. The portrait is very similar to how I used to look. Maybe it was even done by the 7th prince himself. As the owner, I'm afraid that he has caused quite a bit of trouble this time." When Lu Ming heard this, he could only roll his eyes and not say anything else. In a certain inner hall of the imperial palace, Empress Dong sat on a chair, her expression cold as she looked at a young man who looked similar to Xianxia in front of her. He was currently being held by a 2-meter-tall giant by the head with one hand, and was silently being cast into the air. Emperor Xianxia stood by Empress Dong's side, a hint of reluctance on his face. Pung! The giant's 5 fingers loosened and the young man fell to the ground as if there were no bones in his body. His eyes rolled back and he was unable to move. "Miss, I've already investigated. Hu Chuanyang got to know the prince 4 years ago, and not long after that, she became his guest." In his mind, apart from Hu Chuanyang's astonishing strength, there is almost nothing that she can't do. However, he doesn't have the slightest clue about her origin. The large man cupped his hands towards Empress Dowager Dong and said with a buzzing voice. No clues? Wasn't there a good clue 4 years ago? If I remember correctly, 4 years ago was when the previous supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect left Xianxia. Hearing this, Queen Dong's eyes narrowed. Mother means that this girl is really the supervising disciple of the Heavenly Moon sect? Hearing this, Xianxi's face changed. Yes, now it seems that it's at least a small possibility. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that this girl's appearance was just a coincidence. Queen Dong said gloomily. But I heard from the palace guards that the person who saved Hu Chuanyang was also an incredible cultivator. Could this person also be a supervising disciple of the other sects? Xianxi's face was unsettled as he asked. I've sent people to investigate. The other 3 supervising disciples were all under our surveillance that night. Unless they have a clone technique, it can't be one of them. However, the new barbarian ghost sect supervising disciple is a powerful character. Apart from slapping the black spirit group in the small clear temple outside the city, he hasn't shown his face since. Xianxia, in the past 2 months, have there been any suspicious cultivators in Xianxia? Queen Dong mumbled to herself before asking the giant man sternly. Reporting to Miss, recently the major forces have been mobilizing their manpower very frequently. Most of the new cultivators who have entered the capital in the past 2 months have been acting suspiciously. Most of them are suspicious. The giant man replied with a bitter smile after a moment of hesitation. Didn't they say that the human cultivator who saved Hu Chuanyang was also an extremely powerful late spirit apostle? If we add this condition, I believe that there shouldn't be too many people. Hearing this, Queen Dong said without hesitation. If it's a late spirit apostle, then we can eliminate most people. However, it's very possible that there are people pretending to be weak and purposely hiding their cultivation. If I were the new supervising disciple of the barbarian ghost sect, as long as I keep a low profile and don't reveal my cultivation, it would be very difficult for outsiders to find out. The giant man frowned. Yes, if that's the case, then it is indeed very troublesome. However, this is still a clue. Immediately organize some people and test out the new strong characters that have appeared in Xianxia. See if any of them are worthy of suspicion. Queen Dong was silent for a moment before decisively giving her orders. Yes, I will immediately send people to do this. Also, the 7th prince has been completely crippled. Should we get rid of him? The giant man bowed and replied. However, his gaze swept over the limp youth on the ground and he asked another question. Mother, this child is also my descendant and should also have the blood of the sea race. Why don't we let him live? Hearing this, Xianxi's expression changed as he hurriedly spoke. What, your heart has softened. Before you can transform, the blood of the sea race in your body has always been dormant. Even if you have descendants, they will only have pure human blood and will have no relation to the sea race. Xianxia, get rid of this 7th prince. Tell others that he has committed a great crime and is temporarily imprisoned in the inner palace. Queen Dong glanced at Xianxia and said coldly. Hearing this, the giant man immediately responded with a sinister smile. He picked up the 7th prince and silently exited the hall. During this process, Xianxia looked at the giant man. Although his mouth moved a few times, he didn't say anything in the end. Mother, the 4 gates have been sealed and for a short period of time, people can only enter and not leave. But last time you sent my 2 sea race guards to chase after Hu Chuanyang and they didn't return. It seems like they were killed. In this situation, shouldn't we send more people? After Xianxia regained his composure, he cautiously said to Queen Dong. Send more people? I'm afraid that won't work. Our previous actions of sealing the 4 gates and searching for Hu Chuanyang have probably raised the suspicions of many factions. If we still need to send more people. Who is it? Get your ass in here. Queen Dong shook her head as she spoke. However, her gaze turned cold as she suddenly shouted towards the door. Miss, it's me. A figure flashed outside the door and a middle-aged woman wearing a bright red palace dress walked in with a smile. Sister Lin, it's you. Didn't I tell you to watch the seclusion area and not leave? Queen Dong's face darkened when she saw the middle-aged woman. Reporting to young Miss, there is news from Master. The woman did not reveal a surprised expression when she heard this. Instead, she lowered her head and replied. She then took out a golden shell from her sleeve and walked over, handing it over with both hands. My father has sent news at this time. This is a bit strange. Did something happen in the clan? Empress Dowager Dong was somewhat surprised. She raised her hand to receive the golden shell and gently pressed it against her forehead. After a short while, Empress Dong's face turned ashen. After moving the shell away, she immediately cursed in a low voice, "That thief Wei, you dared to steal the first yuan heavy water from the treasury. If he's really dead, then I'll let him off lightly. Otherwise, I'll skin him alive." What, Wei Lan is dead? When did this happen? The smile on the middle-aged woman's face disappeared. It happened last night. 2 human cultivators barged into the palace and saw Xianxia's transformation, but they managed to escape. Thus, I sent Wei Yu and Xianxia to chase after them. However, they haven't returned yet, so they must have met with an accident. Queen Dong said hatefully. If that's the case, then the first yuan heavy water is most likely in the hands of the human cultivators. If that's the case, then things will be troublesome. If Miss is unable to retrieve the treasure, even if you complete the mission in Xianjing, you will still be reprimanded by the master. The woman sighed. Of course I know how important the first yuan heavy water is to my father. However, what has happened has already happened. Unless we catch the 2 intruders, there is nothing I can do. However, I still have to manage the situation in Xianjing and have no time to spare. After all, if I can't retrieve the first yuan heavy water, I'll only be reprimanded by my father. However, if I mess up the situation in Xianjing, I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the black chilling abyss for 10 years. Queen Dong said helplessly. If that's the case, why don't Miss leave this matter to me? I have a treasure that the master gave me years ago. Within a certain distance, I can sense the first yuan heavy water. If I walk around Xianjing more, I might be able to find some clues. The woman hesitated for a moment before speaking. Oh, if that's the case, it's not a bad idea. But... Hearing this, Empress Dong looked hesitant. Just as she was about to say something, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall. It was the huge man who had left earlier, striding back into the hall. Queen Dong frowned, stopped talking, and looked over. Miss, bad news. I've just received news that there are people outside of Xianjing who are spreading half-true and half-false news. They say that the sea race has appeared in the palace and that the current emperor has already been killed and is now transformed by a monster. They also said that our sea race is in cahoots with some monsters and is plotting against the human race in Xianjing. They are preparing to kill all loose cultivators. The giant walked in and immediately spoke with a shocked expression. What? There's such a thing? Did you find out where this rumor came from? Hearing this, Empress Dong's expression immediately changed. On the side, Xianji's face became incomparably pale in an instant. I've checked, the news came from a small loose cultivator organization that specializes in selling information. The giant hurriedly replied. Miss, let me go and uproot this organization. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman said seriously. Sister Lin, it's too late. This small organization has already sold this news to 7 or 8 other organizations. I believe that it won't be long before all the human factions in Xianjing hear this news. The giant laughed bitterly. Needless to say, this is definitely the doing of the 2 people who broke into the palace. They sure are big. Sister Lin, when will the human cultivators who are in seclusion finish cultivating the technique that I gave them? At this time, Empress Dong actually calmed down. Reporting to Miss, according to the plan, it will take another 2 months. However, if we don't mind using pills and even overdraft their lifespan, we can reduce the time by half. Sister Lin heard this and quickly replied. If that's the case, then go ahead and do it. Anyways, if this doesn't work out, then there's no point in keeping these people. Juju, bring a few people to the palace where the gold spirit guests are and capture Chou Longzi for me. If he isn't willing to submit, then kill him. Then, before the news reaches the palace, take over all the gold spirit guests in the palace and use the immortal fall to knock all of these human cultivators to the ground. Then, place restrictions on all of them. Dong Tai's face became stern as he spoke. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman naturally agreed. However, the giant first shivered before immediately revealing his killing intent. It's too troublesome to plant a restriction. Why don't I just kill all these gold spirit guests? No need. I have a use for these human cultivators, they must be alive. Empress Dong shook her head. This lowly one understands. The huge man was somewhat enlightened. Jier, immediately give the order for all the important officials in Xianjing to enter the palace. Also, tell them that those who don't come will be punished with the crime of rebellion. Empress Dong turned her head and ordered the stunned Xianji. Mother, could it be that you're going to make a move now? The Dexian Kingdom's emperor finally regained his senses and asked with a quivering voice. Originally, I wanted to wait another 2 months, but now I have no choice but to act earlier. However, that's not a problem, we've already prepared for this day. The entire underground of Xianjing is covered with our sea race's famous 4 seas overturning sky formation. Once it is activated, if one doesn't know how to break the formation, even a spirit master would not be able to easily enter. Furthermore, this formation is effective both inside and outside of Xianjing and can even cut off all communication and secret techniques. If we're lucky, the 2 intruders aren't the supervising envoys of the barbarian ghost and heavenly moon sects like we guessed. Perhaps before the news spreads outside of Xianjing, we can control everything within Xianjing. Once the 5 sects hear of the changes in Xianjing, they can investigate and we can delay this period of time. As long as we wait for the main race to act, the 5 sects won't have time to care about this side. Empress Dong said slowly. I understand. I'll give the order now. As the ruler of a country, Xianji was naturally not a normal person. Hearing this, he made up his mind and agreed without any hesitation. Very good. You finally understand that you are a member of the sea race and not these lowly humans. As long as you call the officials into the palace, I will immediately activate the formation and the inner formation to completely separate the palace from the rest of Xianjing. With the strength of the loose cultivators in Xianjing, wanting to break through this formation is just a delusion. Alright, let's move. Empress Dong first gave a word of praise before giving a gloomy order. The large man and the others naturally agreed and the sea race went their separate ways. However, after half a day, all of the powers in Xianjing began to panic due to a piece of news. While all kinds of undercurrents were surging, the entire ground of Xianjing suddenly shook. Following that, numerous small inscriptions appeared out of nowhere from every corner of the streets. Following that, Zhongyin disappeared in a flash. Following that, the entire earth rumbled, and light blue pillars of light, each as thick as a water tank, shot up from the ground, disappearing into the clouds beyond the 9th heaven. Such a shocking scene naturally caused the citizens of Xianjing and the loose cultivators to all stare in shock. At the same time, in the center of the palace, around a jade platform that was originally used for sacrifices, gathered a dense crowd of palace guards. There were more than 200 of them, each holding a colorful formation flag in their hands. They were lined up in 4 groups, stepping on a square formation. On the jade platform, Empress Dong had changed into a light blue palace dress and was kneeling there. Her facial features were still the same, but she looked much younger than before. Impressively, she looked like a very young woman. Furthermore, she was holding a dark blue copper mirror with both hands, her expression serious as she chanted some sort of technique. She suddenly flipped the copper mirror in her hand into the air. Immediately, with a wing sound, the copper mirror spat out a light blue glyph. At first, it was only the size of an inch, but as Empress Dong madly urged the copper mirror, it grew to the size of a washbasin in the blink of an eye and flew into space. However, when the glyph was 30 to 40 feet above the ground, it slowly stopped. No matter how much Empress Dong urged the treasure in her hand, it only trembled slightly. Do it. Seeing this, Empress Dong clenched her teeth and commanded loudly. Following that, the woman's body glowed with blue light. As her hair danced in the wind, the true appearance of a sea race person that was even more beautiful than before appeared. The 200 palace guards near the jade platform also glowed with light, transforming into a half-human, half-fish appearance. Damn it, they were all transformed from sea race people. Moreover, as soon as they revealed their true forms, they began to madly wave the formation flags in their hands while chanting strange syllables. Immediately, the four formations shone brightly and countless beautiful glyphs appeared on the ground. At the same time, strands of 5-colored light surged out of the formation flags and entered the copper mirror in Empress Dong's hand. In the blink of an eye, the copper mirror became blinding. Queen Dong abruptly opened her mouth, and a ball of essence blood turned into a bloody mist that entered the copper mirror. She then activated the Fa-Li in her body, and the huge glyph at a low altitude shot up into the sky, finally disappearing in the sky with a flash. In the next moment, there was a clap of thunder in the sky. Black clouds rolled and silver snakes danced. At the same time, a suffocating ripple of a restriction spread out in all directions of Xianxia with the palace as the center. Following that, dense blue dots of light appeared from within the black cloud. With a muffled sound, they combined to form an extremely thick blue curtain of light. It descended from the sky and covered the entirety of Xianxia. From afar, it looked as if a huge blue bowl had covered the entire city. At the same time, the palace within Xianxia flashed with a blue light barrier that separated the entire palace from the rest of Xianxia. Seeing such a shocking scene, the patrolling loose cultivators of the various factions were naturally stunned. Not good, we've been trapped by the formation. Quickly break it and escape. Someone let out a cry of surprise. Immediately, many figures flew out of the streets and flew toward the light screen closest to them. In the next moment, various attacks were released from the loose cultivators. The attacks turned into various lights that landed on the blue light barrier and exploded. In an instant, the sound of explosions shook the heavens. However, after the explosions and lights disappeared, the huge light barrier did not move at all and continued to quietly cover the entirety of Xianxia. Not even the slightest ripple could be seen on its surface. Such a shocking scene caused the expressions of the attacking loose cultivators to become extremely ugly. Suddenly, some of the loose cultivators formed hand seals and descended. The instant their feet touched the ground, they took out some glyphs and items and activated them. Following that, their bodies flashed with a yellow light as they all burrowed into the ground. The loose cultivators with faster reactions actually wanted to use burrowing techniques to escape from the bottom of Xianxia. However, after a while, these people once again flew out from the ground while cursing. It turned out that there was a blue light barrier 100 feet below the ground and there was no way for them to escape from Xianxia. Seeing this, the others couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, a few of the loose cultivators that belonged to the various factions all went to report the results of this test to their own factions. After a mere 4 to 6 hours, the various factions began to recall their subordinates in Xianxia. At the same time, the higher-ups all gathered together to discuss the crisis they were facing. Needless to say, this is definitely the doing of the sea race and the monsters in the palace. Otherwise, why would this happen as soon as their identities were exposed? Moreover, the entire palace is also protected by the power of the formation. They are clearly afraid that we will settle the score with them. One of the higher-ups of a certain force immediately said angrily in the gathering. The same curses and angry shouts were naturally happening in the other forces as well. Without much discussion, the major forces began to mobilize their forces. Not long after, groups of cultivators flew out from some hidden places in Xianxia. However, the people who appeared this time were clearly more well-trained than the previous rogue cultivators. They all found a weak spot in the light barrier and began another round of breaking. Although the cultivators sent by the major forces were far more powerful than the previous motley crew, and they had gathered some powerful spiritual weapons, they could only make the light curtain flicker a few times. They couldn't really shake the entire array. Such a result naturally shocked and angered these forces. They had no choice but to retreat to their residences. After another round of discussion, they immediately sent people to contact each other. Perhaps it was because the crisis that enveloped the entire Xianxia had caused these forces to feel that their lives were in danger. In less than half a day, they formed an alliance with shocking efficiency. Following this, the alliance gathered all the cultivators. A portion of them continued to study how to break the blue light curtain while the other portion began to gather near the palace. It was obvious that these forces knew that all of this was the doing of the foreign races in the palace. As long as they could break into the palace, the light curtain outside would naturally be broken. At the same time, although the normal citizens of Xianxia were also very frightened, other than the light curtain above their heads, there were no other abnormalities. Thus, they all walked onto the streets and began to discuss. Some of the more informed citizens who were related to cultivators knew a little about this matter. As they whispered to each other, who knew how many versions of strange rumors were created. In a secret room in the house of the third Marquis, a few black shadows also mysteriously gathered together. However, after talking and arguing for who knows how long, they strangely dispersed. Junior Bai, your method seems to have had the opposite effect. These sea race have actually been forced by you to use such a large formation. On a nameless mountain peak in the immortal Dawn Mountain, Lu Ming and Hu Chuanyang stood side by side as they raised their heads to look at the blue light curtain in the sky. The woman suddenly laughed as she spoke. I indeed did not think that the sea race would actually set up such a shocking formation under Shanjing. It seems that I underestimated the craziness of the sea race. However, to say that it has the opposite effect, it is not really. Although this formation is very powerful, it is obviously only used to trap the enemy and has no offensive ability. Otherwise, it would have already used its power to capture all the cultivators in Shanjing. Under the current situation, we are actually very safe. As long as we wait for the sect to send reinforcements, we will be fine. Lu Ming put away the shocked expression on his face as he slowly replied. Junior's words seemed to make sense. Now that the sea race have all holed up in the palace, they will naturally not cause trouble for us. However, I have already tried. Once this light curtain appears, I will no longer be able to send any messages to the sect. Thinking about it, Junior Bai's method of communication should also be ineffective. Luckily we acted quickly and sent the important news back to the sect. Otherwise, if we were caught off guard, we would have been cut off by the sea race and delayed our plans. Hu Chuanyang laughed lightly. Although the sea race's use of this method is a bit desperate, it's not a big deal. However, they should be very clear that even if the sects did not send the news back, they would not be able to hide it for too long. However, they still used such a forceful method, which is a bit strange. Lu Ming first nodded his head and then muttered to himself with some doubt. No matter what the sea race has planned. However, since the news has already been sent back to the sect, it is destined that they will not succeed. After all, the entire Dexian country belongs to us 5 sections. We have already done everything that we can. The rest of the matter will be left to the elders of the sect to deal with. Junior Bai does not need to think too much. Hu Chuanyang smiled sweetly. Maybe I'm just worrying too much. Just like what senior sister said, we just need to wait quietly below. It seems like someone is coming to my cave, so it is him, no wonder. Senior, I will first return to my cave to hide. You've already changed your appearance, so I don't think anyone will recognize you anymore. Then help me get rid of him. For the rest of the time, I'm going to cultivate behind closed doors. I don't want to get involved in anything anymore. Lu Ming said quickly, then he flew toward his cave house in a flash. So it is this person, no wonder you do not want to come into contact with him. Hu Chuanyang was startled at first, but after staring at him for a while, she muttered to herself with some surprise. However, she could not help but feel a trace of shock in her heart. Both of them were late perfection spirit apostles, but Lu Ming was able to discover them earlier than her. It could be seen that if he did not have some kind of special treasure, then his mental strength was far stronger than hers. The girl's expression changed for a while before letting out a sigh and flying down the mountain. After a while, a black-robed elder with a kind face appeared on the mountain road not far away and headed straight for Lu Ming's cave. It was Elder Mian of the 100 Spirit House. He seemed to be full of thoughts and did not walk very quickly. But even so, it didn't take long for the old man to come to Lu Ming's cave house and knocked twice on the stone door. After a while, the stone door opened and Hu Chuanyang appeared in front of the elder with a face full of smiles. This fairy is, does Brother Qian live here? Elder Mian paused slightly and asked with some surprise. This is indeed Senior Qian's residence, you are? Lu Chuanyang's true appearance was much younger than the Mr. Qian that Lu Ming was disguised as. At this moment, she could only pinch her nose and call Lu Ming this. So this fairy is Mr. Qian's junior. My surname is Mian. Fairy, please inform me and fellow Qian will immediately know who I am. Elder Mian said very politely. I'm afraid that is not possible. My senior just went into seclusion a few days ago and is currently cultivating a secret technique. He cannot come out halfway. Elder Mian should wait for a month before finding senior. Hu Chuanyang shook her head and spoke without changing her expression. What, going into seclusion now? Fairy, can't you make an exception? You should have seen the restriction in the sky, right? This time, Owner Qian received a message from the third Marquis. He wants to summon the cultivators of our 100-spirit house to the third Marquis Palace. Mr. Qian is a late perfection spirit apostle and the third Marquis specifically said that he must be present. It seems that the third Marquis has thought of a way to deal with this situation. Hearing this, Elder Mian couldn't help but become anxious. Third Marquis? I'm sorry, even if the Crown Prince summons him, my senior cannot come out right now. Hu Chuanyang's expression changed as she spoke without hesitation. If that's the case, then I can only reply to the owner and the third Marquis like this. Seeing that Hu Chuanyang didn't have any intention of backing down, Elder Mian could only helplessly cup his hands and leave. However, just as the black-robed elder walked a few steps away, his ear suddenly vibrated and Lu Ming's faint voice could be heard. Brother Mian, if I were you, I wouldn't rashly go to the third Marquis Palace at this time. However, I can only say this much and won't say anything else. Although Lu Ming's voice was only 2 sentences, it still caused Elder Mian's heart to tremble. He turned around and cupped his hands towards Lu Ming's cave before leaving the mountain without another word. In the next few days, other than the 1,000 loose cultivators that appeared outside the palace, they also set up formations of different sizes to trap the palace. None of the factions dared to make any rash moves. It was as if the higher-ups of the factions were bitterly thinking of a way to break into the palace. After all, although the light barrier that protected the palace wasn't as shocking as the restriction that covered Xianjing, it still gave off a shocking aura. It was obvious that it wasn't something that could be broken with normal methods. During this time, something strange happened in Xianjing. Some factions suspected that the princes and princes were not humans, so they sent a few groups of people to enter the mansions of the princes and princes in an attempt to verify their identities. However, they were shocked to find out that, unbeknownst to him, these mansions had all been empty since some time ago. No matter if it was the master, servants, or even the guards and guests, they had all disappeared. This included the third Marquis house. Elder Mian of the 100-spirit house was one of the cultivators that entered the third Marquis house. However, he brought a few subordinates to search the third Marquis house and didn't find a single person. Naturally, his face became extremely ugly. 2 days ago, Sun Yin, the Perfection Realm cultivator that he was on good terms with, entered the third Marquis house with other guests of the 100-spirit house. They also sent a message saying that they were going to discuss something overnight. However, after a day and night, there was no more news from the third Marquis house. Now, he finally couldn't help but sneak into the third Marquis house but found such a strange scene. Naturally, he was shocked and angry. If he hadn't listened to Lu Ming and found an excuse to not attend the third Marquis house, wouldn't he have disappeared like the other guests? Although he didn't know what happened to the missing people, in this kind of chaotic situation, it didn't seem like they had a good ending. However, since things had reached this point, the old man couldn't do anything and could only go back and discuss with Qian Chao. Just as Elder Mian was safely returning to the Qian house, at the border between the Dexian country and the Haiyu country, a 10-foot-long flying boat covered in a white light was flying in the sky. In the exquisite cabin of the flying boat, a woman in a white palace dress was playing a light silver guqin with her head lowered. The sound of the zither was pleasant to listen to. Sometimes it was as slow as a spring, sometimes it was as fast as a waterfall, sometimes it was as clear as pearls falling on a jade plate, and sometimes it was as low as a whisper. It made people intoxicated and couldn't help but be immersed in the world created by the sound of the zither. All of a sudden, the woman's fingers paused, and the music from the zither abruptly ceased. She then raised her head to reveal an extremely delicate and elegant face, and asked in an indifferent voice, "What's wrong? You still can't get in touch with Miss 13 of the Greenscale clan?" Reporting to Master, the other party's communication spirit tool seems to be blocked by something. There is no response from the other end. Hearing the woman's question, a gentle and refined young man immediately walked in from outside the cabin and bowed. "What kind of tricks is this Miss 13th playing? Although I am going to Xianjing to help them because of their clan's request, if I can't contact them now, How would I know what the situation in Xianxia is like? Hearing this, the lady in the palace dress frowned as she spoke. Rest assured, master. The news of us going to Xianxia had already been sent to them. Although it's a little earlier than expected, there shouldn't be any major issues, the young man said with a smile. That's hard to say. Although I'm a divine secret fairy in the eyes of those human itinerant cultivators, and a fortune teller with the body of destiny, you know very well that all of this is just a little trick that our race has bribed some humans. We secretly used our clan's name to make the Hiyu country sects turn a blind eye to this matter, not daring to do anything to us. However, our clan and the cultivators of the Deshian country rarely come into contact. If we meet a spirit master from the sect, my name as the divine secret fairy will not be of any use. The lady in the palace dress said lightly. With master's identity as the Red Scale clan's holy maiden, even if you meet a cultivator from the Deshian country sect, they won't dare to disrespect you. After all, our 3 clans haven't started our plan yet, and we haven't completely torn off the Yunchuan Island continent sect yet. The young man said with confidence. I hope so. However, I am still a bit worried that we have suddenly lost contact with Xianxia. Immediately send a message to the clan and have third uncle come over. With his speed, even if he leaves a bit later, he will arrive at Xianxia around the same time as us. The lady in the palace dress thought for a while before speaking decisively. Yes, I will send a message to third master. The young man's expression turned serious as he bowed and left the cabin. After a while, the sound of a guqin once again rang out in the cabin. However, this time, the sound of the guqin was a bit higher, faintly emitting the sound of metal, causing those who heard it to feel their blood boil. At the same time, in the sky above a wasteland, a white-boned boat that was over 300 feet long was also shooting forward like a ferocious giant demon, surrounded by countless wisps of black mist. At the very front of the bone boat, a large man wearing a silver robe looked forward expressionlessly. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from behind him. A beautiful lady with a graceful figure walked over and asked softly, Senior Lei, although the sea race has been discovered in Xianxia, there is no need to send out 4 spirit masters from our sect. This even includes our 2 mountain masters. Junior Lin might not know, but our sect has received some secret information. It seems that the sea race has been planning something big. Recently, it seems to be targeting the countries along the coast and countries that are closer to the sea. This time, sect leader Senior hopes that we will sweep through the sea race in Xianxia with lightning speed and teach them a lesson. Tell them not to stretch their claws too far. In addition, the Heavenly Moon sect seems to have the same idea and has also sent out a few spirit masters. This time, our 2 sects will work together. Even if the sea race in Xianxia has other people to help them, we must keep them in the Deshian country and not let a single one escape. Spirit Master Lei said calmly. It is easy for us to do this, but will we really anchor the sea race? With the strength of the sea race, they have many spirit masters and above. It is not something that our few countries can fight against. Hearing this, the lady surnamed Lin hesitated. Junior Lin's words are wrong. Towards these foreign races, we humans cannot show the slightest bit of weakness. Otherwise, the sea race will only take advantage of us. Look at the sects in the Hiyu country. It is because they fear the strength of the sea race that they turn a blind eye to the actions of the sea race within their borders. However, in exchange, the sea race has become even more rampant in the country, to the point that some of their activities have become semi-public. Senior brother sect leader only gave this order after consulting Martial Uncle Yen. Spirit Master Lei sneered as he spoke. So it was Martial Uncle Yen who personally agreed, then there shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, from here to Xianxia, even if we travel at full speed, it will still take about a month. Hopefully, there won't be any big trouble in Xianxia. Hearing Martial Uncle Yan's name, the lady surnamed Lin's expression slightly relaxed. Don't worry. With Bai Tsongtian's intelligence and strength, even if there is any trouble, he should be able to deal with it. However, I didn't think that he would be able to find out that the entire court is controlled by the sea race in less than a month after entering the capital. In comparison, the previous supervising disciples are really a bunch of trash. After so many years, we actually didn't find any information about the sea race. Spirit Master Lei said with some anger. This martial nephew Bai is indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, he only has a 3 spiritual pulse body. Otherwise, even if he had another spiritual pulse, he might have a good chance of becoming a spirit master. Hearing this, the lady surnamed Lin revealed a look of pity. That's hard to say. A 3 spiritual pulse is only a small chance of becoming a spirit master. It doesn't mean that there is no chance at all. Spirit Master Lei was silent for a while before replying. What, does Senior Lei really think highly of this child? The lady surnamed Lin was a bit surprised. I can't say that I think highly of him, I just feel that this martial nephew Bai doesn't look like he can only reach this step. That's right, I heard that when we came out, Gao Chong had already prepared everything and was officially trying to break through to the Spirit Master realm. Spirit Master Lei replied expressionlessly before asking again. Yes, sect leader Senior's favored disciple has indeed started to break through. However, whether or not he succeeds on his first try will only be known after at least a year. However, martial nephew Bai is quite clever. I heard that after returning to the Bai clan, he cancelled the marriage with the Mu clan. This way, even if Gao Chong becomes a spirit master, he won't be able to cause trouble for martial nephew Bai. Hearing this, the lady surnamed Lin said noncommittally. Cancelling the marriage? What's the use of that? Since Gao Chong has chosen to break through to the Spirit Master realm, that means that he already has another target as a cauldron. Regardless of whether the Bai brat cancels the marriage or not, he has already offended the other party. It's only a matter of time before trouble comes knocking on his door. Spirit Master Lei snorted when he heard this. At least there's a buffer period. Who knows, there might be a turn for the better in this period of time. However, this matter doesn't have much to do with us. If anyone is really concerned about this child, it should be Senior Gui and Junior Zhong. The lady surnamed Lin said with a slight smile. That's true. However, this time, if we can successfully exterminate the sea race, martial nephew Bai will have made a great contribution and some rewards will definitely be unavoidable. In addition, other than the sea race in Xianxia, the other messy powers will also need to be swept through. Otherwise, these loose cultivators will really think that Xianxia is their territory. Spirit Master Lei nodded his head before speaking with a face full of anger. I have no objections to this. These loose cultivators have indeed caused quite a ruckus in Xianxia in recent years. It's time to give them a beating. Hearing this, the lady surnamed Lin didn't have any objections. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the center of the secret room with both his hands holding the small blue flag. He was currently spitting out threads of black gas that continuously danced around the small flag. It seemed that he was at a crucial point in the refinement process. Suddenly, he gave a low shout and the small flag in his hand trembled. Suddenly, 3 layers of light blue inscriptions appeared on the flag and disappeared in a flash. It's done. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face was filled with joy. He grabbed the small flag and muttered an incantation as he poured the Fa Li in his body into it. Suddenly, the small blue flag made a wung-wung sound. After it was waved, dots of blue light appeared from it. With a blur, they turned into a large wave that surrounded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming waved the small flag wildly in surprise. The wave also surged like a living creature. Suddenly, the small flag in his hand trembled and he pointed at the air in front of him 7 or 8 times. Immediately, the wave rolled and 7 or 8 thick white lines shot out. In a flash, they all hit the wall of the secret room. These walls, which had been enchanted with restrictions, trembled violently. 7 or 8 holes of different sizes appeared on the stone wall. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. This kind of power was not considered too great for a middle-grade spirit weapon. Thinking this, he took a deep breath. After the small blue flag in his hand became blurry, it was inserted into his stomach. Then, he quickly formed a hand sign with both hands. Lu Ming's body immediately became blurred and gradually became transparent. Finally, he disappeared into the waves in a flash. His figure could no longer be seen. At this time, the wave began to rampage in the secret room. One moment, it would rise into the sky, turning into a thin layer that adhered to the top of the secret room. The next moment, it would turn into a whirlpool that spun wildly in the air. When the wave made a muffled sound, it suddenly split into 2 balls. After another flash of blue light, a translucent figure appeared from each of the 2 balls. The figure's appearance and clothing were exactly the same as Lu Ming's. However, when the two looked at each other from a distance, it was impossible to tell which one was the real one and which one was the fake one. Amazing, I didn't expect this treasure to have such amazing changes. Fortunately, I didn't let that sea-race cultivator display the true power of the spirit artifact when we were fighting. One of the blurred figures turned into a wave and collapsed. The other figure condensed and turned back into Lu Ming's original appearance. However, his face was full of surprise. Just like this, for the next 6 or 7 days, Lu Ming and Hu Chuanyang shut themselves in the cave. One was quietly recuperating and recovering his yuan qi, while the other was concentrating on familiarizing himself with the middle-grade spirit weapon that he had just obtained. However, in this period of time, the alliance of Xuanjing's factions began to send people to continuously test and attack the restrictions outside the palace in order to find the weak points. As for the light barrier that protected the palace, it was similarly unpredictable. No matter what kind of attack it was able to withstand it as if there was no weakness at all. The only thing that had been discovered over the past few days was that most of the forces understood that this restriction was not something that could be broken by a single force. After another 2 days, the factions of Xianxia seemed to have finally found a way to break through the restrictions of the palace. At noon on this day, the thousands of cultivators who were sitting cross-legged outside the palace suddenly stood up and began to move in groups. In an instant, 3 huge, messy, neatly lined up at the main entrance of the palace. In a formation, all the cultivators were equipped with a misty white longsword. In a formation, all the cultivators pulled out a jet-black longsword. In the last group, the cultivators put on a light silver snare. Seeing this, the loose cultivators who were wandering outside of the factions became excited. Some of the more knowledgeable ones were shocked and many of them secretly called out the 2 words, battle formation. At the same time, a dozen or so people with abnormally strong auras flew out from the thousands of alliance cultivators. One of them, an old man with a strange appearance, took a step forward and took out a round bagua plate from his chest. He slowly raised it up and pointed it in the direction of the palace. It's Master Rong, the number 1 formation master in Xianxia. Looks like there's hope to break through the formation this time. Amongst the spectating wandering cultivators, someone recognized Old Man Guqi at a glance and exclaimed in joy. The other cultivators who recognized Master Rong or heard of his name also shouted with joy. At this moment, Master Rong suddenly threw the bagua plate in his hand into the air and at the same time, he waved his hand and sent out a technique. A clear sound rang out, brilliant light radiated from the 8 trigrams plate, and a massive light formation with a diameter of around 10 feet appeared on its surface. What are you fellows waiting for? Hurry up and help me. Master Rong yelled at this moment. All of a sudden, the other cultivators split into 2 rows as if they had agreed beforehand. Each of them placed their arms on the shoulders of the person in front of them, while the 2 people at the very front placed their palms on the back of the elderly man. Immediately, 2 waves of pure Fa Li surged into Master Rong's body like a tide. The old man felt the Fa Li in his body explode and his meridians were filled with pure Fa Li, as if his body was going to explode in the next moment. The old man did not dare to be slow. His 10 fingers immediately flicked at the light formation in the air like a wheel. Technique after technique accurately landed on various parts of the light formation. Every time he pointed, the light formation would expand by a bit. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a size of 70 to 80 feet. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound rang out from within the huge light formation. Countless multicolored runes fluttered out from within the formation. After a tremor, a thick white pillar of light shot out from the center of the formation. After a flash, it fiercely struck the light barrier in front of the palace. After being hit by the pillar of light, the originally thick blue light screen immediately rippled and for the first time, it began to flicker slightly. At this moment, among the thousands of cultivators in the 3 battle formations in front of the palace, someone said attack. Immediately, the hundreds of sword-wielding cultivators moved as if they were one person. Streaks of sword chi slashed toward the sky, instantly condensing into a huge light sword that was over 100 feet in length. The light sword descended menacingly toward the light barrier outside the palace. Hong! An earth-shattering sound rang out. The surface of the blue light screen suddenly caved in and at the same time, it flashed wildly. In the instant that the sword of light disappeared, the other hundreds of cultivators wielding swords also slashed into the air. The dense blade light immediately rolled up like a tide and condensed into a black blade of light that was over 100 feet long. It also fell down with an astonishing aura. Another loud sound rang out, the black blade of light slashed at the same place on the light screen. Suddenly, there was a chi-la sound and a faint white mark appeared out of thin air on the light screen. Seeing this scene, the other loose cultivators immediately let out a cry of surprise. Most of their faces were filled with ecstasy. At this moment, the last few hundred cultivators wearing silver gloves also swung their fists that were covered in a trap. Dense fist shadows flew out and converged into a huge fist of light. It smashed towards the white mark on the light screen below. With the astonishing aura of the huge fist of light, almost no one doubted that after this blow, the light screen below would completely collapse. However, at this moment, a bloody light suddenly appeared in the center of the palace. A bloody sword of light that was 70 or 80 feet long shot up into the sky. With a flash, it pierced through the light screen and landed fiercely on the silver fist of light. After an explosion, the bloody light and the silver light intertwined and finally collapsed at the same time in a flash. Seeing this scene, the dozen or so upper echelons of the various large factions who were continuously transferring Fali into Master Rong's body were all shocked. They could not help but look towards the center of the palace. They saw great clouds rising into the sky. Astonishingly, there were more than 10 human cultivators in different attire standing on top of them. Most of these cultivators had white hair, but each of them carried a long sword expressionlessly. The sword was emitting a faint bloody light. Gong Sun Long, Xian Du, Feng Tian Hua, it's you guys. Do you know that the current owner of the palace is not of the human race? Do you dare to commit the crime of aiding the evildoer? A gray-haired upper echelon of a large faction, who looked to be of a similar age, shouted at the people in the light screen with a mixture of shock and anger when he saw the appearance of the dozen or so people. The others were also in an uproar. The so-called Gong Sun Long, Xian Du, and Feng Tian Hua were the three commanders of the gold spirit guests other than Qiu Longji. At this time, someone recognized the appearance of the others and immediately cried out the words royal cultivators. The other elders were the spirit apostles that the royal family had painstakingly cultivated during the year of evil thoughts. They were also the cream of the crop, and most of them were old monsters that had already reached peak spirit apostle. However, the cultivators of the royal family and the three gold spirit guests turned a blind eye to the situation outside the light screen. They only held their swords and coldly looked outside without saying a word. Such a strange situation caused the upper echelons of the Xianjing faction alliance to look at each other. Their hearts all sank. Don't be delusional. They will listen to you. Since they have cultivated the cultivation method that I gave them, their lives are in my hands. How could I possibly disregard my own life for the sake of you? Right at this moment, an unhurried voice sounded from within the imperial palace, following which countless figures flew up into the air. These were all armored imperial palace guards, and each of them appeared to be at least 20 to 30 Taoist priests. However, on the leading cloud stood a woman covered in pearls and jade, wearing a blue palace dress. It was Empress Dong. Empress Dong, it's you. So you really are of the sea race. The upper echelons of the alliance had obviously seen Empress Dong before. Seeing that she also knew spells, they immediately roared in anger. However, after his gaze swept across the hundreds of palace guards, he couldn't help but be shocked. The auras on these palace guards were not weak. They were at least middle spirit apostles. There were even a few who unscrupulously released their spiritual pressure, causing even a peak spirit apostle like him to tremble in fear. So it's the tower leader of Fengyun Tower. Is my current identity still so important? The reason why I showed myself was to tell you that don't even think about breaking this restriction. My restriction is connected to the entire formation. As long as I personally control it, even if you use 10 times the strength, you won't be able to do anything. If you know what's good for you, just obediently retreat. After 2 months, the entire formation will run out of energy and you will be safe. Otherwise, do you really think that after preparing for so many years, I don't have any methods to deal with you? Queen Dong said lightly. She moved her arm and pointed at the light screen in front of her. With a wing sound, a white mark appeared on the light screen. After a layer of blue light, it instantly returned to normal. After doing this, the woman no longer paid attention to the people outside of the light screen and returned to the palace under the protection of many guards. The 3 gold spirit guests and the cultivators of the royal family continued to stay where they were and monitor the people outside. The higher-ups of the alliance couldn't help but look at each other. What do you think, Mother? Will these human cultivators really stop attacking the palace? As soon as Queen Dong's feet landed in the center of the palace, Xianxia, who was a bit restless, immediately came up and asked worriedly. Beside him, there was a huge man and a middle-aged woman with a normal face. It was Zhu Jing and Sister Lin. Don't worry. Even though these humans have joined forces, they are still made up of many different forces. After I showed my strength and gave them an accurate time to escape, they naturally won't have the heart to fight to the death. Also, even if they really want to continue attacking, I will personally control the restriction and teach them a lesson so that they will know when to retreat. On the other hand, the ministers have been settled, right? Even though these people are physically weak, they have a great influence on ordinary mortals. As long as we can subdue them, it will be very beneficial for us to subdue all the mortals in the Dexian country in the future. Queen Dong replied casually. Mother, don't worry. Those ministers have already taken the 100-day intoxication. As long as they don't take it, they won't be able to wake up. Xianxia heard this and replied with relief. That's good. Sister Lin, this time you were able to let Gong Sun Long and the others finish their training ahead of time. This is a great achievement. When we return to the clan, I will ask Father to help you. Queen Dong turned her head to the middle-aged woman standing next to her and said with satisfaction. I don't dare, I only used a few tricks to let them finish their training a few days ahead of time. Now, each and every one of them has greatly improved in strength due to cultivating the demonic arts given to them by young lady. However, their lives are all in the hands of young lady. As time passes, their minds will gradually become muddled and they will eventually become mindless blood fiend puppets. Sister Lin said with a smile. This is mainly due to the bottle of blood evil chi that Father gave them. Otherwise, even if they cultivated this demonic art, they wouldn't be able to see such results so quickly. For the rest of the time, we can only wait. Because of the activation of the 4 C's heaven flipping formation, our connection with the outside world has also been cut off. I remember that in 2 months, the Red Scale Clan's Holy Maiden would meet up with us in Xianjing. Looking at the time, they should be leaving Haiyu country soon. Queen Dong suddenly thought of something and asked. Indeed. However, the Red Scale Clan and our Green Scale Clan have never been on good terms. I don't know why the higher-ups arranged for this girl to come to Xianjing. Sister Lin respectfully replied. It's very simple. According to the agreement between the 3 clans, half of the Dexian kingdom would belong to the Red Scale Clan. In order to balance things out, the Red Scale Clan's Holy Maiden would naturally have to come to Xianjing. Alright, there's no need to worry about the Red Scale Clan. Father and the others will naturally fight for enough benefits for our clan. Moreover, by the time she actually gets to Xianjing, everything will have already been decided. Right now, I just hope that the event will start on time, otherwise we'll be in big trouble. Queen Dong first laughed coldly before speaking with a serious tone. Young lady, don't worry. Our 3C clans have been planning for this for decades. With how important the date is, how could we easily change it? The giant man respectfully replied. I hope so. In the remaining days, I will be guarding the formation eye of the palace. Everything else will be handled by you and Zhu Jing. That's right, Zhu Jing. Last time, Qiu Longji escaped from your hands. If anything goes wrong again, don't blame me for enforcing the clan's rules. Queen Dong coldly commanded the giant man. Yes. I won't make any more mistakes. Last time, it was because I did not expect that Qiu Longji actually had the legendary body substitution insect. That was why he was lucky enough to escape from the palace. This kind of thing will definitely not happen a second time. Hearing this, the huge man's heart shook as he replied. Queen Dong nodded her head noncommittally. In the next few days, the Xianjing Alliance organized a few more people to attack the palace's restrictions. However, anyone could see that, although the number of people sent out didn't change, the momentum of the attacks didn't improve. When it came to the last attack, almost half of the 1,000 cultivators gave off the feeling that they were just dealing with it. Just like that, after a round of mutual accusations and arguments, the higher-ups of the various factions left on bad terms. The entire alliance had become a name that only existed in name. Of course, no one said anything about disbanding the alliance. After all, if Xuanjing's restrictions were still in place after 2 months, they might have to work together again and risk their lives. For a moment, the entire Xianxia seemed to be surging with undercurrents, but it suddenly became abnormally calm. Half a month later, a giant bone boat covered in black gas finally appeared in the sky 7 to 8 miles away from Xianxia. At the front of the giant boat, Master Lei and Lin Xiaoyu stood side by side. Looking at the distant blue screen of light, their faces couldn't help but show a trace of seriousness. Such a shocking water spirit energy fluctuation, it looks like the sea race did something. I wonder what's going on in Xianxia. Master Lei said slowly. Since these sea race juniors want to use the restrictions, they obviously think that with their own strength, they won't be able to deal with the loose cultivators in the city, so there shouldn't be any big trouble. However, this restriction is obviously not something that a normal sea race formation can create. Even if we want to break it, I'm afraid that it won't be easy. Lin Xiaoyu said with a frown. Since Senior Lei and Senior Lin both feel that this restriction is not easy to break, why don't we wait for the Heavenly Moon sect to come and then move together? A clear voice came from behind the two. The person who spoke was a dark-skinned man who looked to be around 30 years old. When he opened his mouth, it revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Beside the man, there was an old man with a face full of wrinkles. He wore a crane robe and held a ghost head cane in his hand. He looked extremely weak. Junior Wei, you may not know, but when we came this time, sect leader Senior ordered that we must quickly take care of the trouble in Xianxia. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid that it will leave the impression that our sect is weak and useless. Lin Xiaoyu explained with a smile. I see. I was wondering why a few sea race juniors would send out 4 spirit masters at the same time. The dark-skinned man finally understood. Junior Dang, you are quite knowledgeable in formations. I'm afraid that you'll have to put in more effort later. Master Lei said to the crane-robed old man. Senior Lei, don't worry, I will naturally do my best. Also, no matter how strong the formation is, if there isn't someone with matching strength to control it, it won't be able to display too much power. Hearing this, the crane-robed old man coughed lightly and said with a confident look. Seeing this, the expressions of Master Lei and the others relaxed slightly. They immediately urged the flying boat to fly towards the blue light screen. Only when it was only a few miles away did they stop at a low altitude. At this time, the crane-robed elder took out a magic tool that looked like a compass from his bosom and started chanting. Spirit Master Lei and the others quietly waited on the bone boat. Time passed slowly. After around 6 hours, the crane-robed old man let out a long breath and stopped chanting. I know what formation this is. It's the famous 4 seas overturning sky formation of the sea race. 4 seas overturning sky formation. I've heard of this formation before. It's one of the sea race's formations known for its defense. Junior Dang, do you have the confidence to break the formation? Hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed slightly. Senior, don't worry. If there are sea race spirit masters inside, this formation will indeed be difficult to break. But if there are only spirit apostles, I will definitely break the formation within 5 days. The crane-robed old man said confidently. 5 days? That's a bit too long. Even if we have to pay a price, we have to break the formation within 3 days. Master Lei heard this and shook his head. It's not impossible to break the formation within 3 days. However, I will need to borrow Senior Lei's life totem. The old man thought for a moment before saying seriously. My life totem? That's no problem. Hearing this, the large man immediately agreed. Very good. Then I hope that Junior Brother Wei and Senior Sister Lin will cooperate with Junior Brother. I will start setting up a few methods to break the formation. The crane-robed old man said seriously. Hearing this, the black-skinned man and Lin Xiaoyu naturally had no reason to refuse. Thus, in the following time, they urged the bone boat to descend and finally landed in a seemingly dense forest below. In the remaining days, the group of people drove the huge bone boat, and under the crane-robed old man's guidance, they started setting up counter formations around Xianxia. On the third day, a huge stone platform over 100 feet tall rose in front of the Xianxia city gate. Under the escort of the other 3 people, the crane-robed old man immediately appeared on the platform. The old man shook his sleeve and a dense amount of crimson formation flags shot out. After a flash, they stuck themselves around the stone platform and formed another strange formation. The crane-robed old man stood in the center of the formation and made a hand sign with one hand. Immediately, the surrounding crimson formation flags started to buzz loudly and waves of hot air rolled out. In an instant, a light red cloud of fire formed above the stone platform. Under the old man's continuous urging with the help of the formation, the cloud of fire began to churn and expand. In the time it took to eat a meal, it had become about an acre in size and almost covered the entire stone platform. The crane-robed elder suddenly raised the cane in his hand and quickly waved it at the fire cloud. After a short moment, large runes flew out of the fiery cloud. They gathered together and soared into the sky, disappearing without a trace. In the next moment, the formations that had been set up around Xianxia were activated at the same time. A scarlet-red light formation appeared above the blue light screen and vaguely formed an even larger superformation. The formation only spun once before it condensed into balls of fire clouds in the center. They were so dense that they seemed to cover more than half of Xianxia's sky. Furthermore, when they intersected with the red and blue curtains of light below, it presented a breathtaking and gorgeous feeling. Seeing this scene, the normal citizens and loose cultivators of Xianxia were naturally dumbfounded. Suddenly, there was a clap of thunder in the clear sky, and a silver lightning arc flashed in the fire cloud. It twisted wildly and became huge. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge thunder python that was more than 1,000 feet long. Its eyes were extremely cold, and its whole body was covered with silver lightning. Its huge head just opened its mouth, and a bolt of lightning immediately struck down. Countless bolts of lightning flew in all directions. The surface of the blue light screen immediately trembled and blue ripples appeared on its surface. At the same time, the fire cloud in the sky suddenly rolled and condensed. From within, countless scarlet glyphs surged out and shot downwards like raindrops. Every glyphs that landed on the blue light screen were silent and unknowingly weakened the power of the restriction. At this time, the thunder python in the sky shook its head and swung its tail. It charged down from above and used its head to hit the light screen. A loud sound that shook the earth and the mountains, the entire Xianxia suddenly shook. Many of the houses that were not very sturdy collapsed under the impact, injuring many normal citizens. The entire Xianxia was instantly thrown into chaos. An unknown number of cultivators flew out from their residences and looked at the strange red and blue sky in shock. At the same time, Empress Dong, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret room in the palace, suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. She then shouted in shock and anger. "That's impossible. It's a spirit master who's attacking the array. Furthermore, it's been calculated by the array master to specifically target the weakest point of the array. This won't do. If this continues, the formation won't be able to hold on for much longer. We must first give up on the restriction outside of Xianxia." As soon as she finished speaking, Empress Dong abruptly grabbed a formation plate placed in front of her. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then, she madly sent a series of hand signs into it. At the same time, the blue barrier of light that covered the entirety of Xianxia received a few more hits from the lightning python. After a few wild flashes, it suddenly turned into specks of light and disappeared. However, the light curtain that was originally enveloping the palace had become thicker by more than 4 to 5 times in an instant. At the same time, a series of 5 colored runes surged out of the light curtain and quickly covered every inch of the light curtain. The restrictions outside the imperial palace became even more peculiar. The instant the light curtain outside of Xianxia disappeared, the crane-robed elder who was casting on the stone platform was slightly startled. Then, he laughed and said, "Who would have thought that the sea race controlling the formation would be so decisive? I didn't expect the sea race to be so decisive." He knew that I had already calculated the weakness of the formation and used a restriction of the opposite attribute to restrain it. He actually removed the restriction on the outside and focused all his power on the inner layer of the restriction. Junior Dang means that the formation hasn't been completely broken and that the sea race has voluntarily given up on the outer layer of the restriction. If this is the case, wouldn't the inner layer of the restriction be even harder to break? Master Lei also waved his hand towards the sky. With a flash, the lightning python turned into a silver dagger and fell down. At the same time, he frowned and asked, "I'm not sure about this. I must personally see the situation of the inner layer of the restriction before I can make an accurate judgment." The crane-robed elder replied. "Since it's like this, then let's go over first." "Right, Junior Marshal Brother Wei, please notify Marshal Nephew Bai and ask him to come see us. There are some things that we need to ask him personally." Master Lei said as he thought of something. "No problem, I'll send a message to Marshal Nephew Bai right now." Hearing this, the black-skinned man agreed without a care. Following that, he took out a circular formation plate from his body. With one hand, he quickly moved it a few times before putting the formation plate away as if nothing had happened. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged in the secret room with his eyes closed, suddenly made a buzzing sound. His expression changed as he opened his eyes. With a shake of his sleeve, a formation plate appeared in his hand. It trembled slightly and at the same time, a few silver inscriptions appeared on its surface. Lu Ming only took a few glances before an expression of joy appeared on his face. He immediately put away the formation plate and at the same time, pushed open the door and walked out of the secret room. However, just as he walked into the hall of the cave, he immediately saw Hu Chuanyang walk over from the direction of the bedroom with a face full of joy. "Junior Bai, the elders of our Heavenly Moon sect have already arrived in Xianxia. I'm preparing to go and welcome them." Once the girl saw Lu Ming, she spoke without hesitation. "What a coincidence. I also just received the news that the reinforcements of our barbarian ghost sect have also arrived. Since both you and I received the news, could it be that the sea race's restriction has already been broken by someone?" Lu Ming was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he understood. That's the only possibility. Since it's like this, let's go together. Hearing this, Hu Chuanyang was a little surprised and nodded with a smile. Thus, in the remaining time, after giving Qian Ruping a few instructions, Lu Ming and Hu Chuanyang, one wearing a green cloak and the other a veil, left the cave. Outside the palace, in front of a layer of blue light, a white bone boat surrounded by black gas and a bronze flying carriage faced each other from a distance. In front of the bone boat, Master Lei and the other three people stood shoulder to shoulder. On the opposite bronze flying carriage stood two women and a man. Of the two women, one was 27 or 28 years old while the other was 30 years old. Their faces were beautiful and they each carried a yellow and green longsword on their backs. The man, on the other hand, looked to be around 40 years old. He wore a white robe with a jade belt around his waist. With a smile on his face, he gave off an indescribable feeling of comfort. "Zhou Tianhe, you've come just in time. We've just spent a lot of effort to break the sea race's formation and your Heavenly Moon sect just happened to arrive." Master Lei said calmly to the other side. Just as the four of them arrived at the imperial palace under countless respectful gazes in Xianxia, planning to break through the inner restriction in one go, the three spirit masters of the Heavenly Moon sect also came flying over in a flying carriage. The one leading them was the most famous spirit master male sword cultivator of the Heavenly Moon sect, Zhou Tianhe. This naturally caused Master Lei and the others to treat him with caution. "I didn't think that Brother Lei would arrive so quickly. I originally thought that my two juniors and I would be able to arrive a step earlier than your sect. How about this, since Brother Lei and the others have already put in a lot of effort to break the restriction outside? How about we, the Heavenly Moon sect, break the restriction in front of us? I just happened to bring a 9-star child Mother Lightning, which should be more than enough to deal with this restriction," the white-robed man from the Heavenly Moon sect said with a smile. 9-star child Mother Lightning. Hearing this name, even someone like Master Lei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Xiaoyu and the other two were even more shocked. "Alright, I have long heard of the name of this lightning. It is said that it can withstand a full blow from a crystal-level cultivator. Then we will wait and see." Master Lei's expression changed a few times before he slowly nodded. Hee, then I won't be polite. Zhou Tianhe smiled and took out a light black jade box from his sleeve. On the surface, there were 3 or 4 golden glyphs. Just as he was about to open the jade box, there was a ripple in the distant sky and 2 clouds, one black and one white, flew over. Looks like the Xianxia supervising disciples of our 2 sects have arrived. Why don't we listen to what they have to say before we act? Seeing this, the white-robed man's hands paused slightly and he said with a smile. Everything is up to fellow Zhou, I have no objections. Master Lei's gaze also swept over the figures on the clouds and he said noncommittally. The 2 people who had arrived were Lu Ming and Hu Chuanyang. When Lu Ming appeared on the bone boat with a few shakes, he bowed to Master Lei and the others and said, Master Lei, disciple Bai Song Tian greets the 4 martial uncles. Martial nephew Bai, you have done a great service for our sect this time. However, the information you have sent back is a bit too vague. Now, tell us in detail how you discovered the sea race. If there are no mistakes, I will personally reward you on behalf of the sect. Master Lei looked at Lu Ming and said expressionlessly. Yes, when I came to Xianxia, I first entered the 100 Spirit House as a guest and not long after. Hearing this, Lu Ming did not hesitate and began to narrate. In the end, I killed 2 transformed sea race members and left one of their tails. Only then did I confirm with Senior Hu of the Heavenly Moon sect that the palace had been occupied by the sea race. Then, I sent the news back to the sect as soon as possible. As for the green scale and the arm, I have always kept them with me. Please take a look at them, martial uncles. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he immediately took out a mutated simple storage glyph and crushed it in the wind. In a flash of white light, a green scale and a small withered fish tail covered in green scales fell out. Master Lei's eyes twitched. With a twist of his hand, the 2 items flew into his palm. After a moment of careful examination, he handed the 2 items to Lin Xiaoyu and the crane-robed elder, who were standing beside him, respectively. Not bad, this is indeed the tail of the sea race. It was also cut off about a month ago. Although the aura on the scale is very weak, there is still a trace of the sea race's aura. After a while, Lin Xiaoyu and the crane-robed elder nodded in confirmation. Very good, give me your nameplate. As a reward for your meritorious service this time, the sect will directly reward you with 5,000 contribution points. At the same time, you will also be given a life-saving talisman. Master Lei took out a pale gold short rod from his sleeve and said calmly. A life-saving talisman? Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be slightly startled. However, he immediately reacted and took out his nameplate, handing it over with both hands. Master Lei only lightly touched the nameplate before withdrawing the short golden rod. In its place, he took out a pale golden glyph and handed it over to Lu Ming. This is a golden light glyph, an extremely rare metal-type flying glyph. If you encounter a strong enemy, you only need to use it and you can escape with shocking speed. Even a normal spirit master would not be able to catch up. At the same time, Master Lei's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Thank you, Master. Hearing this, Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. He carefully put away the golden glyph and respectfully stood to the side. At this time, Hu Chuanyang, who was on the other side, also took out a somewhat shriveled arm after answering a few questions from Zhou Tianhe and the other 2. After Zhou Tianhe examined the arm, he also nodded with a serious expression. Suddenly, the woman in her 30s pointed a finger at the arm and a ball of red flames appeared out of nowhere. The shriveled arm immediately began to burn in the flames. However, after a moment, a strange scene appeared. The arm, which was about to turn into charcoal, suddenly made a pu sound and the color of the flames turned into a pale green. Fellow Lei, it looks like these sea race people are not ordinary. This arm of the sea race actually has a trace of the royal bloodline. If there really is a royal sea race person here, it looks like our 2 sects' original plan needs to be changed. Seeing this, Zhou Tianhe's expression changed slightly as he spoke to Master Lei. Royal bloodline. This is indeed unexpected, but to be sent to a place like Xianxia to carry out such a dangerous mission, even if it's a royal of the sea race, it would not be too important. Hearing this, Master Lei's eyes twitched as he replied. That is indeed a possibility, but this matter is of great importance and we cannot take the risk. How about this? Our two sects originally planned to not let a single sea race person go and kill them all on the spot. Why don't we just kill the normal sea race people, but leave the leaders alive and see if we can get any useful information from them? The white-robed man thought for a moment before speaking gravely. Alright, then let's do that. Master Lei's expression fluctuated for a moment before he slowly nodded. Very well, then I will first use the 9-star child mother lightning to break this restriction. Zhou Tianhe's expression relaxed, and he held up the jade box, opened his mouth, and blew on it. The golden glyph on the jade box turned into specks of golden light in a gust of wind and disappeared. Then, the lid was opened to reveal a thumb-sized silver bead. The bead was crystal clear and round, and its entire body was shrouded in a faint layer of strange light. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that there were countless fine silver patterns on the surface of the bead that could not be seen by the naked eye. They were densely packed and layered on top of each other. Zhou Tianhe let out a sigh of relief before taking the bead out of the jade box. He spread his fingers and held it up. In an instant, the silver bead began to slowly spin in his palm. A hazy layer of silver light began to shine brightly. At the same time, a shocking aura rolled out from the bead and rose rapidly. The loose practitioners below, who were hiding far away and peeking into the sky, felt the power of this shocking aura. They were all shocked and ran far away. When the silver light on the bead expanded to the size of a bowl, Zhou Tianhe shook his wrist and the bead turned into a silver ball of light that shot toward the blue light screen. Whether it was Lu Ming or Master Lei and the other spirit masters, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes and watch attentively. Just as the silver ball of light flashed a few times and was about to hit the blue light screen, there was a sudden ripple in front of the light screen. A human figure appeared like a black line twisting and twisting. With a movement of his arm, a giant red palm about 10 feet wide grabbed the silver ball of light. Hong! The silver light within the giant crimson palm exploded, and shockwaves that were intermingled with specks of silver light swept forth in all directions. Not only were the nearby bone boats and bronze flying carriages swaying from side to side, even the nearby blue light barrier was flashing erratically, as if it could collapse at any moment. Who is it? Seeing this, not only did Spirit Master Lei and the other spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect become alarmed, but Zhou Tianhe and the other two people on the other half of the flying carriage had a drastic change in expression. The two female cultivators even pulled out the long swords on their backs. Humph, a few mere human juniors dare to brandish their blades and spears in front of me. How reckless. After the giant red palm disappeared in a flash, the human figure twisted again and turned from the hazy into a middle-aged man with a skinny body and yellow eyebrows. This man wore blue leather armor and a black snare on each of his hands. Between his eyebrows was a red crystal the size of a bean. He looked at the crowd with a cold smile. Crystal level sea race. When Lin Xiaoyu saw the red crystal between the skinny man's eyebrows, she immediately cried out in shock. Then, she suddenly made a sign with one hand. Black gas immediately surged on the surface of the bone boat, and a layer of black light curtain appeared out of thin air, protecting the whole boat. On the other side, Zhou Tianhe saw this and sucked in a breath of cold air. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a small, pale green crystal sword. It circled around his body and turned into a streak of light several feet long. It caught Hu Chunyang and the two women beside her in a flash and then shot off into the distance with a whistling sound. Imperial Sword Technique. Human Junior, do you think you can escape from the palm of your third great-grandfather's hand with this little power? The skinny man who had just appeared had a look of disdain on his face. With a movement of his arm, one of his palms stretched out and grabbed at the air in front of him. Poof! There was a flash of red light in the sky above the rainbow and the giant red palm appeared again. The 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed at the rainbow. The azure streak of light tried to evade with all its might, but a burst of invisible suction force came crashing down from the giant red hand. After just a few flashes, the azure streak of light was completely immobilized. Then, the rainbow disappeared, and Zhou Tianhe and the others reappeared. But they all had looks of terror on their faces. Seeing this, the skinny man's expression became more and more ferocious. He stretched out his hand and bent his fingers, ready to crush the rainbow and the people inside it. But at this moment, there was a sudden clear sound in the air nearby. A blinding silver light broke through the air and wrapped around the giant red hand, cutting off 3 of its fingers. The entire giant hand collapsed and disappeared in a blur. The skinny man let out a cold snort as he silently sliced off 3 of his fingers. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out from the cut, and in the blink of an eye, 3 new fingers grew out from the cut. "Who is it? Show yourself." The skinny man was furious. His other hand pointed at the air where the silver light came from. Boom! An invisible force fiercely struck out, as if it wanted to smash a small part of the void into smithereens. All of a sudden, a loud ringing sound rang out from that direction, and a silver flying sword appeared in a flash. It rotated on the spot before blasting out close to 100 silver sword chi, all of which danced through the air in a frenzy. The seemingly astonishing force was instantly reduced to nothingness under the frenzied slashes of the sword lights. At the same time, the sword lights converged at the same time and once again became a light silver flying sword. There was a slight fluctuation behind the flying sword, and a woman in a silver palace dress with sparkling eyes appeared with an expressionless face. "Master Yi." Zhou Tianhe saw the woman in the palace dress and immediately cried out. The other 2 women from the Heavenly Moon sect also bowed with joy from afar. This woman was the crystal-level Yi Tianmei from the Heavenly Moon sect who had killed the rat demon outside the barbarian ghost sect. Crystal-level sword cultivator. The skinny man's pupils suddenly shrank when he felt the undisguised shocking aura from Yi Tianmei. If his identity was enough to look down on normal crystal-level cultivators of the human race, then not many crystal-level sword cultivators of the same level would be afraid of human cultivators of the same level. "I am Yi Tianmei from the Heavenly Moon sect. Looking at your cultivation level, you should be someone from the sea race. Can you tell me your name?" Yi Tianmei's expression did not change. She stared at the skinny man with her beautiful eyes and asked coldly. "Yi Tianmei. You are the new elder of the Heavenly Moon sect who reached the crystal level within 100 years. I am ranked 3rd in the Red Scale clan. You can also call me Third Red," the skinny man said seriously after a moment of silence. "So it's a fellow from the Red Scale clan. What business do you have in my Dashan country? Why are you bullying a few of my sect's juniors?" Yi Tianmei raised her eyebrows and asked. "This?" Hearing this, the skinny man paused. He did not know what to say. After all, the sea race sent people into Xianjing to plot against the royal family of the Dashan kingdom. Obviously, they could not say it out loud. However, at this moment, a light laugh came from afar. "Senior, the reason why I and third uncle are here is to pick up a few of our clan members who were left behind in your country. The reason why third uncle attacked just now was because he was joking with your fellow cultivators. He did not have any intention of harming them." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a flash of white light in the distance. Another sparkling and translucent jade boat shot through the air. After a few blurs, it arrived not far away from the imperial palace. At the front of the jade boat stood a woman in a white palace dress. Slightly behind her stood a gentle and refined young man in his 20s and a tall, stocky old man. "Who are you? Is this a place where you, a mere junior, can interrupt?" Hearing this, Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed fiercely. With a low shout, a shocking aura surged from her body and pressed down on the white jade boat. End of chapter 216. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.